In the vast expanse of the Huang universe, the 8 primordial chaotic realms unfold like an infinite tapestry, stretching across the boundless chaos. Yet, amidst this primordial realm, another boundless chaos is quietly brewing, a cataclysmic transformation capable of overturning the ages. Here, the heavens and the earth have yet to be separated, and the surroundings are shrouded in a profound stillness, reminiscent of eternal tranquility. I find myself ensconced in the boundless depths of chaos, as if I can sense the subtle unfolding of an epic-defining battle that will shake the very foundations of heaven and earth. The myriad demonic deities each claim their dominion, with the pinnacle among them being the embodiment of power itself, Pangu. His might is such that it can rend chaos asunder and carve out the cosmos. Armed with the axe of creation and standing firmly upon the chaotic expanse, Pangu engages in a titanic struggle against countless demonic entities. The brilliance of his axe flashes like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the chaos as the lighter, purer substances ascend to form the firmament, while the heavier, murkier elements descend to coalesce into the earth. As the universe is born and life begins anew, a primordial world emerges from the depths of chaos. Pangu stands between heaven and earth, his head crowned by the azure sky and his feet planted firmly upon the ground, wielding unmatched divine power to sustain the separation of heaven and earth, preventing chaos from reuniting. His form, akin to a towering pillar, remains steadfast, guarding this nascent world. Yet, the struggle to forge the cosmos against the demonic deities exhausts his divine essence, ultimately leading to his demise. His body transforms into the very elements of existence. His spine becomes the unyielding Mount Bujo, supporting the heavens and the earth. His eyes metamorphose into the sun and the moon, illuminating the realm. And all else becomes the myriad forms of nature, nurturing this newly born world. Through countless epochs, the primordial world transitions from the initial separation of chaos to the brutal struggles against ferocious beasts, and now enters a cataclysm marked by the clash of dragons and phoenixes. The primordial 3 races, dragons, phoenixes, and Kylans, engage in a bloody conflict for supremacy over the primordial realm, with corpses strewn across the land and rivers stained with blood. The 3 races gradually wither in their relentless warfare, unaware that an unseen hand orchestrates this calamity from the shadows. The puppeteer behind this chaos is the demon ancestor Rahu, the most formidable among the 3,000 chaotic demons. Though severely wounded during the initial chaos catastrophe, he managed to survive, lurking within the primordial realm, biding his time. Alongside a select few other chaotic demons, he remains hidden, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Rahu practices the dark laws of his craft, which culminate in the doctrine of validation through slaughter. He covertly sows discord among the 3 races, exacerbating their conflicts and plunging the dragons, phoenixes, and Kylans into an unending cycle of violence. The calamity and malevolent energy generated by their strife serve as the supreme sustenance for his cultivation. Each lament, every drop of blood, and every thread of resentment solidifies the foundation of his dark path, propelling him closer to the exalted status of sage. Ultimately, the primordial 3 races retreat into obscurity, consumed by the relentless fires of karma, their cultivation stagnated, unable to advance. The dragon race's sovereign, ancestor dragon, sacrifices himself, transforming his essence into the dragon vein, nurturing the earth and granting a sliver of hope to his kin. The body of the primordial Qilin becomes the mountains and rivers, leading them into seclusion, lost to the world. The leader of the Phoenix clan, Huang, vows to safeguard her people by binding herself to the eternal volcano, ensuring it remains dormant. Nearly all members of the 3 races perish, fading into the annals of the primordial world, their former glory reduced to dust. This outcome signifies that the scheme of demon ancestor Rahu has succeeded in part. His cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, with the next step being the attainment of the Tao of primordial unity. Yet, the path of validation through slaughter ultimately fails to find favor in the eyes of the primordial heavens. The venerable ancestor Huang Jun allies with the celestial beings Yang Mei, Qiankun, and Yin Yang, united in their quest to vanquish Rahu. Four formidable beings united their strengths. Yet Luo Ho ensnared them within the extermination sword array. Wielding the god-slaying spear to engage in a cataclysmic battle against Huang Jun ultimately, though Luo Ho perished. The demonic path he initiated bridged the gap left by the primal laws of the cosmos. His lingering soul transformed into an otherworldly demon, ever poised to invade the primordial realm, becoming an eternal menace to the balance of heaven and earth. In this monumental conflict, both the ancestor of the universe and the ancestor of Yin and Yang fell, leaving only the great immortal Yang Mei to escape. This battle irrevocably altered the landscape of the primordial world, quietly ushering in a new era. Above the boundless eastern sea, the magnificent Penglai Island stood tall, its atmosphere thick with spiritual energy, reminiscent of an ethereal paradise. This sacred ground was the aspiration of countless powerful beings seeking enlightenment. Springs of spiritual water flowed abundantly, and divine herbs flourished, as if every inch of land harbored infinite potential for transformation. At the center of the island lay a spiritual pool, where a white lotus blossomed serenely, its petals translucent like jade, emanating a gentle, sacred radiance. It had absorbed the essence of Penglai Island for countless epochs. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. An immense force erupted from the white lotus, and boundless spiritual energy surged into its heart like a tidal wave, creating a tempest of spiritual essence that shook the very foundations of existence. The storm raged for an extended duration before finally subsiding. Within the spiritual pool, the white lotus had vanished, replaced by an elongated figure. Clad in a flowing white robe, my garments danced lightly in the breeze, rendering me seemingly untouched by the dust of the world, exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. My visage is as exquisite as jade, with features that could be likened to a masterful painting. My eyes, profound as the cosmos, and the corners of my lips gently uplifted, hinting at a subtle serenity and confidence. Standing at the edge of the spirit pool, I survey my surroundings, whispering to myself, who would have thought that after traversing countless epochs of the primordial chaos, I would finally take form today, ascending directly to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, thus validating the arduous cultivation of my years. In my previous life on the blue planet, I lived a mundane existence, allowing time to slip away, ultimately achieving nothing. Now, fortunate enough to step into this primordial world, I must cherish this rare opportunity for rebirth. However, with this new life, it is only fitting that I adopt a new name. What shall it be, I ponder? I have it. As I am the 12th grade pure world white lotus, born from the chaotic blue lotus seed, I shall take Qing as my name. Henceforth, I shall traverse the primordial realm as Qing Xian. I muse silently. It is time to refine this island, for it is a premier sanctuary of the primordial. In a flash, I find myself at the heart of the island, commencing the refinement of the central essence of Penglai Immortal Island. With each step, I seize control of the grand formation of the island, and at last, this legendary Penglai Immortal Island has found its master. After a decade of epochs, I have completely refined Penglai Immortal Island, bringing it entirely under my dominion. Simultaneously, my cultivation has naturally flourished, breaking through to the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with my blossoms now reaching the 9th grade. Reflecting upon the Pangu great deity who blossomed at the 12th grade, I cannot help but sigh. The distance is indeed more than just a slight gap. I silently contemplate the realms of cultivation. Human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Hunyuan Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint, and finally Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Saint. Each realm appears so distant and unattainable. I comprehend that the realm must be meticulously divided into initial, intermediate, later stages, peak, and ultimate states. One's primordial spirit, magical prowess, and corporeal form must all attain their zenith to be considered as having truly reached the ultimate state. Contemplating the realms beyond the Huang golden immortal, it appears there is a wealth of knowledge I still need to acquire. In this vast and primordial expanse of time and space, the journey is exceedingly protracted. The great calamity of Huang occurs, with each cycle of 49 chaos wheels signifying a rebirth, while 3,000 epochs constitute another cycle of chaos. A mere 500,000 years qualifies as an epoch, whereas the cyclical renewal of a singular epoch spans a staggering 12,960 years. These figures perpetually circulate within my mind. In this vast ocean of knowledge, I seem to sense the essence of every realm and the transformations of each era, my heart brimming with anticipation and longing for the future. Chapter 2. The Primordial Measurement of Heaven and the Divine Water Spiritual Root. Penglai, Fairy Island. Qingxian had completely mastered Penglai Fairy Island. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain and stream was under his command. Through the central formation, Qingxian could instantly survey the entirety of the island, seeing everything with clarity. However, when his divine consciousness swept over a certain area, his heart jolted with an overwhelming excitement that surged within him like a tidal wave. He had discovered an extraordinary treasure. In an instant, Qingxuan's figure vanished, and the next moment, he found himself before a mysterious black ruler. The ruler measured merely a foot in length, enveloped in primordial aura, with a faint purple light emanating from it, exuding the essence of the Tao. It seemed to connect with the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Endless symbols swirled upon its surface, as if depicting the profound mysteries of the Tao through cycles of creation and destruction. Prominently inscribed in large characters were the words, "Measure Heaven." A flicker of understanding crossed Qingxuan's eyes, and he mused inwardly. Just as I suspected, this treasure is none other than the legendary postnatal treasure of merit, the primordial measurement ruler. It is said that this ruler was forged from the merit of creation and the primordial yellow aura, with its destructive power only second to the innate treasure, the Panga banner, making it a top-tier weapon in the primordial world. This ruler, along with the accompanying spiritual treasure of Taiji Laozu, the Linglong Xuanquang Tower, complements both offense and defense perfectly. The treasure of merit does not entangle itself in karmic retribution, making it an unparalleled artifact coveted by countless mighty beings. Grasping the primordial measurement ruler, Qingxian felt the vast power contained within it, and a surge of ambition ignited in his heart. With this treasure in hand, the vastness of the primordial realm held no boundaries for him, and no adversary was beyond his reach. Penglai Fairy Island had become the foundation of his rise, and this primordial measurement ruler was destined to be his sharp blade on the path to greatness. Qingxian strolled leisurely across Penglai Fairy Island, gathering numerous innate spiritual fruits and acquiring several innate spiritual treasures. Although he had yet to obtain one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots or other supreme innate treasures, his gains were substantial enough to entice mighty beings to compete for them. As the passage of nearly tens of thousands of years unfolded, Qingxian had collected all the mature, innate spiritual fruits from the island, storing them away with care. He then returned to the spirit pool where he had been born. The water in this pool was extraordinary. It was none other than the legendary three-light divine water. Since the creation of heaven and earth, it had accumulated over countless ages to form this small pool, and it would continue to regenerate with the passage of time. Qingxian's ability to take physical form was largely thanks to the nurturing of this three-light divine water. He gathered some of it for future needs. Now having stepped into the great Luo realm and acquired the primordial measurement ruler, he possessed the capital to venture into the primordial world. He had already devised a plan. After refining the primordial measurement ruler, he would depart from Penglai Fairy Island to explore the other two fairy islands, Fangzhong and Yingzhou. After all, with the primordial measurement ruler and his innate supreme treasure, the 12th grade pure world white lotus, on Penglai Fairy Island, he had no doubt that the other two islands would not disappoint him. However, before all that, he needed to enter seclusion to refine the primordial measurement ruler to ensure complete success. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, the passage of several hundred epochs quietly unfolded. Emerging from a profound seclusion, Xuan's eyes shimmered with newfound clarity as he softly sighed. I never anticipated that refining this primordial measure would consume several hundred yuan hui. Truly, it is worthy of its esteemed status. At this moment, Xian had attained the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Originally a manifestation of the pure world White Lotus, he had successfully comprehended the pure world laws, laying a solid foundation for his future ascent to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Stretching his limbs, Xuan's gaze deepened as he murmured, I wonder at what stage the Huang is now. Before his transformation, calamity pervaded the heavens and earth, surging like a tide during the tumultuous era of tribulations, where all beings struggled amid adversity. Now, however, the calamity had dissipated like mist, and the realm lay in clarity. Surely, the outside world had entered a period of peace. Yet, he pondered whether Hongjun had achieved enlightenment and ascended to sainthood. Xian felt a stir in his heart, but quickly shook his head with a chuckle. If Hongjun had become a saint, there would undoubtedly be celestial signs manifesting in the Huang. Even ensconced in Penglai, separated by grand formations, he would surely sense the resonating might of the saintly presence. Clearly, Hongjun had yet to take that step. Reigning in his thoughts, Xuan's gaze fell upon the 9th-grade child lotus, the 3 6th-grade child lotuses, and the 9 3rd-grade child lotuses floating in the pool. These were all child lotuses derived from the pure world White Lotus. Though not as profound as the 12th-grade pure world White Lotus, they still harbored pure spiritual essence. These child lotuses had already differentiated before Xuan's traversal. He smiled gently, extending his hand to lightly touch the 9th-grade child lotus. In an instant, the lotus petals unfurled, radiant spiritual light swirling, as the 9th-grade child lotus transformed into a maiden, her features exquisite, surrounded by a faint fragrance of lotus. Now that you have taken form, allow me to bestow upon you a name. Xian spoke softly. From this day forth, you shall be called Qingyi. Upon hearing this, Qingyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she stepped forward to grasp Xuan's sleeve, her voice bright and clear. Thank you for the name, my lord. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Xian could not help but ruffle her small head, laughing. From now on, call me elder brother, as we are of the same lineage. Qingyi blinked and smiled sweetly. All right, elder brother. Xian nodded and proceeded to impart the Qingdi Sutra he had created to her, cautioning, I shall be away for a time. This is the method I have comprehended. You must diligently cultivate. All matters on the island shall be entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of reluctance crossed Qingyi's eyes. Though newly transformed, she had already developed a sense of dependence on Xian. She murmured, All right, elder brother, do return soon. Seeing her like this warmed Xuan's heart, and he gently reassured her, the spiritual roots on the island are all sentient beings. They shall be your companions. If you find yourself lonely, you may play with them. Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this, regaining her lively demeanor as she declared, Yes, I will diligently cultivate and wait with them for elder brother's return. Upon the vast expanse of the eastern sea, the figure of Xian materialized quietly. Amidst the boundless waters that seemed reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the heavens and earth were delineated, his consciousness surged like the tide, sweeping across all directions, yet still failing to reach the shores of land, leading him to marvel at the immeasurable vastness of the archaic world. Rather than hastily departing, Xian meandered leisurely above the eastern sea, endeavoring to seek the fabled opportunities and the elusive islands of Fangzhong and Yingzhou, concealed within the void. Over the course of several epochs, he encountered numerous innate spiritual roots and earthly treasures. However, these were mere fleeting illusions to him, not the true desires of his heart. It seemed that the time for the emergence of the 3 immortal islands was not yet ripe, the heavenly secrets remaining veiled and the opportunities still distant. With a soft sigh, Xian reflected that were it not for his birth upon the Penglai Island, he might have struggled to uncover its trace. Through the unfolding of celestial secrets, He discerned that Hong Jun had yet to attain the path of sanctity, and at the time of his own transformation, the primordial realm was enduring a cataclysm of cosmic proportions. Nearly 1,000 epochs had elapsed since then. At this juncture, the primordial realm was engulfed in the calamities of creation, the ferocious beasts, the initial tribulations of the Dragon Han era, and the conflict between the Tao and the demons. Thus, it could be deduced that this moment marked the dawn of the fourth epoch. In light of this, the day when Hong Jun achieves sanctity seemed to be imminent, perhaps just a heartbeat away, heralding a monumental shift in the cosmos. Standing atop the eastern sea, Qing Xian's gaze was profound, as if piercing through the barriers of time and space, awaiting the grand transformations that were soon to unfold. Chapter 3. A Journey to the Unfathomable Mountain, the Phoenix's Fateful Encounter, Chronicles of the Primordial Era, Early Third Epoch. The vast land of the Primordial Era has endured immense trials. Calamities from the Dragon Han and Tao Magic eras ravaged the world, leaving a mere fraction of its inhabitants. After countless epochs, the primordial realm has barely regained a semblance of vitality. Yet the once thriving prosperity remains a distant memory, difficult to restore in the short term. Particularly in the western region of the primordial continent, the devastation is truly heart-wrenching. This land was the battleground where the demon ancestor Luo, who clashed with the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, resulting in shattered laws of nature, fractured earth, and a tidal loss of spiritual essence, ultimately devolving into a desolate wasteland. With no spiritual roots and a scarcity of life, the West has become a barren domain, starkly contrasting with the East's abundance. Qing Xian, treading upon clouds, gracefully soared towards the heart of the continent. Along his journey, he beheld the breathtaking landscapes of the primordial land, mountains, rivers, flora, and fauna, all embodying an untainted beauty seldom seen in his past life. The primal essence of the world's inception enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. As time slipped by unnoticed, Qing Xian found himself lost in the magnificence of this realm, oblivious to the duration of his flight. Qing Xian's gaze penetrated the cloud layers, revealing a towering pillar of heaven that stood majestically between the earth and sky, its grandeur evoking a sense of reverence, even in one of his stature as a great Luo golden immortal. The mountain ascended impossibly high, piercing the heavens, and even Qing Xian's formidable cultivation could not glimpse its summit. He speculated inwardly, could this indeed be the legendary, unfathomable mountain? The divine peak formed from the spine of the primordial deity Pangu? With determination, Qing Xian flew towards the mountain that resembled the unfathomable. Although it appeared within reach, it was as elusive as a mirage. He traversed countless mountains and rivers, enduring the passage of an entire epoch before finally arriving at the mountain's base. The pace of a great Luo golden immortal required an epoch, a testament to the vastness of the primordial realm that left Qing Xian in awe once more. Beneath the divine mountain, Qing Xian felt as if he had transcended the veil of time and space, an ancient and enigmatic aura enveloping him, as if every inch of the land whispered tales of the primordial legends. This was the birthplace of the human race's holy mother Nuwa in Fuxi, the dwelling place of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, birthed from the essence of Pangu, and home to one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the gourd vine. The gourds hanging from the vine, whether ripe or not, held the potential to become an innate supreme spiritual treasure. Such an opportunity would undoubtedly entice any formidable being. The gourd vine's ability to nurture such treasures speaks to its extraordinary nature, rightfully earning its place among the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots. Just as Qing Xian was immersed in his contemplations, a clear voice pierced the silence. "I am Fuxi. May I inquire from whence this esteemed friend has come?" Turning towards the voice, Qing Xian beheld a remarkable figure standing not far away. Fuxi, the legendary figure, the future sovereign of the demon clan, and the eventual emperor of the human race after countless ages. Qing Xian's heart trembled with excitement, and he promptly bowed in greeting. "I pay my respects to you, Tao friend Fuxi. I am Qing Xian, a practitioner from the EC, here to pay homage to the unfathomable mountain." Initially, Qing Xian harbored doubts regarding whether the mountain before him was indeed the unfathomable, but Fuxi's appearance undoubtedly affirmed the identity of this sacred peak. Fuxi let out a hearty laugh, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance. "Ah, it is my esteemed friend Qing Xian. Our meeting is indeed a serendipitous encounter. Since you have arrived at Fengqi Mountain, shall we engage in a discourse on the Tao?" Qing Xian smiled slightly, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Excellent." Fuxi, in a congenial tone, invited, "Please, my friend." As soon as he spoke, Qing Xian followed Fuxi into Fengqi Mountain. Upon entry, Qing Xian was struck by the expansive vista before him. What had initially appeared as ordinary peaks concealed within them a universe of wonders, forming a world of its own. The mountains and rivers were resplendent, suffused with ethereal energy, as if the essence of heaven and earth had converged in this sanctuary. Fuxi produced a flask of spiritual wine, his smile radiant. "My friend, do indulge in this brew. It is crafted with utmost care by my sister Nuwa from various primordial spiritual fruits. Though it may not lay claim to being an unparalleled elixir, it possesses a unique flavor." Qing Xian accepted the cup and took a delicate sip, and in an instant, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes. The wine was rich and full-bodied, with a lingering aftertaste, and notably, the primordial energy imbued within it could indeed aid in one's cultivation. Even as one at the late stage of the great Luo, he could feel a subtle enhancement in his own powers. "Dear Fuxi, this wine is truly extraordinary." Qing Xian exclaimed earnestly, "With just this one cup, I sense my cultivation advancing. Your sister is indeed a prodigious talent." At this, Fuxi's smile widened, pride tinging his voice. "You flatter me, my friend. My sister's humble craft is merely a pastime, hardly worthy of such commendation." However, barely had he finished speaking when a chill swept over him, as if a gaze like a blade pierced through him. Fuxi's heart sank. He had momentarily forgotten his sister's temperament in his pride. He forced a chuckle and quickly shifted the topic. "My friend, what do you think of the scenery here at Fengqi Mountain? Perhaps I could show you around?" "Brother, how can you rush off without even introducing your sister?" Came a voice, cold yet laced with indignation, belonging to none other than the future goddess Nuwa. With fury igniting in her eyes, she approached Fuxi. Her voice icy. "My humble skills? It would be best if you abstained from drinking in the future." Fuxi, a nascent great Luo, found himself drenched in cold sweat, revealing the depth of his fear towards Nuwa. He was indeed the quintessential doting brother. Seeing this, Qing Xian rose and clasped his hands. "I greet you, Nuwa. I am Qing Xian, a cultivator from the East Sea." Nuwa, recalling the presence of another, felt her anger subside. Fuxi cast a grateful glance at Qing Xian. "Salutations, Qing Xian." Nuwa nodded slightly, her tone softening considerably. Qing Xian continued, "Nuwa, your brewing technique is truly remarkable. I possess a few rare treasures. Might I offer them to you in exchange for some of your exquisite wine in due course?" With that, Qing Xian waved his sleeve, and a spiritual mountain materialized before them. This mountain was composed of countless primordial spiritual fruits, radiating a luminous aura and fragrant essence, as if the quintessence of heaven and earth had coalesced within it. Both Fuxi and Nuwa were taken aback, unprepared for the depth of Qing Xuan's resources. Nuwa, who had harbored reservations earlier, was now visibly moved, nodding gently. "If that is the case, I shall accept. Once the spiritual wine is brewed, I will certainly reserve a fine portion for you." Thus, Qing Xian decided to take temporary residence on Phoenix Nest Mountain, often engaging in profound discussions with Fuxi and Nuwa. Although his cultivation had not yet reached a breakthrough, his resolve grew ever clearer, and his foundation became increasingly profound. One day, while conversing leisurely with Fuxi, Qing Xian inquired, "Dear Fuxi, have you ever traversed the vast expanse of the primordial land?" A glimmer of yearning flickered in Fuxi's eyes as he sighed. "My heart longs for it. Yet my younger sister refuses to grant me passage." Upon hearing this, Qing Xian could not help but smile and teased Fuxi. "As a grand figure of the great Luo Golden Immortal, how could you possibly fear Sister Nuwa? She seems quite amiable to me." Fuxi leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. "Dear Qing Xian, do not be deceived by appearances. While my sister may appear gentle before you, you know not how many times I have been reprimanded by her. She has laid down rules. Only when I can surpass her shall I be allowed to descend the mountain." Qing Xuan's gaze shifted subtly, catching sight of Nua's quiet approach not far away, and he feigned confusion, saying, "Dear Fuxi, I perceive that Sister Nua does not seem to be as you described." Unaware of the underlying tension, Fuxi involuntarily raised his voice. "What I say is absolutely true. My sister has a fiery temper. Do not provoke her, or the consequences will be dire." Chapter 4. Fuxi's Predicament, the Path of the Law on Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi remained blissfully unaware that Nua had quietly positioned herself behind him, steadfastly advising Qing Xian, "Do not be misled by the superficial demeanor of my younger sister." Unable to endure the situation any longer, Nua raised her delicate hand and delivered a sharp rap to Fuxi's head. Instantly, Fuxi felt a piercing headache, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he caught a glimpse of Qing Xuan's mocking gaze. It dawned upon him that he had been the subject of a jest. Qing Xian, fanning the flames, feigned surprise, saying, "Fuxi, my friend, I did not realize your words were indeed true." Nua's beautiful eyes glinted like ice as she cast a frosty glance at Qing Xian, sending a chill down his spine. Hastily, Qing Xian donned a smile and said, "Nua, it seems you have matters to discuss with Fuxi, so I shall take my leave and meditate in solitude. Please, enjoy your conversation." Witnessing the true instigator abandon him to flee, Fuxi erupted in anger, shouting, "Qing Xian, how dare you betray me?" Before his words could fade, a series of dull thuds echoed from behind. Qing Xian quickened his pace, hurrying away, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he silently admonished himself. This Nua is not to be trifled with. Qing Xian engaged in secluded cultivation for an extended period, during which time flew by and several epochs passed. While he amassed magical power, he also delved into the principles of the pure world. Although his cultivation remained at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his magical energy became increasingly refined and concentrated. Throughout these epochs, his most significant breakthrough lay in his understanding of the laws, finally reaching the threshold of half-comprehension. The path of the law is profound and unfathomable. Understanding it to a certain extent allows one to ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. While the accumulation of magical power is a relatively simple task in the vast expanse of the primordial world, yet Qing Xian had only grasped half of it and required further dedicated contemplation. After a prolonged period of seclusion, Qing Xian finally realized that mere arduous cultivation was not the optimal strategy, and thus resolved to emerge. As he stepped outside his cave dwelling, he was greeted by a crisp aroma of wine that invigorated his spirit. Following the scent, he discovered Nua and Fuxi leisurely seated together, savoring a pot of unknown divine wine. "What exquisite taste you both possess. Could this be a new brew crafted by you, Nua?" he inquired with a smile, unceremoniously pouring himself a cup to savor. Fuxi let out a cold snort, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "You were quite the sprinter earlier, leaving me to endure a thorough scolding from my sister." Qing Xian chuckled awkwardly, cupping his hands in apology. "This matter is indeed my fault. I take full responsibility and shall drink 3 cups as penance." Fuxi inwardly sighed, having never encountered a person so brazenly shameless. Nua's exquisite eyes flickered with a hint of meaning as she asked, "My friend, I perceive that your time in seclusion has yielded significant gains?" Surprised, Qing Xian did not expect her to see through him so easily, and he replied candidly, "Indeed, during this period of isolation, I have garnered some insights into the laws, and I must say, the rewards have been plentiful." A trace of doubt crossed Fuxi's brow as he softly inquired, "Understanding the laws? Have you truly reached such a level?" Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then realized the truth. Indeed, with Huang yet to attain sainthood or impart teachings, the beings of the primordial realm had suffered greatly during the previous calamity, and the ranks of the primordial golden immortals had dwindled significantly. Even the few survivors had long since retreated from the world, choosing to remain aloof from worldly affairs. Moreover, even if Huang were to impart his teachings, they would pertain solely to the path of the 3 corpses, neglecting the discourse on the path of the laws. For his intent is to propagate the method of severing the three corpses. Although Niwa and Fushi possess some understanding of the laws, they remain unaware that the most crucial aspect after attaining the Great Luo is the comprehension of these laws. After a brief contemplation, he spoke, "Indeed, the laws represent the fundamental principles governing the universe, the very bedrock that sustains the balance and order of the primordial chaos. For instance, the law of time permits the flow of moments. The law of space brings order to all entities. The law of cause and effect ensures that every action bears consequence. And the law of catastrophe subjects the strong to trials and tribulations. These laws are formless and invisible, yet omnipresent, interwoven throughout the fabric of existence. Hearing tales is no substitute for witnessing the truth firsthand." Qing Xuan's gaze shifted toward a distant spirit plant, with a delicate touch of his fingertip. A surge of energy silently eroded its vitality, causing the plant to wither instantaneously. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he activated the law of purification, and the plant visibly regained its vigor, bursting forth with life anew. This is the essence of the law of purification that I have come to comprehend. It can cleanse all external forces, whether they be attacks from others, impurities, curses, or the erosion of calamities, rendering them null and void. Even the overwhelming force of calamities can be transcended, provided one fully grasps the law of purification and transforms into the path of purification. Both Niwa and Fushi, being wise individuals, already held some insight into the power of the laws. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, enlightenment flickered in their eyes. Niwa gently inquired, "My friend, is this the path of cultivation beyond the great Luo, golden immortal?" Qingxian nodded slightly, his tone imbued with profundity. "Indeed, beyond the great Luo, golden immortal lies the path of the primordial unity. Should one attain a preliminary understanding of the laws, they may step into the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Above this, there exists the primordial great Luo, golden immortal, a state that transcends the material realm, unbound by the constraints of the universe, capable of traversing the infinite chaos with effortless ease." Upon hearing this, Fushi's eyes sparkled with insight as he murmured, "So it is. The path of the laws is indeed profoundly intricate." Mount Buzhou loomed majestically. Qingxian, Niwa, and Fushi ascended the stone steps formed by primordial means. Climbing higher with each deliberate step, the oppressive aura of the great Pangu grew increasingly weighty with altitude. After an indeterminate duration, Fushi's pace gradually slowed, reaching his limits. He halted, speaking gravely. "Little sister, Qingxian, the pressure here exceeds my capacity to endure. Further ascent may prove perilous." Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's gaze sharpened as he perceived Fushi's serious countenance, evidently at his limit. "Fushi, my friend, in that case, you may cultivate here. Although the weight of the great Pangu's pressure is formidable, it offers a rare opportunity for tempering. By training here, your powers will become more refined, greatly benefiting your future breakthroughs." Fushi nodded, then seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to focus, beginning to harness the mountain's oppressive force to temper his being. Qingxian and Niwa continued their ascent. The mountain winds howled, the pressure surged like a tide. Each step felt as if a mountain bore down upon them. Though Niwa was a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal with deeper powers than Fushi, as time progressed, her breath gradually grew labored. At last, she paused, softly stating, "My friend, I shall cultivate here." Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at Niwa, observing that although her expression bore the marks of fatigue, her gaze remained resolute. He nodded gently, his tone imbued with warmth. "Very well, dear friend Niwa, you shall cultivate here. I can endure for a while longer." Niwa offered a faint smile, settling into a meditative posture, a soft luminescence enveloping her as she began to harness the formidable pressure of the mountains for her training. Alone, Qingxian continued his ascent, the oppressive force of the mountain growing ever more terrifying, as if it sought to crush both his corporeal form and primordial spirit. Though his steps were slow, he never faltered. Time passed unnoticed until Qingxian reached his limits. He paused, inhaling deeply before sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes to concentrate, commencing the arduous task of refining his physical body and accumulating spiritual energy amidst the boundless pressure. A gentle glow emanated from him, merging with the mountain's oppressive aura, gradually leading him into an enigmatic state of being. Early stage of Huang Golden Immortal, 10 mid-stage of Huang Golden Immortal, 25 late stage of Huang Golden Immortal, 50 peak stage of Huang Golden Immortal, 70 Huang de Luo Golden Immortal, 9099 for subsequent realms. Please refer to Chapter 81, Chapter 5, Hongjuan's Enlightenment and the Journey to Zixiao in the timeless expanse of the primordial realm. The fleeting moments of several epochs passed like shadows in the night. During this protracted era, Qing Xian, Nuwa, and Fuxi devoted their entire essence to the pursuit of enlightenment. The overwhelming pressure of the Great Pangu loomed over them like an invisible millstone, incessantly refining their corporeal forms and primordial spirits, enabling their magical powers to accumulate at an unprecedented pace, leaving them wholly absorbed in their cultivation. After enduring years of arduous training, Qing Xian finally ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, a mere step away from the ultimate state of Great Luo. His mastery of the purification principle advanced to a remarkable level, allowing him to wield the power of the laws with increasing purity, as if he could purify all things in the world with a mere thought. Nuwa exhibited the most remarkable progress among the three. Her cultivation not only reached the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but she also successfully comprehended the principle of creation. Though only 3% understood, it began to take shape. A hint of mysterious creative power infused her aura, suggesting that with a mere gesture, she could give birth to myriad beings and bestow life. Fuxi, although he had yet to grasp a principle of his own, steadily advanced to the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, his magical essence growing more profound and his foundation more solid. A newfound depth shone in his gaze, as if he possessed a more profound understanding of the heavenly laws, laying the groundwork for future breakthroughs. On the unyielding Mount Buzhou, the three continued to refine themselves under the pressure of the Great Pangu, using the passage of time as their forge and their resolve as the fire, progressing ever closer to the supreme realm. High above the 9 clouds, I recline, seated on my lotus throne, poised to impart the teachings of the universe. Beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall preside as the revered teacher. Pangu birthed the Taiji, and the dualities of Yin and Yang followed suit. As the leader of the mystical gate, I unify all into Hongjun. I am Hongjun today. I attain the sanctified path. 10 epochs hence, I shall deliver my teachings in the Zixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Those with destiny may come forth. Hongjuan's voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing throughout the primordial realm, causing the very foundations of heaven and earth to tremble. Above, myriad rays of light intertwined, shrouded in purple mist, resembling a celestial river suspended in the sky. Below, golden lotuses bloomed, spiritual energy surging forth like a fountain. Mountains and rivers resonating as if to welcome a transcendent being. A resounding roar reverberated through the cosmos, as if the heavens and earth rejoiced at Hongjuan's ascension. In that moment, the laws of the primordial world became as clear as a mirror, the spiritual energy swelling like a tide, saturating the realm as it transcended into a state of sublime transformation. All beings in the primordial realm felt an unprecedented pressure, as if the very force of the universe cascaded down, shaking their hearts and instilling a sense of reverence. Qing Xian murmured softly, a profound glimmer in his eyes, that one has finally taken this step. The primordial realm is destined to become lively. Meanwhile, Qing Xian Nuwa and Fuxi silently manifested upon Phoenix Nest Mountain. With a look of curiosity, Fuxi gently inquired, "Enlightenment and sanctification? What realm does this entail?" Qing Xian smiled gently, his gaze as deep as the stars. A saint is the pinnacle of existence in the primordial realm, possessing the strength of the Pangu Great Luo Golden Immortal. The teachings in the Zixiao Palace will present you with an extraordinary opportunity. In the depths of Nuwa's eyes, a flicker of curiosity emerged as she gently inquired, Qingxian, does this hold no benefit for you? Fuxi also cast a probing glance. Qingxian responded with a subtle smile, his tone imbued with an air of detachment. To me, the benefit is minimal. My path is already clear. What I seek is the understanding of the laws, to attain the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, and to roam freely between heaven and earth, unbound. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of resolve crossed Nuwa's gaze as she softly replied, I too feel the same. After years of cultivation, my only desire is to follow my heart. If I were to forsake my true self for the sake of power, what would be the significance? Qingxian felt a slight tremor in his heart, silently lamenting. Could it be? Is Nuwa not destined to become a saint of the heavenly Tao? If that were the case, it seemed the Tao ancestor might take issue with him. He muttered under his breath, tinged with resignation, what does this have to do with me? I am not hindering Nuwa. He then gathered his thoughts and turned to Nuwa and Fuxi, stating, friends, there is no time to waste. We must set forth. The journey to the Purple Cloud's palace is long, and it would be wise to depart early. Nuwa and Fuxi exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The trio ceased their conversation, their forms transforming into 3 streaks of light, soaring into the sky, aiming for the legendary 33 heavens, with their sights set on the Purple Cloud's palace. After an indeterminate span of time, Qingxian and his companions finally reached the expanse beyond the 33 heavens. As they surveyed their surroundings, they noticed a considerable gathering of primordial beings, predominantly Tai Jingxians, with only a few formidable Daluo Jingxian experts present. Qingxuan's attention was drawn to 3 individuals nearby. Their auras robust, all at the late stage of Daluo Jingxian. The trio seemed to sense his gaze and turned to meet his eyes. Qingxian nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and the 3 responded with a courteous inclination of their heads. The individual opposite possesses unfathomable power. I cannot discern his depth, whispered a young man. However, the 2 beside him, one is at the late stage of Daluo Jingxian, and the other at the mid-stage, are surely not to be underestimated. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Indeed, they are remarkable. Our Sanqing lineage is the true legacy of Pangu, having endured endless epochs to attain this level of cultivation. The 3 before us must possess extraordinary backgrounds. The trio were none other than the Pangu Sanqing, Taiqing Laozu, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shanqing Tongtian. Taiqing Laozu spoke with a calm demeanor. Very well, let us proceed. No sooner had he spoken than Taiqing Laozu raised his hand to summon a pagoda, its body enveloped in a swirling aura of profound yellow, instantly enveloping the 3 of them within its embrace. The pagoda traversed the chaotic expanse, heading directly for the Purple Cloud's palace. Fuxi, witnessing this, could not help but exclaim, what is that tower? It seems even more wondrous than my Fuxi Qin. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qingxuan's eyes as he replied earnestly, that tower is likely the Linglong Huang Pagoda, a treasure of immense merit formed from the convergence of primordial creation and profound yellow energy, truly the pinnacle of defensive artifacts. Upon hearing this, Nuwa turned her gaze, intrigued. Such a treasure, even her companion spirit treasure, the Nuwa stone, could only be considered a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, hardly comparable. Qingxian withdrew his gaze and remarked nonchalantly, let us also make our way over. Before he finished speaking, he moved with determination, crossing the chaos with his physical form. The chaotic winds, sharp as blades, relentlessly assailed his body, yet he bore the onslaught with unwavering resolve. Qingxian was originally a primordial supreme spiritual treasure transformed into form, possessing an extraordinarily robust physique that had already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. The chaotic gale could not harm him. Instead, he could harness it to refine his body. Although Qingxuan's primordial spirit had not yet attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, he was on the verge of stepping into the ultimate domain of that stage. Upon witnessing this, Nuwa's eyes flashed with a hint of defiance, thinking to herself, if you can accomplish this, so can I. Without hesitation, she followed Qingxian, traversing the chaotic gale with her own corporeal form. Nuwa's physique was equally formidable. Although not as powerful as Qingxuan's, she had nonetheless reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. This was attributable to her years of cultivation on Mount Buzhou, where the pressure from Pangu had significantly tempered her body. Fuxi, observing the bravery of his sister and Qing Xian, was unwilling to be outdone. However, the outcome was quite comical. The moment he stepped into the chaos, he let out a cry of pain, his form thrown into disarray by the gale. The three pure ones, Qing Xian and Nuwa, turned their gazes towards him, particularly Nuwa, whose expression darkened in an instant. Inwardly frustrated, "What is my brother doing? This is truly embarrassing." Fuxi's physique was slightly weaker, only at the initial stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and thus he could not withstand the chaotic gale unharmed. After suffering a setback, he quickly mobilized his innate powers to shield himself, barely managing to stabilize his position. The chaotic gale could be traversed safely only by those in the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while those at the initial stage would find it exceedingly difficult to cross without a formidable protective treasure. Chapter 6. The initial encounter with the Witch Clan, the arrival of Zixiao on the edge of chaos. The majestic Zixiao Palace stood resolutely, marking the boundary between the primordial realm and the infinite void. Only those of mid-stage Luo Golden Immortal strength, or beings possessing formidable defensive treasures, could tread here. Qing Xian and Nuwa did not hasten to the Zixiao Palace, as there remained 8 Yuan meetings until the commencement of the teachings. Fuxi, unable to withstand the chaotic forces of this realm in his physical form, had no choice but to depart first. With a gentle gaze, Qing Xian observed the indomitable spirit of Nuwa and chuckled softly. "Nuwa, are you intent on competing with me?" A flicker of stubbornness shone in Nuwa's beautiful eyes as she proudly declared, "Do not underestimate me. My strength is far from ordinary." Qing Xian nodded slightly, secretly admiring her. Indeed, Nuwa was extraordinary. Her innate talent and power were not inferior to any among the three pure ones. Especially after becoming acquainted with Qing Xian, the two often engaged in discussions with Fuxi. Qingxuan's cultivation had initially surpassed Nuwa's, but this only ignited her fighting spirit, compelling her to devote herself to her training. Now, it was evident that Nuwa regarded Qing Xian as her target to surpass, vowing to eclipse him. Time in the primordial era is not recorded. Nearly 8 Yuan meetings have passed. Qing Xian raised his head to the distance and softly said to Nuwa, "Friend Nuwa, the time has come. We must set forth." Nuwa nodded slightly, and the two stood side by side, transforming into 2 streaks of flowing light as they sped towards the distant Zixiao Palace. Though the nearly 8 Yuan meetings of cultivation had not led to a breakthrough in their realms, their powers had become more refined, and their resolve had grown ever more steadfast. At that moment, a robust voice called out from behind, "Dear friends, please wait." Qing Xian and Nuwa halted, turning to see 12 figures shatter the void, traversing the chaotic expanse with their physical forms. A glimmer of surprise crossed Nuwa's eyes. Each of these 12 beings possessed unmatched physical prowess, with the weakest among them being of late-stage Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, comparable to her own. Qing Xian understood well. These 12 were the 12 ancestor witches, transformed from the blood of Pangu. They had now manifested as innate Tao bodies, clearly seeking to align more closely with the great Tao for a deeper comprehension of the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. The innate Tao body represents the form most harmonized with the Tao, and the actions of the 12 ancestor witches indicated their acute awareness of this. Qingxuan's gaze sharpened as he regarded the 12 towering figures and inquired aloud, "Esteemed friends, are you the 12 ancestor witches residing in Mount Buzhou?" Before his words could fade, a petite, delicate figure emerged gracefully from among the 12, responding with a beaming smile. "Dear friend, I am Hutu, and this is my sister Xianin. The rest are my brothers." Qing Xian meticulously observed Hutu. She was strikingly beautiful, exuding a gentle aura, in stark contrast to the fierce energy emanating from the other ancestor witches, akin to a blossoming orchid in the wilderness, evoking a sense of intimacy. He inclined his head slightly and replied, I am Qing Xian. This is my friend Yuhua. At that moment, another voice as cold as frost resonated. I am Xianin. Qing Xian turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a woman standing beside Hutu. Her beauty was as cold and striking as ice, her eyes deep and fathomless like a frigid pond, emanating an aura that repelled anyone who dared approach. She resembled a solitary, proud iceberg, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dared to draw near. If Hutu was akin to a gentle and amiable neighbor, then Xianming was the embodiment of a breathtaking ice beauty, to be admired from afar, never to be profaned. Hutu turned to the imposing figures of the ancestral witches behind her, and, with a hint of reproach, urged, "Elder brother, why do you not reveal your name?" As her words echoed, the other ancestral witches spoke in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, Ru Shou, Zhu Meng, Chong Liang, Tian Wu, Shi Bai Shi, Xi Zi. Each name seemed to carry the weight of the heavens, evoking a profound sense of reverence. Qing Xian nodded slightly and directed his gaze back to Hutu, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you to summon us, dear friend Hutu?" Hutu smiled gently, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. "I have observed that you too can traverse the void with your physical forms, and I wish to forge a connection. After all, our witch clan is renowned for its physical prowess, yet few can match such a realm." Upon hearing this, Qing Xian responded with a serene smile. "It seems we share a fateful connection, as Niua's sacred ground also lies beneath Mount Buzhou." Hutu's eyes sparkled with surprise as she turned to Niua, her tone laced with excitement. "Niua, your sacred ground is also at Mount Buzhou? If you have the time, do visit our witch clan. I shall ensure you are warmly welcomed." Niua's lips curled into a soft smile, her eyes shimmering with a gentle light as she replied, "How could I decline such a gracious invitation from you, dear Hutu? After the teachings at Zixiao Palace, I shall certainly pay you a visit." Hutu, her eyes twinkling with joy, stepped forward and linked her arm with Niua's. The two engaged in soft conversation, as if they were long-lost confidants, their words laden with camaraderie and closeness. Xianming observed this scene and approached with light steps. Though her demeanor remained as frosty as ever, a subtle warmth began to surface in her gaze, reminiscent of ice beginning to thaw as spring approached. The bond between women is often so delicate and profound. Qing Xian furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying dissonance, as if an invisible string were being plucked in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled, Niua was to become the queen of the demons, and the demon clan and the witch clan were sworn enemies. Yet here they were, forging a sisterly bond. Qing Xian could not help but chuckle bitterly, murmuring to himself, "This primordial realm seems different from my recollections. Have I arrived in a false version of the primordial age?" Qing Xian walked alongside the 10 towering ancestral witches, following Niua, Hutu, and Xianming as they traversed the void, hastening towards the Zixiao Palace. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Zixiao Palace, their presence instantly capturing the attention of many formidable beings present. Particularly, the ancestral witches like Di Jiang exuded an aura of ferocity, reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts lurking in the depths of chaos, poised to rend the heavens and unleash cataclysmic devastation, instilling an involuntary sense of awe. Before the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, countless formidable beings from the primordial era had gathered, the least among them being at the initial stage of the Great Luo, with numerous others at the later stages of the same realm. However, Qing Xuan's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and upon careful observation, he discerned that the aura of Taiji had become distinctly extraordinary. A thought stirred within him as he pondered. Has Taiji truly surpassed the pinnacle of Great Luo? Yet, the aura has not fully stabilized, which is why I was able to perceive it. Among the crowd stood Fushi, his gaze slightly focused, seemingly perplexed. He raised a hand to gently rub the corner of his eye, and upon looking again, he confirmed that the approaching figures were indeed his younger sister Niua and Qing Xian. However, what surprised him was the presence of 12 imposing powerhouses flanking them. His brows arched slightly, and a warm smile graced his lips as he raised his hand in a welcoming gesture, his voice clear and resonant like the wind. "Sister, Taoist friend Qing Xian, please come this way." Hutu, standing nearby, softly suggested, "Taoist friend Nuwa, you may proceed ahead. Once the discourse concludes, we shall meet at Mount Buzhou." Nuwa nodded slightly, her steps light as she walked alongside Qing Xian towards Fuxi. Chapter 7. The opening of the Purple Cloud Palace and the succession of red clouds before the Purple Cloud Palace. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Fuxi's eyes as he gently inquired, "Sister, what is the origin of those 12 Tao friends?" Nuwa smiled faintly and began to recount the tale of her acquaintance with the 12 ancestor witches. Upon hearing her words, Fuxi could not help but exclaim, "The physical prowess of these 12 companions is indeed extraordinary." Qing Xian smiled calmly and took over the conversation, stating, "They're the embodiment of Pangu's divine blood. Though lacking in primordial spirits, they are innately adept in the path of the physical body. They cultivate the profound arts left by the great Pangu and are born with an understanding of a certain law of power. For them, breaking through to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal is merely a matter of course." At these words, a hint of envy appeared in Fuxi's eyes. After all, he had yet to touch the threshold of the laws, and a trace of regret inevitably lingered in his heart. The three then sat cross-legged nearby, patiently awaiting the opening of the Purple Cloud Palace. Qing Xuan's gaze swept over the gathered powerful beings, finally resting on a figure clad in a blood-red robe, exuding a chilling aura and subtly emanating an ominous presence. A thought crossed Qing Xuan's mind. This individual carries the essence of a 12-petal lotus. Undoubtedly the master of the Blood Sea, Old Ancestor Mingi. The Old Ancestor Mingi is among the most formidable beings beneath the saints, his strength unfathomable. Qing Xian pondered how he might procure the fiery red lotus from him. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed from afar, clear and enchanting, reminiscent of pearls falling on a jade plate or a gentle stream flowing. Following the sound, Qing Xian beheld 2 celestial maidens gracefully approaching, their garments billowing. They left a profound impression on Qing Xian. One radiated warmth and charm, while the other exuded an icy purity, as if she could freeze all commotion. A vague intuition began to form within Qing Xuan's mind. The 2 celestial beings approached Qing Xian directly, moving with a lightness akin to gliding over water. They paused beside him, and the maiden with the fiery disposition smiled gently, her voice warm and bright like the morning sun. "Tao friend, I am Shiha, and this is my sister Changxi. It is a pleasure to meet you." Nuwa, hearing this, smiled graciously and replied with elegance, "I am Nuwa. Please have a seat, esteemed friends." Qing Xian momentarily found himself in a daze, pondering, "Have I just made new acquaintances?" Curiously, he asked, "Esteemed friends, with so many present, what brings you to seek out Tao friend Nuwa?" Shiha smiled slightly and candidly responded, "I observe that among the female immortals present, Tao friend Nuwa possesses the deepest cultivation and extraordinary demeanor. Hence, I sought to establish a connection." Qing Xian understood at once, nodding in acknowledgement. "I see. I am Qing Xian, accompanying Tao friend Nuwa." A quiet amusement flickered within Qing Xian as he surmised that Shiha and Changxi must have noticed the imposing figures of the 10 burly men nearby. Anyone would feel a sense of trepidation in their presence. Shiha gave a slight nod, her gaze conveying a hint of friendliness. At that moment, Fuxi discreetly tugged at Qing Xuan's sleeve, transmitting a thought. "Qing Xian, why has no one come to seek me out?" His tone carried a touch of confusion and disappointment. Qing Xian could not help but chuckle softly, replying, "If you take the initiative to reach out, you will surely find rewards." Upon hearing these words, Fuxi's eyes suddenly gleamed with enlightenment as he exclaimed, "Indeed, I too shall seek to forge bonds with fellow practitioners." With that, he turned with great enthusiasm and departed, his steps light as if he had stumbled upon a new realm. Qin Xian watched his retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation, a quiet chuckle escaping his lips. This Fuxi, he truly possesses a certain naivety. As time flowed on, the gates of the Zixiao Palace gradually opened, and the mighty beings of the primordial realm began to rise, preparing to enter this fabled sanctuary of sages, the Zixiao Palace. From within the palace emerged 2 young acolytes, one male and one female. Their expressions respectful as they spoke in unison. The Lord has decreed that the time has come. Please, esteemed guests, enter. These two were none other than Hao Yin and Yao Qi. Observing this, Qin Xian unhesitatingly took hold of Nuwa, his figure flashing as he led her into the Zixiao palace, placing her upon the foremost mat. Only then did the assembled powerful beings outside awaken from their stupor, unleashing their divine abilities as they hurriedly surged into the palace. The quickest were the three pure ones. Once Nuwa was seated comfortably, they followed closely behind, their gazes lingering briefly on Dao Xian before they settled onto the second, third, and fourth mats. The remaining two mats were occupied by a red-robed Taoist and a figure clad in dark robes. The red-robed individual was none other than the renowned Huang Taoist. Transformed from a strand of primordial red cloud at the dawn of creation, the other was the Kunpeng from the northern sea, towering in stature with a stern countenance, exuding an air of formidable intensity. Qin Xian suddenly recalled a saying from his past life. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kun, so immense that it cannot be contained in a single pot. A smile crept upon his face, yet he maintained his composure, revealing nothing on his visage. Before long, the great beings had taken their respective seats. Qin Xian, Fuxi, Shiha, and Chanshi were comfortably settled upon the mats in the second row. Nuwa tilted her head slightly, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she gazed at Qin Xian. Understanding her unspoken inquiry, he conveyed through thought, "My intuition tells me that this mat harbors great opportunities. You need only sit calmly." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's gaze sharpened, and a ripple of unusual sensation stirred within her heart. Though Qin Xuan's words were gentle, they seemed to cast a stone into her tranquil lake of emotions, stirring waves of intrigue. She said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Inside the Zixiao palace, silence reigned, broken only by the ethereal flow of Tao rhythms, akin to the descent of a starry river. The throng of 3,000 worldly guests sat in stillness, awaiting the teachings of Hongjun, the Tao ancestor. Upon the clouded dais, the sage Hongjun had his eyes gently closed, as if contemplating the profound truths of the universe, or perhaps awaiting a pivotal moment. Qin Xuan's gaze, sharp and observant, swept across the assembled immortals within the hall. The two figures radiating the brilliance of the sun were none other than the sovereigns of the sun, Dijuan and Tai, their bodies ablaze with the scorching flames of solar essence, capable of incinerating all falsehoods. Both possessed formidable powers, having reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Turning his attention to another female immortal, distinguished and transcendent, he noted her mastery at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. She was none other than the Queen Mother of the West, exuding an aura as majestic and untouchable as the ice and snow at the top Kunlun Mountain. Seated behind the red cloud was the venerable Taoist, Xinyuanzi, the progenitor of Earth Immortals. Clutching one of the three sacred texts, the Earth Book, he appeared as if casting a moral array, daring anyone in the primordial realm to challenge his supremacy. He and Han Yun were close friends, perhaps closely linked to the principles they both comprehended. Han Yun cultivated the way of fire, while Xinyuzi practiced the ways of earth, wind, and even space. Fire draws power from the wind, and the wind bolsters the fire, forming a harmonious cycle of mutual support and endless vitality. As time flowed like fine sand, two figures hastily traversed the palace gates and stepped into the Zixiao palace. The gazes of the great beings present were like blazing torches. Turning to regard them, Qin Xian raised his eyes to scrutinize them, pondering within. These two must be the Western figures of Jane and Junie. The saint, in his boundless compassion, we humbly ask for forgiveness for our tardiness in arriving to mend the damaged ley lines of the West, given the vast distance we traveled. The two bowed in respect. Hongjun spoke calmly. "Please take your seats swiftly." "We thank the saint for his forgiveness," they replied in unison, their eyes scanning the surroundings only to find the front row of meditation cushions fully occupied. Nevertheless, an instinctive understanding arose within them that these cushions concealed great fortunes, not to be easily relinquished. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, their eyes drifting towards Nuwa. Qingshuan's gaze, as cold as frost, swept over them, and they instantly understood that this woman was not to be trifled with. Their eyes shifted to the Sanqing, whose essences melded seamlessly, as if divinely ordained, evoking a sense of helplessness in their hearts. Reluctantly, they turned their attention to the nearest Kunpeng. However, Kunpeng had already discerned their intentions, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes, and his voice, sharp as an icy blade, cut through the air. "My position is not for the likes of you to covet." Jane and Junti then subtly redirected their gaze to Hongyun, calculating in their hearts that this companion appeared the most amiable. Thus, they earnestly requested Hongyun to relinquish his seat under the pretense of their noble deed to mend the ley lines of the West. Hongyun, known for his magnanimity, readily conceded without hesitation, generously offering his cushion. Jane and Junti seized the opportunity, quickly occupying the cushion, inadvertently forcing Kunpeng from his seat. Kunpeng's wrath surged within him like a volcano, his eyes glinting with fury, poised to erupt. Yet at that moment, Hongjuan's voice resonated, declaring that the seating arrangement was final and unchangeable, marking the commencement of the discourse. Kunpeng had no choice but to suppress his anger, his gaze like a blade, sweeping over Jin and Junti, ultimately settling on Hongyun. Xinyuzi, witnessing the entire scene, could not help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 8. The Manifestation of the Tao. The unveiling of the mysteries. Hongjun sat majestically upon the cloud bed in the purple cloud palace, his gaze profound as it swept across the 3,000 guests within the hall. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Yuhua, seated gracefully upon the foremost mat. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, yet he chose not to voice it. The grand currents of the primordial realm were immutable, while the minor forces could be swayed. This was the principle of the Tao, of which Hongjun was acutely aware. However, when his gaze brushed over Qingxian, it lingered for a brief moment, a glimmer of profound intent flashing in his eyes. Qingxian felt a tightening in his chest, a sense of vigilance arising within him. What could be the meaning behind Hongjun's action? Though anxiety gripped his heart, he dared not reveal it, choosing instead to center his thoughts and await Hongjuan's discourse. Hongjun's voice, resonant as a mighty bell, reverberated throughout the purple cloud palace. This teaching shall unfold in 3 sessions, with each session comprising 100 yuan meetings, followed by a single yuan meeting. The first lecture pertains to the great Tao of the Deluo, Golden Immortal. Before he could finish his words, a sudden transformation swept through the purple cloud palace. Golden lotuses erupted from the ground, celestial flowers cascaded from above, and the atmosphere brimmed with the vast resonance of the Tao, allowing for rapid enlightenment. Qingxian felt himself enveloped by an extraordinarily profound aura. Gently closing his eyes to immerse himself in the experience, he discerned the laws of the universe here, as clear and flowing as a gentle stream, each ripple seemingly within reach. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he realized the clarity of the laws here presented an unparalleled opportunity for comprehension. He directed a fragment of his consciousness to absorb Hongjuan's elucidation of the great Tao, aiming to rectify his own deficiencies while wholeheartedly striving to grasp the essence of the laws. He vaguely speculated that Hongjuan's teachings might have utilized the creation jade disc in his possession to achieve an impeccable impartation of wisdom. On the cloud bed, Hongjun's gaze sharpened slightly, contemplating deeply. This child is a variable. Though he did not articulate it, he had already etched Qingshuan's presence in his mind. The 3,000 guests in the hall were enraptured by Hongjuan's Daoic sound, lost in a trance as they each sought to understand their own path. However, the 12 ancestral witches were distinct from the rest. Di Jiang and his companions, unable to comprehend Hongjuan's teachings, succumbed to slumber, while only Hutu and Xianyuan strained to support themselves, striving to uncover a glimmer of opportunity. Within the purple cloud palace, the resonance of the Tao flowed and the laws intertwined, showcasing the myriad forms of existence. Hongjuan's voice echoed like celestial music, as if revealing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, the profound mysteries of the great Tao. Time in the primordial realm is unrecorded. One yuan meeting has passed. As the Daoic sound gradually dissipated, the great powers awakened from their profound insights, their expressions reflecting an unfulfilled longing. Qing Xian and the others slowly opened their eyes, a hint of regret glimmering within their gazes. This lecture had allowed Qing Xuan's primordial spirit to transcend, achieving the pinnacle of the great Tao, stepping into the realm of the Deluo. Furthermore, his understanding of the pure world law had once again advanced, now reaching 15%. With diligent seclusion, he could soon ascend to the state of the primordial golden immortal. Hong Jun spoke calmly, his voice resonating within the purple cloud palace. This lecture has concluded. After 100 yuan meetings, I shall expound upon the path of the quasi-saint. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian immediately responded with reverence. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for imparting your teachings. The other great powers echoed his sentiments, their voices united. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for imparting your teachings. Hong Juan's gaze deepened as he regarded Qing Xian, imbued with significance. The Tao comprises 50, while heaven manifests 49. Humanity eludes one. The grand currents are difficult to reverse, yet the minor forces can be shifted. Take heed of your own path. A tremor coursed through Qing Xuan's heart as he lifted his gaze towards Hong Jun, only to realize that the other great beings remained oblivious to the words spoken. It dawned upon him that Hong Jun had discerned his emergence as a variable in this primordial chaos. This statement served as both a reminder and a warning. Qing Xian felt a chill within, pondering that the path ahead necessitated a more prudent approach. As the lecture in Zixiao came to a close, the myriad of powerful beings dispersed like clouds scattered by the wind, each returning to their own abodes. The three from Qing Xian bid farewell to the sisters of Shi and took to the clouds, soaring towards Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Ho Tu and the others had long departed. For them, this lecture had proven to be a futile endeavor, yielding no gain. Friends, please hold on. A voice called from behind, causing Qing Xuan's heart to tighten. He thought to himself, before the calamity of divinity arrives, what brings Shen Gongbao here? As he contemplated, two figures approached, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Hong Yun clasped his hands in salute and smiled. I am Hong Yun. It is a pleasure to meet the three esteemed friends. Zhen Yuanzi also nodded with a smile, saying, I am Zhen Yuanzi, pleased to make your acquaintance. The trio from Qing Xian, seeing this, introduced themselves in kind. Qing Xian inquired, what guidance do you wish to impart that prompted you to call us? Zhen Yuanzi replied with a slight smile. My old friend Hong Yun has always enjoyed forging connections with fellow Taoists. Earlier, within the Zixiao Palace, I sensed that the three of you possess extraordinary grace. Hence I sought to engage. Qing Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Might I inquire where you two intend to journey next? Just as Hong Yun was about to respond, he felt a tremor in his primordial spirit, as if a spiritual treasure was about to manifest, resonating with him. Simultaneously, Nuwa also sensed something amiss, a peculiar expression crossing her features. Noticing the change in Nuwa's demeanor, Qing Xian asked, Nuwa, do you perceive something? A glimmer of joy flickered in Nuwa's eyes as she softly replied, I sense that a spiritual treasure is on the verge of emerging, one that is connected to me. Hong Yun nodded in agreement, saying, I too share this feeling. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian, Fuxi, and Zhen Yuanzi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. At their level of cultivation, such a spiritual resonance could not arise without cause. It must indicate the emergence of a heavenly spiritual treasure intertwined with their fates. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Xian declared, if that is the case, let us proceed together. If my intuition serves me right, this treasure should materialize at Mount Buzhou. His words elicited a mix of curiosity and skepticism in the gazes of Nuwa and the others. Qing Xian smiled serenely, saying, let us set aside this matter for now. Acquiring the treasure is of utmost importance. With Nuwa and Hong Yun both sensing the same, Qing Xian had already deduced that the treasure must indeed be the legendary 10-great innate supreme spirit root, the calabash vine. He had previously searched for it at Mount Buzhou, but found nothing, not even the 24th-grade creation green lotus. It seemed the timing had not yet arrived, as the heavens obscured it and the spiritual treasure remained hidden. Now, With the opportunity presenting itself, the heavenly treasures were destined to reveal themselves. Mount Buzhou stood majestically, bridging the heavens and the earth, its grandeur akin to a colossal pillar supporting the primordial sky. Upon their arrival, they beheld the mountain aglow with radiant hues and auspicious energies. As the spiritual essence of the world converged into a sea of ethereal melodies, as if the Tao itself were manifesting in this place, shrouded in profound mysteries. The calabash vine emerged from a concealed area of Mount Buzhou, its tendrils coiling like a celestial dragon, winding upwards towards the heavens. Suspended upon it were 7 colored precious calabashes, each imbued with the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. A kaleidoscope of 7 colored radiance intertwines, exuding an overwhelming aura that reverberates across the realms, as if the very essence of the Tao resounds, invoking a harmonious resonance between heaven and earth. In the distance, countless formidable beings arrive in succession, each displaying their extraordinary prowess in a bid to seize this unparalleled opportunity. The 3 pure ones ascend upon clouds, crowned by the exquisite earthly Huang pagoda, with Huang energy cascading down, impervious to all laws, embodying the natural cadence of the Tao. From the west, the guiding presence of Amitabha Buddha, accompanied by the radiant brilliance of the 7 treasures, casts a golden light that is both awe-inspiring and formidable. The solar star Emperor June, employing the Golden Crow's transformation technique, unleashes a golden light that pierces the heavens like a sun traversing the sky. The Blood Sea and Nether River stand upon a blood-hued lotus platform, their sanguine energy soaring, a tempest of slaughterous intent sweeping across the expanse. The western Queen Mother of Kunlun arrives majestically, riding on a phoenix, her celestial grace enveloped by swirling, auspicious clouds. Furthermore, other esteemed guests from the Purple Cloud Palace, drawn by this momentous event, gather in unison. The manifestation of the spiritual treasure heralds a rare opportunity. Yet with many contenders and limited resources, an inevitable battle for dominance looms on the horizon. Chapter 9. The Chaotic Bell and the Contest of Gourds at the foot of Mount Buzhou, where the gourd vines manifest in the mortal realm. I am Pangu, one of the 3 pure ones. This treasure is fated to be with us. As the words fell, 3 gourds on the vine detached themselves, transforming into 3 strands of profound light that soared into the hands of the 3 pure ones. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing that the spiritual treasure had chosen its masters, an undeniable act of heavenly will. Observing the pinnacle of Taiji's great Tao, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who were at the late stage of the Great Luo, along with the exquisite treasure tower of heaven and earth hovering above, exuding a divine aura that rendered all laws futile. No one dared to approach and challenge its brilliance. Qing Xian nodded slightly, gesturing for Nuwa and Hong Yun to step forward. Sensing the call, 2 more gourds detached themselves, flying into the hands of Nuwa and Hong Yun. Thus, 5 of the 7 gourds had been claimed, leaving only 2 remaining. Qing Xian was flanked by 5 formidable beings. Although the assembly felt a pang of reluctance, none dared to contest. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi stepped forward, intent on claiming the 6th gourd, only to be met by several figures that suddenly obstructed their path. Dong Wang Gong, Ming Jian, Zhuan Ti, and 4 otherworldly guests. Zhuan Ti clasped his hands together, his tone benevolent yet firm. Esteemed friends, the West is barren and spiritual treasures are rare. This gourd is destined for our realm, and we kindly ask you to yield it. Ming He let out a cold laugh, standing atop the 12th-grade fiery lotus, wielding the dual swords of Yuan Tu and Abi, emanating a murderous aura that swept the surroundings. This gourd belongs to me, the last one you may contest amongst yourselves. What say you? Tai Yi smirked coldly, his aura surging dramatically as he raised his hand, manifesting the innate treasure, the chaotic bell. The resounding chime echoed, suppressing time and space, embodying both offense and defense. Emperor Jun, equally unwilling to back down, unfurled the He Tu and Luo Shu in his hands, arcane runes swirling, mastering the forces of heaven and earth. The late-stage Great Luo Jingxian powers of the two erupted unreservedly, causing the expressions of the obstructing figures to grow grave. The four worldly guests, unfamiliar to Qing Xian, recognized their disadvantage and quietly withdrew, unwilling to further involve themselves. Meanwhile, Dong Wang Gong brandished the superior innate spiritual treasure, the pure Yang sword, its blade radiating a chilling light, while above him floated the pure Yang pearl, shining brilliantly, an imposing aura surging forth. Jie and Zhuan likewise summoned their treasures, the 6 roots pure bamboo enveloped in ethereal light, and the 7 treasures marvelous tree cascading with 7-colored brilliance. Their might overwhelming. The 3, alongside the venerable ancestor Ming He, charged at Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, their divine abilities and treasures intertwining, shaking the very heavens. Qing Xian observed the battle with fervor, particularly captivated by the 12th-grade fiery lotus. The 4 united in a single strike, their power seemingly capable of tearing apart the barriers of the primordial world, hurtling towards Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Tai Yi's expression turned grim, as the chaotic bell resonated with a thunderous clang, its body emanating chaotic energy, forming an intangible barrier that forcefully repelled the catastrophic assault. However, even such a supreme treasure as the chaotic bell could not entirely dissipate the terrifying force. Tai Yi's complexion flushed slightly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, indicating he had sustained an injury. Despite being top-tier powers of the primordial world, after a single strike, the 4 paused in unison, exchanging meaningful glances, each reflecting profound understanding. They were acutely aware that Tai Yi, the master of the Chaos Bell, possessed unfathomable power. Forging a deadly enmity over a single spiritual treasure was far from a prudent course of action. In the primal world, strength reigned supreme. Yet one must also weigh the pros and cons to remain invincible. The ancestor of the underworld river nodded in agreement, stating that it was indeed unwise to entangle oneself with such a formidable foe for the sake of a single treasure. With that, he sheathed his artifact and retreated to the side. Seeing this, both Jane and Zhuan exchanged glances and concurred. In that case, we shall withdraw as well. Tai Yi snorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. However, Dijun maintained a serene demeanor, gesturing for Tai Yi to restrain himself. He then turned towards the gourd vine and retrieved the 6th gourd, subsequently vanishing into the horizon in a flash alongside Tai Yi. As the 6th gourd was plucked by Dijun, the 7th gourd, still not fully matured, began to wither at a visible pace, its spiritual radiance dimming rapidly as if it had exhausted its last vestige of essence. The surrounding powerful beings shook their heads in lamentation. Despite the extraordinary nature of the gourd vine, having birthed 6 innate spiritual treasures was the pinnacle of its potential. And now, with its essence depleted, it seemed devoid of further vitality. After a moment of reflection, the crowd dispersed like fleeting lights, leaving only Qing Xian and his companions, along with Jane and Zhuan from the west. Qing Xian watched as the Queen Mother of the West elegantly departed, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. This woman would later be enshrined by the Tao ancestor as the foremost among female immortals, yet she remained serene and unassuming, embodying the profound wisdom that often masquerades as simplicity. Jane and Zhuan's gaze fell upon the withering gourd vine, a flicker of greed igniting within their eyes as they prepared to approach. However, Qing Xian stepped forward, positioning himself before them, and calmly stated, "This treasure is fated to be mine. I kindly ask my fellow Taoists to withdraw." As his words lingered in the air, Qing Xian unleashed the overwhelming aura of his Tao attainment, causing the surrounding space to momentarily freeze. Niwa and the others stood resolutely behind Qing Xian, their expressions stern, clearly indicating their stance. Realizing the futility of their ambitions, Jane and Zhuan sighed. "It appears this treasure is indeed beyond our reach. Farewell, dear friends. May we meet again at the Zixiao Palace." With that, their figures shimmered and transformed into 2 brilliant beams of golden light, vanishing into the sky, leaving behind a tranquil expanse and the withered gourd vine, which seemed to narrate the tales of opportunities and frustrations within the primal realm. Qing Xian waved his sleeve lightly, and 3 bottles of the 3 luminary divine water flew forth, shimmering and translucent, with divine light swirling around them. He gestured, and the waters transformed into 3 streams of light, cascading over the gourd vine. The last gourd, which had appeared somewhat withered, instantly rejuvenated, its vines unfurling and spiritual light radiating forth. As the 3 bottles of divine water were exhausted, Qing Xian produced another 3, repeating the process until he had utilized no less than 10 bottles. Eventually, the final gourd reached full maturity, and in an instant, boundless divine light surged skyward, shaking the very heavens and earth. The quality of this gourd had ascended to the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. Had it not been for the constraints of the heavenly Tao, Qing Xian speculated it might even aspire to become an innate supreme treasure. The gourd detached on its own, transforming into a stream of purple-black light that gracefully landed in Qing Xuan's palm. He focused intently, observing the swirling chaos within the gourd, as if it harbored an uncharted world waiting to be unveiled. In Qing Xian's heart, there was a quiet joy. This treasure could be referred to as the Chaos Gourd. If it were to be utilized to create a realm in the future, it would surely bring forth great transformations. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, my friend, on acquiring this supreme treasure. I perceive that this gourd possesses extraordinary vitality. It must be the most potent among the 7. Huang also smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed friends, for your assistance. Without your support, I could never have obtained this treasure." Qing Xian nodded slightly, his gaze shifting toward the gourd vine and the soil beneath, and he calmly remarked, "Taoist Niwa, this gourd vine and the soil are also rare treasures of the world. You should take them, for they may prove to be of great use." Upon hearing these words, the others began to notice the extraordinary qualities of the gourd vine and the soil. Niwa's eyes gleamed momentarily, and with a gentle wave of her sleeve, she gathered both items. Qing Xian then turned to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, speaking in a serene tone, "Dear friends, we have all gained insights from the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. It would be prudent for us to retreat for contemplation. Let us reconvene at the Purple Cloud Palace after the Yuan meeting." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chaos Bell, an innate supreme treasure, transformed from the handle of the heaven-opening axe, suppresses the primordial chaos of time and space, integrates offense and defense with chaotic energy, subdues forces and fortunes. Chaos Gourd, an innate, exquisite spiritual treasure, embodies chaos and evolves all things, subdues forces and fortunes, impervious to all laws, devours all. Returning to the source, conceals heavenly secrets, integrates offense and defense with unparalleled power. 12-petal Karma Fire Red Lotus, an innate, exquisite spiritual treasure, incinerates all karmic retribution, subdues forces and fortunes. When the red lotus blooms, it forms a barrier of karmic fire, providing unmatched defense, counters malevolent entities. Yuan-Tu, Sword, Abhijna Sword. Both are innate, exquisite spiritual treasures, born alongside the ancestor of the Dark River, embody pure slaughtering power, capable of severing karmic ties and annihilating all. When combined, their killing force reaches its zenith. 12-petal Merit Golden Lotus, an innate, exquisite spiritual treasure, contains immeasurable merit, subduing forces and fortunes. Its merit barrier provides unrivaled defense. 6 Roots of Purity Bamboo, an innate, exquisite spiritual treasure, purifies the 6 senses, sealing human perception. Plunging one into chaos, dispels illusions, purifies the soul, protects the law, and drives away evil. 7 Treasures Marvelous Tree, an innate, exquisite spiritual treasure. Nothing escapes its grasp. Capable of producing magical treasures and weapons, subdues forces and fortunes. Its 7-color divine light barrier offers unparalleled defense. He Tu and Luo Shu, innate, exquisite spiritual treasures, encompass the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, the secrets of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, deduce heavenly secrets, subdue forces and fortunes. Pure Yang Sword, a superior innate spiritual treasure, contains supreme pure yang power. Wherever the sword strikes, it can break through. Pure yang pearl, a superior innate spiritual treasure, embodies supreme pure yang power. Its illuminating light vanquishes evil and forces it to retreat. Chapter 10. The Forbidden Mysteries of the Primordial World. The powerhouses retreat after parting ways. Qing Xian, Niuhua, Fuxi, and Zhen Yuanzi, along with Hong Yun, each embarked on their respective journeys home. Qing Xian and the two others headed directly back to Fengxi Mountain, their hearts filled with enlightenment, eager to enter seclusion and contemplate their insights. Upon returning to Fengxi Mountain, the three swiftly immersed themselves in deep meditation as the spiritual energy surged through the mountains, as if the very heavens and earth were safeguarding them. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun departed from Buzhou Mountain, soaring toward the direction of Wuzhuang Temple. Years silently passed in the sea of clouds, and the two had reached the midpoint of their journey. However, at that moment, Zhen Yuanzi suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Hong Yun, be cautious. A formidable enemy approaches. Before he could finish his warning, 6 figures abruptly materialized, encircling the two men. All 6 possessed the cultivation of the Great Luo, with 2 having reached the later stages of Great Luo, while the other 4 were at the mid-level. They concealed their true appearances, exuding a chilling aura, clearly harboring ill intentions. Hong Yun's brow knitted in concern as he inquired solemnly, "Why do you block our path, fellow Taoists?" The leader among the later stage Great Luo sneered, his voice hoarse. "Hong Yun, surrender the gourd obtained from Buzhou Mountain, and we shall depart at once." Zhen Yuanzi's gaze darkened. "Fellow Taoists, must we resort to such measures? Is there truly no way to resolve this amicably?" The 6 said nothing further, each summoning their respective treasures, swords, hammers, dusters, and staffs, all shimmering with a cold light, radiating an atmosphere of impending violence. Clearly, they had resolved to seize what they desired by force. With a sigh, Zhen Yuanzi waved his sleeve, and an ancient, substantial, book-shaped treasure materialized before him, its divine light swirling endlessly, as if it bore the weight and eternity of the earth itself. This was one of the 3 books of heaven and earth, known as the Earth Book, also referred to as the Womb of the Earth or the Treasure Tome of Heaven and Earth. The 6 were taken aback, astonished that Zhen Yuanzi possessed such a primordial defensive spirit treasure. Their confidence waned instantly as they realized their grave miscalculation. Hidden deep within Buzhou Mountain, they had secretly observed the various powerhouses who had acquired the gourds, mistakenly believing that Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were easy targets, unaware of their profound capabilities. After all, whether it be the 3 purities or the Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, all had displayed unparalleled combat prowess, instilling fear throughout the realms. They had even witnessed the awe-inspiring scene of Qing Xian revealing his mastery at the pinnacle of Great Luo, which sowed seeds of doubt in their hearts. However, upon seeing Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Qing Xian part ways, they succumbed to greed once more. Zhen Yuanzi's eyes blazed with determination as he calmly declared, "Since you insist, let us engage in battle." As his words fell, the Earth Book radiated with magnificent divine light, as if the very earth was rallying behind Zhen Yuanzi. Hong Yun also summoned his superior grade spirit treasure, the Fire Cloud Sword, enveloping the area in a crimson glow. A fierce battle was imminent. "Master, should we intervene?" Zhuan Ti's gaze flickered slightly as he whispered. Jiayin, with an expression of tranquility and eyes deep as the starry sky, slowly shook his head. "The spirit treasure in Zhen Yuanzi's possession is extraordinary, a primordial defensive treasure with profound karmic ties. We shall observe the battle and refrain from entangling ourselves in such karma." Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti contemplated momentarily before nodding. "Indeed, what you say is most astute." Thus, these two were none other than the Western figures Jiayin and Zhuan Ti. Previously, they departed in search of heavenly treasures, journeying westward. Just as the winds and clouds shifted, they paused to observe, patiently awaiting the right moment. This battle involving Zhen Yuanzi and his companions spanned several millennia. The 6 adversaries, despite their fervent attacks, were unable to inflict any harm upon Jin Yuanzi, shielded as he was by the earth scripture. Instead, they themselves suffered under his divine powers. Left in disarray, the two leaders, witnessing this, lamented, "We cannot contend against such strength. Retreat." No sooner had the words left their lips than the six figures dissipated like smoke, vanishing into the void, leaving no trace behind. Yet, Zhen Yuanzi did not retract his aura. Rather, he continued to channel the earth scripture, even invoking the primal forces of the earth, enveloping himself and the crimson cloud within. The crimson cloud, sensing this, inquired with curiosity, "Tao brother, the formidable foes have retreated. Why maintain such vigilance?" Zhen Yuanzi, with a gaze profound, shook his head slowly and replied, "Though the overt enemy has withdrawn, the covert enemy may yet arise. We must not be complacent." In the shadows, the beings known as Jin and Jundi, realizing there was no opportunity to exploit, reluctantly took their leave. Only then did Zhen Yuanzi exhale a sigh of relief, stating, "This tribulation has passed, my friend. This battle has lingered long. We must hasten back to Huang Temple to enter seclusion." The crimson cloud nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed." Shortly thereafter, news spread throughout the primordial realm regarding the emergence of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots atop Mount Buzhou, bearing 7 innate spiritual treasures in the form of gourds, igniting envy among countless powerful beings who lamented the rarity of such fortune. The 3 pure ones, Emperor Jun, Tai, Mingyi, and Qing Xian, having displayed unmatched combat prowess, were directly classified as beings not to be trifled with, their presence commanding great respect across the primordial realm. Subsequently, the tale of Zhen Yuanzi and the Crimson Cloud's confrontation with the 6 mighty beings also circulated widely, solidifying their names among those not to be provoked, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Particularly, the earth scripture wielded by Zhen Yuanzi, capable of harnessing the primal forces of the earth, incited considerable trepidation among the powerful. Should he be cornered, he could directly invoke the earth veins with the scripture, establishing the great moral array, attacking as if targeting the very earth itself. Without the protection of virtue, one might swiftly invite the retribution of heaven and earth. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, with 90 epochs passing, 10 epochs remained until the second lecture at Zixiao. Qing Xian, having secluded himself for 90 epochs, solidified his cultivation, breaking through the shackles of the Luo and stepping into the early stages of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. He then set about refining the chaos gourd, seeking to unravel its mysteries. However, the path of cultivation ultimately leads to the unavoidable bottleneck. Qing Xian's comprehension of the pure world laws stagnated at 19%, making no further progress. In desperation, he turned to the chaos gourd to comprehend the chaos laws, ultimately achieving a glimmer of insight and stepping over the threshold to grasp 1%. Upon emerging from seclusion, Qing Xian received a message from Nuwa, learning that she had already concluded her seclusion an epoch prior, and her mastery of the 3 paths had reached the pinnacle of the Luo, her power surpassing previous heights. Meanwhile, Fuxi remained in seclusion. Through his divine sense, Qing Xian discovered that Fuxi had reached the late stages of the Luo golden immortal, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the pinnacle of the Luo, though his physical cultivation lagged behind, still at the early stages of the Luo, exhibiting severe specialization. In the ancestral lands of the Witch Clan, Nuwa emerged from her seclusion, answering the invitation of Hutu, stepping into the territory of the Witch Clan to be a guest for an epoch. Time flows inexorably, and the bonds of friendship among Nuwa, Hutu, and Xianin have deepened, reaching a level of intimacy akin to that of close confidence, where there are no unspoken words or hidden secrets. Following the trace of Nuwa's aura, Qing Xian traverses the unyielding mountains, arriving before an ancient and venerable temple, imbued with a primal essence, the sacred site of the Witch Clan, the Pangu Temple. The Pangu Temple stands majestically, as if it bears the weight of countless epochs since the dawn of creation, evoking a profound sense of reverence. As he proceeds, Qing Xian is somewhat perplexed that he has yet to encounter any other members of the Witch Clan, nor any signs of their tribes. Could it be that the 12 ancestors of which have not yet birthed other progeny from the Panga blood pool? He harbors this doubt, but chooses to remain silent. Fellow Hutu, fellow Xianin, is Qing Xian who comes to visit. Qing Xian channels his spiritual energy, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, piercing through the void to reach the depths of the temple. In a moment, 3 figures emerge from within the temple: Hutu, Xianin, and Yuhua. Chapter 11. The Blood Pool of the Witch Clan. The great witch Qing Yao in the Panga temple. Qing Xian receive an invitation to enter the sacred hall. Inside, the cosmos unfolded in vastness, seemingly creating a realm of its own, with an atmosphere of profound majesty that evoked a sense of reverence. Upon her arrival, Yuan inquired, "Qing Xian, has your elder brother emerged from his seclusion?" Qing Xian responded with a gentle smile, "Not yet. Judging by his aura, he seems poised to break through to the pinnacle of the Luo, aiming directly for the realm of Hunyuan." His gaze shifted, curiosity flickering as he turned to Hutu. "Dear friend Hutu, does the witch clan possess only 12 ancestral witches?" Hutu replied, "There exists a 13th, known as Jiu Feng, a great witch of our bloodline. Alas, she has not yet achieved the status of an ancestral witch like the rest of us." A thought stirred within Qing Xian. As he contemplated, it appears that the ancestral witches have yet to merge their essence with the Panga blood pool to create the myriad beings of the witch clan. After a brief reflection, he spoke, "I have heard that all 12 ancestral witches emerged from the Panga blood pool. Might I have the fortune to behold it?" Hutu smiled softly, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. "There is no reason you should not." Niwa had also inquired about the blood pool upon her arrival to the witch clan. It seems that the mighty ones of the primordial realm are indeed quite curious about this pool. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian turned to Niwa, only to find her expression serene and unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Hutu exchanged a knowing glance with Xian Ming before rising. "If that is the case, we shall escort you to view the Panga blood pool." With that, they led the way, and Qing Xian followed closely, heading towards the enigmatic Panga blood pool. At the edge of the blood pool, Qing Xian stood, his gaze profound, his heart shaken. What lay before him was no mere blood pool. It was an expansive sea of blood. Above the pool, 10 ancestral witches, including Di Jiang, Gong Gong, and Zhu Rong, sat cross-legged, enveloped in a dense aura of malevolence, eyes closed in concentration, seemingly resonating with the blood pool. Qing Xian furrowed his brow, lost in thought yet hesitant. Hutu, noticing his unusual demeanor, urged, "Dear friend Qing Xian, do not hesitate to speak your mind." After a moment of contemplation, Qing Xian finally voiced his thoughts. If the power of the blood pool cannot nurture new ancestral witches, what are the other witch clans? Have you ever attempted to actively harness the power of the blood pool to cultivate other witch clans? Since the ancestral witches are formed from the essence of the Panga deity, could we not use the essence of the ancestral witches as a catalyst to birth new great witches? Upon hearing these words, Hutu and Xian Ming's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. Hutu nodded slightly, gratitude lacing his tone. "Thank you, dear friend Qing Xian, for this revelation. We had not considered this approach." Nearby, Nuar raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Hutu, what do you mean by this?" Hutu's demeanor turned serious as he explained. "Though our ancestral witches are born of the essence of the father deity, the decline of the witch clan has left us with only 13 members, making it difficult to expand our numbers. This Panga temple, though grand, feels desolate. We yearn day and night for the blood pool to once again nurture our brothers and sisters. Yet, for many years, the blood pool has remained silent, unfulfilled in our hopes. Today, thanks to your insight, dear friend Qing Xian, I realize that if the blood of our father deity can nurture us, we too can emulate this by using our own essence to cultivate our bloodline tribes and strengthen the witch clan." Upon hearing this, Nuwa's eyes shimmered with approval as she softly remarked, "I see, Hutu my friend, why not give it a try? Perhaps this method may alleviate the woes of the witch clan." Hutu and Xianin exchanged knowing glances, their hearts ignited with enlightenment. They immediately summoned their primal forces, using their own essence as a conduit and merged it into the Panga blood pool. In an instant, the blood pool surged, resonating with the very fabric of the cosmos. And two figures gradually materialized from its depths, their bodies exuding a tremendous aura, as oppressive as an abyss. The two newly emerged witches bore the bloodline of the great witches and bowed deeply, their voices resonating like thunder. We pay our respects to the ancestral witch, thanking her for bestowing us with new life. Hutu gazed upon one of the great witches with a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes and declared, "I shall name you Day." Xianin, with a smile, conferred the name Yushur upon the other great witch. Qingshuan's gaze sharpened momentarily, reflecting a quiet awe. So, these will be the great witches, Dei and Yushur, who will one day instill fear across the vast wilderness. With a thought, Hutu once more activated the power of the blood pool, striving to manifest more kin. As the pool roiled, countless ordinary witches emerged. Though lacking the might of the great witches, they nonetheless formed the foundation of the clan. Witnessing this, Hutu and Xianin were filled with joy and endeavored to extract more of their primal essence, hoping to create another direct descendant of the great witches. Yet this time, their efforts bore no fruit. Their brows furrowed slightly. Their gazes shifted toward Qing Xian, as if seeking answers. Qing Xian, with an expression of calm detachment, said nothing, but lightly tapped with his fingertip, causing a drop of primal essence, imbued with boundless Taoist principles, to fly from his being and descend into the Panga blood pool. Hutu and Xianin reacted swiftly, channeling the power of the blood pool to amalgamate Qingshuan's essence with the remnants of the ancestral witch-s blood. Momins Latte. Another great witch emerged from the pool, her aura profound and oceanic, surpassing even that of Dei and Yushur. As this new great witch came into existence, her blood energy surged like tides, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if embodying the ultimate truths of the universe. Yet her form resembled that of a child, exquisitely carved, with an air of innocence and grace. She extended her small hand, offering a graceful bow to Qing Xian, her voice ringing clear as silver bells. Child pays homage to the Father God. She then turned to Hutu and Xianin, bowing once more with a tone that blended youthfulness and reverence. "I pay my respects to the Mother God." Qing Xian, Hutu, and Xianin were momentarily taken aback, a blush subtly gracing the cheeks of Hutu and Xianin, hinting at a sense of bashfulness. Since their inception, although they were ancestral witches, they had never anticipated such a circumstance, suddenly finding themselves with a child. Qingshuan's eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring, "Have I just acquired child?" His gaze shifted to Dei and Yushur, noting their towering forms and immense energy, and he felt even more bewildered. These two appear quite normal, yet why does she look like this? Truly, how strange. The little girl, noticing Qingshuan's shock, beamed at him, her eyes sparkling with brilliance akin to the stars. "Father God, Mother God, I was born from the fusion of your essences. Thus you are naturally my Father God and Mother God. Moreover, Father God, I know your secret." Upon hearing this, Nuwa, Hutu, and Xuanin's eyes narrowed, all glancing toward Qing Xian, as if inquiring about the nature of his secret. She blinked her large eyes, which seemed to hold profound meaning. A jolt of realization struck Qing Xian, and his voice trembled slightly. "Change is rare, yet constants remain. Symbols reveal their quadrants." Without hesitation, she replied, her tone infused with a playful spirit. Qing Xian felt as if the very heavens were collapsing. This girl had indeed inherited some of his memories. Taking a deep breath, he inquired once more, "How much have you inherited?" She tilted her small head in contemplation, responding, "I'm not sure, just some fragments of mathematics and chemistry. I don't quite understand. However, I do possess some insights about the future of the witch clan. Only fragments of memories. Regarding the primordial world, Qing Xian only retained fragments of memories related to the witch clan." Enhua, Hutu, and Xian Yuan exchanged glances, bewildered by the cryptic conversation unfolding before them, their minds swirling with confusion and questions. Qing Xian, with a profound gaze, slowly declared, "This matter pertains to the cosmic causality. It must not be spoken of lightly." Since you and I share this fateful connection, you shall be named Qingyao." Upon hearing this, Qingyao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gracefully bowed and said, "Thank you, Father God, for bestowing me this name. I shall not fail to live up to it, and will follow you in the pursuit of the Great Way." Hutu and Xianyuan exchanged knowing looks, their expressions revealing a blend of resignation and surprise. Hutu sighed softly, remarking, "It is unexpected that our clan's great, which would follow Qing Shan." "My friend." Xianyuan shook his head slightly, his tone laced with teasing. "Well, since it is fate, we cannot force it. But, dear Qing Shan, do not neglect the well-being of our clan's people." At this, Qingyao's eyes sparkled with light as she gracefully moved, taking hold of Hutu's and Xuanyuan's sleeves, and said sweetly, "Oh, revered Mother God, how could I ever bear to leave you? No matter the time, I will always be your child." Hutu and Xianyuan felt a warm surge in their hearts, their gazes softening with affection. Hutu gently caressed Qingyao's hair, speaking tenderly, "Qingyao, you are truly obedient. Your Mother God cannot bear to part with you." Xianyuan nodded with a smile, lightly tapping Qingyao's forehead, playfully saying, "You, my dear girl, certainly know how to endear yourself to others." Meanwhile, Inhua, with her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed, observed the harmonious scene among the four, an inexplicable feeling stirring within her heart. Chapter 12. The Direct Lineage Great Witch, Empress Qingyao before the Pango Divine Temple at the Blood Pool. Qingxian spoke in a low voice, "I believe there can only be one direct lineage Great Witch." A flicker of profundity passed through his gaze. Upon hearing this, Inhua gracefully waved her delicate hand, extracting a drop of primordial essence blood and sending it into the Pangu blood pool. Hutu and Xianin also cast their spells once more. However, the blood pool remained undisturbed, descending into silence without yielding a new direct lineage Great Witch. Inhua's brow furrowed slightly, her beautiful eyes glancing at Qingxian, seemingly inquiring about the reason behind this failure. Observing her expression, Qingshuan's demeanor turned grave as he produced another drop of primordial essence blood. This drop, once separated from his body, caused his aura to wane slightly, rendering his complexion somewhat pale. Hutu and Xianin exhibited similar signs of fragility, their exquisite features revealing a hint of weakness. Yet, the blood pool remained utterly still, in their attempt to cultivate a direct lineage great which once again ended in failure. Inhua, Hutu, and Xianin all displayed expressions of confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Qingxian slowly articulated, "I can ascertain that there can only be one direct lineage Great Witch. As for the failure of Inhua's essence blood, I have two hypotheses. Firstly, the power of the primordial essence blood may be insufficient. Having attained the status of a Hongmeng golden immortal, my essence blood naturally far surpasses the ordinary. Secondly, it may be related to my origins. I am transformed from the chaotic blue lotus seed, the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The intricacies within may hold the key." Upon hearing these words, Inhua and the others were taken aback, not anticipating the extraordinary nature of Qingshuan's origins. Hutu and Xianin exchanged glances and promptly awakened the remaining 10 ancestor witches in training, elaborating on the matter in detail. Upon learning this, Di Jiang and the others could hardly contain their excitement, each eagerly retrieving their own primordial essence blood to invoke the power of the Panga blood pool. After a considerable time, the blood pool surged with tumultuous waves, and 9 figures gradually emerged. Aside from the failure of the ancestor witch Qiangliang, Qingxian speculated that this was due to the presence of the 9 phoenixes. Thus, if the 9 phoenixes were counted as direct lineage great witches of Qiangliang, then all 12 ancestor witches had successfully birthed their respective direct lineage great witches, which were as follows. 1. Di Zhang's direct lineage great witch Kong Jin 2. Zhu Jiuyin's direct lineage great witch Yu Shi 3. Zhu Rong's direct lineage great witch Hui Zheng 4. Gong Gong's direct lineage great witch Xiang Lu 5. Rusho's direct lineage great witch Xiang 6. Zhu Meng's direct lineage great witch Qing Wu 7. Xuanin's direct lineage great witch Yu Shi. Xiangliang's direct lineage great witch Jiu Feng 9. Tian Wu's direct lineage Great Witch, Feng Bo 10. Shibai Shi's direct lineage Great Witch, Shi XN 11. Shi Zi's direct lineage Great Witch, Lei Zhe 12. Hutu's direct lineage Great Witch, De E. The order here also reflects the ranking of the ancestor witches. In addition to the aforementioned 12 direct lineage Great Witches, the blood pool also birthed 3 Great Witches, Xing Tian, Qiyu, and Kuafu. Each of these 3 Great Witches established their own clans, becoming the most formidable tribes within the witch clan, aside from the 12 ancestor witches' direct lineages. United, Di Jiang and the other ancestor witches harnessed the power of the Panga blood pool to give rise to countless members of the witch clan, dividing them into 15 major tribes. Each tribe was led by a great witch, with the notable exception of Qingyao. Including Qingyao, the witch clan comprised 12 ancestor witches and 16 great witches. In the primordial dawn of the great shaman's existence, they ascended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, the lesser shaman, upon birth, resided within the domain of the Golden Immortal. Although the bloodline power of the shamanic clan is formidable, it is not without its constraints. Should the great shaman aspire to transcend to the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, they must first elevate their bloodline to that of the ancestral shaman. Likewise, for the lesser shaman to enter the realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal, they too must advance to the bloodline of the great shaman. This is a limitation imposed by the cosmos, a formidable challenge, yet one that still harbors opportunities. Legend has it that when the divine Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth, a malevolent aura permeated the expanse, boundless and pervasive. This dark energy fused with Pangu's essence, infiltrating the bloodline of the shamanic clan, thus intertwining their fates with this chaotic force from birth. Though the malevolent energy is turbulent and unruly, it accelerates the physical ascent of the shamanic kin, rendering them uniquely endowed. However, this energy wields a double-edged sword, capable of corroding the minds of living beings, plunging them into a state of bloodthirsty ferocity. Had it not been for the shamanic clan's inheritance of Pangu's physical techniques, specifically the 9 transformations of profound arts, capable of suppressing the malevolent energy and even harnessing it to temper their bodies, the shamanic lineage might have already succumbed to the fate of mere feral beasts, devoid of consciousness, obliterated within the primordial chaos. The shamanic clan is graced with 3 extraordinary spirits. The first is the ancestral shaman Hutu, the last of her kind, who governs the laws of the earth and is minimally affected by the malevolent energy. In the future, she will comprehend the true essence of reincarnation, opening the gates to the underworld and achieving supreme enlightenment. The second is the great shaman Jiu Feng, whose bloodline is nearly as pure as that of the ancestral shaman, making them the most likely candidate for ascension. The third is Qing Yao, who amalgamates the primordial essences of Qing Xian, Hutu, and Xianming, born from the Panga blood pool, and is the sole entity within the shamanic clan to possess a primordial spirit. Despite being a great shaman, she inherits the purification law of Qing Xian, capable of cleansing the malevolent energy from her bloodline, thus fostering the emergence of her primordial spirit, achieving the extraordinary. In the timeless expanse of the primordial era, 8 epochs have passed. Qing Xian and Nuwa resided within the shamanic clan, accompanying Hutu and Xianming in nurturing Qing Yao's growth. This young girl, unlike other great shamans birthed from the blood pool, did not mature into adulthood upon her arrival. Instead, she retained an innocent demeanor akin to that of a mortal child, yet her intellect was unparalleled. Playful yet resolute, these traits manifested during their time together. Yaoer. The second lecture at Zixiao Palace approaches. Do you wish to accompany your father or remain with your mother Hutu and mother Xianming in the shamanic clan? Qing Xian inquired, observing the slightly grown Qing Yao after 8 epochs. With a sparkle in her eyes, Qing Yao replied sweetly, "Father, I shall not go. I still need to guide the elders in governing the shamanic clan." Though still young, Qing Yao inherited fragments of Qing Xian's past memories, and these snippets were sufficient to aid the shamanic clan's flourishing. Emperor Jiang, upon hearing this, was filled with delight. despite the shamanic clan's unmatched martial prowess. They lacked a unifying leader, thus viewing Qing Yao as the helm of the clan and nurturing her with care. Qing Yao accepted this with joy, proclaiming loudly within the Pangat temple, "I shall be the sovereign of the shamanic clan. You may call me Empress Qing Yao." Upon hearing this, Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering, what memories of mine has Yao inherited? Could they all be from the novels of my past life? Never mind, he thought, weary yet resolute. I shall support her in her endeavors. Farewell, father and mother Nuwa. Qing Yao waved her small hand, bidding adieu to Qing Xian and Nuwa. Why did she refer to Nuwa as mother? It was because during this epoch, Nuwa had showered Qing Yao with affection, and in a moment of cleverness, Qing Yao playfully designated her as mother. In the beginning, Nuwa appeared somewhat constrained, yet unaware of the whispered words shared between Qing Yao and herself. She ultimately refrained from dissent and graciously acquiesced. During this time, Hutu and Xianin gradually acclimated to the identity of the Divine Mother, Qing Yao. However, this did not suggest any entanglement between the three illustrious female immortals of the primordial realm and Qing Xian. Everything remained as it had been, unchanged except for the addition of a child. At Fengqi Mountain, Fuxi had emerged from his seclusion, achieving his desired pinnacle as a great Luo golden immortal. After countless years of arduous cultivation, his progress was commendable, even eliciting admiration from Nuwa, who marveled at her brother's diligence. Upon witnessing the return of the two, Fuxi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Little sister, dear friend Qing Xian, you have finally returned. I have ascended to the pinnacle of great Luo and have further comprehended the principles of the Qin." Noticing Fuxi's eagerness for praise, Nuwa sighed internally, reminding herself of the impending journey to Zixiao Palace, and with a firm yet slowly relaxing fist, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Oblivious to the tension, Fuxi remained unaware. While Qing Xian calmly remarked, "Friend Fuxi, indeed, you are extraordinary. However, your physical form requires enhancement, as it appears rather frail." Fuxi offered an awkward smile, scratching his head as he replied, "After returning from Zixiao Palace, I shall take residence in Buzhou Mountain to refine my physical body in pursuit of perfection." Chapter 13. The second lecture at Zixiao Palace. The path of the quasi-saint. In the timeless era of the primordial chaos, after a certain celestial gathering, Qing Xian, along with Nuwa and Fuxi, had arrived at Zixiao Palace, which was now open to many powerful beings. The three pure ones sat gracefully on their lotus cushions, exuding en extraordinaire aura. Upon taking their seats, Tong Tian turned and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Tong Tian of the Upper Clear, honored to meet the three fellow Taoists." Qing Xian and the others introduced themselves as well, although they had departed swiftly after acquiring the gourd during its manifestation. The three pure ones must have heard of their names by now. "I am Yuqing Yuanshi, pleased to meet you, fellow Taoists," proclaimed Yuanshi Tianzuan with a respectful gesture. "I am Taqing Laozu, honored to meet you, fellow Taoists." Taqing Laozu also saluted, his gaze profound as he fixed it upon Qing Xian for a moment, inquiring, "Have you perhaps taken that significant step forward?" "Oh, you discerned it, Taqing Taoist?" Qing Xian replied with a calm smile, showing no signs of concealment. The expressions of the three pure ones changed at this revelation. Ever since Qing Xian entered Zixiao Palace, they had been unable to perceive his cultivation level, speculating that he might have surpassed the great Luo, as mentioned by the Tao ancestor, or that some treasures were obscuring his true abilities. Upon learning that Qing Xian had indeed advanced, they were taken aback, realizing he had outstripped many powerful beings of the primordial chaos. At this moment, the three pure ones had all reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Aside from Qing Xian, they stood proudly at the summit of the mighty beings of the primordial chaos. Tong Tian expressed his admiration, saying, "Fellow Taoist Qing Xian, your achievements are truly remarkable. Yet, I am curious about the essence of the quasi-saint realm." Qing Xian shook his head lightly, his eyes shimmering with the brilliance of stars, replying, "The path I pursue is that of the Hunyuan golden immortal, which diverges from the quasi-saint path spoken of by the Tao ancestor. Therefore, its profundity remains elusive to me. Tong Tian's eyes flickered with surprise, his interest piqued. Hun Yuan Golden Immortal? Qing Xian nodded slightly, his demeanor composed. If you Tong Tian Taoist are intrigued by this path, after the Tao Ancestors lecture, perhaps we can all engage in a discussion, sharing insights that may lead to mutual enlightenment. Tong Tian, Yuan Shi, and Taching all nodded in agreement, exclaiming in unison, excellent. In the timeless era of the primordial chaos, after another celestial gathering, Zixiao Palace was once again bustling with activity. The sisters Shihe and Changxi arrived gracefully. Xinyuanzi and Han Yun also accompanied each other. Numerous powerful beings, such as Dijuan, Tai, Mingyi, Zhuangmu, Dong Wenggong, and others had gathered. As the time for the lecture approached, many of the worldly guests who had attended the previous gathering were notably absent, likely delayed, or perhaps fallen. Nevertheless, numerous new faces emerged, infusing the Zixiao Palace with renewed vitality. A prominent group of formidable beings had all ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, including the three pure ones, Niuhua, Shihe, Changxi, Fuxi, Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of Mingyi, the duo from the west, Dijuan, Tai, Dong Wenggong, Zhuangmu, and Kuanpeng, among others. Excluding the Witch Clan, though all were at the pinnacle of the great Luo, there existed variations in strength among them. The three pure ones, Niuhua, Xinyuanzi, Tai, and Mingyi were undoubtedly among the most formidable. Qing Xian's gaze shifted slightly, curiosity evident as he inquired, "My two Taoist friends, I have heard that after your departure from Mount Buzhou, you engaged in a fierce battle with others. I wonder about the details of that encounter?" Xinyuanzi remained unperturbed, stroking his beard as he replied, "The assailants were 6 great Luo Golden Immortals, each possessing considerable prowess. Had it not been for the presence of the Earth Book by my side, I might have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun displayed a look of trepidation and sighed, acknowledging, "Indeed, had it not been for the assistance of my fellow Taoist Jinyuanzi, I might have perished due to the contention over the Lingbao." Qing Xian nodded slightly, his gaze profound, and remarked, "My esteemed friends, since the threads of cause and effect have already been woven, it is inevitable that a day of reckoning will arrive." Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and smiled, his demeanor calm, and said, "What you say is indeed true." The time for the discourse approached quietly, with auspicious clouds swirling around the Zixiao Palace, and a myriad of auspicious energies enveloping the space. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun made his appearance, seated upon a cloud bed, exuding a harmonious aura that seemed to merge with the very fabric of heaven and earth. Observing this, everyone bowed deeply, in unison exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Tao ancestor." With an indifferent gaze, Hong Jun swept his eyes over the crowd, ultimately lingering upon Qing Xian for a brief moment. Qing Xian felt a shiver run through him, but upon reflection, he realized that since Hong Jun had already been aware of his status as a variable in the primordial realm and had refrained from taking action previously, he would not impose difficulties upon him now, as he had not disrupted the operation of the heavenly Tao. Truly a variable, having already ascended to the realm of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, it appears he seeks to traverse the path of the laws to attain enlightenment. Hong Yun pondered inwardly, yet revealed not a hint of his thoughts. Slowly he began to speak, his voice resonating within the Zixiao Palace. The purpose of this discourse is to expound upon the path of the quasi-saint. This forms the foundation for sanctification, the commencement of becoming a saint. All living beings possess 3 corpses, divided into the benevolent, the malevolent, and the self. To transcend the quasi-saint stage, one must sever the 3 corpses. When the 3 corpses are entirely vanquished, one reaches the pinnacle of the quasi-saint. Quasi-saint early stage. The corpses remain uncut, yet one has comprehended the path to sever the 3 corpses, beginning to accumulate cultivation and insights into the laws. Their cultivation far surpassing that of the great Luo, but not yet having severed the corpses. Upon hearing this, Cunny respectfully inquired, "Tao ancestor, how shall one go about severing these 3 corpses?" Hong Jun, with a gaze as deep as the cosmos, replied slowly, "To sever the benevolent corpse, one must delve deeply into the understanding of one's own benevolent thoughts, grasping the essence of goodness. To sever the malevolent corpse, one must confront the evil within, recognizing that greed, anger, and ignorance are the sources of malevolence, and comprehending their true nature. To sever the self-corpse, one must transcend the self, relinquishing attachment to the concept of self, attaining a state of tranquility akin to still water, thus aligning more closely with the heavenly Tao. Only then can one peel away the layers of benevolence, malevolence, and self-attachment, relying on innate spiritual treasures to condense the three corpse manifestations. As Huang Jun's words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the Zixiao Palace, with all present absorbed in the profundities of his discourse, savoring its mysteries. Tai Yi, with a respectful demeanor, clasped his hands and asked, "May I inquire, Tao Ancestor, what requirements must the spiritual treasures possess to sever the three corpses?" Huang Jun's gaze remained profound, his voice resonating like the sound of the heavenly Tao, reverberating throughout the Zixiao Palace. To sever the three corpses, one must rely on innate spiritual treasures, which can bear the manifestations of the three corpses. The higher the grade of the spiritual treasure, the more optimal the effects, and the manifestations of the three corpses will be correspondingly stronger. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi contemplated silently, refraining from further discussion. Huang Jun continued his exposition, his voice like the tolling of great bells, each word a precious gem imbued with supreme profundity. However, he noticed that both Nuo and Qing Xian were similarly engrossed in their understanding of the laws, seemingly lacking much interest in the path of severing the three corpses. Huang Jun felt a tinge of helplessness in his heart, but expressed not a single trace of it outwardly. He had long perceived that Qing Xian, as a variable in the primordial realm, was pursuing the path of the mixed Yuan golden immortal, seeking enlightenment through the laws rather than the path to sanctification through the severing of the three corpses. Likewise, Nuo appeared to share a similar inclination, focusing intently on her own understanding of the Great Tao. Yet the path of the Great Way remains fraught with challenges, awaiting Nuo's trials along the road of principles. She shall ultimately comprehend the method to sever the three corpses. This is predestined by the heavenly decree, not achieved through mere haste. Thus, her heart remains unperturbed, patiently awaiting the right opportunity. Qing Xian sits serenely upon the mat, his mind immersed in the laws of the Purple Cloud Palace, which are clearer than those of the outside world. Both the Pure World Law and the Chaos Law have seen considerable progress. Time in the primordial chaos is unrecorded. A cosmic cycle has passed. Taoist ancestor Huang Jun speaks calmly. This discourse has concluded, 100 cosmic cycles hence. I shall expound upon the path of the sages. With these words, Huang Jun's form gradually fades, dissolving into the fabric of the cosmos. Farewell, Taoist ancestor. Qing Xian and Nuo exchange knowing smiles, their eyes reflecting uncontainable joy. In this cultivation, both have gained insights, their understanding of the laws advanced, and their hearts undoubtedly elated. The three pure ones, the sisters Shiha, Zenyuanzi, and Hangyun bid farewell to Qing Xian, who reciprocates with a respectful gesture, proclaiming, "Fellow Taoists, we shall reconvene at the Purple Cloud Palace after a cosmic cycle." Subsequently, Qing Xian, Nuo, and Fuxi depart together. However, Qing Xian does not accompany Nuo and Fuxi back to Mount Buzhou. Instead, he soars directly towards the Eastern Sea. Having reached the realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he feels an inexplicable urge to seek the fabled remaining two immortal islands. If he can locate them, great fortunes await, and the Great Way is within his reach. Chapter 14. The refinement of the Law's Dragon Clan Candle Dragon in the East Sea, on the Isle of Penglai, Qingyi had long awaited by the shore. Upon seeing Qing Xian return, a flicker of joy gleamed in her eyes. With graceful steps, she approached and grasped the sleeve of Qing Xuan's garment, her voice as melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. "Elder brother, you have finally returned." Qing Xian smiled gently, ruffling Qingyi's small head with affection. His tone warm. "Is everything well on the island?" Qingyi nodded, a hint of pride illuminating her features. "Rest assured, elder brother, I have diligently cared for the spiritual plants on the island. Look, some have already taken on human forms." Following her gaze, Qing Xian beheld several spiritual roots transformed into humanoid figures, standing respectfully nearby and bowing to him. Pleased, Qing Xian nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Qingyi is quite perceptive. Once my seclusion concludes, I shall take you on a journey to explore the magnificent landscapes of this primordial land." Upon hearing this, Qingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she clapped her hands in delight. "Wonderful! Elder brother, you must keep your promise." With a smile, Qing Xian nodded, and then he escorted Qingyi around the island, gathering some spiritual fruits. Subsequently, he turned to her. "Qingyi, I will enter seclusion for a period. Upon my emergence, we shall thoroughly explore this vast world together." Qingyi solemnly nodded, her voice resolute. "Elder brother, do not worry. I shall guard you and ensure that no one disturbs your meditation." Qing Xian smiled with appreciation. "Very well. Your presence brings me peace of mind." With that, Qing Xian transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the cave dwelling at the island center. Qingyi stood outside the cave, her expression grave, resembling a guardian deity, silently protecting the sanctum of Qing Xian's meditation. Time in the primordial world is timeless. 50 Yuan assemblies have passed. Awakening from his seclusion, Qing Xian slightly opened his eyes, revealing a glimpse of primordial chaos, profound and unfathomable. Though his cultivation remained at the initial stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal, his comprehension of the laws had significantly advanced, especially regarding the chaos law. Thanks to the teachings from the Zixiao Palace and the accumulation of insights over hundreds of thousands of years, he had attained a remarkable quintessence, with the power of chaos circulating within him, faintly suggesting the capability to create worlds. Moreover, the pure world law was equally extraordinary, having reached a second-tier realm, merely a step away from the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal. The power of purification flowed like a clear spring, cleansing all things and refining the heavens and earth, its might becoming increasingly unfathomable. The path of the laws is intricate and profound, with progress often slow. Were it not for the opportunity provided by the Zixiao Palace, Qing Xian might have needed to expend endless years to achieve a breakthrough. However, he understood well that diligence is rewarded, and both opportunity and enlightenment are paramount. Above the East Sea, waves stretched endlessly, bathed in the glow of dawn. Qing Xian's figure emerged slowly from the barrier of the Isle of Penglai, accompanied by a young girl of about 10 years, Qingyi. As Qingyi stepped beyond the confines of Penglai for the first time, her lively eyes curiously surveyed her surroundings, filled with wonder as she whispered, "So this is what the outside world looks like." Noticing her reaction, Qing Xian smiled gently, his tone warm yet laced with affection. "Qingyi, come, elder brother will take you to seek treasures and explore the wonders of this primordial realm." As the voice faded, Qing Xian waved his azure sleeves, accompanied by Qing Yi, transforming into a stream of light that traversed the expanse of the East Sea, in search of the fabled two immortal islands. With laughter and joy, Qing Yi brimmed with boundless longing and delight for the vastness of the world around her. In the blink of an eye, 10 Yuan meetings slipped away. Qing Xian stood amidst the clouds, his brow slightly furrowed, murmuring to himself, "It shouldn't be this way. Why can I not find any trace of those two islands?" Qing Yi tilted her head, quietly observing Qing Xian without interruption. Throughout these 10 Yuan meetings, Qing Xian often succumbed to such contemplations, and she had long grown accustomed to it. At that moment, a clear call echoed from afar, "Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist." Qing Xian's expression shifted, and he swiftly transformed with Qing Yi into a beam of light, racing towards the source of the voice. Deep within the East Sea, Qing Xian and Qing Yi navigated through the waters, and after an indeterminate time, they arrived directly at the eye of the East Sea. This place was the source of the East Sea, where endless waters surged forth, and within the eye, chaotic energies swirled, as if connecting to the primordial essence of the world at its inception. At the center of the eye, a colossal dragon coiled, its body immense as a mountain, scales shimmering with a profound light, and its eyes radiant like the sun and moon. The giant dragon slowly spoke, its voice reverberating like thunder. "Fellow Taoist, I am the Candle Dragon, an elder of the dragon clan from days of yore." Qing Yi, witnessing such a formidable creature for the first time, felt both awe and fear, instinctively hiding behind Qing Xian, yet unable to resist peeking out. Her eyes filled with curiosity towards the imposing dragon. Qing Xian maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze piercing, and he addressed the Candle Dragon. "You are indeed the Candle Dragon? It was said you perished in the great calamity. I did not expect you to still be alive. What brings you to summon me?" The Candle Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, "I perceive that you have attained the realm of Huang Golden Immortal, your cultivation reaching the heavens. Truly rare in the primordial world. I have manifested today solely to establish a benevolent connection with you, hoping that you might look after my dragon clan in the future and grant us a sliver of hope." Upon hearing this, Qing Xian raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Your cultivation must have reached the pinnacle of Huang Golden Immortal, and your dragon clan's heritage runs deep. Why would you need my assistance? Moreover, I have no ties to your clan. Why should I exert myself for your people?" The Candle Dragon gazed deeply into Qing Xian's eyes, his own eyes as profound as an abyss, and slowly said, "I observe that you have come from the Penglai Immortal Island and have recently been roaming the East Sea, seemingly in search of something. If I am not mistaken, you are seeking the islands of Yingzhou and Fangzhong, are you not?" Qing Xian raised an eyebrow in response. "Do you know the whereabouts of those two islands?" The Candle Dragon shook his head, his whiskers gently swaying. "Though I do not know. The East Sea is governed by my dragon clan. I am willing to have the myriad beings of the East Sea search for you, hoping that you will look after my dragon clan in the future." Qing Xian, with a look of skepticism, replied, "Though I have attained the status of Huang Golden Immortal, in the grand scheme of the primordial world, I am but a mere drop in the ocean. What merit do I hold to warrant such importance from you? Furthermore, with you commanding the dragon clan, what need have you to fear others?" The Candle Dragon sighed, lowering his head slightly. "I am trapped within this eye of the sea and cannot depart. In the past, during the struggle between the three innate clans, immeasurable slaughter ensued, and I too became entangled in the karmic flames. Only within this eye of the sea can I evade the backlash of karma. Otherwise, I would have long since perished." Hearing this, Qing Xian nodded. "If that is the case, I shall acquiesce. If the Dragon Clan can assist me in locating Yingzhou and the two islands of Fangzhong, I shall certainly offer my protection to the Dragon Clan." The eyes of the Candle Dragon gleamed with intensity, its whiskers gently swaying as it declared, "Excellent. When my Dragon Clan receives news, I shall surely inform my friend." In the timeless era of the primordial world, 20 Yuan meetings have passed. Qing Xian received a message from the Candle Dragon, indicating that there were leads regarding Yingzhou and the two islands of Fangzhong. The beings of the sea, deep within the East Sea, had discovered two islands ensconced within a barrier, though it had yet to be confirmed whether these were indeed the two islands. The aura of spiritual energy beyond the barrier surged like a tide, seemingly imbued with innate opportunities. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian, accompanied by Qingyi, traversed the clouds and swiftly arrived at the location indicated by the Candle Dragon. Before him lay an island seemingly shrouded in chaos, surrounded by a swirling barrier. With flickering runes, it was unmistakably a grand primordial formation, enigmatic and unfathomable. Qing Xian stood before the formation, his eyes shimmering with divine light, as he summoned the power of a Huang Golden Immortal, attempting to breach the barrier. Yet that barrier was as solid as rock, and even with his initial cultivation as a Huang Golden Immortal, he found it difficult to stir even a fraction. Qing Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Then, with a swift motion of his sleeve, the celestial measuring ruler appeared in his grasp, its ancient form harboring immeasurable might. "Break!" Qing Xian uttered with conviction, as the celestial measuring ruler transformed into a stream of profound light, striking the barrier directly. Where the ruler fell, the barrier tore as easily as paper, creating a gaping seam. Qing Xian and Qingyi exchanged a glance, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they swiftly passed through the barrier, entering within. As the two entered, the barrier's runes began to swirl and rapidly mended, as if it had never been breached at all. Chapter 15. The primordial control of water and the jade disk of creation on the enchanting Isle of Yingzhou. Qing Xian and Qing Yi stepped into the innate formation, and Qing Xuan's spirit was jolted, instantly comprehending that this place was indeed the legendary Yingzhou Island. Consequently, the other mysterious location must undoubtedly be the Fangzhong Island. Qing Xian could hardly contain his joy, for atop the Penlai Island had appeared treasures like the celestial measuring ruler and the pure world white lotus. It was reasonable to surmise that the other two islands possessed their own island-guarding treasures, brimming with boundless opportunities. Without delay, Qing Xian led Qing Yi to the heart of the island, where a majestic control center of the innate grand formation stood tall, emanating an enigmatic aura. Qing Xian gently spoke, "Qing Yi, please meditate quietly beside me. Once I gain mastery over this island, it shall become our home." Qing Yi obediently nodded and replied softly, "Elder brother, rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate without rest, striving to enhance my strength and assist you." Qing Xian nodded slightly. Qing Yi, transformed from the 9th rank pure world white lotus, had already reached the realm of Tai golden immortal. Given time, she would undoubtedly become his invaluable ally. Having said this, Qing Xian hesitated no longer, sitting cross-legged to begin refining the control center of the innate formation. As time flowed by, 5 cycles of Yuan had swiftly passed, leaving only 15 cycles until the 3rd sermon of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Qing Xian gradually opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within. After his cultivation had progressed, the speed of refining the grand formation had indeed increased significantly. Reflecting on the past, when he refined the Penlai Island, it took him dozens of Yuan cycles. Yet now, it took merely 5, demonstrating how far his cultivation had advanced. Qing Xuan's gaze shifted slightly, observing Qing Yi seated in meditation, her aura of Tao circulating around her, which prompted a look of approval on his face. He chose not to disturb her, but instead channeled the power of the formation, his consciousness sweeping across the entire Yingzhou Island. In an instant, he sensed a tremendous force of water energy. Following its trail, he discovered a dark banner suspended in the air, which was none other than the Northern Primordial Control of Water Banner, one of the innate 5 directions banners, a treasure of the water element, classified as a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, there existed a rare spiritual root, the 5-pine tree, which bore fruit that transformed every 50,000 years, requiring 2 Yuan cycles to mature per season. This fruit nurtured the Tao fruit of the 5 elements, containing the complete essence of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Consuming it would enhance a cultivator's comprehension of the 5 elements principles, even enabling them to wield the divine powers of the 5 elements directly. Overjoyed, Qing Xian took the already ripened Tao fruit. As for the other innate spiritual roots and treasures on the island, he did not rush to seize them. After all, the island was now under his control, and they were all his possessions to claim at any time. At that moment, Qing Xuan's thoughts stirred, recalling that the date for the 3rd sermon at the Zixiao Palace was approaching. He gently called to Qing Yi, and together they transformed into a streak of light, heading toward another location provided by the Dragon Clan. After spending a little time, Qing Xian and Qing Yi arrived at the site described by the Dragon Clan, where another innate grand formation awaited them. Even a powerful Hunyuan Golden Immortal would find it challenging to breach in a short span. Fortunately, Qing Xian possessed the primordial measuring ruler. Once this treasure was unleashed, the grand formation shattered, allowing them to step inside. As expected, this place was indeed Fangzhong Island. Qing Xian made his way directly to the central grand formation, commencing the process of refinement for this island. Qing Yi, obedient and understanding, quietly engaged in meditation at the side, not disturbing a single moment. In the blink of an eye, 5 lunar festivals had passed, and the central formation of the abbot's immortal island had been refined by Qing Xian. He planned to unify the 3 immortal islands after the conclusion of the 3 lectures at the Zixiao Palace, thereby merging the 3 innate great formations into a singularly more powerful one. Once the three immortal islands were united, the spiritual energy of the island would undoubtedly surge, nourishing the spiritual roots and plants, significantly enhancing their longevity and efficacy, and rendering their foundation immeasurable. In the future, whether for cultivating disciples or expanding influence, the three immortal islands would become an unparalleled sanctuary within the primordial chaos. Even if multiple Hunyuan golden immortals were to attack, there would be no cause for fear. Qing Xian continued his search for the island's treasures, yet this time he felt a tinge of disappointment, having discovered nothing extraordinary. He pondered, how could the abbot's immortal island, one of the three immortal islands, possess only a few mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots, and the island's divine beasts and spiritual creatures? Qing Xian contemplated, suspecting that if he had not overlooked something, it was possible that a formidable being had arrived first, claiming the treasures. However, this thought was difficult to reconcile. If someone could find the abbot's immortal island, discovering the other two immortal islands would not be a challenge. So how could they overlook a treasure, such as the Hongmeng measuring ruler? Such treasures are exceedingly rare, even in the hands of Hong Jun, and could not possibly be discarded lightly. Qing Xian sat cross-legged, dispelling all distractions, and meticulously sensed every inch of the abbot's immortal island. Yet upon searching once more, he still found nothing. He could not help but sigh. Could it be that this island truly harbors no treasures? His gaze fell upon Qingyi, who was immersed in her cultivation, and he suddenly felt something unusual. A rich aura of laws enveloped her. He focused intently, and upon a cursory perception, he detected dozens of intertwining laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, electricity, devouring. Doubt filled Qing Xuan's heart. Qingyi had not comprehended these laws. Could it be that she had already obtained the island's treasures? He immediately awakened her, inquiring, Qingyi, during my seclusion, has anything unusual occurred on the island? Have you discovered any rare materials? Qingyi tilted her head in thought for a moment before shaking it, replying, Big brother, I haven't noticed anything strange. However, I did find a really beautiful stone. Upon hearing this, Qing Xuan's heart stirred. Could it be that treasure? He urged eagerly, Quickly show me, what is that stone? Qingyi flipped her palm to reveal a piece of fragmented jade. Upon seeing it, Qing Xian was overjoyed. This is a fragment of the creation jade plate. Having sensed the numerous powers of law earlier, he had already suspected its nature, and now seeing it with his own eyes filled him with ecstatic joy. Qingyi, noticing Qing Xuan's expression, obediently handed the fragment to him, saying, Big brother, this is for you. Qing Xian affectionately ruffled Qingyi's little head, smiling. My dear, Qingyi truly understands. The little girl, happy to have helped Qing Xian, skipped away to play. Qing Xian focused intently on examining the fragment of the creation jade plate and was astonished to discover that it contained the power of 11 laws. Beyond the 10 laws he had previously sensed, it also concealed an 11th law, the law of space. Qing Xuan's heart trembled. The complete creation jade plate inscribes 3,000 great laws, although this fragment retained only 11. The presence of the space law alongside the devouring law filled him with uncontainable joy. These two laws possess immense power, far surpassing ordinary laws of the same tier. For instance, the 5 elements law requires the convergence of the 5 elemental laws, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to achieve its full potential. While both the spatial law and the 5 elements law occupy the foremost echelon, incomparable to any singular elemental law. As for the devouring law, it holds paramount significance for Qing Xian, who seeks to unite the remaining lotus platforms within himself, returning to the ancestral chaos of the azure lotus. The devouring law will undoubtedly aid him in traversing this path with greater ease and depth. Qing Xian carefully stored the shards of the creation jade discs within the chaotic gourd, where the chaotic essence surged, obscuring the heavenly secrets, making it exceedingly challenging for anyone, even those wielding the other shards of the creation jade discs, to glean the slightest insight. He journeyed with Qingyi, stepping upon clouds, intent on returning to the Buzhou mountain. At this moment, it is likely that Niuhua and the others have also set forth towards the Zixiao palace. although the shards of the creation jade discs are a rare opportunity. The laws of cleansing and chaos that Qing Xian cultivates require the pervasive power of the laws within the Zixiao Palace to advance further. These shards can be contemplated gradually. There is no need for haste. Northern Xianyuan Water Control Banner, an innate top-grade spiritual treasure, one of the innate 5 directional banners, a treasure of the water system, capable of manipulating all waters, possesses healing and purifying powers, suppresses fate. Creation Jade Discs, a treasure of chaos, inscribed with the 3,000 great laws, embodying the principles of heaven and earth, deduces heavenly secrets, suppresses fate, evolves all things, aids in cultivation, subdues malevolent forces. Chapter 16. The 3 Teachings of Zixiao. The Path to Sanctification on Fengqi Mountain. Qing Xian accompanied Qingyi as they traversed the clouds, only to discover that Nuwa and Fuxi had already set off towards the Zixiao Palace, leaving behind a message for him. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Xian resolved to visit the witch clan to ascertain the recent circumstances of the young lady, Qingyao. The witch clan had flourished over nearly 100 yuan meetings, with the blood pool of Pangu continuously nourishing countless descendants. Although the Pangu shrine was vast, it had become increasingly difficult to accommodate the multitude of witches. Following deliberations among the 12 elders, it was decreed that the chief witches of each tribe would establish residences at the foot of Mount Buzhou for the purpose of propagation and sustenance. As Qing Xian and Qingyi stepped into the territory of the witch clan, the ancestral witches, including Hutu, sensed their arrival. The grand entrance of the Pangu shrine swung open, and the two entered without hesitation. Upon observation, it was evident that the witch clan's tribes had expanded significantly, yet there was a notable absence of malevolent energy, attributed to Qing Yao's stringent governance. The ancestral witches, including Emperor Jiang, held great affection for Qing Yao. In a hurried visit, Qing Xian found Qing Yao reigning as the empress among the witches, busily engaged in her duties. "Father God, have you brought me a little sister?" Qing Yao inquired with a hint of curiosity as she rose from her seat in the Pangu shrine. Qing Xian felt a slight twitch at his temple and replied helplessly, "This is your father God's sister, Qingyi. How would you address her?" Qing Yao hesitated momentarily, her expression revealing difficulty, before softly uttering, "Hello, little aunt." Qingyi chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling. "Little Qing Yao, how obedient." Qing Yao internally rolled her eyes, thinking, "I thought I had gained a sister, but it turns out she is an elder." Noticing the resemblance between the two, Qing Xian had a sudden inspiration and said with a smile, "Qing Yao, your father God must proceed to the Zixiao Palace to receive teachings. Your little aunt shall remain here in the witch clan to keep you company. You must take good care of her." Upon hearing this, Qing Yao's eyes lit up with joy as she exchanged a knowing glance with Qingyi, both smiling as if they had found a companion of their age. "Esteemed friends, I entrust Qing Yao and Qingyi to your care." Qing Xian bowed respectfully to the 12 ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang laughed heartily. "Qing Yao is the essence of brother Qing Xian and his 2 sisters, connected to our witch clan's bloodline. Little Qingyi is also our sister. Brother Qing Xian can rest assured." Hutu spoke gently. "Dear Qing Xian, do not worry. I shall look after them well." Qing Xian nodded and replied calmly, "If that is the case, I shall depart for the Zixiao Palace. After the discourse, I will return to seek your company and share in the fine nectar." Within the Zixiao Palace, the 3 purities, Nuwa, Fuxi, and Hongyuan had already taken their seats, engaged in lively conversation, clearly demonstrating their advancements in cultivation over the years. Tong Tian inquired, "Nuwa, has Qing Xian returned?" Nuwa shook her head lightly. "He has not returned. I'm also unaware of his whereabouts. Only that I heard he returned to the Eastern Taoist ground." Several yuan meetings prior, the 3 purities had visited Mount Buzhou to seek an audience with Qing Xian but had not encountered him. After discussing philosophy with Nuwa and Fuxi, they took their leave. By a stroke of fortune, the 3 purities sensed a fateful object hidden within a certain area of Mount Buzhou. Enlightened, they exchanged glances and felt that this was a significant opportunity, prompting them to journey together. Upon arriving at a primordial grand formation, they combined their powers to tear apart the array and ventured within. There, they beheld a pool adorned with 24-grade creation lotus, yet it appeared on the verge of disintegration. Taiji Laojun remarked, red flower. Yuqing Yuan noted, white lotus. In the realm of the upper clear, the sacred words of the three purities resonate. The 24 manifestations of the primordial lotus dissolve, transforming the lotus into the coiling dragon staff, which returns to the supreme clear Laozi. The white lotus morphs into the three treasures Rui, destined for the jade clear primordial beginning. And the lotus leaves evolve into the Qingping sword, belonging to the upper clear. The phrase red flowers, white lotuses, and green lotus leaves, the three teachings are originally one family, is derived from this context. As the epochs of the primordial chaos unfold, the time for the third lecture at the purple clouds has arrived. Qing Xian, initially intending to miss the teachings at the Zixiao Palace, finds himself transformed into a beam of azure light just as the palace gates are about to close, allowing him finally to take his seat. Nuwa's gaze appears laden with unspoken meaning, her words poised on the brink of revelation. Yet the Tao ancestor Hong Jun has already manifested upon the elevated platform, exuding a majestic presence, ready to impart the teachings of the sages. In this third lecture, I shall elucidate the path of the sage, as articulated by the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who succinctly directs us to the essence of sagehood, thus inaugurating the third lecture at Purple Clouds. The epochs of primordial chaos drift by languidly. A single epoch passes in the blink of an eye. The resonant voice of Hong Jun ceases abruptly, marking the completion of the third lecture, leading us to the moment of conferring sacred positions and dividing treasures. During this epoch, Qing Xian and Nuwa further refine their respective laws. Qing Xuan's law of purification has reached a mastery of 25%. The law of chaos has also advanced to 20%, awaiting seclusion to break through to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Nuwa's law of creation has made remarkable progress, achieving 15%, while her cultivation has already entered the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Fushi's law of zither has also attained 10%, marking his entry into the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. Qing Xuan's gaze sweeps over the three purities, noting that both the supreme clear and the primordial beginning have severed a corpse, advancing into the mid-stage of the quasi-saint level. Observing their paths, it is evident they pursue the method of severing the three corpses, yet the myriad paths ultimately converge towards the same truth. However, Qing Xian's attention falls upon Tong Tian, and he is momentarily taken aback. Although having broken into the quasi-saint realm, there is no sign of corpse severance. A flicker of doubt crosses Qing Xian's mind. Given the three purities' merits of opening the heavens, severing the evil corpses should be relatively straightforward. Is it possible that Tong Tian harbors other intentions? Nuwa, having advanced to the early stage of the primordial golden immortal through the law of creation, follows the path of the laws, causing Hong Jun a significant degree of concern. Among the 6 ordained saints, Nuwa is positioned as one, endowed with great opportunities. However, her choice to eschew the path of severing the three corpses may hinder her from becoming a disciple of Hong Jun, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. With a tranquil demeanor, Hong Jun articulates, "A sage is the fruit of the primordial heavens and earth. As long as the primordial chaos endures, so too does the sage." The path to sagehood comprises 3 methods. The first is to emulate Pangu, using strength to validate the Tao. However, Pangu himself ultimately fell by this route, rendering it the most arduous yet potent path. The second is the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain sagehood, a technique of my own invention. By severing the 3 corpses, one ascends to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. The merging of the 3 corpses leads to the realization of sagehood. It is by this method that I achieved my own enlightenment. The third is the path of merit, which necessitates immeasurable virtue and is the weakest of the 3 paths. The road to sagehood is fraught with obstacles and extends over a great length. One must not aim too high, but rather remain grounded to attain enlightenment. Upon concluding his words, the assembly descends into contemplation. Hearing this, Qing Xian cannot help but harbor some inner dissent, questioning, is the great Pangu truly a sage of the Tao? He is a sage of the grand Tao realm of the primordial supreme ultimate. Tai then inquires, "Dare I ask, Tao ancestor, if one were to emulate the innate three clans to unify the primordial realm, could one achieve sagehood through supreme fortune?" Hongjun replied calmly, "Indeed, however, this method is likely to provoke a calamity between heaven and earth. Even the once mighty three primordial clans have fallen. It is not advisable." The crowd exchanged glances, taken aback that Tai had proposed a fourth path. Could it be that he sought to emulate the three primordial clans and vie for supremacy in the vast wilderness? With a wave of his grand sleeves, 7 strands of primordial purple energy surged forth as Hongjun gently proclaimed, "This is the primordial purple energy, the foundation for sanctification." He then turned his gaze towards Nuwa and said, "Nuwa, you possess great fortune and should become my disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master?" Nuwa furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I am not willing." Though Hongjun had anticipated this response, he could not help but feel a sense of resignation. He continued, "I understand that you are currently pursuing the path of strength to attain enlightenment. If this proves unfruitful, you may consider the path of severing the 3 corpses. It is not without merit. In the future, you shall encounter significant opportunities, and I shall bestow upon you a strand of primordial purple energy." Upon finishing his words, a strand of primordial purple energy descended into Nuwa's hands, astonishing all present, for they had not expected her to pursue enlightenment through strength. The path of severing the 3 corpses was conceived by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Those who cultivate this path have a portion of their fate extracted by the Tao ancestor, representing the greatest karmic reward for those who expound the teachings. Chapter 17. The apprenticeship and the bestowal of treasures. The primordial purple chi, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, extended an invitation to Nuwa, only to be met with refusal. He then turned his gaze towards the 3 pure ones and spoke with an air of indifference. "You are the legitimate successors of Pangu. Would you consent to become my disciples?" After a moment of contemplation, Taiji was the first to bow in reverence. Disciple pays homage to the master. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian followed suit, offering their respects. Disciple pays homage to the master. Hongjun smiled and nodded. "You possess the merits of creation. Thus, you shall receive the primordial purple chi." With a flick of his sleeve, several treasures materialized before them. Hongjun spoke softly, "These are the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the 4 swords of extermination." The Taiji diagram is transformed from the back of the axe of creation, a treasure of primordial origin, capable of regulating yin and yang and manifesting the 5 elements, which I bestow upon Taiji. The Panga banner, derived from the blade of the axe of creation, is also a treasure of primordial origin, conferred upon Yuan Shi. The 4 swords of extermination, each a supreme treasure of primordial nature, when combined, form a treasure of primordial essence that can unleash the extermination sword array, impervious to all but the 4 saints. Thus, I bestow them upon Tong Tian. Within the purple cloud palace, the assembled mighty beings gazed enviously. While it was rare for many to possess treasures of primordial quality, the existence of supreme primordial treasures was even scarcer, let alone treasures of primordial essence, stirring waves of admiration. Although Nuwa was momentarily swayed, her heart quickly returned to tranquility. The 3 pure ones collectively bowed. "Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasures." However, Jane and Junti were filled with urgency. They sensed that the primordial purple chi had settled upon the 6 lotus seats in front, abruptly halting before them. In despair, they lamented and once again mentioned the collapse of the Western Earth veins. Qing Xian pondered silently, realizing that these 2 were likely aware of the causal connection regarding the destruction of the Western Earth veins, knowing that Taoist ancestor Hongjun owed a debt to the West. With a gentle sigh, Hongjun said, "Very well. If that is the case, I shall accept you as my named disciples." As his words fell, 2 streams of purple chi flew forth, landing in Jane and Junti's hands. Jane then implored, "Master, the West is barren, and neither my junior nor I possess any treasures. Pray bestow us with gifts." Di Juntai Yi Minghe. and the Queen Mother of the West had all witnessed the two wielding supreme primordial treasures during the battle on the calabash vine of Buzhou Mountain. Yet, they now shamelessly claimed to be empty-handed. Hong Jun waved his sleeve lightly, and two beams of divine light emerged, transforming into the empowerment staff and the 12-petal golden lotus of meritorious virtue, both being treasures of supreme primordial quality, imbued with immense power. He calmly stated, "These two treasures I bestow upon you." Upon hearing this, Jane and Juanti rejoiced in their hearts. Quickly bowing low and expressing their gratitude, Disciple humbly thanks the master for the bestowed treasures. Dijun and the others exchanged glances, having not anticipated that the two's lamentations would lead to their acceptance as disciples of the Taoist ancestor, receiving such significant treasures. A wave of longing surged through the crowd, and they all bowed deeply, respectfully requesting, "We implore the Taoist ancestor to accept us into your fold." Hong Jun shook his head slightly, his tone indifferent. "You and I lack the bond of master and disciple." Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed in disappointment. With a profound gaze, Hong Jun remarked, "This final wisp of primordial purple chi shall select its own master." Hope ignited within the hearts of many, yet the outcome left them utterly disheartened. The primordial purple chi descended directly into the hands of Hong Yun, who himself bore a look of astonishment, perplexed by the turn of events. Not far away, Kuan-Peng's eyes glinted with ferocity, harboring a murderous intent. Were it not for Hong Yun's interference, he could have claimed the primordial purple chi for himself, perhaps even becoming a disciple of the Taoist ancestor. Now, all was ruined because of Hong Yun. This enmity could not be overlooked. Upon witnessing this, Zhen Yuanzi softly reminded, "Hong Yun, why do you not hasten to pay your respects to your master? What are you waiting for?" Yet, Hong Yun merely offered a serene smile and shook his head, replying, "My dear fellow, the Tao ancestor has clearly stated that we share no master-disciple bond. Let everything unfold naturally." Zhen Yuanzi sighed in resignation, well aware of Hong Yun's temperament, but he had already sensed the murderous intent in Kuan-Peng's gaze, realizing that this entanglement of fate might not end well. In the nascent period of the universe, as chaos transformed into yin and yang, Dong Wanggong emerged as the primordial essence of yang, destined to be the foremost among male immortals. Hong Jun gazed deeply at Dong Wanggong. With a gentle wave of his robe, a beam of golden light swirled and transformed into a dragon-headed crutch. This is the supreme spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed crutch, imbued with the essence of primordial yang. I bestow it upon you, with the hope that you will wield it wisely to protect the vast wilderness. Dong Wanggong felt an overwhelming joy within, though he maintained the utmost respect on his face, bowing deeply as he expressed, "Thank you, Tao ancestor, for this treasure. I shall certainly govern the male immortals of the wilderness and safeguard all beings, living up to your high expectations." The assembled immortals, though dismissive of the title as mere empty words, could not help but feel envious of the supreme spiritual treasure, their eyes gleaming with desire. Nevertheless, Dong Wanggong regarded this as a mission bestowed upon him by Hong Jun, firmly believing in his rightful claim to lead the male immortals. Hong Jun's gaze then shifted to his side, landing upon an extraordinarily graceful female immortal. He spoke softly, "Shi Wangmu, you are the embodiment of the primordial essence of Yin, destined to be the foremost among female immortals." With that, he produced a plain cloud banner, its surface shimmering with golden radiance. This is the Western Plain Cloud Banner, a supreme spiritual treasure among the primordial 5 directions flags. I grant it to you with the expectation that you will use it wisely. A flicker of joy passed through Shi Wangmu's eyes. This banner represented a treasure of great significance to her. She promptly bowed and respectfully stated, "Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your generous gift." The other powerful beings watched this exchange, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Who would not desire another supreme spiritual treasure? They all stepped forward, beseeching the Tao ancestor for gifts. Seeing this, Hong Jun calmly declared, "Very well, I shall open the treasure division cliff. You may enter to claim treasures according to your own fortunes." Upon hearing this, everyone bowed once more, responding in unison, "Thank you, Tao ancestor. With a wave of his sleeve, the treasure division cliff manifested, instantly transforming into a small world filled with innumerable treasures, their brilliance reaching the heavens. The onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. You shall enter, relying on your own fortunes. The opening of the treasure division cliff is but a gathering of opportunities. Whether you gain anything depends entirely on your own destiny. Hongjuan's voice echoed in their ears. Within the treasure division cliff, not only were there countless treasures, but also many extraordinary beasts of the wilderness, all collected by Hongjun over endless ages, some even having reached the quasi-saint level. This served as a test for the gathered beings, aside from the treasures with deep karmic ties to individuals that would choose their masters. The rest would need to be claimed through true prowess, all while facing the guardians of these treasures. Eagerly, the crowd transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the treasure division cliff. Once inside, it felt as if they had entered an entirely different realm, vast and boundless, containing the essence of the universe. Qing Xian's gaze sharpened as he addressed Nuwa and Fuxi. "Dear friends, let us split up and take action. This way, we may maximize our chances of acquiring spiritual treasures." Nuwa gave a slight nod, while Fuxi had already transformed into a streak of flowing light, his voice echoing from afar. "Little sister, Qing Xian, I shall take my leave first." Before his words could fade, Qing Xian and Nuwa also morphed into two beams of light, each soaring towards different realms in search of opportunities. Pangu Banner, a primordial treasure, possesses the power to tear apart chaos and suppress the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind. Unparalleled in offensive strength, capable of rending chaos and controlling fate. Taiji Diagram, a primordial treasure, capable of harmonizing yin and yang, evolving the five elements, governs fate. Zhuxian Four Swords, a primordial treasure, consists of the Zhuxian sword, Luxian sword, Xianjian, and Juexian sword, each a supreme spiritual treasure. When combined with the Zhuxian array diagram, it forms an impenetrable Zhuxian sword array that even the four saints cannot breach. Guiding Divine Banner, enhanced divine staff, a supreme spiritual treasure, guides all beings. Possesses purifying power, enhances magical abilities, assisting in cultivation, a fusion of offense and defense. 12-petal golden lotus of merit, a supreme spiritual treasure, embodies boundless merit, suppressing the forces of fate, a merit barrier unmatched in defense. Dragon-headed crutch, a supreme spiritual treasure, contains the essence of utmost yang, dispelling evil and exorcising demons. Bestows blessings and protection, harmonizing yin and yang. Western Plain Cloud Banner, a supreme spiritual treasure, a gold-based treasure, symbolizes sharpness and solemnity, severs causality and shatters illusions. Enhances gold-based divine powers, governs fate. Chapter 18. Reacquiring the Spiritual Treasure. The Azure Lotus Banner, as the ethereal consciousness of Qing Xian swept across the surroundings. It detected no response from any spiritual treasures, prompting a wry smile. It appeared that even the treasures sought to evade him. Thus, he resolved to seize them by force. He continued his search, and soon beheld 24C stabilizing pearls, 12 of which were superior innate spiritual treasures, their divine light restrained, their power subtly manifest. Did Qing Xian intend to flee? Without hesitation, he waved his hand and collected them, pondering silently whether the C-stabilizing pearls belonging to Zhao Gongming of the Jijiao also originated from this place. If so, he could only express his apologies, for this treasure was destined for him. As Qing Xian journeyed onward, he acquired two more superior spiritual treasures, the glazed celestial garment and the glazed celestial sword, both radiating extraordinary brilliance. A thought crossed his mind. These two treasures would indeed be fitting gifts for those two little ones, representing a fortuitous encounter. Decades passed in the blink of an eye, yet Qing Xian found no new treasures, leading him to question whether others were so swift in their pursuits. In truth, that was not the case. The three pure ones each reaped significant rewards. Taiji and Yuanshi each obtained an innate supreme spiritual lantern, while Tong Tian, blessed with immense fortune, gathered treasures in abundance, perhaps linked to his future ambition of establishing the Jijiao, for the myriad celestial beings. The most formidable among them was the primordial golden dipper, an innate supreme spiritual treasure and the principal artifact of the future three heavens of Jiejiao. The three cultivated the nine curves yellow river formation, combining the power of the primordial golden dipper to overpower the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school, showcasing their remarkable prowess. Taiji acquired the Southern Flamelight banner, and Yuanshi obtained the Central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner, both belonging to the innate Five Directions flags and ranking among the innate supreme treasures, reflecting the profound fortune and favor of the heavenly Tao bestowed upon the three pure ones. Inhua, too, was favored by fate, having secured three supreme innate treasures: the map of mountains, rivers, and the nation, the crimson ball, and the treasure lotus lamp, all seemingly chosen by destiny itself. As for Fuxi, similar to Qing Xian, he acquired only a couple of treasures, though fewer than others. Each bore its own significance. While Qing Xian traversed swiftly, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura ahead, compelling him to channel his powers and transform into a streak of light, racing toward the source. Before him loomed a guardian beast of immense stature, its might overwhelming, akin to an early-stage primordial golden immortal. Qing Xian felt a surge of joy. With such a powerful beast guarding the way, there must be an extraordinary treasure concealed within. To claim the treasure, you must first pass my test, bellowed the beast, its voice resonating like thunder across the heavens. Qing Xian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time in summoning the celestial measuring ruler, its shadow cutting through the air with unparalleled might. The beast, taken aback, exclaimed in anger, "You dare to wield a supreme treasure against me? How audacious!" Having dwelled in the treasure divide for ages, the beast had sought solitude and never anticipated Qing Xuan's immediate display of such a powerful artifact, feeling deceived and overwhelmed. Not daring to confront directly, it hastily summoned its protective item for defense. However, that treasure remained unrefined, its power only at a fraction of its potential. Qing Xuan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the item to be the Eastern Azure Lotus banner, one of the innate Five Directions flags, filling him with delight. He mused that if he could acquire this banner, gathering the Five Directions flag would not be an impossible task. Intensifying his assault, the might of the celestial measuring ruler shone forth, rendering even the Azure Lotus banner insufficient for defense. Wounds began to appear upon the guardian beast, which ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and cried out in desperation, "Hold on, I concede." Upon hearing this, Qing Xian stood tall, casting a cold glance that conveyed his resolve. He promptly surrendered the Qinglian Bao's flag without further ado. With the acquisition of the Qinglian Bao's flag, Qing Xian felt an inner delight, affirming that this journey was indeed fruitful. He stored the treasure away without delay, continuing his quest for the next opportunity. Meanwhile, not far off, two figures materialized, Western Jiejin and Zhuan Ti. Jiejin suddenly frowned, speaking gravely. "Junior brother, I sense that an opportunity has been seized by another. Let us hasten to investigate." Zhuan Ti, upon hearing this, offered no further words. Since their arrival at the dividing treasure cliff, they had acquired only a meager collection of low-grade, innate spiritual treasures, leading to considerable perplexity. Previously, Jiejin had finally sensed a powerful spiritual treasure and rushed over, only to find that it had seemingly been claimed first. Moments later, the two arrived at the location of the Qinglian Bao's flag. Observing the remnants of battle around them and the guardian beast healing its wounds, they immediately understood that someone had forcefully taken it. Jiejin shook his head with a sigh. "Junior brother, this person was able to swiftly defeat a quasi-saint realm guardian beast. They are no ordinary foe. Let us seek other opportunities for now." Zhuan Ti nodded in agreement. With that, the two transformed into beams of golden light, speeding off in the direction Qing Xian had departed. Time in the primordial wilderness is unrecorded. A Yuan meeting has passed. Everyone was sent out from the dividing treasure cliff by the Tao ancestor. Upon emerging, some were overjoyed while others bore frowns. The three pure ones, Nuwa, and others returned with bountiful treasures, their bags filled with spiritual artifacts, while Jiejin, Zhuan Ti, Kuanpeng, And even Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun had acquired only a scant few items, their fortune lacking. After obtaining the Qinglian Bao's flag, Qing Xian found himself at a standstill, pondering whether he had become a target of the Tao ancestor. Hong Jun spoke calmly. The 3 teachings have been successfully concluded. You may return and focus on your cultivation for the benefit of heaven and earth. Everyone bowed respectfully, responding, "We shall faithfully adhere to the Tao ancestor's decree." They then transformed into streams of light, dissipating within the Zixiao Palace. Qing Xian, along with Niuhua and Fuxi, was preparing to return to Fengqi Mountain for seclusion, to stabilize their realms in hopes of a breakthrough. At that moment, the 3 pure ones approached them, Tong Tian calling out cheerfully, "Friend Qing Xian, my brothers and I visited Buzhou Mountain recently, but regrettably did not have the pleasure of meeting you." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun also stepped forward to exchange pleasantries, while Niuhua and Changxi laughed and chatted, creating a lively atmosphere. Together, they exited the Zixiao Palace, riding clouds towards the primordial continent. Qing Xian replied nonchalantly, "Esteemed friends, I was engaged in quietude at the Eastern Taoist temple recently and could not extend my welcome. I hope for your understanding." The 3 pure ones waved their hands in dismissal, saying, "Not at all. It was we who failed to notify you in advance." Qing Xian smiled slightly, suggesting, "Perhaps you 3 could accompany me to Buzhou Mountain for a discussion on the Tao." Taching, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian all nodded in agreement. Not far away, Niuhua turned to Qing Xian and Fuxi, saying, "Qing Xian, brother, my 2 companions and I wish to visit the Tying Star. You may return first." Qing Xian and Fuxi nodded in acknowledgement as Niuhua, Shihe, and Changxi transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the endless starry sky. Qing Xian then turned to Hong Yun, speaking solemnly, "Friend, I fear that Kunpeng will not easily relent. You must remain vigilant." Zhen Yuanzi concurred. "Indeed, my friend Qing Xian speaks true. Hong Yun, you have intertwined your fate with Kunpeng, and this matter is unlikely to conclude favorably." Hong Yun, perplexed, inquired, "When have I intertwined my fate with Kunpeng?" Zhen Yuanzi sighed, softly, and elucidated. "The 6 mats ahead are ordained sacred positions. The 2 friends from the West have forcibly occupied these seats, all because you relinquish your place. This is the consequence of the sacred position. How could Kunpeng accept this without discontent? Moreover, you possess the primordial purple energy, which will undoubtedly render you a great opportunity in the eyes of the mighty." Upon hearing this, Hong Yun was taken aback, realizing that he had unwittingly become the target of many. He asked, "What should I do, brother?" Zhen Yuanzi replied solemnly, "You might consider accompanying me to Wuzhuang Temple, where you can meditate and comprehend the primordial purple energy. Once you attain this sacred position, your tribulations shall dissipate." Hong Yun nodded in agreement. "Very well." Qing Xian calmly reminded, "Hong Yun, I offer you 3 words. I hope you find enlightenment in them." Curious, Hong Yun asked, "What are these 3 words, my friend Qing Xian?" Qing Xian responded slowly, "Do not force it." With that, Qing Xian, Fuxi, and the 3 pure ones bid farewell to Zhen Yuanzi and the others, taking to the clouds and heading directly towards Mount Buzhou. Central Wu Jie Prakat Yellow Banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 innate directional banners, a treasure of the earth and water, unparalleled in defense. Impervious to all methods, the strongest in defensive capabilities among the 5 banners, it suppresses fate. Eastern Qing Lian Precious Color Banner, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 innate directional banners, a treasure of the wood element. It nurtures all things and nourishes spiritual roots. It aids in cultivation and possesses purifying power. It suppresses fate. Southernly D Flame Light Banner, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, one of the 5 innate directional banners, a treasure of the fire element. It unleashes endless flames. It disrupts yin and yang, inverts the 5 elements, repels all evils, and is impervious to all methods. It suppresses fate. Chapter 19. The 3 purities discuss the Tao, the initial establishment of the celestial court upon arriving at Fengqi Mountain. Fuxi and Qing Xian directly delved into the heart of the matter. Qing Xian, with a slight furrow of his brow, remarked, I observe that Taching and Yuanshi have successfully severed a corpse, achieving the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Taching and Yuanshi nodded slightly, responding with a calm demeanor. The virtuous corpse has been severed, and our hearts are now clear. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qing Xian then turned his gaze towards Tong Tian. A hint of perplexity crossing his features. Tong Tian, why have you yet to sever your corpse? As the three of you are the three purities of Pangu, possessing the merits of creation, it should be a natural progression. Taching and Yuanshi also looked towards Tong Tian, inquiring, "Third brother, we too find this matter puzzling." With an untroubled expression, Tong Tian replied, "The last time I heard Qing Xian mention the path of the primordial golden immortal, I was filled with longing. Hence, I wish to hear you elaborate on this path first." Understanding dawned upon Qing Xian, and he explained, "The path of the primordial golden immortal primarily cultivates the power of the laws, attaining enlightenment through them and transcending the constraints of heaven and earth." A glint of brilliance sparked in Tong Tian's eyes as he asked, "Why has the Tao ancestor never mentioned this path?" Qing Xian smiled lightly. The great Pangu himself attained the Tao through power, which is in essence also an attainment through the laws. However, since the great Pangu primarily cultivated the path of strength, it is referred to as attaining the Tao through power. Tong Tian, inspired by these words, declared with enthusiasm, "If that is the case, I shall emulate our father and attain the Tao through the laws, achieving the primordial golden immortal." Qing Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, and he inwardly sighed. And was already traversed this path. If Tong Tian follows suit, how can Hong Jun remain indifferent? He spoke slowly, his tone steady. "Tong Tian, do not rush. Even if you pursue the path of severing the three corpses, it is essential to comprehend the power of the laws. Whether one is a quasi-saint or a primordial golden immortal, the cultivation revolves around the laws. However, the path of severing the three corpses can lessen the requirements for understanding the laws. For instance, to break through from the early to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal, one must comprehend a single law to at least 25%, whereas, on the path of severing the three corpses, one could dissect the notions of good, evil, and self-attachment, supplemented with a certain understanding of the laws. To successfully sever the three corpses, the difficulty of the path lies not in the act of severing the three corpses, but in the final integration of the three into one, achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint. I advise you three, the treasures entrusted for severing the corpses should ideally be of the same origin. Thus, the probability of successfully merging the three will be higher." Upon hearing this, the three purities felt a profound respect and clasped their hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance. We shall remember it well." Tong Tian's expression grew serious as he contemplated. After all, regardless of the path taken, one must cultivate the power of the laws. Observing his demeanor, Qing Xian calmly remarked, "Tong Tian, if you pursue the path of severing the three corpses, I have an idea that may assist you." Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with interest. "Please, speak plainly," Qing Xian slowly suggested. "The four swords of Zhuzhen bestowed by the Tao ancestor should be treasures of the same origin, correct?" Tong Tian nodded, retrieving the four swords of Zhuzhen. "Indeed, these four swords were born of the same origin. If I were to use them to sever the three corpses, it would save me the effort of seeking other treasures." Qing Xian slightly inclined his head, his gaze profound. "That is precisely my intention. If the three corpses merge into one, and you wield the Zhuzhen sword, using your own self as the formation, even if the four saints were to converge, how could they break the formation? After all, you yourself are the formation. With the unity of man and formation, it becomes impervious." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian felt a sudden clarity in his heart, exclaiming with joy, "Your words have illuminated my path. Thank you for your guidance." For individuals engaged in profound discussions, exploring the intricacies of the laws and grasping the ultimate truths of the universe, all benefiting immensely from the exchange. In the blink of an eye, a Yuan Hui passed swiftly. The three pure ones took their leave, and Qing Xian prepared for seclusion in pursuit of a breakthrough in cultivation. Indeed, the three pure ones possessed numerous treasures of the same origin. Aside from the four swords of Zhejian, the three treasures, Yuhua Rui, Qingping sword, and Panlong Bianguai, were all forged from the 24 grades of the primal chaos green lotus, forming a complete set. Moreover, they held two sides of the primordial five directions flag, making it a simple task to gather three for the purpose of beheading corpses. Such profound resources were, to the mighty beings of the primordial era, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Even Qing Xian could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The wealth of the three pure ones was unparalleled. Fortunately, Qing Xian's path was one of recreating the body of the green lotus, using the laws to attain the Tao of Hun Yuan, thus harboring no excessive covetousness towards the three pure ones' resources. As the ages of the primordial world unfurled, hundreds of Yuan Hui slipped by in an instant. The atmosphere of the primordial realm grew vibrant, and although the three pure ones had not established a sect, all but Taiji had taken on disciples. The most noteworthy was the celestial court established by the foremost male immortal, Dong Wanggong. It was said that after the three lectures at the Zixiao Palace, Dong Wanggong secluded himself for 80 Yuan Hui, successfully beheading two corpses and stepping into the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Following this, he established his celestial court on the Zifu Island in the East Sea, proclaiming to the primordial realm and welcoming mighty beings to assume the responsibility of maintaining order in the universe. In a short time, many flocked to him, yet some, such as the three pure ones and the formidable Nuwa, observed from a distance with indifference. The rise of the celestial court attracted several former guests of Zixiao, drawn by the Tao ancestors' recognition of Dong Wanggong as the foremost male immortal and his extraordinary prowess that surpassed all in the primordial realm. Many ambitious individuals seized this opportunity, eager to leverage the strength of the celestial court to seek fortune. During Qing Xian's seclusion, he experienced tremendous growth over the course of hundreds of yuanhui. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal, and during the three lectures at Zixiao, he had already glimpsed the mysteries of the Tao. His comprehension of the laws was as follows: the law of purity, 30, the law of chaos, 30, the law of space, 10, and the law of devouring, 10. As for the laws of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, he had comprehended them all, but had only achieved a 50 understanding due to time constraints. The five elements, aided by the five-needle pine, had already reached a 10 mastery, surpassing the other laws. At this point, Qing Xian had explored all the laws inscribed in the shards of the creation jade plate. Though his progress varied in depth, upon breaking through, Qing Xian sensed a familiar aura and discovered that Nuwa had ascended to the mid-stage of Hun Yuan Golden Immortal. Nuwa, my dear friend, what a delightful mood you are in, Qing Xian exclaimed, his figure flashing into the courtyard, where he gracefully settled beside Nuwa, lifting the spirit wine from the table and taking a gentle sip with a smile. Nuwa's eyes sparkled with amusement as she inquired, "This time of seclusion has been lengthy. Have you achieved any astonishing breakthroughs?" Qing Xian recounted his experiences, and upon hearing them, Nuwa couldn't help but marvel. "Qing Xian, your fortune is truly profound. Even the creation jade plate is within your grasp. If you're interested, dear friend Nuwa, we might explore these mysteries together," Qing Xian suggested with a smile. Nuwa did not hesitate, for Fengqi Mountain had long been a permanent abode for Qing Xian, rendering any formality unnecessary. Qing Xian, having emerged from seclusion, might as well pay a visit to Qing Yao and Qing Yi, for these two girls have frequently expressed their thoughts of you, Nuwa reminded. Qing Xian nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, "Where's brother Fuxi?" Nuwa replied, "My elder brother has set out to wander the vast wilderness, forging benevolent connections. He has now reached the mid-stage of the Hun Yuan Golden Immortal realm, and it is time for him to broaden his horizons." Upon hearing this, Qing Xian could not help but smile. "Nuwa, your phrase broaden horizons is indeed delightful. One might think Fuxi has never encountered the world before. I wonder how he would feel upon hearing this. Nuwa, did you obtain anything during your time at Fenbao Cliff?" Qing Xian inquired. Nuwa smiled lightly and recounted her treasures: the map of mountains and rivers, the red embroidered ball, and the precious lotus lamp, all of which aligned with Qing Xuan's expectations. Indeed, even the Dao ancestor Huang would not part with the Qiankuan Ding. This treasure possesses the ability to revert from acquired to innate, yielding extraordinary effects that are truly remarkable. Regaining his focus, Qing Xian asked, Nuwa, would you care to accompany me to the Witch Clan? Without hesitation, Nuwa nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 20. Coordinating the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan leader Qing Xian arrived in tandem with Nuwa, eliciting boundless joy from Qing Yao and Qing Yi upon their sighting. Elder brother, Father God. Although the two children still bore the semblance of youth, they had grown taller. Qing Xian took their hands, entering the Panga Divine Hall alongside Nuwa. Within the hall, the 12 ancestral witches had gathered, and Qing Xian felt a flicker of surprise at such a coincidence. Observing the scene, Qing Yao explained, Father God, your arrival is timely. Today marks the day of deliberation for the Witch Clan. Qing Xian nodded, but a sense of unease crept in. Deliberation? How much did this girl truly know? Qing Yao giggled. Father God, Mother Nuwa, please wait on the side. Once we conclude our discussions, we shall revel in our reunion. Qing Xian gestured to indicate it was of no concern, and all 12 ancestral witches acknowledged him with nods of respect. To his astonishment, even the notoriously fiery Zhurong and Gonggong were seated quietly among the 12. Qing Yao strode confidently to the central imperial seat, intricately carved with the primordial world and all its beings, and sat down unabashedly, while Qing Yi naturally stood by her side. Observing this, Qing Xian felt a sense of helplessness, wishing that the beings of the primordial realm would not be squandered by the Witch Clan. Esteemed uncles and elders, please welcome the Grand Witches into the hall. Qing Yao spoke calmly. Before her words faded, the Grand Witches of the Witch Clan filed in, taking their places behind the ancestral witches. Qiyu, Xingtian, and Quafu sat alongside the ancestral witches. Qing Xian then understood that the 15 seats before him belonged to the leaders of the 15 major tribes of the Witch Clan. Qing Yao continued, commence your reports from the Grand Witch Kongjin. One by one, the 15 Grand Witches detailed the developments of their respective tribes. After listening, Qing Yao nodded slightly, saying, while you attend to the growth of your clansmen, do not neglect your own training. Remember, your strength is the greatest assurance for your kin. Qiyu clasped his hands and replied, rest assured, clan leader. We Grand Witches have all entered the mid-stage or beyond of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and have not been idle. Qing Yao nodded but shifted her tone. That is still insufficient. Further efforts are required. I hope that upon our next meeting, each of you will have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Do you understand? We shall comply with the clan leader's decree. The 15 Grand Witches responded in unison. Qing Xian was taken aback, while Nuwa appeared unfazed by the scene. Qing Yao, her phoenix-like eyes slightly lowered, spoke calmly. Have you completed the construction of the breeding grounds I commanded you to establish? Grand Witch Yi bowed and reported. Clan leader, we have opened 15 large breeding grounds in the Buzhou Mountain and have captured numerous beasts from all directions, selecting common creatures such as pigs, cattle, and sheep as per your command. As for those beasts that have cultivated to maturity or even taken form, we have refrained from interference unless they are guilty of murder, in which case we shall act. Qing Yao nodded slightly and replied, well, the primordial realm was created by our father god Pangu as his descendants. We cannot indulge in reckless slaughter. Those who wish to destroy the primordial realm shall face no mercy. However, we must not engage in wanton killings of friendly and benevolent beings, lest we fail to honor the grace bestowed upon us by our Father God in creating the heavens. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian comprehended her intentions. Qing Yao's actions were aimed at securing a stable food source for the Witch Clan, avoiding enmity with the various tribes of the primordial realm. Though the Witch Clan is formidable, it does not need to sow chaos indiscriminately. The clan is already beset by malevolent energies, and excessive bloodshed will inevitably lead to calamity, a most unwise course of action. Qing Yao's gaze was profound, her voice as crisp and clear as a celestial spring. Our tribe is growing stronger, our kin flourishing. Expansion into the outside world is inevitable. At that time, esteemed elders must thoroughly investigate the neighboring clans. Should they be adversaries, there shall be no mercy. If they are allies, report to the Panga Shrine, and I shall decide their fate personally. Having spoken, Qing Yao proceeded to issue over 10 edicts, all aimed at strategizing the clan's expansion. In conclusion, she calmly stated, "Unless absolutely necessary, we must conceal our strength and develop discreetly. This is the wisest strategy." For hundreds of cycles, the members of the Witch clan had grown accustomed to Qing Yao's principles, supported wholeheartedly by the 12 ancestors, and thus they adhered to her commands. After a considerable time, the great witches dispersed, and figures such as Di Jiang felt a profound sense of relief. Having escaped Qing Yao's reproach this time, they all breathed easier. When Qing Yao first took command of the Witch clan, there were those who disregarded her orders. Yet, any hint of defiance was swiftly quelled by the iron fists of Hutu and Xianming. The most affected were undoubtedly Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Their fierce battle on Mount Buzhou was no mere sparring. It was a true eruption of wrath. Upon hearing of this, Qing Yao led the other 10 ancestors to subdue the two. For thousands of years thereafter, she mandated that the other ancestors take turns disciplining Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, a relentless endeavor that persisted for millennia. In the aftermath, a glimmer of coolness flashed in Qing Yao's eyes as she remarked, "Third uncle, fourth uncle, should your hands itch for a friendly spar, it is certainly permissible. However, should you engage in life and death struggles as you did today, do not blame me for summoning the other uncles to teach you a lesson." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong swiftly acquiesced. "Little Qing Yao, we shall never repeat this transgression." Though they were combative, they were not foolish. Combat is one thing. Receiving a beating is another. When all 10 ancestors joined forces, it was a true beating, leaving no room for retaliation. From that point onward, Zhu Rong, once fiery and quick to anger, and Gong Gong, who could easily unleash a tempest, both tempered their edges. Though they continued to spar, they no longer fell into frenzied states of life and death battles as they once did. Seeing this, Qing Yao felt a measure of relief. The image of Gong Gong furiously crashing into Mount Buzhou lingered in her mind. Such a grave mistake could not be allowed to recur. Thus, she must strictly regulate Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to prevent irreparable disasters in the future. After a long while, once Qing Yao and the others had concluded their tasks, Qing Xian stepped forward, a hint of amusement in his gaze, and remarked, "You, my dear girl, truly possess the demeanor befitting a clan leader." Upon hearing this, Qing Yao lifted her head proudly and declared, "Of course. Eldest brother, why have you not visited us for so long?" Qing Qi inquired softly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Qing Xian explained, "Eldest brother fell into deep seclusion, and before I knew it, a whole cycle had passed. Here, I brought you gifts." With that, he produced the Xian Yuan Water Controlling Banner, the Qing Lian Treasure Color Banner, the Glazed Celestial Garment, and the Glazed Celestial Sword. Smiling as he said, "These 2 banners offer commendable defense. Take 1 each and distribute the remaining 2 as you see fit." Qing Yao and Qing Qi were instantly filled with joy, their hearts radiating warmth. Qing Yao selected the Xian Yuan Water Control Banner and the Liuli Fairy Sword, leaving the remaining 2 items for Qing Qi. The others, including Ho Tu, remained unfazed, for the Witch clan revered the physical body and relied not on external objects. However, Nu Hua expressed her astonishment, saying, "Qing Xian, 2 pieces of innate supreme spiritual treasures. What a grand gesture!" Qing Xian replied nonchalantly, "Though we provide protection, they must retain a few trump cards for unforeseen circumstances." The ancestral, which Zhu Rong's voice thundered, reverberating across the heavens and the earth. "Humph. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on them, I shall turn them to ashes." Upon hearing this, Qing Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she sweetly remarked, "Uncle San is indeed the most fond of Qing Yao." Once these words were spoken, the other ancestral witches were immediately filled with jealousy, collectively exclaiming in fury, "Whoever dares to harm them in the slightest shall face the annihilation of their entire clan and the eradication of their 9 branches." Qing Yao chuckled. With so many uncles and aunts offering protection, Surely no one in the primordial world would dare to seek their own demise. Chapter 21. The Unity of the Three Immortals. A visit to the celestial court as the meeting of the witch clan concluded. Qing Xian cast a gentle gaze upon Qing Yao and inquired, "My dear Qing Yao, would you care to accompany your father to the Eastern Seas dojo for a brief sojourn? It is the very place where your late Aunt Qing Yi once resided, and also the birthplace of your father." Upon hearing this, Qing Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes. Aunt Qing Yi often spoke of the many wondrous things there. I have long yearned to see them." Qing Xian raised an eyebrow, pondering the source of her enthusiasm. Wondrous things? What could they possibly be? What has Qing Yi shared with her to incite such delight? He then turned his attention to the remaining figures in the hall, Ho Tu and Xian Ming, and asked, "Dearest friends, would you both care to join us?" Although Ho Tu felt a flicker of temptation, she ultimately shook her head, stating, "My brothers are in seclusion, and the witch clan requires both Xian Ming and myself to guard it. Once they emerge, we shall certainly seek you out." Qing Xian nodded in understanding, responding, "Very well." With that, he took the hands of Niuhua, Qing Yi, and Qing Yao and transformed into a radiant beam of light, soaring towards the Eastern Sea. Above the Eastern Sea, Qing Xian, accompanied by Niuhua and Qing Yao, materialized on the immortal Isle of Penglai. Qing Xian calmly addressed Niuhua, "Dear friend, please wait here briefly while I summon the other two immortal isles to this location." Niuhua nodded slightly, while the two children obediently stood by her side. In a flash, Qing Xian arrived at Yingzhou Island, activating the grand formation to gradually draw it towards Penglai. Despite having attained the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, this endeavor still consumed several tens of yuan meetings. The vastness of the primordial expanse was indeed immense. Even a journey across the Eastern Sea would take tens of thousands of years at the pace of a quasi-saint. Following the same procedure, the Fujiang Island was also summoned, consuming yet more time in the process. As the three immortal isles converged above the Eastern Sea, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The Celestial Court, anchored by the Zifu Isle, promptly sensed the upheaval in the Eastern Sea. The Eastern King dispatched emissaries to investigate, and upon learning of the appearance of the three immortal isles, he was filled with elation. However, one of his earthly guests, the Xian Shin Taoist, interjected, "My fellow Taoist, I observe that the convergence of the three immortal isles seems to indicate the influence of a formidable power. They may have already found a master." The celestial generals who went to investigate also reported back, "Honored Celestial, it is as the esteemed Xianxun has stated. I too have sensed the presence of a powerful being at work. The three immortal isles are likely no longer unclaimed." The Eastern King pondered. Such capability suggests that it must be a certain Taoist from the Zhixiao Palace. If that is the case, we should pay a visit. Xianxun concurred. "Your insight is astute, dear Taoist. With a fellow Taoist establishing a dojo in the Eastern Sea, it is indeed our duty to engage in discourse." Their eyes met, revealing an unspoken understanding that their visit was not merely a social call. Xianxun, one of the earthly guests of Zhixiao, had attained the early stage of quasi-saint and was now conferred the title of a revered figure in the Celestial Court, assisting the Celestial Lord in governing the realm. Additionally, there were three other quasi-saints within the Celestial Court, all of whom were also from Zhixiao: Xing a Taoist, Xuanji Zi, and Weiyun Su Zi. These three esteemed figures, revered within the Celestial Court, held positions of great respect, second only to the Celestial Lord, the Eastern King, collectively wielding authority to maintain the order of heaven and earth. Atop Penglai Island, Niuhua's gaze flickered as she perceived Qing Xian drawing Fujiang and Yingzhou Islands closer. Immediately, she took Qing Yi and Qing Yao, stepping upon the clouds and ascending into the air. "Dear Niuhua, I implore your assistance," Qing Xian called out with a resonant voice. For Qianin, merging the three islands was a mere trifling task. However, harmonizing the essence of the islands proved to be a formidable challenge. Niuhua nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qing Xian, as both simultaneously channeled their supreme powers to facilitate the confluence of the island's origins. Qing Xian, with a mind divided in four, endeavored to propel the island's fusion while simultaneously manipulating the innate great formations above them, ensuring their mutual enhancement. As time flowed, several cycles of the Yuan period swiftly passed. Ultimately, the three islands coalesced into a singular entity. Although their expanse remained unchanged, they now appeared as a seamless whole. Yet, the three innate great formations failed to merge, remaining independently intact while responding to each other, collectively safeguarding the islands. Despite Qin Xian's earnest desire to unify the formations, he recognized that the art of formations was not his forte, and thus decided to postpone this endeavor for a future occasion. Dear Nuwa, the grand task is accomplished, Qin Xian exclaimed, his laughter resonating with joy. Nuwa, too, smiled gently, saying, "Congratulations, my friend, on obtaining this unparalleled sanctuary. It is indeed the pinnacle of heaven and earth's creation." Qin Xian's gaze softened as he proposed, "Dear friend, why not establish a cave dwelling on the three immortal islands? Considering it your second home, you may visit at any time to share in the profound truths of the Tao." Hearing this, Nuwa's lips curved upward. Though the concept of home felt somewhat foreign to her, she understood his intent and nodded in agreement. Qin Xian's expression turned serious, his gaze piercing as he addressed the boundless void, saying, "Since both of you have lingered for some time, why not reveal yourselves for a conversation?" Nuwa furrowed her brows slightly. She had sensed the presence of the two individuals, but chose to refrain from acknowledging them, as they remained concealed. The void rippled gently, and two figures materialized, the Eastern King of the Celestial Court and the esteemed Xian Shun. The Eastern King offered a respectful salute, stating, "Greetings, Qin Xian and Nuwa. This is my friend Xian Shun. We sensed unusual activity in this area from the Zifu continent and came to investigate. To our surprise, we discovered it was the handiwork of both of you, and thus we chose to observe and seek an audience." Qin Xian smiled with composure, replying, "I see. In that case, you are both welcome to enter the island for a discussion." The Eastern King nodded with a smile, saying, "Then allow us to intrude upon your hospitality." Upon the three immortal islands, after the unification of the three islands, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew ever more abundant, enveloping the area in a swirling mist. Ethereal and uplifting. Where the islands converged, a vast sea of spiritual energy emerged, majestic and awe-inspiring. A flicker of greed passed through the Eastern King's eyes as he mused. Such an unparalleled sanctuary would be splendid if it belonged to the Celestial Court. However, he quickly reined in his emotions, well aware that both Qin Xian and Nuwa were not to be trifled with. Qin Xian's former realm surpassed that of countless mortals, and now his depth was unfathomable. While Nuwa had previously declined the Tao ancestors' invitation to take on disciples, her foundation was equally formidable. Lacking absolute certainty, he dared not provoke such formidable adversaries, lest he jeopardize the very foundation of the Celestial Court. Qin Xian spoke calmly, "Since my existence began on the Penglai Immortal Island, I have devoted myself to cultivation, neglecting the affairs of the island. I ask for your understanding." As he spoke, his gaze subtly shifted towards Nuwa, imbued with deeper meaning. Nuwa comprehended his intent and, with a graceful wave of her hand, conjured a towering platform rising thousands of meters above the spiritual sea, adorned with pavilions and terraces suffused with celestial energy. A sight of unparalleled beauty. Qin Xian smiled in appreciation, saying, "Nuwa, you truly understand me." Nuwa cast a fleeting glance at him and said softly, "I shall take Qingyi and Qingyao to select a splendid location and establish a cave dwelling." With that, she intended to depart, clearly unwilling to partake in the affairs of the Eastern King. Qin Xian nodded slightly, "Very well. Esteemed friends, please take a seat," Qin Xian said with a serene smile. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, an array of spiritual fruits and celestial brews materialized before the three, enveloped in a swirling aura of ethereal energy. Qin Xian took a delicate sip of the spiritual wine, his demeanor calm as he awaited the others to speak. The Eastern King raised his cup and drank it all, exclaiming, "This wine is extraordinarily rich. Could it be that it was brewed by you, my friend Qin Xian?" Qin Xian shook his head with a smile. "Alas, I lack such skill. This is brewed by my friend Nuwa, imbued with the essence of creation." Observing this, Xian Shun grasped the Eastern King's intent and clasped his hands in salute, saying, "Friend Qin Xian, The vastness of the primordial world is chaotic, and myriad beings are in disarray. Would you consider joining our celestial court to partake in our grand endeavors? With your abilities, you would surely help us uphold the order of the primordial realm, and the fortune of the celestial court would greatly benefit your cultivation. Qing Xin shook his head gently, responding, "What I seek is the path of freedom. My heart is devoted to solitary cultivation, leaving little time for the affairs of the celestial court." The Eastern King smiled slightly and encouraged, "Why not hold a nominal position within the celestial court? You could enjoy its fortune without the burden of labor, only intervening in times of peril." Once again, Qing Xin shook his head, his expression resolute. "Gaining without effort is not my way. There is no need for further persuasion. My mind is made up. I simply wish to quietly pursue the great path." Seeing his firm stance, the Eastern King ceased further discussion and sighed. "Very well. Should your heart change in the future, the doors of the celestial court will always be open to you." Qing Xin smiled and clasped his hands. "Thank you, my friend." After a brief moment of idle conversation, the Eastern King and Xian Shun rose to take their leave, transforming into a stream of light as they departed. Chapter 22. Unexpected Joy. The fifth law in the Isle of the Three Immortals. Qing Xian, Nu Hua, Qing Yi, and Qing Yao each established their own caves. The caves of Qing Yi and Qing Yao are situated beside Nu Hua's, while Qing Xian's cave stands at the heart of the island, which is also the core of the protective formation surrounding the isle. Once everything was settled, Qing Xian entrusted the fragments of the creation jade plate to Nu Hua for her to comprehend, while he departed from the Isle of the Three Immortals. In the past, the Dragon Clan had aided him in locating this island, and the ties of fate between them were yet to be resolved. Qing Xian could sense the intricate entanglement of karma connecting him to the Dragon Clan, and as a descendant of future generations, he found this manifestation of karmic power profoundly mysterious. If he could fathom the path of karma, he might even trace the threads of fate, silently taking lives without a trace. Qing Xian was increasingly captivated by such power, yet the path remained esoteric beyond his current reach. In the ECI, Qing Xian returned once more. The candle dragon immediately sensed his presence, raising its head with pride, its voice resonating like a thunderous bell. "Dear friend, your fortune is profound, and your cultivation has advanced. This is indeed a cause for celebration." Qing Xian replied with a serene smile. "Are you not aware that I commenced my teachings at the Zixiao Palace? My cultivation's enhancement is simply a matter of course." The candle dragon shook its head and said, "My friend, I'm also aware of the path of severing the three corpses imparted by the Hongjun Daozu. However, your current endeavor is to validate the laws, and the two paths diverge. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Qing Xian spoke earnestly. "I have come to repay the karma owed to the Dragon Clan. My master has cultivated the purifying world law, reaching 3/5 of its potential. It may alleviate some of the karmic flames that afflict you, serving as recompense for your assistance in guiding me to Yingzhou and the Two Islands." Upon hearing this, the candle dragon's face lit up with joy. "I never imagined you had mastered the purifying world law. Its power of purification surpasses all in the primordial realm, and it will greatly benefit me." Qing Xian nodded. "If that is the case, I shall lessen your suffering." With that, Qing Xian emanated boundless white light, a warm and harmonious energy spreading forth. As the karmic flames on the candle dragon met this white light, they gradually melted away like snow under the sun. Qing Xian felt a jolt within, realizing that the purifying world law was subtly advancing in an imperceptible manner. He had not anticipated that assisting the candle dragon in dispelling its karmic flames would deepen his understanding of the law. Truly, practice makes perfect, akin to refining one's skills. Time in the primordial realm is unrecorded. 50 yuan meetings passed. Qing Xian lingered at the ECI for 50 yuan meetings, aiding the candle dragon in dispelling its karmic flames, an opportunity bestowed by heaven that he could not afford to miss. As the 50 yuan meetings flowed by, half of the karmic flames had dissipated. As one of the last remaining primordial golden immortals of the Dragon Clan, the candle dragon bore much of the clan's karmic burdens. Now, with Qing Xian's assistance, its karmic flames had been reduced by half, and its cultivation had also restored to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Qing Xian, too, had reaped considerable benefits. His understanding of the purifying world law had reached 4/5, with just a thread remaining to break through to 5/5. At that point, he could begin to strive for the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. However, thereafter, dispelling the karmic flames would no longer aid in his advancement of the law. Qing Xian initially sought to completely purify the candle dragon's karmic flames, but found that he could only alleviate them by half at most. It seemed the dragon clan had once wrought great destruction, incurring the wrath of the primordial heavens. Such was a punishment that the purifying world law could not reverse. The candle dragon, however, remained magnanimous, stating, "Thank you, dear friend Qing Xian. Though half of the karmic flames remain, I no longer need to endure the daily torment of a burning heart. In due course, as the dragon clan fosters good relationships and performs virtuous deeds in the primordial realm, the remaining karmic flames shall surely dissipate." Qing Xian nodded and said, "A debt must be repaid. This is the karmic balance owed by the dragon clan to the primal chaos of the universe and must naturally be settled by them." Having spoken, Qing Xian rose to take his leave. He had intended for this journey to be brief, yet it unexpectedly consumed 50 yuan hui of time. It was indeed time for him to return. The candle dragon remarked, "You have rendered great kindness to our dragon clan. Should there be a call in the future, we will surely spare no effort to repay your grace." The candle dragon expressed genuine gratitude, for Qing Xian had expended 50 yuan hui to extinguish the karmic flames, which were predominantly borne by him, the only primordial golden immortal of the dragon clan. Qing Xian nodded slightly, not declining the gratitude. Though the dragon clan no longer enjoyed the glory of ancient times, its foundation remained firm, and all beings of the four seas held the dragon clan in high esteem. The three immortal islands, situated over the eastern sea, would benefit greatly from the dragon clan's intervention in various matters. Upon returning to the three immortal islands, Qing Xian found Nuwa still in seclusion, yet upon sensing his aura, she immediately emerged from her meditation. Qing Yi and Qing Yao were still in their own retreats. Qing Yao had already advanced to the later stage of the great Luo golden immortal, having comprehended the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth through the power of the creation jade plate and the 5 elements Dao fruit bestowed by Qing Xian. Qing Yi also did not disappoint. Having ascended from the Tai extreme realm to the early stage of the great Luo, a testament to her diligence. "Nuwa, how have your gains been this time?" Qing Xian inquired, aware that their realms were comparable and that he could not fathom her depth. Nuwa smiled gently. "I have cultivated the laws of creation to 35%, and through the power of the creation jade plate, I have begun to comprehend the laws of chaos, achieving 10%. Additionally, I have made half progress in the 5 elemental laws." Qing Xian nodded. "One must prioritize the mastery of primary laws to enhance strength. The other laws may be pursued gradually." Nuwa wholeheartedly agreed, as this was also her own thought. Qing Xian turned his gaze toward the 2 young ones' cave and smiled. "They are indeed diligent." Nuwa nodded in agreement. "With our protection, they could live leisurely, yet they strive so hard. It is truly heartening." Qing Xian sighed lightly. Qing Yao's determination is unwavering. With her own aspirations, we can only support her from behind, providing a solid foundation. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Nuwa, I shall soon enter seclusion again, intending to break through my own limits. I am unsure when I shall emerge, so I entrust them to you." Nuwa was taken aback. "You are already seeking to break through again, so soon?" Qing Xian recounted the opportunities bestowed by the candle dragon, prompting Nuwa to smile. What a splendid opportunity. Time in the primordial chaos is unmeasured, and several yuan hui passed. Qing Xian ultimately comprehended the laws of purification to 50%, his cultivation naturally flourishing, and he stepped into the later stage of the primordial golden immortal. At the moment of his breakthrough, a formidable aura enveloped the 3 immortal islands, causing all beings on the island to tremble in awe of his might. Qing Yi softly remarked, "Little Qing Yao, it seems our elder brother has successfully broken through. Let's seek him out." Qing Yao nodded, and in an instant, they appeared before Qing Xian's cave, only to find Nuwa already standing there quietly. "Sister Nuwa, Mother Nuwa." Nuwa smiled. gently stroking their heads and taking their small hands, waiting for Qing Xian to emerge from his retreat. After completing his breakthrough, Qing Xian slowly rose, and with a thought, knew it was time to emerge and accompany the three. A day spent in seclusion is not the true essence of cultivation. The comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth lies in one's insight. Qing Xian stepped forward, and Qing Yao joyfully called out, "Father, Father." Qing Xian chuckled softly, tousling her hair, and asked, "My dear Yaoer, do you miss your father?" Qing Yao nodded vigorously. Taking her by the hand, Qing Xian suggested, "Why not venture outside together? Spending days in seclusion can be rather dull." Yuan nodded in agreement, and thus Qing Xian led the three of them away from Sanxian Island. Embarking on a leisurely journey over the East Sea, marveling at the vastness of the heavens and the boundlessness of the ocean, the four of them wandered freely, stopping and starting as they pleased, savoring the tranquility and delight of their outing. Qing Xian mused, "Is not the path of cultivation precisely to seek freedom within the cosmos, unrestrained and unfettered? Today we are embodying this very principle." Niwa, too, found enlightenment in his words and nodded, affirming, "Following one's heart and nature is indeed splendid." Qing Xian then proposed, "Since we are exploring the East Sea, why not pay a visit to the Dragon Palace?" In the distance, the voice of the Candle Dragon could be heard, having shed the constraints of the sea's eye and returned to the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan. Qing Xian turned to the three, seeking their thoughts. Qing Yao and Qing Yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and upon seeing this, Yuan nodded in consent. The 5 elemental fruits produced by the 5-needle pine had nearly been exhausted by them. 2 Yuan meetings yielded but a single fruit, which was exceedingly precious. Chapter 23. Visiting the Dragon Clan. The awakening of the mystical realm in the East Sea Dragon Palace. The 4 of Qing Xian were personally escorted by the Candle Dragon. Upon their entrance, they were greeted by a dazzling sight, adorned with resplendent treasures that illuminated the hall with grandeur. This was the inherent nature of the Dragon Clan. Even a powerful being like the Candle Dragon, a primordial golden immortal, could not conceal the innate preference for opulence that flowed through their veins. Qing Yao's gaze flickered, and she suddenly pointed towards the throne, exclaiming, "Father, look at the embellishments upon that throne. They are strikingly similar to your sea-settling pearl." Hearing this, Qing Xian and the others turned their eyes towards the throne, where the sea-settling pearl shimmered with brilliance. Qing Xian nodded slightly, commenting, "Indeed, my friend Candle Dragon possesses remarkable grace, adorning the throne with a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The sea-settling pearl is truly a magnificent display." Candle Dragon smiled lightly, saying, "This is the main hall of the Dragon Palace. It requires the protection of spiritual treasures. Were it not for the weakened state of the Dragon Clan, it would not be surprising to see even the finest innate treasures gracing this hall." With that, he waved his sleeve, and 12 sea-settling pearls materialized in his palm. "I hear from little Qing Yao that you also possess a sea-settling pearl?" Qing Xian nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Candle Dragon presented the 12 pearls to Qing Xian, stating, "These treasures are fated to be with you. Please do not refuse them. Your efforts in alleviating some of the Dragon Clan's karma are of great significance and must be repaid, though this is far from sufficient." Qing Xian accepted the sea-settling pearls, replying, "Very well." As everyone took their seats, the 2 young ones curiously gazed around, while Candle Dragon sat in the main seat, his attention directed toward a Dragon Clan member at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Candle Dragon spoke calmly. "This is our young descendant Ao Huang of true dragon bloodline, who is about to assume the position of the East Sea Dragon King." Qing Xian was slightly surprised, not expecting Ao Huang to ascend to the throne so early. He belonged to the 5-clawed Golden Dragon bloodline, second in nobility only to the ancestral dragon and Candle Dragon himself. "Ao Huang, do you not greet the esteemed friends from the 3 Immortal Islands?" Candle Dragon's gaze shifted slightly, his tone authoritative. Ao Huang respectfully bowed, saying, "Ao Huang pays his respects to the esteemed seniors." His demeanor was humble, devoid of arrogance. The 4 before him were all of higher cultivation, and even Qing Yi and Qing Yao were great Luo golden immortals, so he dared not show any disrespect. Qing Xian nodded slightly, praising the true dragon bloodline of the dragon clan. Second only to my friend Candle Dragon and the ancestral dragon of Ur. Is indeed a blessing for the clan to have such a successor. The breakthrough to the primordial golden immortal realm is surely within reach. Candle Dragon chuckled softly. Were it not for your efforts in alleviating some of the karma of my dragon clan, even with A.O. Guang's true dragon bloodline, he would be burdened by karma, and the Tai golden immortal realm would be his ultimate limit. Upon hearing this, A.O. Guang solemnly bowed once more, saying, A.O. Guang expresses the dragon clan's profound gratitude for the great kindness of the seniors. This favor shall never be forgotten by our clan. Qing Xian waved his hand with a smile. There is no need for such formality. The dragon clan has already rewarded me greatly. In the future, govern the 4 seas diligently, and work towards alleviating the karma. The dragon clan may yet restore its former glory. Ao Guang responded earnestly. I shall exert every effort to restore the dragon clan's past splendor. Dear friend Qing Xian, what are your thoughts on that celestial court? In recent years, the celestial court has repeatedly dispatched envoys to persuade the dragon clan to join their ranks. Had I not returned in time, the dragon clan would have succumbed under the pressure of the celestial court. The candle dragon inquired in a deep voice. Qing Xian pondered briefly and replied nonchalantly. It is merely a fleeting moment. The Eastern King, fond of power, has been conferred the title of the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor, and thus he mistakenly believes himself to be the sovereign of the primordial chaos. In contrast, the foremost female immortal, the Western Queen Mother, has remained inactive. The candle dragon reflected for a moment and stated, according to information from the dragon clan, the Western Queen Mother has secluded herself in the Western Kunlun since the 3 lectures at the Purple Heaven, rarely making an appearance. Although many female immortals have sought her patronage, she continues to lead them in closed-door cultivation, refraining from establishing any influence. Qing Xian nodded in agreement, remarking, to know others is wisdom. To know oneself is enlightenment. The Western Queen Mother is not enamored with power, nor is she deceived by the title of the foremost female immortal. It is essential to understand that this title was bestowed by the Tao ancestor and does not stem from her intrinsic strength. Her ability to remain steadfast in her convictions and to comprehend her true nature is indeed rare. Upon hearing this, the candle dragon realized, thank you for your guidance. My friend, I now understand. I initially intended to leverage the fortune of the celestial court to alleviate the dragon clan's karma. But it seems that this is not a wise course of action. Qing Xian replied calmly. Although the celestial court is powerful, its actions are tyrannical. Today, they threaten the dragon clan. Tomorrow, they will undoubtedly offend other mighty beings. When they become entangled in the consequences of their actions, they shall face retribution in due time. Furthermore, Emperor Jun and Tai E from the Sun Star harbor ambitions to dominate the primordial chaos. Otherwise, they would not have proposed the path to sanctification through fortune at the Purple Heaven Palace. The candle dragon nodded. It appears that a conflict between the two is inevitable. Nearby, Nuo listened in silence, while Qing Yi appeared deeply engrossed, a hint of a smile gracing her features as she mused. Emperor Jun and Tai E are formidable foes for our witch clan. If they remain embroiled in conflict, it would be an opportune moment for our clan to develop in the shadows. Suddenly, Qing Xian felt a stirring within and sensed that Hutu and Xianin had arrived outside the 3 Immortal Island, prompting him to rise and take his leave. Candle Dragon, my friend, guests have come to the 3 Immortal Island, so I shall take my leave. Should you find the time, do visit the island for a discourse. The Candle Dragon nodded. Very well. With that, Qing Xian and Nuo, accompanied by the 2 young ones, transformed into a stream of light and soared toward the 3 Immortal Island. On the 3 Immortal Island, Hutu and Xianin established a cave dwelling beside Nuo's lair, dedicating themselves to cultivation. After several years, the group collectively studied the fragments of the creation jade plate, with the principles of Hutu's earth and Xuanin's rain manifesting within. Although the witch clan differs from ordinary cultivators, they inscribe the principles onto their physical forms, gaining deeper insights through the power of the creation jade plate. Time in the primordial chaos is not measured. Hundreds of epochs have passed. immersed in the profound intricacies of the principles. They were suddenly jolted awake by a thunderous roar. Niwa and the others turned to see that the sound originated from within Qing Xian, their expressions filled with astonishment. After a moment, the earth-shattering noise abruptly ceased. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qing Xian's eyes, as if the scene of creation itself was unfolding. Noticing the gazes of the women upon him, Qing Xian replied nonchalantly, "What are you all staring at me for?" Niwa inquired, "What did you just do? Why is there such a great sound emanating from within you?" Qing Xian, slightly surprised, responded, "I did not expect you all to perceive it. I have integrated the chaos gourd into my being through the law of devouring, supplemented by 36 stabilizing pearls, thereby opening a world within myself. Though this realm is merely the size of the 3 immortal isles, as my understanding of the laws deepens with the elevation of its potential for growth becomes incalculable, perhaps rivaling the primordial chaos." Hearing this, Hutu paused, her expression momentarily stunned. Could it be akin to the Father God's creation of heaven and earth? Qing Xian shook his head with a smile. "Dear friend Hutu, you flatter me. I merely employ clever means. How can I dare to compare myself to the great Pangu? This realm is still small and requires time to mature." Niwa, Hutu, and Xianin exchanged glances, each revealing a flicker of astonishment. For them, creating a small world is not a daunting task. However, Qing Xuan's ability to cultivate one within himself, which continues to evolve and perfect with the enhancement of his, is indeed impressive. This thought had brewed within Qing Xian for a long time, and he named the world within him as the Xian realm. At this moment, though the Xian realm has just been established, occupying only a tiny expanse and remaining desolate, the vitality and potential contained within it are already faintly discernible. Determining Sea Pearl, 12 represents the innate supreme spiritual treasure, 24 signifies the innate premium spiritual treasure, and 36 denotes the innate ultimate treasure. Chapter 24. The Laws of Inscription and the Primordial Focus, 3 immortal islands, Qing Xian, after enduring several hundred epochs, found his most significant gains in the establishment of the profound realm and the enhancement of the chaotic laws, both achievements stemming from the creation of the profound realm. During the initial 80 epochs, Qing Xian primarily focused on the laws of devouring, harnessing the power of the creation jade plate and comprehending 1/3 of its essence, which was essential for merging with the chaotic gourd. As for the 9 natural laws of heaven and earth, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, Qing Xian had grasped 1/10 of each. Thus, he commenced the integration of the chaotic gourd, albeit at a gradual pace, yet steadily progressing. After enduring 20 epochs, his aspirations were finally realized, and the profound realm was successfully established. The opening of the profound realm allowed Qing Xian's understanding of the chaotic laws to surge to 45%, while his comprehension of the spatial laws also exceeded 20%, a gift bestowed by the establishment of the profound realm. Qing Xian declared, "You may continue your cultivation. I must retreat once more to engrave the laws I have realized within the profound realm, aiding its evolution and enhancement." Niwa and the others nodded in agreement, and Qing Xian once again entered a state of seclusion. In the timeless expanse of the primordial era, another 10 epochs passed. Qing Xian inscribed all 13 of the laws he had comprehended within the profound realm. Utilizing the 9 natural laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, he shaped the mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, gentle breezes and light rains, as well as the thunder and lightning. Moreover, he concentrated the essence of fire to form a resplendent sun, suspended at the zenith of the profound realm, illuminating it with warmth and light. However, the profound realm remained incomplete, relying solely on the law of fire. While it could provide warmth, it still required the infusion of additional laws for perfection. It was essential to comprehend the laws of light and darkness to delineate day from night within the profound realm, to grasp the laws of the 4 seasons to enable the cyclical passage of seasons, and to penetrate the laws of life and creation to foster living beings within the realm. The path ahead was fraught with challenges. And Qin Xian was acutely aware that this journey was long and arduous. Only through steadfast perseverance could the profound realm attain true completeness. Qin Xian opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of others. He surmised that Nuwa and the others had emerged from their seclusion and were likely enjoying themselves on the three immortal islands. A sweep of his divine sense confirmed his thoughts, revealing Nuwa, Hutu, and Xianming atop the spirit sea, savoring spiritual wine while watching two young ones frolic. Their retreat on the three immortal islands had consumed several hundred epochs. Indeed, time in the primordial era was scarcely valued. The two young ones had grown taller, now resembling 14-year-old maidens, and it would take many more epochs for them to fully mature. The three companions appeared content. Qin Xian inquired with a smile. "I wonder what gains you have made during this lengthy seclusion?" Hutu and Xianming exhibited the aura of late-stage golden immortals, and Nuwa had similarly surpassed 50% in her mastery of the laws. She had even begun to grasp the law of life, albeit at a modest level. Yet beginning is always the most challenging part. Qin Yao made further advancements, reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, while Qin Qi had attained the mid-stage of the same. Even in this era, their prowess rendered them formidable figures. After all, the three pure ones had yet to attain enlightenment, and the beings of the primordial era remained in a state of naivety, with the methods of cultivation still obscure. Qin Xian remarked, "After such an extensive period of seclusion, what plans do my esteemed companions have next?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yao rejoiced, exclaiming, Father God, we have reached a consensus and are ready to return to the Witch clan." Nuwa added, "I too wish to return to the Buzhou mountain." Upon witnessing the scene, Qin Xian smiled and remarked, "Very well. It seems I must embark on my journey through the vast wilderness alone." Hearing his words, Nuwa and the others felt a stir within, but did not voice their intentions to accompany him. After all, each had their own path to follow, and it was paramount to focus on enhancing their strength at this juncture. In recent years, the tumultuous tides of the wilderness had seen the East King's court grow increasingly formidable, becoming the focal point of attention from all quarters. Rumors circulated that two new revered beings had recently joined the celestial court, namely Xian Fengzi and Zi Chendaorun, both of whom were powerful quasi-saints. With this addition, the celestial court now boasted 7 quasi-saints, complemented by the East King's own cultivation having reached the late quasi-saint stage. The court's influence soared, establishing it as the preeminent force in the wilderness. However, the court's actions became ever more audacious, exerting pressure on various clans to submit. Those who dared to resist faced annihilation. Such tyrannical measures had already incited discontent among numerous races within the wilderness, stirring undercurrents of unrest. Among the Dragon Clan, Zhu Long observed with a discerning eye, fully aware of the unfolding situation, having existed since the ancient conflicts among the three innate tribes. He had witnessed the vicissitudes of time and discerned the cycles of rise and fall. In his view, the court's current trajectory was a path to self-destruction. In contrast, he held a favorable opinion of Qin Xian. Not only did Qin Xian possess profound cultivation, but he also had a remarkable vision, having foreseen that the celestial court would eventually invoke the wrath of the masses and meet its demise. Previously, the celestial court had dispatched 3 revered beings to subdue the Dragon Clan for their refusal to submit. Yet, despite Zhu Long not having regained his peak as a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, his mastery over the laws of water, fire, and even time remained unweakened. In a struggle among quasi-saints, it was the laws that ruled supreme. With ease, Zhu Long repelled the 3 celestial quasi-saints, instilling a sense of caution in the East King, who no longer dared to provoke the Dragon Clan lightly. Though the celestial court wielded considerable power, its tyrannical actions had sown the seeds of calamity. The wilderness operated under its own principles, where extremes of prosperity inevitably led to decline. This was an immutable truth throughout the ages. After parting ways with Nuwa and the others, Qin Xian felt a surge of determination, resolved to explore the vast wilderness. Although he had spent countless epochs within the wilderness, he had only ventured to places like Mount Buzhou, leaving many other mountains and lakes uncharted. This time presented a perfect opportunity to uncover them one by one. After a moment of contemplation, he had already devised a plan. Kunlun Mountain was the pinnacle of sacred mountains in the wilderness, second only to Mount Buzhou in its profound mysteries. Not only was it the birthplace of the three purities, but it also served as a sanctuary for great beings like the West Queen Mother, rich in heritage and worthy of exploration. Yet, unbeknownst to Qing Xian, Kunlun Mountain was currently embroiled in turbulence. The master of the Celestial Court, the East King, was preparing to visit West Kunlun once more, seeking to express his intentions to the West Queen Mother, desiring to unite as partners in governance over the Celestial Court. This marked his third attempt. Why third? You might ask. The first was after the 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace, where the East King, filled with confidence from his breakthrough, approached West Kunlun, only to be politely declined by the West Queen Mother. The second attempt occurred during the establishment of the Celestial Court, when the East King, buoyed by its grand momentum, again sought to court her, yet still fell short of his desires. This time, accompanied by Xianshun, Xianji, Xinghe, Zi Chundaorun, and a host of celestial generals, the East King came with overwhelming force. This visit transcended mere courtship. It was an assertion of dominance, aiming to coerce the West Queen Mother into submission. Though the Western Queen Mother is a formidable force of the primordial realm, she has not established any dominion. While she commands numerous female deities, none possess the strength of a quasi-saint to stand guard should the Eastern Prince press with force. The Western Queen Mother may find herself with little room for maneuver. The winds of Kunlun Mountain have suddenly intensified, and a great calamity seems to be brewing. Sister, the Eastern Prince from the Celestial Court is coming again. This person is truly vexatious. You have already rejected him twice, yet he remains undeterred, exclaimed the young girl beside her, her face flushed with indignation and a hint of anger in her tone. The Western Queen Mother smiled serenely, her demeanor composed. Xian knew, why allow oneself to be agitated over such trivial matters? Let us not allow his presence to disturb our tranquility. Furthermore, even if he were to come 1,000 times, I shall not acquiesce. The Celestial Court has long oppressed others with their might, inciting discontent among the primordial races. Their fortune is waning, merely a bowstring stretched to its limit. As they were speaking, a young man of elegant bearing, resembling a scholar, approached with a hint of concern etched across his brow. Mistress, the Eastern Prince arrives with great fervor this time. It may differ from the previous occasions. His intent might be to coerce, and I urge you to prepare accordingly. The 9 heavens, Xian knew, witnessing this, smiled brightly. Brother Bai Zhe, what brings you here? This young man was none other than Bai Zhe, the divine beast of Kunlun, renowned for his profound understanding of all things and exceptional wisdom. He had been sheltered by the Western Queen Mother on numerous occasions, sparing him from the predations of stronger beings. With a benevolent heart, the Western Queen Mother allowed him to cultivate within the sanctuary of Western Kunlun. Bai Zhe's fate was intricately intertwined with the grand currents of the primordial realm, destined to become the strategist and advisor under the Emperor Jun of the future Demon Court. Chapter 25. Atop Kunlun Mountain. A discourse with the 3 purities at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Qing Xian stood still, gazing up at the endless peaks, his heart filled with awe. Truly, it is a premier sacred ground of the primordial realm, a congregation of mighty beings. He ascended the mountain slowly, marveling at the extraordinary treasures and rare beasts that adorned the path, all born of heaven and earth, suffused with spiritual essence. As he walked, a radiant light approached from afar, transforming into a young Taoist who clasped his hands in greeting. Junior Bao, under the instruction of my master, Supreme Clarity, humbly request your presence at the Taoist temple for a discussion. Qing Xian's gaze sharpened as he appraised Bao, noting his relatively shallow cultivation, merely at the level of the Tai, golden immortal, leading him to deduce that it had not been long since Tong Tian had taken on disciples. He nodded slightly and followed Bao, inquiring casually, "Young friend Bao, when did you take refuge under the teachings of Taoist Tong Tian?" With utmost respect, Bao responded, in reply to the esteemed elder, "After a lecture from the Tao ancestor at Zhixiao Palace, I fortuitously encountered my master, who favored me, and thus I became his disciple." Qing Xian nodded, choosing not to delve further into the matter. In a fleeting moment, the two had reached the summit of Kunlun Mountain, where an imposing hall stood majestically, its plaque inscribed with the characters Three Purities, resonating with Taoist rhythm. Inside the hall, the three purities had already gathered, evidently having anticipated Qing Xian's arrival. Qing Xian laughed heartily, addressing them. Taoist Taqing, Taoist Yuanshi, Taoist Tong Tian, it has been long since our parting at Mount Buzhou. Tong Tian laughed boisterously, his voice like thunder. For practitioners like us, a single Yuan meeting is but a fleeting moment. Yet, Taoist Qing Xian, your progress has been remarkable. I have reached the late stage of quasi-saint, yet I find it difficult to gauge the depth of your realm. Qing Xian replied calmly, I have received the assistance of the Chaos Gourd, which conceals the heavenly mechanisms, thus my cultivation remains unremarkable. In truth, I share the same realm as you, with no distinction between us. Tong Tian's eyes gleamed with approval as he remarked, your path to enlightenment through the laws is no less than ours. You are indeed a prodigy. Since you have journeyed to Kunlun, why not stay for a while? We can engage in a discourse on the Tao, which may prove mutually beneficial. Qing Xian smiled and agreed, very well. As Qing Xian conversed with the three purities, Tong Tian imparted insights on formation techniques and swordsmanship, which illuminated Qing Xian's understanding, particularly in enhancing his comprehension of formations. Yuanshi, Tianzun unveiled the path of artifact refinement, excelling in swordsmanship that rivaled Tong Tian's prowess, augmented by the formidable Panga banner in hand, instilling a sense of awe in Qing Xian. Taqing's alchemical mastery surpassed all in the primordial realm, with each lesson enriching Qing Xian profoundly. In return, Qing Xian articulated his insights on 13 distinct laws, leaving the three purities astounded. Taqing, through this exchange, grasped the principles of wood, refining his alchemical art to a higher realm, and further comprehended the laws of space. Tong Tian discerned the laws of gold, sharpening his swordsmanship. Yuanshi understood the laws of fire, perfecting his artifact refinement techniques. Taqing inquired, Taoist Qing Xian, our master bestowed upon the three of us the primordial purple energy. Yet after numerous Yuan meetings, we have been unable to comprehend its foundational significance for achieving sanctity. Might you have any insights? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tong Tian turned their gaze to Qing Xian, harboring little expectation but still hoping for his guidance. Qing Xian pondered deeply, recalling that Enhua on Three Immortal Island had previously inquired about this matter and had presented the primordial purple energy for contemplation, yet to no avail. Qing Xian had once stated, the time is not ripe. There is no need to force it. Enhua, yearning for freedom, sought to attain the status of the primordial supreme golden immortal, thus relinquishing her fixation on the primordial purple energy, allowing things to unfold naturally. On this day, the three pure ones posed a question, to which Qing Xian replied, the sage embodies the essence of heaven and earth. I surmise that one must make a significant contribution to these realms and the myriad beings of the primordial chaos to attain enlightenment of the primordial purple energy. Yet, this is merely my conjecture. Taqing, upon hearing this, stroked his beard and chuckled. The way is often effortless and yet accomplishes all. It seems the old Taoist has become somewhat attached. The four engaged in philosophical discourse, each gaining profound insights, far surpassing the benefits of solitary cultivation. They then retreated to their respective chambers to assimilate their newfound knowledge, each making great strides in their path. Outside Kunlun Mountain, the Eastern King, accompanied by a host of celestial beings, arrived with great fanfare, shaking the heavens and drawing the attention of the primordial creatures. Within the three pure ones' hall, Tong Tian frowned slightly, his tone displeased. Why has the Eastern King returned? His presence is even more overwhelming than before, disturbing our serene cultivation. Taqing and Yuanshi also displayed signs of discontent, clearly unimpressed by the situation. Inside the Western Palace, Bai Zhe spoke solemnly, Your Majesty, the Eastern King's actions may lead to dire consequences if you do not comply. The Western Palace, the sacred realm of the Western Queen Mother in the West Kunlun. The Western Queen Mother huffed disdainfully. Does he dare to act against me? I am the foremost female immortal, appointed by the Tao ancestor. If he dares to act recklessly, he will surely bring ruin upon himself. Bai Zhe, troubled by the potential coercion of the celestial court upon the Western Queen Mother, revealed his thoughts. Only Pangu and the three pure ones can resolve this calamity, and their domain is nearby. The Western Queen Mother pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, instructing Bai Zhe to immediately head to the summit of Kunlun Mountain to invite the three pure ones to a banquet. Before long, Duo Bao arrived to report that Bai Zhe had come at the behest of the Western Queen Mother, inviting the three pure ones to a feast. Tong Tian, deep in thought, remarked, "Elder brother, second brother, the Western Queen Mother's intentions seem to be to leverage our influence." Ta Ching responded calmly, "I need to comprehend the method of the 9 transformation golden elixir and cannot afford distractions. Second brother, third brother, if you're interested, feel free to attend." Yuan sure added, "I too must retreat for contemplation. Third brother, please represent the three pure ones." Tong Tian scratched his head, his gaze shifting to Qing Xian, and asked, "Qing Xian, would you be willing to accompany me?" Qing Xian, contemplating Bai Zhe's identity, wondered if he was indeed the Bai Zhe he had envisioned. If so, how is he connected to the Western Queen Mother? He replied, "I will first meet this Bai Zhe. If he speaks candidly and assists the Western Queen Mother, it may be worthwhile. If he harbors ulterior motives, then we need not concern ourselves with him." Tong Tian nodded, "Excellent." He then instructed Duo Bao to bring Bai Zhe into the hall. Tong Tian fixed his gaze upon Bai Zhe and inquired, "Why has the Western Queen Mother invited us, the three pure ones?" Bai Zhe spoke plainly, "To borrow the prestige of the three pure ones to alleviate the peril facing the Western Palace." Tong Tian raised an eyebrow, chuckling, "How straightforward. I have no deep ties with the Western Queen Mother. Why would I intervene?" Bai Zhe replied earnestly, "The celestial court acts with impunity, seeking to coerce the Western Queen Mother into their ranks. Should they succeed, the celestial court will grow even more powerful, and the myriad races of the primordial chaos will suffer. The three pure ones, being the true lineage of Pangu, cannot stand idly by while the Eastern King wreaks havoc in Kunlun Mountain. Moreover, if today he can compel the Western Queen Mother, who is also a listener of the Zixiao, will he not dare to run rampant at the peak of Kunlun in the future?" Tong Tian acknowledged, "You speak wisely. I, too, am displeased with the celestial court's actions. Very well, I shall accompany you." Bai Zhe clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder Tong Tian." Tong Tian turned and called out, "Qing Xian, my friend, my elder brother and second brother are in seclusion. Would you accompany me?" Qing Xian nodded in agreement. In his heart, Bai's mused that anyone whom Tong Tian referred to as a friend must undoubtedly be the renowned Zixiao Huang Chun Ku. At the Western King Palace, the Eastern King approached with the celestial court entourage, and with a wave of his hand, numerous treasures were displayed before the hall. Several innate-grade spiritual treasures gleamed brilliantly, catching the attention of the Kunlun female immortals. However, the expression of the Western Queen Mother remained unchanged, though a hint of displeasure lingered in her eyes. The actions of the Eastern King were clearly aimed at cutting off her retreat, applying pressure with his authority. The Eastern King stated directly, "Western Queen Mother, this marks my 3rd visit, and my sincerity is evident. The celestial court flourishes day by day, and I wish to co-govern it with you as partners in both governance and companionship. I hope you will consent." Beside him, Xianshun echoed, "You are the first manifestation of the primordial yin energy, perfectly complementing the Eastern King's primordial yang energy. This is indeed a match made in heaven. With the protection of the celestial court, what threat could the Western Palace fear from external foes?" As the esteemed figures of the celestial court voiced their agreement, the Western Queen Mother felt an overwhelming pressure weighing upon her. Suddenly, the 9 heavens Xian Nu entered the hall to report, "Sister, Tong Tian has come to visit." Chapter 26. Tensions rising, talents revealed within the Western Royal Palace. Bai Zhe guided Tong Tian and Qing Xian as they entered. Before them stood a captivating female immortal, her presence commanding and mesmerizing. The Queen Mother of the West gazed upon the two and spoke softly, "Tong Tian, dear friend, Qing Xian, I did not anticipate your fortuitous arrival. How delightful that the other esteemed guests of the Celestial Court are also present. Why not join us at the table? Tong Tian and Qing Xian nodded slightly, replying in unison, "We pay our respects to the Queen Mother of the West." A tremor coursed through the East King, for he wondered how Tong Tian and Qing Xian had come to be there. Were they perhaps intent on thwarting his ambitions? Yet, in a fleeting moment, he composed himself. For Tong Tian represented the three pure ones, and Qing Xian had the backing of Nuwa. Together, they could easily dismantle his celestial domain. A faint smile crossed the East King's face as he addressed them. "What a remarkable coincidence, dear friends." Qing Xian responded with a hearty laugh. "I have traversed the vast primordial wilderness and arrived at Kunlun, where I engaged in discourse with the three pure ones. Today, I am honored to accompany Tong Tian in paying respects to the Queen Mother of the West." The Queen Mother of the West smiled with her phoenix-like eyes. "I invited the three pure ones for a discussion not long ago, and unexpectedly, you were present, dear Qing Xian. Truly intriguing." Recognizing that Tong Tian and Qing Xian had pledged their assistance, her heart settled. Even with 5 quasi-saints from the celestial court present, there was no cause for fear. Xian Chun and the others were not oblivious to the underlying dynamics. This apparent coincidence was merely a tacit understanding, a means to preserve their dignity, avoiding a direct confrontation. As the celestial beings took their seats, the Queen Mother of the West gracefully waved her sleeves, revealing an array of primordial spiritual fruits upon the jade table, with ethereal purple mist rising. The East King, maintaining a calm demeanor, turned to Qing Xian and remarked, "In the past, I invited you to share governance of the celestial court. Would you reconsider today?" Qing Xian brushed aside his sleeves and replied, "My resolve remains unchanged, dear East King. There is no need for further discussion." Then, the newly inducted member of the celestial court, Taoist Zichun, suddenly interjected with a cold snort. "If you claim to be above worldly concerns, why do you meddle in the affairs of the celestial court?" Qing Xian's gaze turned icy. "Who are you?" Xian Chun hastily intervened. "This is Taoist Zichun, a new addition to the celestial court. I hope you will extend your understanding." Qing Xian laughed heartily. "The vastness of the primordial world allows me to come and go as I please. If Taoist Zichun is unconvinced, let's engage in a contest. It would serve as a testament to my path." The East King remained silent, intending to gauge the depth of Zichun's abilities through this encounter. Noticing the East King's lack of intervention, Zichun understood his intent and declared, "Let me show you my prowess." In an instant, Qing Xian transformed into a chaotic azure light, soaring into the skies, and the celestial beings followed suit, ascending into the air. The two figures confronted each other in the void, and the summit of Kunlun erupted with wind and thunder, the very heavens shifting in hue. As two quasi-saint beings of the highest caliber clashed, the surrounding atmosphere was stirred by their immense presence, prompting even the reclusive Tai Ching and Yuan Shi to break their seclusion and emerge to witness the spectacle. Seeing this, Tong Tian called out, "Elder brother, second brother." Tai Ching and Yuan Shi nodded, indicating their understanding without the need for further inquiry. They had surmised that Qing Xian's opponent must be from the celestial court. This confrontation, however, also provided a rare opportunity to glimpse the extent of Qing Xian's capabilities. The East King, Xian Chun, and the others from the celestial court watched intently, while the Queen Mother of the West, accompanied by the 9 heavens Xian Nu and Bai Zhe, stood to one side, her admiration for Qing Xian steadily increasing. For it was he who had drawn her into this whirlwind of events. Qing Xian gazed steadily at Zichun, refraining from immediate action, instead patiently awaiting his opponent's first move. The Eastern King conveyed through voice transmission, "You are certainly no match for him. Unleash your full power and compel him to reveal his true abilities, so I may witness the extraordinary qualities of Qing Xian." Zichun dutifully obeyed the Eastern King's command, launching his most formidable technique, the stellar principle, which allowed him to harness the power of myriad stars from the primordial cosmos to enhance his own strength. As celestial light cascaded from the heavens, Zichun's aura grew increasingly magnificent. Qing Xian chuckled lightly. "Do not rush. I shall await your build-up." Incensed by this perceived slight, Zichun intensified the gathering of stellar energy in his hands. Typically, the more starlight one amassed, the greater the ensuing power. After considerable time, the accumulated stellar energy reached its zenith, eliciting astonishment even from the Eastern King, as this single strike bore the potency of a late-stage quasi-saint. Zi-chun coldly declared, "Friend, brace yourself for my strike." With that, he hurled the stellar pearl, infused with boundless stellar energy, directly at Qing Xian, showcasing its formidable might. Qing Xian maintained his composure as the power of the devouring principle surged forth, coalescing into a swirling black vortex that ensnared all who gazed upon it. The vast stellar energy amassed within the stellar pearl was wholly absorbed by the vortex, becoming the foundational source of power for Qing Xian's evolving realm. At this moment, the nascent realm not only shielded Qing Xian from celestial secrets, but also required a significant expenditure of his own magical energy for its evolution, only to eventually return the favor once it reached a certain stage. Although Zi-chun stood as a quasi-saint, he posed no threat to Qing Xian, prompting Qing Xian to attempt to consume his stellar energy to alleviate his own burdens. Countless stars surged like a torrent against the black vortex, yet they failed to inflict any damage, instead being continuously devoured. Realizing this, Zi-chun ceased his use of the stellar pearl. Qing Xian remarked solemnly, "Have I been discovered? It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Since you have made your move, I shall return the favor." He concentrated the might of a late-stage, primordial golden immortal, causing the very void to tremble, heralding an earth-shattering strike. The three pure ones, along with the Western Queen Mother and the Eastern King, exchanged startled glances, astonished at how Qing Xian had cultivated such an unparalleled physique. Even a primordial ancestor might struggle to reach such heights. The Eastern King interjected, "Qing Xian, cease your assault. I apologize on behalf of my friend, Zi-chun." As if deaf to the words, Qing Xian swiftly manipulated the spatial laws, appearing at Zi-chun's side in an instant. Alarmed, Zi-chun hastily activated the stellar pearl to form a starlight barrier, yet Qing Xian's fist shattered it upon contact. The Eastern King, witnessing this, was taken aback and hurriedly intervened, using his dragon-headed staff to deflect Qing Xian's blow. The force of that punch sent the Eastern King flying, demonstrating the terrifying might of Qing Xian's physique. After delivering his strike, Qing Xian stood firm, refraining from further action. In this moment of utmost exertion, he sensed that his physical form had seemingly reached the critical juncture of the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, undoubtedly a consequence of the formidable strength of the Qing Xian essence, originally transformed from the 12th-grade pure world white lotus. He had now devoured the chaotic gourd and integrated it into his being, elevating his foundational roots to the realm of the 20th-grade chaotic white lotus. Thus, his physical prowess was undeniably unparalleled. The Eastern King approached with measured steps and spoke solemnly, "Friend Qing Xian, your physical strength surpasses even that of the ancestral witches of the Wu clan. I hold you in the highest esteem. This item is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the glazed immortal hairpin, obtained from the Tao ancestors' treasure cliff. I wish to offer this treasure in exchange for the resolution of the grievances with Taoist Zikin." Taken aback, Qing Xian did not anticipate such a serendipitous coincidence. It seemed the glazed immortal hairpin was part of a set along with the glazed sword and glazed immortal garment he had acquired. Nodding in acknowledgement, he accepted the treasure. The Eastern King continued, "In that case, the affairs of the celestial court are complex. We shall not further disturb our esteemed friends." With that, he promptly led the members of the celestial court away. Xianchen and others, perplexed, inquired, "Friend, are we simply to abandon this matter?" The Eastern King's lips bled slightly, and Xianchen, Zikin, and others were taken aback as he remarked, "This Qing Xian has indeed wounded a fellow Taoist with a single strike. His strength is truly formidable." The Eastern King replied, "Indeed, it is terrifying. Although I was caught off guard, I drew upon a spiritual treasure and still sustained injury. This Western Queen Mother is connected to this individual. Achieving our goal seems increasingly difficult." The Eastern King had originally intended to forge a partnership with the Western Queen Mother, merging their essences to create a balance of yin and yang, thereby facilitating the emergence of a third corpse. However, with the three pure ones and Qing Xian intervening, these aspirations had now become mere illusions. Glazed immortal hairpin, top-grade innate spiritual treasure, primarily defensive, forming a glazed protective barrier. Part of a set with the glazed immortal garment and glazed sword, together comparable to a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Star Pearl, top-grade innate spiritual treasure, harnesses the power of the stars to attack opponents, can form a starlight barrier for protection, capable of summoning star deities. Chapter 27, Journey to Wanshou, Baize's contemplation in the majestic Kunlun Mountains within the Western Palace. The Queen Mother of the West expressed her gratitude. I sincerely thank my esteemed friends, Qing Xian and Tong Tian, for your assistance. I owe you a debt of gratitude that I shall repay in due time. My dear friends, please continue to enjoy the banquet. Qing Xian responded affirmatively. Indeed. Laozi of Taiji interjected, I am grateful for the invitation, but I must retreat for further cultivation. I shall visit again on another occasion. The Queen Mother, not insisting, replied with a smile, no matter. As practitioners, our focus should indeed be on cultivation. With that, Taiji and Yuan Shi departed directly, while Qing Xian and Tong Tian accompanied the Queen Mother back to the Western Palace. During the banquet, as they engaged in light conversation, Qing Xian curiously inquired, Queen Mother, is this young friend, Baize, truly the primordial auspicious beast? Baize, upon hearing this, responded directly, indeed, senior. Qing Xian was taken aback, contemplating that this individual would become a strategist for the future demon court. He wondered how Baize was intertwined with the Queen Mother, suspecting that the celestial court had sown the seeds of misfortune long ago. Baize would undoubtedly hold a prestigious position within the demon court, deeply trusted by Emperor Jun, making the downfall of the celestial court almost inevitable. The Queen Mother proposed, it is a rare occasion to gather with both of you. Shall we engage in a discussion of the Tao to validate our insights? Both Qing Xian and Tong Tian responded in unison, agreed. Thus, the three of them elaborated on their respective paths within the Western Palace. Though the gathered immortals found it difficult to comprehend, each nonetheless gleaned some understanding. The Queen Mother produced a mirror, known as the Kunlun Mirror, which possesses the power to reflect the past and future, manipulating the flow of time. With its assistance, she accelerated the passage of time. Although eons had elapsed in the primordial era, thanks to the time dilation of the Kunlun Mirror, dozens of eons had passed, and all three gained significant insights. Utilizing the time laws elucidated by the Queen Mother, combined with the temporal power of the Kunlun Mirror, Qing Xian successfully comprehended the laws of time and attained a new understanding. The Queen Mother, through Qing Xian's insights, advanced in her mastery of both the laws of time and the laws of gold. Similarly, Tong Tian made notable progress in the laws of gold, achieving a mastery of 15%. Qing Xian then solemnly declared, Tong Tian, Queen Mother, it is time for me to continue my explorations of this vast primordial world. Tong Tian inquired, where do you intend to go, my friend? The Queen Mother also turned her gaze towards Qing Xian, her curiosity evident. Qing Xian smiled gently and replied, I shall follow my heart. This primordial expanse is boundless, and I shall wander wherever the journey takes me. The Queen Mother remarked, you are truly at ease. Tong Tian added, were it not for my need to enter seclusion and comprehend the primordial purple energy, I would certainly accompany you on your travels. Qing Xian chuckled. I wish you a swift understanding of the primordial purple energy, achieving your path to sanctity. Until we meet again. With that, Qing Xian transformed into a beam of azure light and resumed his journey. Meanwhile, Tong Tian returned to his fellow Taoists of the three purities to meditate on the primordial purple energy. After a prolonged period without results, he too began to wander through the primordial realm, eventually encountering several of his future disciples, thus expanding his circle of students. The Queen Mother continued to preside over the many female immortals of the Western Palace, leading a life of seclusion, while Baize approached her, saying, Your Majesty, I too wish to venture out and seek experience. Upon hearing this, the nine heavens Xian Nu immediately interjected, saying, Baize, your cultivation has only recently advanced to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The wilderness is rife with formidable beings. Venturing forth now could pose significant danger. Bai Zhe replied confidently, Dear Xian Nu, rest assured, I possess the ability to attract good fortune and avert calamity. With due caution, I shall be unharmed. The Queen Mother of the West furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before producing a white flag, stating, Bai Zhe, this is the innate five directions flag, the Western pure cloud realm flag. Since you have made your decision, I shall bestow it upon you for your protection. Bai Zhe quickly declined, saying, Your Majesty, I cannot accept this. The heavenly court has long coveted you, and with this treasure in your possession, your safety would be greatly enhanced. The Queen Mother gently shook her head, replying, Previously, with Tong Tian and Qing Xian interceding, the heavenly court should not dare to infringe again. Should they truly muster their forces, while I may struggle to resist, escaping their grasp would not be impossible. Persuaded by the counsel of the Queen Mother and the nine heavens Xian Nu, Bai Zhe ultimately accepted the gift. However, he never utilized this treasure thereafter, leaving others unaware that the future strategist of the Demon Court hailed from the Western Palace. After Emperor Jun established the Demon Court, Bai Zhe visited the Queen Mother only once before never returning, perhaps believing that the pursuit of supremacy in the wilderness was fraught with peril, and wishing to spare the Queen Mother and others from entanglement. Even Emperor Jun and Tai Yi remained oblivious to the depths of Bai Zhe's background. At the confluence of the east and west of the wilderness lay Mount Wanshou, the abode of Zhen Yuanzi, where the five temple resided. Emerging from Kunlun Mountain, Qing Xian journeyed westward, ultimately arriving at Zhen Yuanzi's domain, intending to pay a visit. Upon reaching the five, two young disciples greeted him, inquiring, From whence do you come, and what brings you to the five? Qing Xian replied solemnly, Please inform Zhen Yuanzi. I, Qing Xian, have come to pay my respects. One disciple hurried off to convey the message, for those who could address Zhen Yuanzi as friend were not to be treated lightly. Shortly thereafter, Zhen Yuanzi appeared, accompanied by a red cloud, and greeted Qing Xian, my friend. It has been a while. Please enter and converse. Qing Xian responded, It has indeed been too long. My friends. The three entered the five and took their seats. Zhen Yuanzi instructed, Qing Feng, Mingyu, go fetch some ginseng fruits. The two disciples bowed and replied, Yes, master. My friends, please wait a moment to savor the ginseng fruits from Zhen Yuanzi's abode. Their flavor is exquisite. The ginseng fruit tree blossoms once every 30,000 years, bears fruit after another 30,000 years, and takes an additional 30,000 years to mature. It is exceedingly rare. Red Cloud remarked. Zhen Yuanzi cast a resigned glance at him, as Red Cloud had nearly consumed all of his reserves over the years, yet still craved more. Qing Xian stated, I must relish this, for the ginseng fruit is one of the 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots, a truly rare delicacy. Zhen Yuanzi chuckled, saying, I have yet to congratulate you on acquiring this abode. If time permits, Red Cloud, and I shall certainly pay you a visit. Red Cloud echoed his sentiments. Qing Xian replied, I shall await you both at Sanxian Island. Before long, the gentle breeze and the bright moon brought forth 6 ginseng fruits. Qing Xian, without any pretense, indulged in their flavor, feeling the essence of celestial nectar washing over his spirit, as if he could consume the sun and the moon in a single bite, perpetually residing in eternal spring. Since departing from the western Kunlun, Bai Zhe has traveled through the vast wilderness, experiencing numerous events and witnessing countless wonders. He has come to deeply understand the tyranny of the celestial court, which has inspired him to forge friendships with like-minded individuals in preparation for a future rebellion against the celestial authority. Bai Zhe, a primordial auspicious beast adept at navigating gains and avoiding harm, has thus connected with many fellow practitioners, including Ji Ming, Jiu Ying, Ying Zhao, Gui Che, and Fei Lian, all of whom are great Luo golden immortals with formidable powers. The other 5 share a common dissatisfaction with the celestial court, having each, to varying degrees, suffered under its oppression. Whether the Eastern King is aware of such matters remains uncertain, for he is a ruler of the celestial court. Even if unaware, the misdeeds of his subordinates ultimately fall upon him as the accountable leader. Bai Zhe and his companions deliberated. Esteemed friends, though we possess considerable cultivation, we find ourselves powerless in the face of such a colossal entity as the Celestial Court. Therefore, I propose that we seek to align ourselves with a top-tier powerhouse. However, this is no simple task. We must first find a master of wisdom and strength comparable to that of the Eastern King, who also harbors the ambition to dominate the vast wilderness. I wonder if any of you have suitable candidates in mind. Kunlun Mirror, a primordial supreme spiritual treasure, illuminates the past and future, traverses time and space, perceives the heavenly mechanisms, creates illusions and cycles, suppresses evil spirits. Western Plain Cloud Banner, a primordial supreme spiritual treasure, a treasure of the gold element, symbolizes sharpness and ruthlessness, severs causality and dispels illusions, enhances gold elemental divine abilities, restrains fate. Chapter 28. Ambitions of the Celestial Court and the emergence of a formidable foe upon his return from Kunlun Mountain. The Eastern King summoned several esteemed companions of the Celestial Court and spoke gravely. My esteemed friends, our Celestial Court has now become the preeminent force in the primordial realm. However, none of us possess the foundational essence of the Hongmeng Qi. Should the three pure ones attain enlightenment and sanctity, even if our power flourishes, it would be a formidable challenge to contend with the saints. Xian Shun rejected. Dear brother, those who have acquired the Hongmeng Qi, such as the three pure ones, as well as Jin and Zhuanti, are all disciples of the Tao ancestor. Therefore, only Nuwa and Hongyun possess the opportunity to attain such essence. Yet, Nuwa shares a profound connection with Qing Xian, not to mention the presence of Fuxi. Thus, we must focus on Hongyun. The Eastern King nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xian Chen's wisdom. Indeed, Qingshuan's strength surpasses ours, and his alliances with the three pure ones and the Queen Mother of the West are too significant to provoke lightly. We are left with no choice but to consider Hongyun. Poor Hongyun, it seemed, had now caught the attention of the Eastern King. The Eastern King then turned to another powerful figure among them, Xian Jizi, and proposed, Friend Jizi, your understanding lies within the laws of fate. Would you not perform a divination to discern whether Hongyun is amenable to our plans? Xian Jizi responded, Please, dear brother, grant me a moment to contemplate. After a considerable time, Xian Chen's expression darkened significantly as he proclaimed, Brother, I find myself utterly unable to divine any matters concerning Hongyun. At these words, the assembly fell silent, taken aback. They were well aware of Xian Chen's extraordinary predictive abilities, having witnessed him unravel even the Eastern King's own celestial enigmas. The inability to glean insights regarding Hongyun was unexpected. It could only be attributed to ill fortune. At that moment, Hongyun was engaged in merriment with Qing Xian and Zhen Yuan's, making it impossible to foresee anything. This led the Eastern King to mistakenly conclude that Hongyun harbored some secretive stratagem. Xian Jizi spoke solemnly, Brother, while I have indeed failed to uncover the celestial mechanics surrounding Hongyun, I have sensed an impending formidable adversary threatening our Celestial Court. If this foe is not eradicated swiftly, it may pose a grave danger to our very existence. The gravity of Xian Jizi's statement sent shivers through the Eastern King and the other quasi-saints present. Who could possibly pose such a threat to a court fortified by 7 quasi-saints? The Eastern King pressed urgently, Esteemed friend, what does the celestial mechanism reveal? Is there any information regarding this formidable enemy? Xian Chen's demeanor turned serious as he slowly articulated. The white mist obscures the sun, and the marshlands hide a crimson glimmer. Behold the eastern extremities. The sovereign resides in the sunlight of Fusang. Dear brother, this is what I have discerned from the celestial mechanism, although its deeper significance eludes me. The members of the court fell into contemplation, striving to decipher the meaning behind these celestial signs. After a prolonged silence, the Eastern King suddenly illuminated with understanding. I comprehend now. Fusang must refer to the Fusang tree on the solar star. Thus, the so-called adversaries of the celestial court become apparent. They can only be the 2 golden crows. Xian Chen added, I recall that the golden crow Tai once inquired of the Tao ancestor regarding the methods to attain sanctity through destiny. It is likely that his brothers harbor ambitions of dominion over the primordial realm. Xianjizi and the others nodded in agreement. The Eastern King, his expression grave, remarked, Tai possesses the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, which integrates offense and defense, rendering him an extraordinary combatant. Even I cannot guarantee victory over him. In that instant, the celestial court was enveloped in a profound silence, seemingly rendered helpless against Tai, who wielded an innate treasure. Xuanjizi remarked, My fellow Taoist, in light of this, let us continue to expand the influence of the celestial court and earnestly invite our comrades to join us. When the time comes, even if that Tai possesses formidable strength, it would be difficult for him to withstand the combined assault of our numerous allies. Dong Wanggong responded, What you say is indeed wise. Yet I wish to first gauge the strength of the Sun Star. I invite several fellow Taoists to accompany me. If the two of you are willing to join the celestial court, it would be splendid. If not, we shall take the initiative ourselves. At the Sun Star, Emperor Jun and Tai had just emerged from their seclusion, both having reached the second corpse of the quasi-saint realm, having severed both good and evil corpses. Brother, when shall we establish our own power? That Dong Wanggong of the celestial court is exceedingly arrogant, and I truly wish to trample him underfoot, Tai expressed with indignation. Tai's dissatisfaction towards Dong Wanggong stemmed from two reasons. First, during the incident with the gourd vine of the Unzao mountain that obstructed Emperor Jun, Dong Wanggong was among the guests in Tai's worldly affairs. Second, both Emperor Jun and Tai harbored ambitions of dominating the wilderness, and with the celestial court's growing might, it naturally bred discontent within them. Emperor Jun cautioned Tai that Dong Wanggong is the foremost male immortal, personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. We cannot act recklessly without understanding the extent of the Tao ancestor support. Tai, upon hearing this, felt displeased. I cannot fathom what the Tao ancestor is thinking. What merits does Dong Wanggong possess to be the chief among the male immortals? It is truly perplexing. Emperor Jun's expression darkened as he admonished, Tai, do not speak carelessly. The power of a sage is beyond our comprehension. Realizing his earlier misstep, Tai knew that should the Tao ancestor Hong Jun hear of his words favoring Dong Wanggong, it could lead to dire consequences. Outside the Sun Star, the powerful beings of the celestial court at the quasi-saint realm had all mobilized and arrived at the vicinity of the Sun Star. Dong Wanggong commanded, Xianxun and Xinghe Taoists, enter with me. The rest shall remain outside to set up the grand formation, acting upon my orders. The gathered powerful beings nodded in agreement, promptly taking action, while Xuanjizi immediately concealed the heavenly secrets to prevent Emperor Jun and Tai from detecting any anomalies. Taoist Emperor Jun and Taoist Tai, I am Dong Wanggong of the Celestial Court, here to pay my respects to the two esteemed Taoists, Dong Wanggong declared loudly. Both Emperor Jun and Tai were taken aback by Dong Wanggong's sudden visit, but Emperor Jun, wishing to probe further, directly opened the barrier of the Sun Star and permitted the three to enter. Dong Wanggong said, I greet the two esteemed Taoists. These two are my revered ones from the Celestial Court, Taoist Xianxun and Taoist Xinghe. Emperor Jun nodded in acknowledgement and then invited the three to take their seats. Solemnly inquiring, What brings you here, Taoist Dong Wanggong? With a slight smile, Dong Wanggong replied, I have come to invite both esteemed Taoists to join the Celestial Court. What are your thoughts on this? Tai scoffed. On what grounds do you think your Celestial Court can entice us? If my brother and I were to join, would you be willing to relinquish your position as the leader of the Celestial Court? Dong Wanggong's expression suddenly darkened, as he realized that these two were undoubtedly adversaries of the Celestial Court. He immediately sent a message to the Celestial Court's quasi-saints outside, preparing for action. Emperor Jun hurriedly intervened. Tai, do not speak recklessly. Taoist Dong Wanggong, please do not take offense. Since the Tao ancestor has personally appointed you as the chief among male immortals and entrusted you with establishing the Celestial Court, I wonder if the Tao ancestor has any further instructions? The Eastern King chuckled, not at all. The Tao ancestor is the sole sage between heaven and earth. How could he possibly concern himself with such trifles? Upon hearing these words, both Emperor Jun and Tai felt a surge of joy in their hearts, relieved that it was of no consequence. Emperor Jun responded, "My friend, my brother, and I only wish to cultivate in tranquility upon the sun star. Thus, we hope to refrain from any further mention of our involvement with the celestial court." The Eastern King exchanged a knowing glance with Xian Shun, who, understanding the unspoken cue, shouted furiously, "Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, do not overstep your bounds. The Eastern King himself has extended an invitation, yet you dare to respond with such indifference." Provoked by Xian Shen's taunts, even Emperor Jun found it challenging to contain his fury, let alone Tai Yi. In a fit of rage, Tai Yi bellowed, "I see you are courting death." With that, the true fire of the sun erupted forth, surging towards Xian Shun. Seeing this predicament, the Eastern King intervened, positioning himself before Xian Shun, and coldly declared, "My esteemed friends, the Celestial Court has graciously invited you. How dare you raise your hands against us? If that is the case, do not blame me for being unyielding." With that, the dragon-headed crutch materialized in his grasp, an overwhelming aura of pure yang coalescing upon it, and he struck towards Tai Yi. A resounding clang echoed as Tai Yi summoned the chaotic bell to absorb the Eastern King's blow. The Eastern King's expression shifted, and he urgently exclaimed, "Do not engage in a contest of strength. Flee at once." Chapter 29. The Big Dipper, the beating of the golden crow on the sun star. After understanding the intentions of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, Xianshun, under the guidance of the East King, deliberately provoked the two. As expected, Tai Yi fell into the trap, and the East King acted decisively. Upon witnessing Tai Yi summon the Chaos Bell, the East King cried out, "Do not engage in a contest of strength. Retreat quickly." In an instant, he, along with Xianxin and Xinghe, withdrew from the Sun Star. Tai would not let this go unpunished and pursued them directly, with Emperor Jun closely following, fearing for Tai's safety given the opponent's numbers. Furthermore, there were other quasi-saints in the heavenly court who could provide timely assistance. The trio of the East King raced towards the grand formation set up by other quasi-saints in the celestial court, while Emperor Jun felt a sense of unease and warned, "Tai, be cautious. I feel an unsettling premonition." Tai dismissed him, saying, "Brother, you are being overly cautious. At this moment, there are only 3 of them. With the strength of you and me together, we can certainly capture one of them. When that happens, the celestial court will be leaderless, and it will be our opportunity to dominate the primordial chaos." Tai traversed the void with the chaos bell and was about to catch up with the East King and his companions. He directly suppressed time and space with the chaos bell, trapping the East King within, sneering, "East King, what are you? How dare you claim to be the foremost among male immortals, merely fleeing in cowardice?" The chaos bell surged towards the East King, who valiantly defended himself with his dragon-headed staff, but was instantly wounded. A flicker of panic crossed the East King's eyes, for they had not yet reached the location of the grand formation set by the celestial court. Previously, worried about being detected if they lingered too long, he had instructed the others to keep a distance, not realizing that the Chaos Bell possessed the power to suppress time and space, completely disrupting his plans. The East King relayed a message to Xianxun and Xinghe. "My friends, let us combine our strength to break through the seal of the Chaos Bell, and then escape to the grand formation prepared by the other friends." Xianxun and Xinghe responded in unison, "Yes." The East King's expression grew solemn as he spoke slowly. "Tai, I am the male immortal designated by the Tao ancestor, ruling over the myriad tribes of the primordial chaos. Are you certain you wish to forge a deadly enmity with me? Should the Tao ancestor be displeased, would you not fear his retribution?" Tai laughed coldly. "You think you can compel the Tao ancestor to intervene?" However, Emperor Jun did not dare to be complacent and inquired, "East King, now that the cause and effect are established, if you were to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao to retreat from the world henceforth, my brother and I, in consideration of the Tao ancestor's sentiments, could spare your life. Would you agree?" At this moment, the East King regarded Emperor Jun and Tai as his sworn enemies. These two brothers were truly arrogant, believing that with the Chaos Bell they could capture a late-stage quasi-saint and 2 mid-stage quasi-saints. Was this not the folly of a dreamer? Taking advantage of the time the East King sought, Xianxin and Xinghe were already prepared and promptly conveyed a message to the East King. The East King replied, "Allow me a moment to contemplate." Tai and Emperor Jun initially wore expressions of delight, yet in the next moment, their smiles faded. An endless cascade of starlight converged upon them, for they stood in the primordial starry expanse, the closest point to myriad celestial bodies. In an instant, the power of the star sword wielded by the star's sovereign surged dramatically, surpassing even the might of a late-stage quasi-saint. Before Xianshun, a massive seal materialized. Imbued with profound earthy principles, its weightiness palpable. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal imprint, tens of thousands of zhang in size. Exuding an awe-inspiring might, the East King would not show weakness. His dragon-headed staff coalesced infinite solar energy into a radiant golden beam. The three worked in flawless unison, directing their assault towards a single point, so potent that even the chaotic Bell's ability to suppress time and space was shattered. Tai, caught off guard, failed to halt the attack in time and was wounded by the backlash. Seizing this fortuitous moment, the trio of the East King vanished like fleeting light. Furious, Tai bellowed, "East King, have you a death wish?" Without hesitation, he pursued, and Emperor Jun followed suit, recognizing that enmity had been established and there could be no retreat. Suddenly, both Tai and Emperor Jun realized that the East King and his companions had halted, their vigilance heightened. After all, anomalies often herald danger. The chaotic Bell swiftly shielded the two brothers, while Emperor Jun summoned the river chart and Luo book to erect a defensive barrier. Yet in an instant, a mid-stage quasi-saint appeared from all directions. Emperor Jun's countenance darkened, realizing he had fallen victim to the East King's cunning scheme. He transmitted a warning. "Tai, we must break through with all our might. 7 quasi-saints are beyond our current capacity to withstand." Tai, equally grave, replied, "Brother, you should seek an opportunity to escape. With the chaotic Bell's protection, they cannot harm me." Emperor Jun would not acquiesce, stating firmly, "We are brothers. We must leave together." Among them, only the East King is a late-stage quasi-saint, and there remains a glimmer of hope. The East King, observing the shifting expressions of Emperor Jun and Tai, sneered, "Do not harbor delusions of escape, fellow Taoists from the formation." In an instant, the East King, Xianshun, and Xinghe, along with 4 other quasi-saints from the Celestial Court, Zuanjizi, Young Suzi, Zakindo Run, and Zuan Fengzi, acted in concert, swiftly establishing the Big Dipper formation they had jointly comprehended. This formation concentrated their combined powers, yielding a force far exceeding that of a late-stage quasi-saint. Moreover, when attacked, the 7 would share the burden, significantly mitigating the risk for those of slightly lower realms from being overwhelmed. As the formation materialized, both Emperor Jun and Tai felt an overwhelming pressure. The force was undeniably beyond that of a late-stage quasi-saint. Emperor Jun remarked, "Tai, it seems today we must risk our lives in a final struggle." Tai responded with a smile, "If that is the case, let us battle with the might of the formation." The East King and his allies launched a direct assault on Emperor Jun and Tai. The primordial starry sky roiled with tempestuous winds, countless stars flickering with eerie luminescence. The chaotic clash among the quasi-saints was swiftly sensed by the primordial powers, who unleashed their divine abilities to scrutinize the unfolding scene, eager to uncover the truth. Within the 5, the exchange of philosophical insights between Zheng and Zhen Yuanzi resonated with Qing Xian, who felt an inexplicable connection. Zhen Yuanzi promptly produced the Earth Book, harnessing the power to survey the cosmos, thereby clearly revealing the figures of the battling Dijuan and his companions. Qing Xian could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Friend Zhen Yuanzi, this treasure is truly remarkable. With such an artifact in hand, one could leisurely enjoy the fruits of the world, even from home." Zhen Yuanzi appeared perplexed, prompting Qing Xian to elaborate. "What I mean is, dear friend, that you can discern all worldly affairs within your domain. How splendid!" Hong Yun readily concurred, adding, "Indeed, it is enviable." Zhen Yuanzi, feeling a surge of confusion, privately mused, "How is it that Hong Yun is omnipresent? What do you comprehend?" At Kunlu Mountain, The three pure ones gazed intently into the vastness of the primordial void, yet they remained indifferent. After all, their singular ambition was to attain enlightenment and sanctity, leaving little room for trivial conflicts that, in their perspective, were mere distractions. In the Western royal palace, the Queen Mother of the West, utilizing the Kunlun realm, also discerned that a fierce battle was underway between the celestial court and the two golden crows of the sun. Beside her, the nine heavens, she anew excitedly exclaimed, "Fight! Eliminate the Eastern King. Let's see if he dares to covet my sister again." The Queen Mother gently tapped her forehead, admonishing, "Pay close attention. These are merely their tactics. The formations of the celestial court are indeed intricate. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It consolidates the Earth's power. Capable of transforming into a formidable offensive seal, it can also establish an Earth barrier, embodying both offense and defense. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure. It can channel the power of the stars throughout the cosmos, unmatched in offense, and is of the same origin as the star pearl. It can unleash even greater power in the primordial starry sky." Chapter 30. The Nine Chimes of the Bell and the Damage to the Source at the Peak of Mount Buzhou. Niwa and the 12 ancestors of the witch gazed into the boundless primal starry sky. Due to her insufficient cultivation, little Qingyao could only sense from afar that a great battle was erupting. Curiously, she inquired, "Who is engaged in this fierce combat?" Hutu shook her head, replying, "I know not who they are, but it is surely not merely one or two quasi-saint powers clashing." Niwa, through her celestial calculations, deduced, "It is the Eastern King of the Celestial Court battling against the two golden crows of the Sun Star, though the cause of their conflict remains unknown. The vastness of the primal world is such that even quasi-saints cannot behold it all at once, without the spirit treasures that traverse the heavens and the earth. Witnessing the tumultuous battles in the starry expanse is exceedingly difficult." Little Qingyao chuckled softly, her thoughts a mystery to those around her. Noticing her mirth, Niwa and the others turned their attention to her, prompting Qingyao to exclaim, "I have thought of something delightful." In the west, atop the peak of Mount Xiumi, Jin and Juni wore expressions of concern. Juanti remarked, "Brother, the celestial court indeed possesses great power, having established itself as the foremost force in the primal realm, with 7 quasi-saints in attendance." Jin sighed, responding, "Younger brother, our western lands are comparatively barren, with scarce spiritual energy and few living beings. All this is due to that vile Rahu. Why must he wage war in the west?" Juanti, sensing the fluctuations of battle in the primal starry sky, stated, "The celestial courts may not bode well for our west." Jin replied, "I understand your concerns, yet this is not our moment to intervene. Instead, let us observe the tempestuous tides of fate and await the unfolding of events. We should seek out those destined to connect with our west." Juni agreed, "Very well." Not far from the battlefield on the Moon Star, the sisters Shiha and Changshi, being the closest powerful beings, needed no treasures to witness the conflict. They settled beneath a laurel tree, feasting on spiritual fruits and the divine wine brewed by Niwa, enjoying the spectacle with great leisure. Perhaps they were influenced by Niwa. However, the source of Niwa's influence remains unknown. "Sister, who do you think will triumph, the celestial court or the two golden crows?" Shiha asked gravely. After a brief silence, Changshi replied slowly, "The two golden crows are both late-stage quasi-saints and possess the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Even if they cannot achieve victory, they should be able to retreat unscathed. The celestial court, in this endeavor, may not only labor in vain, but also forge a deadly enmity with them. A battle between the two is inevitable, and it shall be a fight to the death." She had gently covered her lips, chuckling softly. "Sister has spoken wisely. We must not involve ourselves in any way to avoid entanglements of karma." Changshi shot her a sideways glance, admonishing, "Sister should exercise caution." Shiha retorted with a glare, secretly pondering if her sister was still reasonable. In the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld river had already cultivated to the late quasi-saint stage and, harnessing the power of the Blood Sea, created a blood god sun avatar, rendering him immensely powerful and indestructible as long as the Blood Sea endured. However, recently, The ancestor perceived the presence of other beings within the blood sea, apart from himself. He had searched for several days, but could not uncover the hidden entity. At this moment, feeling the tremors of battle in the primal starry sky, he ceased his search for the mysterious being, turning to enter seclusion, striving for a breakthrough. He is acutely aware of the current development trends within the celestial court. While he does not harbor fear, it is evident that if this trajectory continues, a confrontation with the celestial court is inevitable. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to elevate his own cultivation. Shortly after the Nether River departed, a colossal mosquito, entirely crimson and adorned with 6 wings, emerged, murmuring to itself, "What madness has overtaken the Nether River, fixating upon me?" Fortunately, I possess not only the innate ability to grasp the laws of devouring, but also the mastery of concealment. Otherwise, being discovered by the Nether River could lead to uncertain fortune or calamity. In the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos, outside the sun star, a fierce battle has raged for several millennia between the 7 quasi-saints of the celestial court and the formidable figures of Di-Jun and Tai-E. Despite sustaining injuries, Di-Jun and Tai-E find themselves ensnared by the united forces of the celestial court, whose collective energy, though significantly depleted, remains remarkably tenacious. Attempts by Di-Jun and Tai-E to break free have been thwarted repeatedly, resulting in a stalemate that has persisted for over 10 millennia. Tai-E communicated telepathically, "Brother, if this continues, we shall surely fall victim to the East King and his ilk. I am inclined to expend the essence of the Golden Crow to forcibly activate the greater powers of the Chaos Bell. At that moment, we must seize the opportunity." Di-Jun replied solemnly, "Damaging our source will compromise our foundation. This must not happen." Tai-E pressed on, "Brother, we have reached a critical juncture. If we delay further, our lives may be forfeit. Though our source might be compromised, we could seek heavenly treasures to restore it later. If we can escape today, we shall surely annihilate the celestial court in due time and avenge this profound grievance." Reluctantly, Di-Jun acquiesced. "Very well. This enmity shall be avenged. The 7 from the celestial court must perish." The resonant chime of the chaos bell echoed ceaselessly, alerting the East King, who cautioned, "Tai-E is prepared to fight to the death. Fellow friends, we must stabilize the void and prevent their escape." Tai-E retorted with a cold smile, "You underestimate the might of the innate treasures. Today, my brother and I shall seek retribution." As his words fell, the 9th toll of the chaos bell resounded, shaking the void. The East King and his companions joined forces to seal the space, but it shattered instantly. Tai-E, harnessing the power of the chaos bell, traversed the space with Di-Jun, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The East King's expression darkened as he commanded, "Mystic friend, swiftly calculate the heavenly mechanism and ascertain the whereabouts of these 2. Mystic friend, upon hearing this, exerted all his effort to decipher the heavenly signs. However, the protection of the Chaos Bell rendered it nearly impossible to deduce a conclusion. The East King's fury surged, realizing that a deadly enmity had now formed with the 2, casting a shadow over the future of the celestial court. Xianxin suggested, "Could it be that these 2 have returned to the Sun Star?" The East King bluntly stated, "No need for speculation. Let us investigate personally to ascertain the truth." The 7 members of the celestial court appeared outside the Sun Star. Yet the barrier of the Sun Star rose, revealing no trace of Di-Jun and Tai-E, indicating their absence. Moreover, they could not force their way into the Sun Star, for doing so would damage it and inevitably incur boundless karma, something they wished to avoid at all costs. Moments passed as the 7 remained stationed outside the Sun Star for a Yuan meeting, yet they achieved nothing and had no choice but to depart. The celestial court now lacked a powerful presence and could not linger, especially given their strained relations with the various tribes of the primordial world over the years. As dozens of Yuan meetings passed, the tale of the battle between the celestial court and Di-Jun and Tai-E spread throughout the primordial realm. Baizhe and his companions, initially seeking to forge alliances with formidable beings, were invigorated upon hearing this news. Baizhe declared gravely, "This is a fortuitous opportunity. Are not Di-Jun and Tai-E our ideal allies? Jaimin and the others understood implicitly, expressing their unanimous agreement. Although Baze was not the most formidable warrior among them, his wisdom had been manifest throughout their interactions. Thus they all regarded him as their leader. Baze spoke gently. In that case, let's first proceed to the Sun Star and patiently await the appearance of Emperor Jun and Tai, to discern whether they possess the bearing of sovereigns and the ambition for supremacy. Jaimin and the others readily consented, eager to accompany Baze. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai had retreated to the northern sea to recuperate. Tai, having sustained damage to his very essence, faced significant challenges in restoring himself. Observing Tai's weakened state, Emperor Jun could barely contain his fury, yet he suppressed it and declared, "My brother, I shall surely assist you in restoring your essence." Chapter 31. The Fruitless Search. The emergence of Fushi upon their return to the Celestial Court. The Eastern King and his companions promptly issued a decree, dispatching the Celestial Army to scour the lands and proclaiming a bounty. Anyone who could uncover the whereabouts of Dijun and Tai would be rewarded with a supreme innate spiritual treasure and a substantial amount of cultivation resources. In an instant, the primordial realm was abuzz, with even some quasi-saints beginning to take action, for the number of supreme innate spiritual treasures was limited, making them a desirable alternative. Among the 3,000 worldly guests of Zixiao, aside from a few illustrious figures who looked down upon the supreme innate treasures, the strongest artifacts in the hands of others were merely of that caliber, highlighting their preciousness. As the winds of chaos stirred the primordial realm, various clans, both knowingly and unknowingly, sought traces of Dijun and Tai. At Mount Buzhou, Qingyao of the Witch Clan gathered her kin and spoke solemnly. "Uncle Daijang, you and Uncle Zhu Jioyin shall venture forth to investigate the whereabouts of Dijun and Tai. Remember, there is no need for confrontation. Should you find any leads, discreetly relay the information to the Celestial Court." Huda looked at Qingyao, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Qingyao replied with a grin, to apply a bit of pressure on these two foolish birds. After saying this, she turned to Daijang. "You have a maximum of 10 yuan meetings to search. If you find nothing, return swiftly." Daijang and Zhu Jioyin nodded in agreement. "No problem. Little Qingyao await our good news." The choice to send these two on the quest was due to their mastery of the laws, time and space. The law of time allows for the retracing of moments, a truly remarkable ability, while the law of space facilitates travel, proving exceptionally convenient. Had Qingxian been present, he would have advised Daijang and Zhu Jioyin to first explore the northern sea, for there resided a future demon court master, Kunping. Perhaps it was in the northern sea that Dijun and Tai first encountered Kunping. However, Qingyao's inherited memories offered no specific descriptions of Kunping, only knowing him to be a strategist of the demon court. Thus she did not dwell on this detail. The primordial realm, uncounted by years, saw the passage of 10 yuan meetings. Qingxian bid farewell to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, departing from the five. Through their discussions, all three gained insights, and Qingshuan's understanding of the laws gradually deepened, yet he remained far from the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. After leaving the five, Qingxian journeyed westward, having entered the western territories, where he felt the spiritual essence of heaven and earth thinning with each step deeper into the west, prompting a heartfelt sigh. At this juncture, he seemed to grasp the difficulties faced by Jin and Puty. Compared to the east, the west was indeed a barren land. This expedition to the west was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate endeavor. Among the 12-petal lotus platforms of the world, there were currently no masters, save for the annihilating world black lotus. Ever since Luo Ho was extinguished by the Tao ancestor, both it and the god-slaying spear had vanished without a trace. Previously, at the dividing treasure cliff, Qingxian had not sensed the annihilating world black lotus, likely because it was not in the possession of the Tao ancestor, as the cliff had already yielded numerous supreme, innate spiritual treasures, and it would be illogical to specifically conceal the annihilating world black lotus. He could only hope that this journey would bear fruit. As several yuan meetings elapsed, the primordial realm gradually returned to tranquility. The tumult caused by the Celestial Court's bounty had stirred the land for several yuan meetings, only to eventually fall silent once more. Even Daijang and Yu Zhu, after diligently searching for 10 Yuan meetings, found no trace of Dijuan and Tai, and thus returned to the witch clan. Yet Qing Yao remained largely indifferent, for it was not of great significance. Whether she could find it was indeed a fortunate occurrence, but if not, it mattered little. In the sacred halls of Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian engaged in spirited conversation with a certain Taoist who was none other than Fushi. Having traversed the vast wilderness for an extended period, the wayward Fushi finally found his way home. Passing through Kunlun, he decided to pay a visit to the three purities. Unfortunately, Tai Ching and Yuanshi were still deep in seclusion, contemplating the primordial purple qi. In contrast, Tong Tian, having listened to Qing Xian's insights, did not cling excessively to the primordial purple qi, but rather focused on enhancing his cultivation and the power of the Tao. Tong Tian, I hear that Qing Xian has boldly confronted the heavenly court? Fushi inquired. Although the heavenly court had made a grand display in Kunlun, few were privy to the details. Since they had lost face, they would not proclaim it, and the various clans of the wasteland merely believed that the Queen Mother of the West had once again rebuffed them, leaving Fushi unaware of Qing Xian's prior confrontation with the heavenly court. Tong Tian nodded, lamenting, indeed, the innate talent of Taoist Qing Xian is truly formidable. You may not know, but with a single punch, he injured the late-stage Eastern King, and that was merely the power of his physical form. Fushi could not help but exclaim, Taoist Qing Xian has become even more extraordinary. Alas, I am doomed. My younger sister has been in close proximity to him, and surely her strength has surpassed the past. Tong Tian, puzzled, questioned, is it not a good thing that Taoist Nuwa is growing stronger? Fushi hastily replied, Tong Tian, I must take my leave. With that, he soared towards Buzhou Mountain, leading any unaware observer to believe he was fleeing from a pursuer. Tong Tian watched Fushi's startled departure, finding it amusing in an inexplicable way. At Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa maintained a serene demeanor, contemplating inwardly. Indeed, home was a tranquil and comfortable refuge. Cultivation could enhance her strength, while sustenance brought joy to body and spirit, a truly delightful existence. Nuwa softly mused, I wonder what discoveries my brother and Qing Xian have made on their journey, and what marvels they may have encountered. Alas, my brother has been away for so long. Surely he has indulged in play. I also wonder when Qing Xian will return. I have already transcended the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and next time I must surpass him. As Nuwa was lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Fushi's voice, Little sister, I have returned. Nuwa turned to Fushi, noting his flustered expression, as if he had been pursued. Immediately, she produced a red embroidered ball and called out fiercely into the void, Who dares to disturb my Fengqi mountain? Fushi was startled by this proclamation and manifested his guqin. Prepare to take action. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, both were left perplexed, as they saw no adversary. Fushi cautiously turned to Nuwa and asked, Little sister, who is the enemy? I have sensed nothing. A flicker of doubt crossed Nuwa's beautiful eyes as she queried, Brother, why are you so frantic? Are you not being pursued? I was about to ask you who has been after you. Fushi, bewildered, replied, Little sister, I am not being pursued. Could it be that you have misunderstood? Nuwa, equally perplexed, stated blankly, If brother is not being pursued, then what could cause such alarm? Fushi's countenance darkened, momentarily at a loss for words. Should he confess that he suddenly realized she might have grown more powerful and that he feared returning late would result in a beating? Fushi spoke solemnly. I merely wish to return home swiftly. Nuwa, realizing her misunderstanding, felt a rare flush of embarrassment color her cheeks. Fushi smiled gently and remarked, Dear sister, you seem to have let your imagination run wild. Having heard Qing Xian and Qing Yao mention the term imagination on occasion, Nuwa had picked it up. For reasons unknown, a sudden urge to strike surged within her, and she mischievously inquired, Since you have advanced to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, your strength must have greatly improved. Why not engage in a friendly spar? Upon hearing this, Fushi's expression visibly darkened, and he retreated while saying, I have just returned from a discussion with Tong Tian and require some time for contemplation. We can discuss this another day. However, Nuwa was unwilling to let him escape, and without further ado, she launched a punch towards him. Fushi, with no choice but to engage, found himself in a scuffle, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Though it was clear that he ended up battered and bruised. Sighing, Fushi lamented, "What was inevitable has finally come to pass. Had I known, I would have invited Tantian to join us, perhaps with an outsider present. My sister's temper might have been somewhat tempered." Chapter 32. On the path of Mount Sumeru, the arrival of the Black Lotus in the west, beneath Mount Sumeru, Qingxian arrived at the confluence of the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, the very locus of the teachings of Jane and Junti. Here, he sensed the ominous aura of the world-destroying Black Lotus. Had it not been for his transformation into the pure world White Lotus, he might have remained oblivious to its presence. It seemed that Jane and Junti had not yet discovered the existence of the Black Lotus, which lingered within Mount Sumeru. Without hesitation, Qingxian ascended the mountain, prompting Jane and Junti, who were in meditation, to open their eyes and ponder, what brings Qingxian here? Both were filled with curiosity, yet found themselves at a loss for an explanation. Jane suggested, "Well, since he has come, let's go out and meet him." Junti agreed. Indeed, in an instant, the two appeared before Qingxian, who greeted them. "I am honored to meet both fellow Taoists." Jane and Junti nodded in response. "We are honored to meet you as well." Jane inquired, "May I ask, dear friend, what brings you to Mount Sumeru?" Qingxian replied, "I have traversed the vast wilderness for quite some time, and today I have come to the Western realm, where both of you are eminent figures, hence my visit." Upon hearing this, Jane and Junti felt a glow of pride, for they were well aware of Qingxuan's profound cultivation and the honor he bestowed upon them. Junti then said, "Dear friend, since you have arrived in the West, allow us, your humble brothers, to extend our hospitality." Qingxian accompanied them to the grand hall atop Mount Sumeru, where Jane and Junti prepared some lesser spiritual fruits. However, Qingxian waved his sleeve to reveal a plethora of superior spiritual fruits and fine spiritual wine, saying, "As a token of my unannounced visit, I offer these fruits as an apology." Jane and Junti's eyes sparkled with delight, and they laughed indeed. "Your depth of resources is truly remarkable." The three of them dined and drank together, while Jane and Junti lamented the barrenness of the West compared to the splendor of the East. Qingxian, hearing this, furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, "If that is the case, dear friends, why not journey eastward to establish your own domain? Why remain confined to the West?" Jane and Junti shook their heads, replying, "Dear friend, we have been born and raised here. How could we forsake our roots?" Qingxian was taken aback by their response, his perception of them slightly shifting. Although he found their resolve somewhat thick-skinned, he could empathize with their struggles. Jane then proposed, "Since you have the fortune to be here, why not engage in a discussion on the Tao among the three of us? We might mutually validate our insights and perhaps achieve some advancement." Qingxian agreed, "Very well. Since I desire the world-destroying Black Lotus, let us make a small concession. Although the Black Lotus does not belong to you, it is said to have emerged after the journey to the West, a treasure of the great protector of Buddhism, the Naga. Alas, it has also fallen into darkness, becoming the Buddha of no heaven. As the vast epochs of the wilderness unfolded, one gathering had passed, and the three shared their perspectives. Qingxian elaborated on the laws of space, as well as the principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the five elemental forces of heaven and earth. To his astonishment, Junti comprehended the laws of causality, which Qingxian recognized as one of the top 10 laws in hierarchy, possessing immense power. Qingxian, too, had delved deeply into causality, sensing that he was not far from fully grasping its essence. Jane detailed his own insights into the laws of metal and wood, each offering unique perspectives. All three gained something from the encounter. Jane and Junti seemed to have made up their minds and said, "Do you know of the primordial purple energy bestowed by our ancestors? We have pondered over it for a long time, yet to no avail. We hope you can impart your wisdom." After speaking, Jane took out a strand of primordial purple energy, which seemed to convey a sense of camaraderie towards Qingxian. However, Qing Xian did not accept the primordial purple energy, responding calmly, "There is no need for you to present the primordial purple energy. I have previously borrowed the purple energy from Yuhua for contemplation, and I did not perceive anything unusual. The same applies to our fellow Taoists of the Three Pure Ones. All of you possess profound roots, yet none have attained enlightenment, suggesting it is not due to personal shortcomings." Jean's eyes widened in surprise. "Are you implying that there may be an issue with this primordial purple energy itself?" Qing Xian was momentarily speechless, wondering how Jean could entertain such a notion. Nevertheless, whether the primordial purple energy was flawed remained inconclusive. After all, Qing Xian had perused numerous ancient texts, some of which suggested that the primordial purple energy could be toxic or defective. Therefore, after the rapid advancement of the cleansing laws, Qing Xian borrowed Yuhua's primordial purple energy to cleanse it repeatedly with these laws, just in case. However, this was not what Qing Xian wished to express. He continued, "Perhaps it is simply a matter of timing." Upon realizing this, Jean and Zhuanti both exhaled in relief, as they still held hope for the primordial purple energy to lead them to enlightenment and sanctification. Qing Xian then remarked, "Esteemed Taoists, I have been at Mount Sumeru for quite some time and have yet to appreciate its beauty. You may enter seclusion to digest the insights gained from our discussions while I take a stroll around the mountain to admire the scenery." Jean chuckled. "How could I allow you to wander alone? I shall accompany you. There is no need to rush into seclusion." Qing Xian nodded, and the three began to meander through Mount Sumeru, with Qing Xian seizing the opportunity to sense the location of the world-destroying Black Lotus. Only upon reaching the eastern region of Mount Sumeru did Qing Xian detect the presence of the Black Lotus, which lay deep beneath the ground, obscured by a barrier, with no aura leaking out. Afterward, Qing Xian took his leave. Once he had departed, Zhuanti remarked, "Brother, Qing Xian is indeed a benevolent individual. He has elucidated 6 laws to us, from which I have greatly benefited, particularly regarding the law of space. If we could comprehend even a fraction of it, it would significantly enhance our strength." Jean agreed, "Indeed, I did not expect this. However, I did hold back and only expounded on the laws of metal and wood." Zhuanti replied, "No matter. I have already shared my strongest law of causality with Qing Xian, and he must have gained some insights as well. There is no need for concern, brother." Jia Sigid, what a pity. If only Qing Xian could join our Western faction, it would undoubtedly strengthen us. Zhuanti also sighed, "Exactly, when we next encounter Qing Xian, we should invite him to join us in the West." Zhuanti affirmed, "Agreed." At that moment, Qing Xian had already turned back, quietly arriving at the location of the world-destroying Black Lotus. He directly obscured the heavenly secrets, using the celestial measuring ruler to break through the barrier, and stepped inside, where the Black Lotus indeed resided. Qing Xian murmured, Zhuanti, I apologize. This Black Lotus has lingered in your Taoist grounds for far too long, remaining undiscovered even through the later era of the journey to the West. It seems it is simply not meant for you." He then promptly collected the Black Lotus, seeking a secluded place to absorb it and enhance his essence. In the realm of the Northern Sea, after nearly 2 decades of nurturing, both Emperor Jun and Tai have fully recovered from their injuries. However, Tai's primordial essence remains damaged and has yet to be restored, and neither possesses the earthly spiritual roots or divine springs necessary for such recuperation. Emperor Yun spoke solemnly, "We are truly no match for the 7 quasi-saints of the Celestial Court, and their formations are indeed unparalleled. We must forge alliances with other powerful beings." Tai wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "What you say is profoundly true. My primordial essence is compromised, and my combat prowess has diminished. It is unwise to confront them directly." Contemplating deeply, Emperor Jun then proposed, "I have an idea. Here in the Northern Sea, there is indeed a mortal guest we could potentially recruit." Tai promptly inquired, "Are you referring to the Kuenpeng of the Northern Sea?" Emperor Jun nodded, affirming, "Indeed. This individual possesses immense cultivation. If we can persuade him to join us and rally the various tribes of the primordial chaos oppressed by the Celestial Court, then the Celestial Court shall surely be defeated." Tai responded, "Excellent." Chapter 33. the joining of Kunpeng and the connection with Baise beyond the solar star. Baise and his companions have awaited for several cycles of the Yuanhui. Together with Kamong, Jiuying, Ingzhao, Guiche, and Feilian, they have established a retreat in the vicinity, residing there for an extended period. Baise is acutely aware that Dijuan and Tai will inevitably return to the solar star, the very site of their genesis, and it is unlikely they would abandon it easily. The Eastern King has also dispatched celestial generals of the great Luo Golden Immortal tier to guard the area, and Baise and his companions have refrained from direct confrontation to avoid revealing their whereabouts. After all, their names have been inscribed on the Celestial Court's wanted list due to deep-seated grievances, having collectively brought down numerous celestial beings. The Nine Heavens Xian Nu of the Western Palace, upon hearing of the Celestial Court's pursuit of Baise, expressed her confusion. Sister, does the Eastern King not realize that Baise is one of our own? The Western Queen shook her head. He is likely unaware. The last emissary from the Celestial Court probably did not take note of Baise. Baise possesses his own resolve, and I sense that he has not employed the plain cloud banner, indicating that he is not in grave danger. Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu felt a sense of relief and redoubled her efforts in cultivation, hoping that when the time comes for Baise to face adversity, she would be capable of providing assistance. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, Dijuan and Tai have fully recovered from their injuries and head directly towards the Kunpeng Palace, the former nesting ground of Kunpeng, which has been refined into an extraordinary spiritual treasure of the postnatal realm, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Kunpeng, engaged in seclusion, suddenly sensed the approach of two fellow Taoists and felt a wave of foreboding. Being solitary in the primordial wilderness, he had little rapport with other powerful beings. In the blink of an eye, Dijuan and Tai arrived at Kunpeng Palace, leaving Kunpeng astonished. It was none other than Dijuan and Tai from the solar star, the very individuals being hunted by the Celestial Court. What brings them here in such a state? Kunpeng's expression turned contemplative as he inquired. What brings you esteemed Taoists to my humble abode? Dijuan replied, Kunpeng, we have matters of great import to discuss. We kindly request your presence. Kunpeng, wary and cautious, pondered the intentions of these two. What if they harbored ulterior motives? Sensing his hesitation, Dijuan, having formulated a plan, proclaimed, I shall make a heavenly oath. We have come not to target you, but to discuss vital matters concerning the future of the primordial wilderness, as well as the enhancement of your own strength. Hearing this, Kunpeng's curiosity was piqued. Could the situation be so significant? Might he truly alter the course of the primordial wilderness? He contemplated the meaning behind Dijuan's words, beginning to speculate if they sought to ally with him against the Celestial Court. Dijuan then established his heavenly oath, prompting Kunpeng to center his thoughts and open the doors of Kunpeng Palace, inviting Dijuan and Tai inside. Seated together, Kunpeng addressed them directly, esteemed Taoists. Given your status as fugitives from the Celestial Court, what brings you to my North Sea at this time? Tai felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had been forced to flee from his own stronghold, leaving him in a state of shame. Dijuan interjected, Kunpeng, when the 7 quasi-saints of the Celestial Court besieged my brother and me, they could not prevail. It was only when they employed the Big Dipper 7 Stars formation that we found ourselves at a disadvantage. A sudden shock coursed through Kunpeng's heart. These two individuals had managed to escape unscathed from the hands of 7 quasi-saints, which spoke volumes of their prowess. Moreover, among them was the Eastern King, a formidable figure in the late quasi-saint stage, while the others undoubtedly possessed significant strength as well. Kunpeng chuckled. You two truly possess extraordinary abilities. I find myself humbled in your presence. Dijuan then remarked, I wonder if you would consider emerging from your seclusion to join my brother and me in establishing a clan that contends for dominance over the vast wilderness. After all, the two of us can stand against the 7 quasi-saints of the Celestial Court. With your addition, the Celestial Court would surely be no match for us. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng fell into a contemplative silence. Tai interjected, Kunpeng, the Eastern King is merely an ordinary member among the 3,000 worldly guests. Yet he now wields significant power over the wilderness. The Celestial Court exerts its dominance over countless races, displaying an arrogance that is truly intolerable. My brother and I have faced their ire simply for refusing to join their ranks. What would happen if you were to face their coercion in the future? Kunpeng replied, then I shall simply join them. Tai was taken aback, pondering how a top-tier powerhouse like Kunpeng could display such a lack of resolve. His expression grew increasingly frosty. Kunpeng, however, chuckled, I was merely jesting. Do not take my words to heart, dear Tai. Jun added, friend. The 7 quasi-saints of the celestial court divide the fortune among themselves. Even if you were joined, how much could you truly gain? We are different. If you join us, although our power is still in its infancy, with the 3 of us united, how can we not prosper? In due time, fortune will naturally be within your grasp. You will also be able to swiftly eliminate your 3 corpses and ascend to the status of a saint. After a moment of contemplation, Kunpeng weighed the pros and cons and declared, very well, I am willing to join. However, I hope you will honor your promises. Jun and Tai immediately swore an oath to the heavens, pledging that once their power grew, they would share the fortunes with Kunpeng. Kunpeng also vowed in return, and thus the trio of the monster court was officially established. Tai said, Elder brother, Kunpeng, if that is the case, let us proceed directly to the Sun Star to strategize our establishment of power. Jun nodded, excellent. Kunpeng echoed, indeed. All 3 were action-oriented. Having made their decision, they promptly set off for the Sun Star, intending to announce their arrival to the wilderness and offer an alternative to the myriad races oppressed by the celestial court. Upon reaching the Sun Star, Jun, Tai, and Kunpeng made their presence known. Naturally, the several great Luo golden immortals stationed by the celestial court detected them and immediately relayed the news. The trio did not attempt to hinder this. Their goal was to disseminate the information widely, thereby attracting those who opposed the celestial court to their cause, thus conserving their own efforts. Tai coldly regarded them and said in a deep voice, the news is already spread. You may set forth. With that, he struck down with his palm, instantly reducing several great Luo golden immortals of the celestial court to mere motes of dust in the starry sky, carried away by the wind. Nearby, Bai Zhe and his companions sensed the disturbance and promptly revealed themselves. Tai, assuming they were members of the celestial court, prepared to strike again. However, Jun sensed something amiss and blocked the impending blow, turning to inquire, you are not members of the celestial court, are you? Bai Zhe, still shaken, responded, I am Bai Zhe, and these individuals are all enemies of the celestial court. We are here to forge an alliance and confront the celestial court together. Tai chuckled with a hint of sarcasm, remarking, you are but mere Luo Jingxian, daring to contemplate an alliance with us? You mean not to seek refuge? Are you certain you did not misspeak? Emperor Jun regarded Baize with a discerning gaze, although he sensed an unusual quality in this individual. His cultivation rank remained a significant factor. Baize replied, my forte lies not in combat, but in wisdom. I can strategize for your future and devise responses to the heavenly court's schemes. I trust you two currently lack a concrete plan for establishing power. Just as Tai was about to speak, Emperor Jun interrupted with a wave of his hand. Oh, I am indeed curious to hear your insights. Bei spoke solemnly. In the past, you two companions reluctantly forsook the Sun Star, and now upon your return, you are accompanied by another, presumably a fleeting wanderer of the mortal realm. This serves as your support in returning, and it is also the key to shattering the balance of power you hold with the heavenly court. I, however, can summon the myriad clans of the primordial era to join forces against the heavenly court. Emperor Jun responded gravely, if you can accomplish this task, I shall recognize you as my companion on the path. I promise you will serve as the strategist for the Sun Star in the future. You surely understand the significance of this position and the weight of its influence. Baize replied, excellent. Allow me to demonstrate how I will gather the myriad clans to your aid. Chapter 34. The initial establishment of heaven and the great defeat of the celestial court upon the return of Qin Xian, he hurriedly entered a state of seclusion, leaving Nuo and Fuxi perplexed by his urgency. Throughout his journey, Qin Xian found it increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of the Annihilation Black Lotus. Had he not been unable to find a suitable place for seclusion in the West, he would not have rushed back so hastily. The fusion with the annihilation black lotus required utmost caution, for the disintegration of the 24th-grade primordial green lotus served as a warning. He understood that if he were to merge with the black lotus, his foundational essence would undoubtedly attain the 24th grade, comparable to the primordial green lotus. With the presence of the mystic realm, Qing Xian could obscure the heavenly secrets, and coupled with his status as one who had evaded the changes of the primordial era, even the heavenly Tao might remain oblivious. As the years passed in the timeless expanse of the primordial world, a stark division emerged amidst the chaos of war, driven by the relentless conflict between the celestial court and the heavenly court. Several epochs after Qing Xian's retreat, the heavenly court was established. Dijun, Tai Yi, and Kunpeng, along with 10 formidable figures from the later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, including Bai Zhe, Ji Meng, Jiu Ying, Ying Zhao, Gui Che, Fei Lian, Shang Yang, Ci Tai, Fei Dan, and Qin Yuan formed the initial governing body. Additionally, Bai Zhe had gathered several prominent clans of the primordial world, sufficient to establish a powerful faction. Subsequently, Bai Zhe proposed the establishment of the heavenly court, temporarily locating it on the sun star. Thus, Di Jun and Tai Yi publicly proclaimed to the universe, "The heavenly Tao is supreme. I am Di Jun Tai Yi. Today we declare the establishment of the heavenly court on the sun star. I, Di Jun, shall be the heavenly emperor. My brother Tai Yi shall be the eastern emperor, and the auspicious beast Bai Zhe shall act as our military advisor. We sincerely invite all beings of the primordial world to join us. The heavenly court is established. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness." As the eye of the heavenly Tao manifested, a solemn and majestic voice resonated throughout the primordial world. Approved. With the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, a deluge of merit descended from the heavenly vault, bestowing blessings upon Di Jun, Tai Yi, Kunpeng, and others who joined the heavenly court. However, this was merely the establishment of the heavenly court. The demon clan had yet to be formed. In the true abode of the heavenly court, the 33 heavens had not yet emerged. Thus, the merit was naturally limited, and even Bai Zhe could not advance further. The heavenly court needed continuous expansion. The establishment of the heavenly court received the endorsement of the heavenly Tao, a stark contrast to the earlier establishment of the celestial court, which had not garnered such divine approval. In light of this, the beings of the primordial world were far more inclined to recognize the legitimacy of the newly established heavenly court, prompting many to seek membership therein. The power of the heavenly court rapidly flourished, and earlier, Bai Zhe had advised Kunpeng to remain concealed, preparing to ensnare the celestial court in a trap, to which Di Jun and his companions readily agreed. They had long acknowledged Bai Zhe, appointing him as the military advisor to assist Di Jun and Tai Yi in managing the heavenly court. The Eastern King of the celestial court was greatly bewildered, questioning why the heavenly Tao had not acknowledged his establishment of the celestial court, despite him being the male immortal personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. Naturally, the celestial court was incensed by the establishment of the heavenly court. Shortly after its inception, the Eastern King led the members of the celestial court to the sun star. In response, Di Jun and the others exchanged knowing smirks, welcoming the confrontation, eager to demonstrate to the myriad clans of the primordial world that the celestial court was on the verge of becoming a fleeting memory. Di Jun and Tai Yi, you are but lost hounds, daring to establish the heavenly court and compete with my immortal court, truly courting your own demise, thundered the Eastern King. Di Jun and Tai Yi fell into a profound silence, while Bai Zhe, filled with scorn, remarked, "The 7 quasi-saints who ambushed the heavenly emperor and the eastern sovereign ultimately achieved naught, clearly illustrating the immortal court's true insignificance." As Bai Zhe's words resonated, he unleashed his divine powers, his voice echoing like a resounding bell, reaching millions of miles. Countless beings of the primordial era were momentarily stunned, then gripped by terror. They had initially thought the pursuit of Di Jun and Tai Yi to be trivial. However, in the presence of 7 comrades of such caliber, the combat prowess of these 2 brothers was indeed formidable. Hearing Bai Zhe's words, Di Jun and Tai Yi felt a surge of relief. His insight was profoundly accurate. Thus, The beings of the primordial era would surely acclaim the unparalleled might of the two. And the earlier incident of being forced from the Sun Star would fade from memory, instilling confidence in those clans wishing to ally with the Heavenly Court. However, they still needed to observe the outcome of the Heavenly Court's first battle. Should they overcome the Immortal Court, the Heavenly Court would rapidly expand, its powers soon rivaling that of the Immortal Court, which had developed over 100 epochs. The Eastern King, enraged by Baize's comments, acted with fury, unleashing quasi-saint-level powers like a raging tide toward Baize. He stepped protectively in front of Baize, coldly mocking, "Eastern King, you are a pinnacle quasi-saint. Yet you now strike at a great Luo golden immortal. It is indeed a disgrace to the quasi-saints." The Eastern King's fury only intensified, but Xian Jizi interjected, "Fellow Taoist, do not be swayed by these two. Why waste words? Let us combine our strength and eradicate them instead. Our understanding of the Big Dipper formation has improved significantly, and we shall surely prevail this time." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King activated the Big Dipper formation, uniting their powers to assault the Immortal Court. This battle was one of quasi-saints, while the remaining great Luo golden immortals of the Immortal Court remained stationary. And Baize and his companions retreated to the Sun Star, spectating the impending defeat of the Heavenly Court. Dijun and Tai felt the weight of pressure akin to mountains. After all, they had been healing prior, while the seven from the Immortal Court had made substantial progress, particularly in their formation strength. Dijun took on a defensive stance with the river diagram and the low shoe, while Tai initiated an offensive with the Chaos Bell. Yet they were still suppressed by the seven, led by the Eastern King. In a fleeting moment, the various races of the primordial era hesitated, for the matter of their survival demanded caution. Before long, 50,000 years had passed, with Dijun and Tai sustaining minor injuries, while the Eastern King signaled the remaining members of the Immortal Court to set up a void-sealing formation, determined to capture the Heavenly Court in one fell swoop. Each side harbored its own intentions, and Dijun notified Kuan Peng to prepare for his entrance. In an instant, a colossal beast appeared amidst the heavens and earth. The true form of Kuan Peng. Transforming into a rock, he soared forth, his speed manifesting the laws of velocity, directly launching a surprise attack on the backs of the Immortal Court's members. Dijun and Tai simultaneously counterattacked, restraining the Immortal Court's forces. Kuan Peng's ambush was successful. Although the Immortal Court's formation was formidable, they sustained significant injuries from Kuan Peng's full-force strike. The Eastern King, quick to act, ordered a retreat, leading the members of the Immortal Court in a hasty escape. Dijun and the others wished to pursue, but Baize intervened. "Your Majesty, do not chase. Now is the time to take advantage of the Immortal Court's retreat and expand the Heavenly Court's influence." Though Dijun was hesitant, he restrained Tai and Kuan Peng, asking, "Such an opportunity, if we directly eliminate the Eastern King, would it not eradicate a great threat?" Baize spoke, "Your Majesty, there are two reasons. Firstly, even with the combined strength of you three, it would only be comparable to the seven adversaries. This time, we merely seized an unexpected advantage. Although they are injured, they are not without the capacity to retaliate fiercely. In due course, you three shall undoubtedly incur losses, thus becoming mere pawns for others." After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun replied, "The strategist's words ring true. Should we suffer losses, we would only serve to benefit other ambitious entities. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to strengthen the Heavenly Court, for at that time, the annihilation of the Immortal Court would be as effortless as turning one's hand." Kuan Peng also concurred. "Indeed." Emperor Jun then inquired, "And what is the second point?" Baize, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Secondly, the attitude of the Tao ancestor remains enigmatic. Although the Heavenly Court has garnered the approval of the Heavenly Tao, we must not forget that the leader of the male immortals, the Eastern King, was personally appointed by the Tao ancestor. Without a clear understanding of the Tao ancestor's intentions, it is imperative not to obliterate the Immortal Court, lest we provoke the only sage in this realm." Emperor Jun was suddenly taken aback. Indeed, he had overlooked this crucial aspect. It seemed necessary to seek an opportunity to probe whether the Tao ancestor would intervene. The great powers of the primordial chaos were astonished, as they had not anticipated that Kuanpeng of the Northern Sea was somehow connected to the heavenly court. Some speculated that the heavenly court had existed since its inception, leading to various conjectures among the mighty beings. Chapter 35. The Wisdom of Bays, returning to the origin in the Western Palace. The Queen Mother of the West and the nine heavens, Xin, Nu gazed into the Kunlun mirror, where the image of Bays appeared. Now established as a strategist in the heavenly court, evidently held in high esteem. The nine heavens, Xian Nu inquired, "Sister, since Bays has entered the heavenly court and the celestial forces have retreated, why not go to congratulate him?" The Queen Mother of the West replied, "There is no need for that. I foresee that Bays will soon return, entangled in complex fates with the heavenly court, where fortunes and misfortunes are unpredictable." The nine heavens, Xian Nu, puzzled, remarked, "Sister, the heavenly court appears to us as a desirable place, one that has the approval of the heavenly way." The Queen Mother of the West responded, "It is not so simple. The heavenly court must first overcome the celestial forces. Furthermore, using the Kunlun mirror to glimpse the future, I see that the heavenly court does not dominate the primordial chaos, but faces a stronger adversary awaiting them." The nine heavens, Xian Nu, expressed her astonishment. Is there truly a force more powerful than the celestial and heavenly courts? The Queen Mother of the West elaborated, "Should Pangu or the three purities establish their own forces, how could the heavenly court withstand them? If the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan, who once appeared at the Purple Cloud Palace, were to rise, who could contend against them? And what if the likes of Qing Xian, along with Yuan Fushi, were to form their own alliances? Thus, the waters of the primordial chaos run deep. We should remain in a corner, diligently cultivate ourselves, for perhaps one day we may have the opportunity to attain sainthood." The nine heavens, Xian Nu, fell silent, recognizing that the three purities, occupied with their paths to enlightenment, would likely not intervene, while Qing Xian also seemed to be one who pursues the great Tao. The Witch clan had long remained hidden near Mount Zhou, showing no intent to dominate the primordial chaos. Yet who can predict the future? In the West, Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, having cultivated for hundreds of eons, found their Tao increasingly profound, yet still could not comprehend the primordial purple energy, their realm stagnating at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Nevertheless, their mastery of the laws had indeed improved significantly, particularly as Jiayin successfully grasped the spatial laws imparted by Qing Xian in the past, continuously refining his understanding, confident that it would eventually become a trump card. Zhuan Ti, focusing on the Bodhi and causal laws, felt a lack of strength regarding spatial laws, choosing instead to concentrate on the former two. Zhuan Ti inquired, "In these times of strife between the celestial and heavenly courts, what are your thoughts, brother?" Jiayin replied calmly, "I understand your thoughts, dear brother. The time is not yet ripe." Implicitly, he indicated that he would observe the unfolding events, as it was unwise to intervene recklessly. Back in the Western Palace, Bays returned as the Queen Mother of the West had predicted, promptly returning the plain cloud banner. The nine heavens, Xian Nu, perplexed, asked Bays why thus. "Sister gave you this banner for your protection." Bays responded, "Thank you for your kind intentions. But now I'm a strategist in the heavenly court, and my entangled relationship with it is complex. I cannot involve the Western Palace in such matters. Besides, being in the heavenly court, I believe no one poses a threat to me." Observing this, the Queen Mother of the West ceased to impede him and reclaimed the plain cloud banner. She said slowly, "Bays, you have your own path. I hope you will always remain true to your heart and not be blinded by power." Bays expressed his gratitude and bid farewell. Bai Zhe departed, unwilling to draw the Western royal palace into the turmoil of ancient rivalries. After all, no one dares to claim invincibility, even as the heavenly court stands at its zenith. There are always greater beings beyond. Only when one truly becomes unparalleled in the world can one act with complete freedom. At Fengqi Mountain, the emerging Qing Xian listened intently as Niuhua recounted the recent significant events, pondering that it seemed the demon race was on the verge of reemergence. Indeed, the heavenly court had established hundreds of primordial gatherings, predominantly recruiting offspring of the demon race, even though the term demon had yet to acquire a definite meaning. Qing Xian found himself somewhat perplexed by this. Both Nuwa and Fuxi were innate deities, so how could they be classified as demons? This was difficult for him to comprehend. At least, the Nuwa he knew would never accept such a designation. Perhaps it was related to Fuxi's integration into the heavenly court. Nuwa seemed to have spoken at length. So she promptly consumed a cup of her own brewed spirit, casting a fleeting glance at Qing Xian, who was reclining in a chair, and remarked, "Qing Xian, having secluded yourself for such an extended period, you must have achieved a significant breakthrough." Qing Xian chuckled in response. "I recently journeyed to the west and acquired the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, which I consumed, merging it with my essence. Consequently, my foundational essence has undergone a transformation into the 24-petal chaos blue lotus. As a result, my physical body has ascended to the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. Indeed, it was the 24-petal chaos blue lotus, a name derived from the chaos gourd, which was responsible for its creation. However, Qing Xian had merely named it the chaos blue lotus, and it had not yet evolved into its full form, as it was only a goal set for himself through the integration with the chaos gourd. Moreover, he had managed to conceal this transformation from the heavenly Tao, remaining undetected as long as he did not reveal his true form before it. This was the result of the Black Lotus's effectiveness, which added another layer of annihilation to his abilities. Nuwa was astonished. She had sensed its aura when the three pure ones opened the barrier of the 24-petal creation blue lotus and could naturally feel its immense power. She had not anticipated that Qing Xian had reached such heights. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Nuwa reflected on her own progress, having recently broken through to the late stage of quasi-saint. With her comprehension of the laws of creation reaching 55% and the laws of life and chaos at 30%. She had thought the gap between herself and Qing Xian had narrowed, yet to her dismay, he had reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. Noticing Nuwa's slight vexation, Qing Xian changed the subject. "What of Fuxi, my friend?" Upon mentioning this, Nuwa grew increasingly irate. Fuxi had left only a message during her seclusion and then vanished without a trace, which truly infuriated Nuwa. Through gritted teeth, she declared, "My brother has once again ventured out without permission. I warned him that the conflict between the immortal court and the heavenly court is at its peak, and that he should avoid the impending calamity. Yet, he slipped away quietly, which infuriates me greatly. When he returns, I shall not let him off lightly." Qing Xian gazed at Nuwa, who oscillated between irritation, worry, and occasional smiles, and found it hard to imagine the events that would lead her to leave behind a sense of coldness and indifference for future generations. He reassured her, "Nuwa, dear friend, there is no need for concern. Fuxi is already a formidable being at the late stage of quasi-saint, among the most elite in the wilderness. Surely no one can inflict harm upon him." Hearing this, Nuwa let out a soft sigh, while Qing Xian smiled and said, having been in seclusion for quite some time, "Dear Nuwa, do you have the inclination to engage in a bit of sparring?" Nuwa was somewhat taken aback, for in the past, she had always been the one to seek out Qing Xian for these exchanges, so frequently that there was a period when Qing Xian deliberately avoided her. Understanding Nuwa's intentions, Qing Xian lightly tapped her forehead and replied, somewhat irritably, "Occasional sparring could be beneficial for both of us. It allows us to assess our combat prowess and integrate our insights. However, if your sole aim is to defeat me, it will be a case of losing sight of the true purpose." Nuwa nearly could not contain her urge to strike back at him. How dare Qing Xian tap her forehead? She felt a tumult of emotions within her. Yet she harbored no resentment, instead experiencing an indescribable sensation. Moments later, the two engaged in fierce combat amidst the mountains of Buzhou. Initially, they clashed using their physical might, and Nuwa found herself at a disadvantage. Her beautiful eyes filled with indignation as she reflected on her diligent efforts, only to find herself inferior. Unwilling to accept defeat, Nuwa proclaimed, "Let us test the power of the chaos laws." This was a principle both had comprehended, and as they clashed, Qing Xian could not help but exclaim, "Dear Nuwa, your progress is astonishing. Were it not for my fortuitous opportunity to open the Xian realm, I might have found myself overshadowed by you. Nuwa's expression darkened, prompting Qing Xian to quickly add, in my study of the laws, I have grasped 3 divine abilities. Perhaps we could engage in a friendly exchange? Chapter 36. The Celestial Arts of Transformation on Fengqi Mountain. The azure sleeves gently fluttered as a tempest arose. The winds, imbued with the fierce laws of nature, carried an essence of destruction, while the rain, sharp and piercing, heralded a lethal intent. In an instant, the elements converged, enveloping the flora and fauna, whose vitality waned rapidly, teetering on the brink of annihilation, a testament to the storm's formidable power. Observing this, Nuwa felt a stirring within her heart. Having comprehended a profound divine art known as revolution of creation, which encompassed the laws of life and creation, capable of countering the destructive forces of summoning wind and rain. Upon the invocation of revolution of creation, a wave of creative energy and life essence radiated outward, reviving all that had been harmed by the tempest, causing them to flourish anew. Qing Xian inquired, such an art can effortlessly dismantle my summoning wind and rain? Nuwa, her expression grave, replied, this is my most powerful creation, named revolution of creation. Indeed, Qing Xian sensed its potency upon its manifestation, for Nuwa was renowned for this very art. Though it remained uncertain whether she had attained the ability to create life itself. Curiously, Qing Xian asked, does this art, filled with life and creation, possess the capability to give birth to sentient beings? Nuwa slowly shook her head, stating, I have yet to reach such a realm. Fear not, for in the future, you will undoubtedly achieve this. Qing Xian reassured her. If you cannot, who will bring forth humanity? Without the birth of mankind, how shall the 3 pure ones attain enlightenment? And how will the primordial world progress? Encouraged by his words, Nuwa's confidence surged, vowing to reach the pinnacle of life creation, eager to showcase her prowess to Qing Xian. Suddenly, she posed another question. This is merely one divine art. What are the others? Qing Xian reflected, there exists another technique, known as 9 breaths, to absorb qi, alongside close yet distant. The former harnesses the natural laws of the 5 elements, allowing one to restore full power in just 9 breaths when perfected. The latter is a swift method I devised by merging the laws of space with the 5 elements, enabling one to traverse the vast expanse of the universe with mere thought. 9 breaths to absorb qi is derived from the efficacy of the 36 celestial arts from my past life, boasting remarkable power. Whereas close yet distant employs spatial laws to tear through dimensions, traversing the primordial void with greater strength than the techniques of the Golden Crows, Dijuan and Tai. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Nuwa's beautiful eyes, captivated by the merits of both 9 breaths to absorb qi and close yet distant. Noticing her hesitation, Qing Xian could not help but chuckle. Unable to restrain herself, she laughed heartily, prompting Nuwa to glare at him, as if warning him to be mindful of his conduct. Qing Xian, recognizing the moment, refrained from further jest and directly imparted all 3 divine arts to Nuwa, who reciprocated by sharing the principles of revolution of creation. However, such divine arts demanded the power of the laws. Otherwise, they would merely serve as futile imitations, akin to the absurdity of summoning wind and rain in his past memories, relegated to the mundane task of conjuring clouds and rain. After Nuwa comprehended the cultivation methods of the 3 gates of divine powers, she intended to enter a period of seclusion for further training. However, Qing Xian interjected, urging her not to rush. For these techniques all require an understanding of the laws to truly manifest their power. Let us first visit the witch clan and check on Qing Yao and the others. Nuwa nodded in agreement, replying, very well. The witch clan, having evolved through several centuries, has significantly strengthened, with all 12 ancestor witches having reached the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, their physical forms unmatched in strength, and their insights into the corresponding laws remarkably profound. Moreover, Qing Xian had an additional purpose for this visit, to exchange insights on the laws with the 12 ancestor witches, fostering mutual advancement. Though he possessed the creation jade plate and made swift progress in his early understanding, the ancestor witch's comprehension of the laws was equally impressive. each possessing unique perspectives that could aid his rapid breakthroughs. Furthermore, the creation jade plate could provide some assistance to the ancestor witches. Currently, Qingxuan's highest comprehension was of the law of purification, reaching 60%, followed by the law of chaos at 50%. The remaining 11 laws recorded on the fragments of the creation jade plate were comprehended to 30%, while the law of time and the law of destruction derived from the black lotus of annihilation were merely at 15%. As his understanding of the laws deepened, the assistance from the creation jade plate diminished. Qin Xian estimated that once his comprehension reached 70%, the plate would likely hold little efficacy, as anything beyond would be excessively extraordinary. Upon arriving at the witch clan, Qin Xian and Yuhua found the path familiar, and the grand witch did not obstruct their entrance upon recognizing them. As Qin Xian traversed the way, he noticed several unfamiliar faces among the grand witches, suggesting the clan's rapid development. Additionally, numerous new farms had emerged on Mount Buzhou, indicating the increasing population of the witch clan, prompting Qin Yao to expand their facilities. Suddenly, Qingxuan's gaze fell upon an expansive rice field, astonishing him. Is this spiritual rice? He pondered, as this was the first time he had encountered such a sight in the primordial realm. Ah, Father God, Mother Nuwa, you have arrived, exclaimed Qin Yao and Qingqi, who were joyfully present in the rice field upon spotting Qin Xian. With curiosity, Qin Xian inquired, is this spiritual rice? Qin Yao proudly lifted her little head and proclaimed, indeed, Father God, I created all of this. Isn't it impressive? Qin Xian, taken aback, asked, how did you create it? Qin Yao looked at him as if he were quite foolish, while Nuwa chuckled lightly, explaining, Qin Xian, you have been in seclusion for so long, so it is understandable that you are unaware. This child has grasped the laws of creation and life, aligning with my own manipulation of creation. This is her masterpiece of manipulation of creation. I wonder where she derives such wondrous ideas. Qingqi added, elder brother, little Qin Yao is truly remarkable. In addition, there are numerous other varieties, and the food made from them is far more delicious than that of spiritual beasts, plus it does not require any killing. Qin Xian gently patted Qin Yao's little head, praising, she truly is the daughter of the Father God, possessing my spirit. Nuwa and the others rolled their eyes at this, and Qin Xian, feeling slightly embarrassed, quickly changed the subject, saying, let us go and let the Father God taste the food you have prepared. Soon after, within the Pangu temple, the 12 ancestor witches arrived, and the table was laden with a variety of foods, most of which were common vegetables from later generations, all created by Qin Yao. In this light, it is evident that he knows how to savor life's pleasures. Upon noticing that everyone had gathered, Qin Yao proclaimed, let us commence the feast. As the gathering began to partake in the meal, Qin Xian felt a stirring within him, as if he were transported back to his ancestral star. A wave of nostalgia washing over him, leaving him to ponder whether he would ever have the chance to return. Nuwa, perceiving his unusual demeanor, inquired, Qin Xian, what troubles you? Observing her father's state, Qin Yao understood that he was likely yearning for home. Indeed, her father was not of this realm. Having dwelled here for quite some time, it was only natural for him to feel such longing. Thus, she comforted him, saying, Father, do you miss home? Here, you have me, Aunt Qing Yi, Mother Nuwa, Mother Hutu, Mother Xianming, and many uncles and aunts. These are all your family. Qin Xian gathered his thoughts, gently stroking Qin Yao's small head, and remarked, my dear Yaoer has grown and now shows concern for her father. Come, let us eat. With that, Qin Yao skillfully served him dishes, exhibiting her delightful obedience. Chapter 37. The Rebirth of the Phoenix. The three heavens pay their respects within the sacred domain of the Wu clan, the Pangu temple. Qin Xian and others had just finished their meal, their faces illuminated with an expression of rapture. Although the divine beings required no sustenance, they were utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors, a habit shared even by the 12 ancestral witches who frequently emerged from their secluded states to partake in such culinary delights. Qin Xian produced the creation jade plate and spoke solemnly. This is a fragment of the creation jade plate, which I acquired from the three immortal isles. It bears engravings of 11 fundamental laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, the law of devouring, and the law of space. Aside from the time law of my friend Zhu Jiuyin and the poison law of Shi Bai Shi, the remaining friends possess corresponding laws. I have come forth this time to delve into these laws together with you, hoping that our collective insights will yield significant advancements in our understanding of these powers. Zhu Jiuyin and Shi Bai Shi sighed in resignation, lamenting, alas, our laws are absent. Di Jiang, aware of the profound implications, promptly rose and clasped his hands in gratitude, declaring, Qing Xian, your generosity towards our Wu clan shall not be forgotten. Qing Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, there has long been a karmic bond between myself and the Wu clan. There is no need for such formality, Di Jiang. Qing Yao interjected, very well. Let the two esteemed uncles guard the Wu clan, while the rest of us engage in the exploration of the laws to enhance our prowess. Agreed. With that, the assembly dispersed, leaving Zhu Jiuyin and Shi Bai Shi to exchange bewildered glances, realizing that though they received no benefits, they were still obliged to labor. In the timeless expanse of primordial ages, several epochs passed. Unbeknownst to him, Fuxi had wandered to the ever-burning immortal volcano. The former leader of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng, now stood sentinel there. Fuxi had arrived by chance when he suddenly heard a woman's voice beckoning, friend, come forth into the mountains for a conversation. Fuxi, with a gaze as clear as crystal, expressed his curiosity, which esteemed friend calls. Reveal yourself. Another voice echoed from within the volcano. I am Yuan Feng. I must suppress this mountain and cannot step out. Please, enter for discussion. Upon finishing her words, a radiant and colorful beam of guiding light erupted from the volcano, illuminating the path for Fuxi. After careful consideration, he resolutely entered. Once inside, Fuxi encountered an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in fiery red garments, though her aura appeared exceedingly frail. Esteemed friend, what troubles you? Fuxi inquired. Yuan Feng replied, I am on the brink of demise, wishing to strive for self-transcendence and rebirth through nirvana, yet I lack full confidence. Should I succeed, I will transform into a phoenix stone to be entrusted to your younger sister, Niwa. Should I fail, I shall turn to ash, ceasing to exist. Fuxi, perplexed, questioned, how do you know my sister? Why entrust it to her? Yuan Feng explained, I discern the heavenly machinations. Niwa is a person of great fortune. Even if I successfully undergo rebirth, I will require protection as my powers will be diminished. Upon hearing this, Fuxi declared, if that is the case, I shall protect you myself. There is no need to trouble my sister. Yuan Feng insisted, I perceive a fatal calamity in your destiny. It is best to entrust me to Niwa. Fuxi's expression darkened, visibly displeased. What do you mean by a fatal calamity? Noticing his discontent, Yuan Feng offered, allow me to share a fragment of heavenly insight as repayment for your kindness today. Fuxi nodded, a look of curiosity crossing his face. What heavenly insight do you speak of? The celestial signs indicate that a great calamity awaits you, dear fellow cultivator, one that may lead to your demise and extinguishment of your path. However, there remains a slender thread of hope, should you choose to retreat into seclusion henceforth. You may evade this tribulation. Yuan Feng's breath was faint, a manifestation of the celestial secrets intercepted by its transformation. After speaking, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yuan Feng, and its mystical energy slowly waned as it murmured, success or failure hinges upon this moment. The immortal volcano trembled violently, and Yuan Feng's figure abruptly vanished. Fuxi observed intently, and indeed beheld a fiery red stone materialize, recalling Yuan Feng's words, leading him to believe that success had been achieved, though he pondered how long it would take for Yuan Feng to awaken. Without hesitation, Fuxi secured the phoenix stone and turned to depart, having promised Yuan Feng. He dared not delay. Yet regarding Yuan Feng's ominous warnings about his own tribulations, Fuxi was filled with doubt. In this primordial realm, who could possibly pose a threat to him? His younger sister is Niwa, a being of saintly stature. His brother-in-law is Q-Ing Su-In, a formidable presence capable of wounding the lord of the celestial court, Dong Wang Gong, with a mere punch. Fuxi was well aware of the mutual affections between Q-Ing Su-In and Niwa, which also contributed to his reluctance to return, as it allowed some space for their relationship to flourish. Unfortunately, neither Qiu-Ing-Su-In nor Niuhua grasped the intentions behind Fushi's actions. Within Kunlun Mountain, the long-secluded Taiqing and Yuanshu had yet to comprehend the primordial purple qi. Upon emerging from their retreat, they discovered a message from Tong Tian, learning that he had set forth to traverse the vast primordial realm. At this moment, 3 disciples had joined Tong Tian, namely the other 3 of the future Jiejiao's 4 principal disciples, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, and the Holy Mother of Wudong. According to the current timeline, Niuhua should have already attained sainthood, yet she remained inactive. The 3 pure ones and the 2 saints of the West found themselves unable to comprehend the primordial purple qi. At this juncture, Tong Tian had traveled to the Eastern Sea, with Jin Ling and the others closely following him to receive his teachings, imparting the Shangqing immortal scriptures. Suddenly, Tong Tian paused, stating, "I sense someone ahead with whom I share a karmic connection." With that, he led Jin Ling and the others, propelled by an inner calling, onward. Above the Eastern Sea, on an island, for beings, 3 women and 1 man, were beset by a fearsome dragon of the great Luo golden immortal level, on the verge of being consumed. Tong Tian's Qingping sword sprang forth in an instant, slaying the monstrous dragon, for he sensed a teacher-student bond with the 4 on the island, compelling him to personally eliminate this threat. Tong Tian promptly collected the dragon's body, recognizing it as a rare yin-yang dragon, a sight he had not encountered in many cycles of the primordial realm. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your great kindness." The trio of women and the man on the island knelt in gratitude for Tong Tian's life-saving intervention. Tong Tian scrutinized the 4. Zhao Gongming was a transformation of the first strand of primordial pure wind, while the 3 Xiao were born of the first 3 clouds, all possessing extraordinary foundations. Tong Tian expressed his satisfaction and proclaimed, "I am Shangqing Tong Tian. Do you wish to take me as your master?" Overjoyed, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiao hastily knelt and replied, "We pay our respects to our master." Tong Tian smiled and said, "These 3 shall be your senior sisters. Take a moment to introduce yourselves." Jin Ling and the others became acquainted with the 4 celestials of Sanshao, and in a brief moment, they comprehended the heavenly path. "I too have been away for quite some time. I shall take you to Mount Buzhou to meet several fellow Taoists, after which we shall return to Kunlun Mountain." Jin Ling and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the authority of their master. In an instant, the celestial waved his grand sleeves and led the disciples towards Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, the Wu clan, along with the Panga Divine Temple, and the likes of Qing Xian had successfully emerged from their seclusion. Over the course of a few yuan wei, the ancestral witches had all ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, with their mastery of the laws significantly enhanced, achieving a remarkable 50% of their potential, excluding Zhu Jiu-Yin and Shi Baishe. Nevertheless, their physical cultivation had all reached the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. As for Qing Xian, Niuhua, and Qing Yao, they too had made tremendous progress, especially through sparring with the ancestral witches, making significant advancements in the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and space. Qing Yao and Qing Yi had also made considerable strides. Qing Yi had reached the pinnacle of the Deluo realm, while Qing Yao had entered the extreme state of Deluo, progressing with remarkable speed. However, Qing Yao must confront the limitations imposed by her bloodline. A breakthrough necessitates accumulation and refinement before she can transcend these constraints and become the 13th ancestral witch of the Wu clan. Chapter 38. Unexpected encounter at Fengqi Mountain. At Fengqi Mountain, Fushi and Tong Tian unexpectedly crossed paths. Tong Tian spoke in a deep voice, "Fushi, my friend, have you returned from your travels in the primordial wilderness?" Fushi smiled gently. "What a delightful coincidence, Tong Tian. What brings you here?" He also noticed Jin Ling and the others beside Tong Tian. Tong Tian explained, "I wandered through the wilderness and chanced upon several disciples with whom I share a master-student bond. So I took them under my wing." He then turned to Jin Ling and the others, saying, "This is my friend Fushi. You may address him as Uncle Master. Jean Ling and the others respectfully replied, "We greet Uncle Master." Fushi responded warmly, "Please rise, my dear disciples." Tong Tian, blessed with profound fortune, had gathered so many gifted disciples, which indeed filled Fushi with envy. Fushi then invited Tong Tian into Fengqi Mountain, only to discover that Qing Xian and Nuwa were absent. Tong Tian remarked, "It seems that Qing Xian and Nuwa are not here." Fushi understood and said, "Come, my friend, I shall lead you to the Wu clan. My sister and Qing Xian must have gone there." Tong Tian inquired, "Are you well acquainted with the Wu clan?" "Although I'm one of the 3 pure ones, I have little connection with the 12 ancestors who were formed from the essence of the Father God." In truth, the 3 pure ones had a slight discord with the 12 ancestors, as the 3 pure ones proclaimed themselves as the true lineage of Pangu, which stirred discontent among the ancestors. Had it not been for Qing Yao becoming the leader of the Wu clan, a conflict might have already arisen. Fushi, unaware of the underlying reasons, led Tong Tian and the others directly to the Wu clan. Upon their arrival, the various tribes of the Wu clan became alert, and Xing Tian and others immediately blocked their path, demanding, "Who are you to dare intrude upon the Wu clan?" Fushi was momentarily taken aback. Having visited the Wu clan only once, he was astonished by the significant changes. He replied solemnly, "I am Fushi, and this is the esteemed Tong Tian. Please convey our presence." Xing Tian, the great shaman, responded, "Fushi is my elder brother. Please guide them inside." The voice of Nuwa emerged, diffusing the unnecessary tension. Xing Tian retracted his hostility, saying, "So it is the great Fushi. I shall lead you." The entourage soared toward the Pangu shrine, with Fushi and Tong Tian curiously observing their surroundings, perplexed by the crops cultivated in the Wu clan territory and the numerous spirit beasts raised there. Xing Tian explained, "This was established by our clan leader. The Wu clan is now self-sufficient in all its food needs to avoid conflicts with other races in the primordial wilderness." Tong Tian was greatly astonished. The clan leader of the Wu clan was indeed formidable. In the past, the 3 pure ones had looked down upon the Wu clan, regarding them merely as beings born from the essence of the Father God, tainted by malevolent energy and unworthy of being Pangu's descendants. However, what he witnessed today was truly unexpected. It seemed that the Wu clan had not stirred trouble for many years, which must be attributed to the efforts of this clan leader. Tong Tian felt an intriguing curiosity towards the yet unseen clan leader of the Wu clan, but he remained puzzled. Previously, he had only heard of the 12 ancestors, yet there had never been mention of a clan leader. Was it possible that this leader was a powerful figure previously concealed by the Wu clan? Among the 12 ancestors, those who had achieved notable victories in the primordial wilderness were all Hunyuan golden immortals, so the strength of the Wu clan leader must be even more formidable. Fushi, however, was not burdened by such complex thoughts. He merely wished to locate Nuwa swiftly to entrust her with the Phoenix Stone, so he could extricate himself from the situation. Jin Ling, Gue Ling, Wu Dang, and San Shao, along with Zhao Gongming, gazed around with an air of curiosity. They had recently taken on their forms and had yet to attain the level of Golden Immortal. Only upon entering the Heavenly Gate would they have the opportunity to broaden their horizons, hence their fascination with everything around them. Xing Tian, the guardian of the Pangu Temple, led the group to the entrance of the temple and stated, "You may enter at your leisure. I must take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed, having other matters to attend to concerning the cultivation of his tribe. The Xingtian tribe had long been the foremost among the 15 major tribes of the Witch clan, setting a precedent that compelled other tribes to strive for excellence. After all, the time for the centennial Yuan Hui was fast approaching, during which the Witch clan would host a debate conference, a competition among the 15 major tribes. Each required to send 3 representatives. The top 3 tribes would receive direct guidance from the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches typically entered seclusion in cycles of Yuan Hui, and even the most esteemed among the great witches, such as Xing Tian, could only occasionally receive guidance during the brief interludes when the ancestors emerged from their retreats. However, the debate conference was distinct. The top 3 tribes would have an entire Yuan Hui to seek counsel and insight from the rotating ancestral witches. which spurred everyone to give their utmost effort. Upon entering the Panga temple, an aura reminiscent of the great Pangu permeated the air. Tong Tian felt a profound jolt of inspiration, as if witnessing the legendary scene of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, leading him into a state of deep enlightenment. Fushi, wide-eyed with astonishment, pondered how one could achieve such excellence on their first visit to the Panga temple, experiencing an immediate epiphany and a rapid enhancement in the principles of swordsmanship. Truly remarkable. It must be noted that Tong Tian followed the path of severing the three corpses, which inherently demanded a lower standard of comprehension regarding the laws. Fushi, reflecting on his own mastery of the Qin arts, which barely reached 55%, could not help but feel a pang of envy. Tong Tian's realization lasted for 10 yuan wei. During this time, Fushi conveyed in detail the matters entrusted to him by Yuan Feng, while Nuwa turned her gaze towards Qing Xian, who immediately understood. In that case, let us place her within the spiritual sea of the Three Immortals Island, as it may hasten her awakening. In the future, our island may gain another formidable being. Qing Xian inquired, Fushi, does Yuan Feng have any further words to share? Fushi shook his head, sparking a sense of doubt in Qing Xian. Since Yuan Feng had already reached the realm of transformation, it stood to reason that Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng must have already manifested. Yet Yuan Feng had not mentioned this? Fushi felt a sudden alarm at Qing Xuan's question, recalling Yuan Feng's mention of her impending calamity. Nuwa, sensing Fushi's unease, asked sternly, Brother, have you truly conveyed everything? Fushi, the foremost sibling among the primal beings, found himself compelled to reveal all under Nuwa's scrutiny. With a frown, Nuwa considered that Yuan Feng had once been at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, and thus would not speak lightly of such matters, suggesting that Fushi indeed faced a significant tribulation. Understanding the reason behind Yuan Feng's words, Qing Xian said, In that case, dear friend Fushi, it will be prudent for you to enter seclusion at Fengqi Mountain. Fushi, with a mournful expression, pleaded, Do not say such things. With my sister and friend Qing Xian here, who would dare to lay a hand upon me? Nuwa coldly replied, Brother, you should focus on your seclusion. Only when you surpass your sister may you emerge. Upon hearing this, Fushi felt as though he had lost his parents, his entire demeanor becoming listless and despondent. Nuwa and Qing Xian paid him no heed. And who could truly comprehend the depths of Fushi's sorrow? Meanwhile, on another front, Jin Ling and the future second-generation disciples of the encountered Qing Yao and Qing Yi. The four of them explored the territory of the Wu clan, captivated by its marvels, and soon forged a strong friendship. This brought great satisfaction to Qing Yao, as they represented her peers, unlike her aunt Qing Yi, who, despite being of a similar age, was considered a generation older, leaving her in a rather helpless position. At this moment, Jin Ling and the others perceived them merely as the younger generation of the Wu clan, while Qing Yao and Qing Yi appeared to be around 16, seemingly of similar age to Jin Ling and her companions. However, in a future day, when Qing Yao boldly proclaimed the establishment of the Wu clan and declared herself its leader, fiercely challenging the chaotic bell, everyone would come to realize just how formidable their sister truly was. At this time, the Wu clan had yet to gain genuine recognition from the heavens and earth. Chapter 39. The Divine Sanctuary Bestowed by Heaven. The birth of the demon clan returning to the present timeline, Tong Tian stepped into the Panga temple, drawn by the lingering essence of Pangu, and fell into a moment of enlightenment. Images of the mighty Pangu, who once opened the heavens and the earth, surfaced in his mind, allowing him to grasp the profound meaning of creation. His understanding of the sword path surged remarkably, propelling him from the 5th level directly to the 6th, a truly astonishing feat. Once the laws reach the 5th level, any further advancement requires an extensive amount of time, measured in epochs rather than mere days. Opportunities like Tong Tian's are rare and precious. Upon opening his eyes, a piercing sword intent emanated from them, causing the entire Panga temple to tremble. The 12 ancestors of the Witch clan and Qing Xian hurried to the scene, with Zhu Rong and Gong glaring fiercely, ready to erupt into conflict at any moment. Hutu swiftly intervened to restrain the two, while Tong Tian, aware of his precarious position for having gained enlightenment in another's domain. Quickly spoke, "Dear friends, I have just awakened from my moment of insight, and for a brief instant, I could not distinguish between illusion and reality. I hope for your understanding." Huda replied, "No harm done. This is your chance for fortune, my friend." Hearing this, Tong Tian felt a surge of guilt and continued this time. "I owe the witch clan a debt of karma, which I shall surely repay in the future." "Good," Hutu affirmed. "Since Tong Tian's mistake was unintentional, let us disperse." Qing Yao's voice resonated. The irritable Zhu Rong and Gong snorted in disdain before vanishing. Subsequently, Di Jiang and the others also departed. Feeling somewhat awkward, Tong Tian scratched his head and said, "Hutu, I beg your pardon." Qing Xian remarked, "Ah, Tong Tian, your fortune is profound. You have remarkably broken through to the 6th level of the sword path." With an embarrassed smile, Tong Tian admitted, "I came here intending to introduce a few newly accepted disciples to you all, never anticipating such an opportunity." Jin Ling and others floated gracefully alongside Qing Yao, with Bai Xiao exclaiming, "Master, you have finally emerged from your seclusion." Tong Tian replied, "Dear friends, I have also been out for quite some time. I shall return to Kunlun Mountain now. Should the witch clan require my assistance in the future, I shall not refuse." "Do not be in haste," Tong Tian, Qing Xian urged. "Come and savor the witch clan's cuisine. I am certain it will be delightful." Jin Ling also chimed in, "Indeed, master." Reluctantly, Tong Tian acquiesced and dined with everyone. After the meal, as he prepared to leave, he lowered his voice to Jin Ling and the others, saying, "You may procure some ingredients from our witch clan friends." Tong Tian produced various heavenly materials, stating, "These are for you." Qing Yao, however, refused to accept, generously provisioning Jin Ling and the others with ample supplies sufficient for several epochs. The ingredients from the primordial world were imbued with spiritual energy, thus there was no concern of spoilage. After all, these vegetables contained the essence of heaven and earth, not only enhancing flavor, but also fortifying one's magical power, though this effect was only applicable to those below the golden immortal level, such as Jin Ling and her peers. While the witch clan, entangled in malevolence, should have been battling against heaven and earth, they instead led a tranquil pastoral existence. Meanwhile, the celestial court and heavenly realm were embroiled in fierce conflict. Within the celestial realm, Emperor Jun had secluded himself for 100 celestial gatherings. The affairs of the heavenly court were typically presided over by Tai and Beis, while Kunpeng remained indifferent to these mundane matters, wholly devoted to his meditative practice. Kunpeng, characterized by his untainted spirit, relentlessly pursued the enhancement of his cultivation. His inclusion in the heavenly court was motivated by the potential benefits it promised, foreseeing boundless fortune in the future. As the celestial bell tolled 9 times, it summoned all beings of the heavenly court who possessed the rank of Deluo, Golden Immortal, and above to the highest assembly. An unprecedented occurrence since the establishment of the heavenly court. Emperor Jun sat regally upon the imperial throne, flanked by 2 additional seats designated for Tai and Kunpeng, both of whom had arrived. Yet, they awaited the commencement of the gathering for an entire celestial cycle. The leaders of the various clans had largely gathered, and Emperor Jun surveyed the more than 300 Deluo Golden Immortals below with great satisfaction. Each Deluo Golden Immortal represented a vast clan from the primordial wilderness, and each of these grand clans encompassed numerous subordinate tribes. In a solemn tone, Emperor Jun proclaimed, "By the will of the heavenly Tao, I, the celestial Emperor Jun, hereby establish a new clan to be named Yao. All beings that embody the essence of flora and fauna shall be classified as Yao. All ferocious beasts and spiritual creatures that take form shall be deemed Yao. All beings that bear fur, armor, and reproduce through eggs shall also be recognized as Yao. Today, the Yao clan shall be founded, and I beseech the heavenly Tao to witness this." The eye of the heavenly Tao manifested, and a voice of grave authority resonated throughout the primordial wilderness. Approved. With this divine endorsement, no merits were conferred, yet suddenly, a magnificent edifice emerged in the skies above the primordial wilderness, a divine sanctuary bestowed by heaven and earth. With a sweeping gesture of his arm, Emperor Jun declared, "Follow this emperor into the 33 heavens, a gift from the cosmos." Yao, Yao, Yao. The countless Yao warriors could not contain their exuberance, their voices echoing throughout the primordial wilderness, astonishing numerous powerful beings. As the Yao were acknowledged by heaven and earth, a moment of realization swept through the majority of primordial beings. It turns out I am Yao. In an instant, the fortunes of the Yao clan surged, eclipsing those of the celestial court, forming a golden dragon of destiny that spiraled above the majestic hall of the 33 heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence that resonated throughout the primordial wilderness. Notably, beings such as the three pure ones and Nuwa were not counted among the Yao clan, for they were divine beings of innate holiness. Qing Xian furrowed his brow, pondering that the previous designation of Nuwa as a Yao likely stemmed from Fushi's joining of the heavenly court. No, it should now be referred to as the Yao court. In the eastern Kunlun Mountains, the three pure ones paid no heed, while within the secluded chamber of the Turtle Spirit Mother, she whispered softly, "Am I of the Yao clan?" In western Kunlun, the Queen Mother of the West and the nine heavens mystical maiden gazed upon the manifested 33 heavens and the golden dragon of Yao fortune, exclaiming in awe, "Emperor Jun possesses remarkable foresight." With this scheme, nearly 70% of the beings in the primordial wilderness have been incorporated into the Yao clan. At Mount Buzhou, Qing Xian and others observed countless Yao rushing towards the 33 heavens. Even those Yao who had not yet joined the Yao court were drawn to this gathering, eager to affiliate themselves. Qing Xian contemplated, "Emperor Jun's actions are indeed astutely calculated. Not only does he secure the divine sanctuary, but he also directly entices over half the beings of the primordial wilderness into the heavenly court. Those weaker beings will surely flock to him. After all, the spiritual energy of the 33 heavens is undoubtedly exceptionally dense, making the comprehension of the heavenly Tao as principles far more effective." Upon witnessing the situation, Fushi spoke solemnly, "I may venture to the heavenly court. Perhaps I could uncover an opportunity to transcend the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal." "No," Qing Xian resolutely declined. Nuwa was taken aback by Qing Xuan's attitude. She would never consent to Fushi's involvement in the struggle for supremacy in the primordial world, yet why did Qing Xian? Could it be that her elder brother's calamity was related to the heavenly court? Though Nuwa could not be certain, it did not deter her from rejecting Fushi's request. As she candidly advised, "Elder brother, it would be wise to retreat and enter seclusion. Dijun has ascended directly to the 33 heavens, and the heavenly Tao has recognized him. I fear the conflict between the immortal court and the heavenly court is imminent." Qing Yao interjected, "Uncle Fushi, should you join the immortal court, you may become an adversary of Qing Yao in the future. Please consider this carefully." Suddenly reminded of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan, Fushi was taken aback and exclaimed, "Little Qing Yao, do you intend to lead the witch clan in the battle for the primordial world?" Qing Xian, Nuwa, and Hodu all turned their gaze towards her, as Qing Yao shook her head and replied, "I do not relish violence, but should anyone dare to covet the witch clan, I will not hesitate to let them witness our strength." Qing Xian and the others could discern the gravity in Qing Yao's words, clearly indicating that the witch clan was one of her most sensitive subjects. Chapter 40. The Battle of Celestial Beings and Demons. The Hunyuan He Luo in the 33 heavens beyond the southern heaven gate. Emperor Jun led his followers straight to the Lingxiao Palace in the 9 heavens. Upon entering the palace, he beheld the imperial throne and the jade seal of the heavenly emperor, symbols of the celestial court's legitimacy. Emperor Jun ascended the throne, grasped the jade seal, and conferred titles upon the myriad demons. He appointed Tai as the Eastern Sovereign, Kuanpeng as the Demon Master, Bai Zhe as the military advisor of the Demon Court, ranking first among the 10 demon generals, and conferred titles upon Ji Meng, Jiu Ying, Ying Zhao Gui Che, Fei Lian, Shan Yang, Ci Tai, Fei Dan, and Qin Yuan as the celestial demon generals, commanding the 10 divisions of the demon tribe. The remaining formidable Deluo Golden Immortals were designated as celestial demons, totaling 365, all stamped with the jade seal of the celestial court. gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, the fortune of the demon court surged once more, and all those officially appointed could partake in its blessings. In the celestial court, the Eastern King summoned his fellow celestial beings with a grave expression, preparing for a life-and-death confrontation with the demon court. He understood that further delay would surely lead to his downfall. Pondering deeply, he found it perplexing why the heavenly Tao would endorse the demon court and grant it the venue of the 33 heavens. Previously, the Eastern King had visited the Purple Cloud Palace to seek an audience with the Tao ancestor, waiting for millennia, only to be told by Hao Yan, "The Lord is in seclusion and will not meet you. Take care of yourself." It became clear to the Eastern King that the Tao ancestor had never intended to support his dominance over the wilderness. The title of the foremost male immortal was merely a facade. The Eastern King did not disclose this to the other dignitaries of the celestial court, fearing it might sow discord among them. Now, with the demon court once again favored by the heavens, he realized that he could no longer afford to delay, lest the various clans of the wilderness align themselves with the demon court. "My fellow Taoists, I have summoned you to reclaim the 33 heavens, currently occupied by Emperor Jun and Tai. This was originally the possession of our celestial court, and this battle is unavoidable," the Eastern King declared solemnly. Xinshen, Swan Kizi, and the others understood that this was merely a pretext from the Eastern King. He hoped to determine the fate of the cosmos through this battle, and now, Xinshen and his companions found themselves bound to the Eastern King, having already forged a bitter enmity with the demon court, leaving them no alternative. Xinshen spoke, "Tao brother, I concur. We can no longer delay. Let us decide the fate of the universe in this battle." The five, including Zicheng Daoren, Xinghe Daoren, Swan Kizi, Yang Suzi, and Zun Fengzi, all voiced their agreement. "Excellent. Since all of you agree, let us summon the generals and advance into the 33 heavens to eradicate the demon court," the Eastern King proclaimed with commanding authority. At the southern heaven gate, the Eastern King led the celestial army directly against the southern heaven gate, striking down all who opposed them. In an instant, a torrential rain of blood fell, tinting the wilderness with hues of crimson. In the 9 heavens within the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun, consumed by fury, exclaimed, "You insolent wretches! I have yet to hold the celestial court accountable, yet the Eastern King dares to rush to his doom." The demon deities, heeding his command, prepared to eradicate this celestial court, declaring the wilderness as their domain henceforth. Demons! 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 In that moment, the battle spirit of the demon court surged, vowing to obliterate the celestial court and reign supreme over the wilderness. In a brief encounter, under the guidance of 7 quasi-saints, the demon kings and generals suffered heavy losses, and both sides soon clashed in the 6th heaven, the atmosphere thick with tension. Di Jun and Tai Yi were filled with an uncontrollable fury as the soldiers of the demon clan stationed in the lower 5 heavens faced merciless slaughter. How could they not be enraged? The warriors of the demon court fervently shouted, "Demon! Demon! Demon! Vengeance! Vengeance! Vengeance!" The Eastern King and his companions did not anticipate that this nascent demon race would exhibit such formidable cohesion. The bloodshed of their kind only ignited their inherent ferocity, reminiscent of ants daring to draw swords against the heavens with indomitable resolve. The Eastern King proclaimed, "Di Jun, let the 7 of us engage in battle against the 3 of you. Those below the quasi-saint level shall be handled by others for both sides. What say you?" He contemplated the Big Dipper formation, convinced that as long as Di Jun and his companions had not reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint, victory was assured. Di Jun sneered in response, "I accept. All demon gods, heed my command. Follow the orders of our strategist Bai Zhe and eradicate these celestial beings." The 10 demon generals led by Bai Zhe roared in unison, their collective might overwhelming the celestial court. The Eastern King and his allies ascended to the 7th heaven, while the 6th heaven became the battleground for those below the quasi-saint level. In the 7th heaven, the Eastern King wore a grim expression, speaking coldly, "Di Jun, Tai Kuanpeng, by what means do you believe you can contend with us? Tai Yi's essence has yet to be restored, and there is no escape for you this time. Yet, Di Jun and his companions retained their stoic demeanor. We shall see. Sensing an ominous premonition from the expressions of the three before them, the Eastern King and his comrades decisively launched their attack, invoking the pinnacle of the Big Dipper Formation, harnessing the powers of the stars through the Star Pearl and Star Sword. At that moment, the stars of the primordial cosmos, Tianling, Zhimin, Luxiuan, Wenxiu, Lianjin Wuqiu, and Pajuan, radiated with boundless starlight, quickly becoming the most resplendent entities in the primordial firmament. The strength of the Big Dipper Formation reached its zenith. The seven entities unified in power, now at the peak of quasi-saint level, and even rising further. Even Di Jun and Tai Yi were taken aback. Had they not previously comprehended the Hunyuan He Luo formation through the He Tu and Luo Shu, they might have faced dire consequences. The Eastern King intoned solemnly, Di Jun, what capability do you possess to withstand this? Even at the peak of quasi-saint, you shall meet your end here. Is that so? Watch closely. Di Jun retorted coldly. The He Tu and Luo Shu suddenly materialized, revealing the endless mountains, rivers, oceans, and skies of the primordial world. It seemed to encapsulate the tremendous power of the cosmos. The smiles of the seven Eastern King's allies vanished, for the force emanating from the He Tu and Luo Shu was overwhelmingly potent. Tai Yi and Kunpeng gazed at Di Jun in astonishment. Could this be the Hunyuan He Luo formation he had previously mentioned? It was their first encounter with it. Di Jun manipulated the He Tu and Luo Shu, drawing forth the myriad powers of the primordial world, his cultivation ascending steadily. The He Tu and Luo Shu were inscribed with the geography of the primordial realm, capable of channeling a fraction of its strength. However, the innumerable sacred mountains and rivers of the primordial continent rendered such power immensely formidable. Yet, it was challenging for Di Jun alone to bear this force. And he called out loudly, Tai Yi Kunpeng. In a moment of mutual understanding, Emperor Jun transmitted an unbearable force to Tai Yi and Kunpeng. Utilizing the Chaos Bell, Tai Yi absorbed the majority of this power, instantly elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, while Kunpeng remained in the late stage of the quasi-saint level. The power they borrowed was merely temporary. Thus, the demon court now boasted a warrior at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, alongside two others in the late quasi-saint stage. The expressions of the mighty beings, such as Eastern Wangong, changed drastically as they solemnly declared, "It appears we have no choice but to fight to the death." Xian Shen and the others wore grave expressions, having not anticipated that the demon court had comprehended such a formidable formation. In an instant, the battle, once thought to be in their favor, became shrouded in uncertainty. Now, no one dared to speak lightly of invincibility, nor could anyone assert a guaranteed victory. Fight! Fight! Chapter 41. The Celestial Battle and the River of Time upon the Moonstar, Qing Xian, Nuwa, Hutu, Xianming, along with Qin Yao and Qingqi, had already arrived at this splendid vantage point for observing the battle. Qing Xian gazed intently at the formidable formations set by both sides, speaking in a solemn tone. The Big Dipper formation is indeed exquisite. As for the Hunyuan Hulua formation, Di Jun must have only recently comprehended it. Otherwise, it would not be so limited, as it fails to thoroughly suppress the Big Dipper formation. Nuwa and the others began to voice their opinions, while Qin Yao wore a serious expression, lost in contemplation. The Hunyuan Hulua formation was already remarkably powerful, yet the might of the Big Dipper formation alone had reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength. One could only imagine the immense power of the future demon clan's Zhou Tian Xingdo formation. The Wu clan's 12 capital heavenly gods formation had long been mastered by the 12 ancestor witches. However, this formation could not be easily deployed, otherwise, it would surely disrupt the tranquility of the entire primordial world. Hence, it had not yet seen actual combat. Qing Xian confidently proclaimed, "In this battle, the demon court shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. It is the natural course of events." Observing the onlookers, Shiha and Changxi, Qing Xian curiously inquired, "Dear friends Shiha and Changxi, as you dwell near the solar star, have Di Jun and Tai Yi invited you to join the demon court?" At this, Shia's expression shifted slightly as she replied, "Of course they have. They have approached us several times, all of which we have declined. Little Qingyao often says that the primordial world is not solely about conflict. There are also matters of human sentiment. We dedicate our days to diligent cultivation, and during our leisure, we visit Mount Buzhou to engage in discourse with fellow Taoists, followed by delightful visits to Little Qingyao for culinary delights. Is that not a joyous existence? Moreover, we have already joined the Wu clan. How could we possibly enter the demon court again? Right, Little Qingyao? Qin Xian turned to look at Qingyao, astonished by her swift actions in bringing Shiha and Changshi over. Qingyao lifted her small head and proclaimed, "Father, see how I have found 2 more divine mothers for myself. You must keep up the good work." Qing Xuan's expression darkened, while Shiha and Changshi maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences. After all, with a charming personality like Qingyao's, who could resist her? Beyond the 33 heavens, the 3 pure ones, along with the Western figures of Jane and Juni, had arrived to observe the unfolding battle. Tong Tian remarked, "Eldest brother, second brother, these 2 formations are exceedingly profound. I could refine my own formations through them. I aspire to create a combined formation of our 3 brothers that may once again evoke the might of our father." Yuan Shi replied, "Third brother, I alone can stand invincible in the primordial realm. Why must we pool the strength of the 3 pure ones? It is far more vital to contemplate the primordial purple energy and attain the path of sanctification at the earliest opportunity." Tong Tian snorted softly, "Second brother, can you truly contend with Taoist Qin Xian?" Yuan Shi fell silent, and after a moment, he stated, "If I wield the Panga banner, I believe even Taoist Qin Xian would not be my match." Upon hearing this, Tong Tian remarked, "Second brother, relying on the might of treasured artifacts is not the righteous path. Moreover, I have heard that Taoist Qin Xian possesses a treasure as well, though I have yet to witness it." Yuan Shi chose not to respond further, feeling wearied as his third brother constantly undermined his position. Elsewhere, Jane and Juni certainly would not miss this grand confrontation, as it would be most advantageous for them if both sides suffered significant losses, thereby easing the recruitment of talents from the east to the west. Juni commented, "Brother, I have gained immense insights from observing the Big Dipper and Hunyuan Haloa formations. I am confident that my Bodhi formation will soon reach its preliminary perfection." Jane replied, "Indeed, it is well worth our journey to be here." In the realm of the 7 heavens, the demon court, led by Tai Yi, wielded the Chaos Bell as their vanguard, engaging fiercely with the 7 from the celestial court. The clash of the dragon head cane and the Chaos Bell resonated with profound Tao sounds, their might potent enough to slay even a Tai golden immortal, while the Deluo golden immortals dared not approach to spectate. The air around the Chaos Bell was suffused with chaotic energy, seemingly impervious to all laws. The formations of both sides unleashed their full potential, warping the very fabric of space. Wherever the bell's chime echoed, the space shattered like glass, pulling forth the primordial river of time. Perhaps it was due to the Chaos Bell's ability to suppress time and space, intertwining the forces of both realms. This clash represented a concentrated eruption of power, transcending the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, approaching the realm of the sub-saint. The primordial river of time, while elusive, astonished many powerful beings observing the battle, who never anticipated such an escalation. Tai Yi boldly commanded the Chaos Bell into the river of time, intent on crossing epochs to slay Dong Wang Gong before his transformation. Naturally, Dong Wang Gong would not permit this, entering the river as well, and their fierce confrontation even drew the attention of Hong Jun from the Zishao Palace. His expression turned cold. Should they continue to disrupt the river of time, the numerous causalities of the primordial realm might be affected, jeopardizing his ability to gather the fortunes of many innate deities. Qin Xian then appeared at the edge of the river, meditating upon the laws of time. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, even Yuhua was taken aback by Qin Xian's audacity. While others worried about the ramifications of the duel, he exhibited remarkable boldness. Qin Xian's audacity stemmed from his status as an entity that had evaded detection. Even if someone attempted to reverse the river of time to assassinate him in the past, it would be utterly futile. The concealment of his existence rendered him undetectable to the heavenly mechanisms, making it impossible for even a saint to intervene in his past. Within the Zhixiao Palace, Tao ancestor Huang found it increasingly difficult to remain at ease, knowing he could not allow these two to act recklessly in the river of time. With a wave of his grand sleeves, he unleashed a saintly power that forcibly expelled Tai Yi and Huang Gong from the river. Subsequently, the space restored itself, and the river of time vanished without a trace. Qing Xian, who had been contemplating the laws of time, felt a sense of resignation. He had foreseen that the Tao ancestor would intervene, as otherwise, the causality of the primordial realm would become irreparably chaotic due to their actions. Tai Yi bore grave injuries, and Huang Gong, along with the other 6, directly sustained the brunt of the Tao ancestor's strike, leaving them similarly wounded. Both sides were left disoriented by this unforeseen attack. The voice of Huang echoed from the Zhixiao Palace. The river of time is of paramount consequence. Should anyone dare to enter and meddle with different epochs again, I shall slay them. Tai Yi and the others were filled with dread, realizing the true extent of a saint's power. Even at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, one would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand another blow. At this moment, the impression of the ancient powers upon the saints elevated exponentially. After all, this marked the first offensive from the Tao ancestor since achieving sanctification. The 7 lords of the East King faced the most dire fate, collectively enduring the damage. They were all grievously wounded. In contrast, only Tai Yi among the demon court sustained injuries, which presented an opportunity for Emperor Jun and Kunpeng, who seized the chance to attack mercilessly. Observing this, the East King had no choice but to issue a retreat order. However, Emperor Jun and Kunpeng advanced relentlessly, igniting their primal essence to forcibly unleash their peak quasi-saint strength, driving back their foes and making their escape. Meanwhile, Xianxian and his companions quietly vanished as Emperor Jun and Kunpeng united to assault him, dispersing in various directions. Emperor Jun remarked, "Kunpeng, although the East King bears severe wounds, he may still possess the tenacity for mutual destruction. We should pursue our quarry separately to maximize our chances of capturing him. If we succeed, the Celestial Court will lose control of the Northern Dipper Formation, leaving us to act as we see fit." Kunpeng agreed, proclaiming, "Excellent." Thus, they diverged in their pursuit, leaving the identity of the unfortunate soul in the Celestial Court a mystery to be revealed upon their return. Qing Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Although only a brief moment had passed, his mastery of the temporal laws had advanced from 5-fold to 2-fold. If he could sit upon the river of time daily, surely his understanding of these laws would rapidly evolve. Regrettably, Qing Xian currently lacked the ability to summon the river of time, and it was unlikely the Tao ancestor would acquiesce to such a request. Perhaps this opportunity would only arise after attaining sanctification. The brief foray of Tai Yi and the East King into the river of time, albeit fleeting, held unknown repercussions. Should the consequences prove significant when the karmic backlash manifests, they may find themselves ill-equipped to bear the burden. Chapter 42. Spatial Transmission, Seasons and Elements. In the tumultuous battle of the 7 heavens, the outcome had been decisively determined. Although it appeared somewhat hasty, had it not been for the reckless machinations of the Eastern Sovereign and Tai Yi, who sought to reverse the flow of time and disrupt the cosmic order, there might have been a glimmer of hope for the Celestial Court. Yet, as of today, all efforts are rendered futile. Tai Yi, seated in meditation, had somewhat recovered from his grievous injuries, and despite his weakened state, he bore the chaos bell and ascended directly to the 6th heaven. At this moment, the forces of the Celestial Court, under the leadership of Bays, were being relentlessly overwhelmed by the onslaught of the demon court. Upon Tai Yi's arrival, the demons rejoiced, although they had some inkling of the Taoist patriarch's previous involvement. The exact circumstances remained shrouded in mystery. Tai Yi's appearance served as irrefutable evidence of their triumph. Demons, demons, demons. Victory is ours. The fervor of the demon court surged like an unstoppable tide, while the Celestial Court's ranks turned ashen. Tai Yi summoned the chaos bell with great effort, its resonant chimes echoing through the heavens, proclaiming the demon court's assured victory. 7 sovereigns of the celestial court have been vanquished. Those who surrender shall not be slain. The unified cries of Bays and the demon warriors reverberated, and amidst this cacophony, the first defector from the celestial court emerged, an esteemed figure of the great Luo golden immortal realm. With one defection came another, and thus, the celestial court crumbled like a house of cards. Only the loyal disciples of the Eastern sovereign managed to escape amidst the chaos. Bays and his comrades paid no heed to this, for they recognized that after this battle, the celestial court had no chance of resurgence. Even if the remnants regrouped, they would be unable to withstand the might of the demon court, an endeavor akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. As the cataclysmic battle concluded, the fate of the demon court was sealed, and no evident power remained in the vast wilderness to challenge their supremacy. The 3 purities dispersed, while Qing Xian and others remained on the Tying Star, as Qing Xian sought to collaborate with Emperor Jiang to construct a long-range teleportation array for the Witch Clan. However, both were yet to comprehend over 70% of the spatial laws. Thus, they resolved to combine their efforts in an attempt. They successfully established the teleportation array for the Witch Clan, and now, with Emperor Jiang arriving at the Tying Star, the two labored diligently once more. Despite numerous failures, they found themselves ensnared within the void of the primordial realm. This region was rife with spatial rifts and perilous blades of space. Had it not been for their formidable physical forms, they would have long been lost to these fissures. The repercussions of this battle were profound. Within merely 10 millennia, its tale spread throughout the wilderness, primarily due to the intervention of the Soul Saint in the realm. With the celestial court's defeat, the demon court reigned supreme, drawing an increasing number of adherents, which significantly amplified their power in a short span. In the timeless wilderness, decades passed. The demon court extended invitations to the great powers of the wilderness, summoning them to convene at the Lingxiao Hall of the 33 Heavens after 5 epochs. Rumors circulated that the celestial court's enigmatic figures, Xinghe Daoist, Zichen Daoist, and others, had been captured by the demon court and imprisoned within their celestial dungeons. The origins of this information remained unclear, yet skepticism lingered, as some claimed to have witnessed Emperor Jun in battle against the celestial court's enigmatic figure in the Eastern Sea. The outcome remained uncertain, but the possibility of capture or demise loomed large. Additionally, tales emerged of the demon master Kuanpeng engaged in fierce combat, inciting curiosity among many in the wilderness, who sought to journey to the celestial court to uncover the truth. Throughout several epochs, Qing Xian had immersed himself in the void of the wilderness, deeply contemplating the laws of space, yielding substantial insights. He returned directly to the Witch Clan, eager to collaborate with Emperor Jiang once more in establishing the spatial coordinates for the Tying Star. Though this endeavor has met with success, it remains precarious, requiring the duo several millennia to solidify their gains. For the moment, this is the extent of their achievement. A deeper comprehension of the principles of space is still necessary. Although their grasp of the spatial laws has significantly improved, their methods of application remain woefully inadequate. Subsequently, Qing Xian and Emperor Jiang established another teleportation array under the auspices of the Witch Clan, aiming to connect to the 3 immortal islands, thereby facilitating easier travel. The distance involved is greater, necessitating several transfer stations along the route to complete the journey. Unbeknownst to them, the day of the grand assembly of the demon court is swiftly approaching. At the center of the 3 immortal islands lies the Phoenix Stone, which continuously absorbs the spiritual essence from the ethereal sea. Qing Xian observed its remarkable recovery, estimating that it would require several hundred epochs before it could undergo a rebirth. The demon court is currently abuzz with activity. Even the 3 pure ones have graced the event with their presence, and naturally, the Western figures of Jin and Junyi would not miss out, for who could resist complimentary food and drink, along with a chance to acquire additional treasures? The reason for Qing Xian and his companions' presence here is, of course, Qing Yao's desire to witness the extent of the demon court's development. The grand tide of the primordial realm is immutable. However, the minutiae can indeed be altered. Qing Yao harbors no wish to engage in conflict with the demon court. Although annihilating, it would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. the Tao ancestor would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, abstaining from confrontation seems prudent, as understanding their strength serves as a precautionary measure. Since the conclusion of the war between the immortals and demons, Qing Yao has promptly instructed the 12 ancestral witches to study formation techniques. Yet, they appear ill-suited for this task, leading the responsibility to naturally fall upon Qing Yao herself. Her exceptional intellect has birthed numerous conceptualizations for formations, such as the Great Formation of the Five Elements, which amalgamates the powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, aided by Nuwa to create the Great Formation of Primordial Five Elements. This formation harnesses the quintessence of the five elements, cycling endlessly, allowing the 5 ancestral witches who governed these elemental forces to practice diligently. During their training, the time and space ancestral witches engaged in the art of temporal manipulation, achieving a level of mastery that could freeze time and space, rendering all things immobile, a state of dual stillness. In such a condition, adversaries would be at their mercy. Meanwhile, the 5 ancestral witches representing wind, rain, thunder, poison, and lightning practiced the grand formation of the 4 seasons, wherein wind could disperse the primordial spirit. Rain could bring forth deadly storms with a chilling downpour. Thunders might rival the divine thunder encountered by the 3 pure ones after their ascension. Poison proved to be even more perilous, possessing the ability to reduce a foe to mere blood and water, dissolving their magical essence and origin, a truly terrifying prospect. While the progress of the ancestral witches in their training may be gradual, they continuously enhance their proficiency in the grand formations and in the primordial realm. Time is a resource in abundance. In contrast to the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, this array is birthed from the bloodline strength of the witch clan, inscribed within their very essence, allowing the ancestral witches to wield it with ease. Although the great formation of primordial 5 elements and the great formation of primordial 4 seasons may not surpass the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, they can be executed without causing tremors in the fabric of heaven and earth, and the 12 capital heavenly gods formation remains the witch clan's ultimate trump card. Dear friend Qing Xian, esteemed Nuwa, and venerable Fuxi, it has been far too long. The 3 pure ones approached Qing Xian and gracefully took their seats. Qing Xian and his companions reciprocated with a respectful bow. Esteemed friends of the 3 pure ones, it is indeed a pleasure to reunite. Tong Tian took a step forward and spoke in a deep voice. Dear Taoist Qing Xian, might you confer with the friends of the witch clan? I wish to engage in a barter, exchanging goods for some spiritual rice and vegetables, which I intend to bring back to Kunlun Mountain for cultivation. This way, we shall no longer trouble our friends from the witch clan each time. Jinling and Sanshao frequently journeyed to the witch clan, primarily to trade for their spiritual rice and similar items. They discovered that cultivating disciples below the golden immortal level with such provisions yielded remarkable results without compromising their foundational roots. In the past, Tong Tian had brought these items back, and after tasting them, Taqing and Yuanshi were filled with curiosity, inquiring about the nature of these goods and their extraordinary efficacy. Tong Tian then provided an explanation and recounted his enlightening experience within the Panga Temple, where he beheld the awe-inspiring scenes of his father, the Creator, during the primordial separation of heaven and earth. Both were astonished, having not anticipated such significant changes within the witch clan. As for Tong Tian's fortuitous encounter, they could only envy him. Nonetheless, Tong Tian generously shared his insights on the concept of creation with them. Taoist Qing Xian responded, There is no objection. Let Jinling seek out Yaoer. Jin and Juni gazed at the 3 pure ones beside Qing Xian, unable to suppress their sighs. Juni remarked, Senior brother, Taoist Qing Xian shares a deep bond with the 3 pure ones. In this case, can we still invite Taoist Qing Xian to the West? Jin replied, Alas, the West is too barren. Let us develop further before extending an invitation to Taoist Qing Xian. Juni agreed, indeed. Chapter 43. The Grand Assembly of the Demon Court. Hongjuan's helplessness in the 33 heavens, at the Lingshao Palace, the celestial bell tolled, heralding the commencement of this grand gathering. Qing Xian surveyed his surroundings and noted the considerable number of powerful beings in attendance. Apart from the 3 pure ones and the 2 saint from the west, there were also 5 or 6 quasi-saint level experts present. It seemed that the demon court had expended significant effort for this occasion. However, Qing Xian was perplexed as to the reason for the 3 pure ones' presence, prompting him to inquire. Tong Tian, might I ask the purpose of the 3 pure ones' visit? Tong Tian candidly replied, the Emperor Jun has proclaimed that if the 3 pure ones come, he will establish a Taoist temple for us in the 33 heavens. This realm is rich in the laws of the heavenly Tao, which may allow for insights into the primordial purple energy. Qing Xian harbored reservations. Indeed, the 33 heavens facilitated comprehension of the heavenly Tao, yet with Nua's refusal to create humanity, it would be challenging for them to uncover the path to sanctification through establishing a great teaching and disseminating the Tao throughout the wilderness. Most crucially, they must draw forth their own merits from the act of creation. This notion raised doubts in Qing Xuan's mind. Perhaps it was a veiled aspect of the heavenly Tao's mysteries. Even Tong Tian, having traversed the wilderness for a considerable time and witnessed the rise and fall of the demon and celestial courts, currently harbored no thoughts of establishing a great teaching, thereby losing the guidance of such merits. However, Emperor Jun was adept at manipulating people's hearts, fully aware that the 3 pure ones, including Jin and Junti, were deeply yearning for such an opportunity. He likely extended similar promises to Jin and Junti. This maneuver, while presenting both advantages and disadvantages, could indeed bolster the demon court's stature in the short term. For instance, with the disciples of the Tao ancestor potentially migrating to the 33 heavens, it would serve as an excellent spectacle. Yet, once the 3 pure ones discerned the underlying motives, they would likely depart. Their departure would undoubtedly have a detrimental impact on the demon court. Nevertheless, when weighing the pros and cons, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. And thus Emperor Jun was delighted to proceed with this course of action. Seated upon the celestial throne, Emperor Jun raised his cup and proclaimed, I extend my deepest gratitude to all of you, esteemed friends, for taking the time to attend. The purpose of inviting you here is threefold. Firstly, to witness the demon court's execution of the traitors from the celestial court. Secondly, several of you wish to join the demon court. And lastly, I sincerely invite all of you to consider joining the demon court. Bring forth the individuals from the celestial court. Bai should commend it. Subsequently, a group of demon gods escorted over a dozen great Luo golden immortals from the celestial court, all of whom appeared to be in a pitiful state, barely resembling their former selves. Emperor Jun spoke in a deep voice, I shall grant you another opportunity. Will you submit? Will you reveal the whereabouts of Dong Wanggong? These individuals were once trusted subordinates of Dong Wanggong. Despite being captured by the demon court, they remained steadfast in their refusal to yield. Thus, the only recourse was to execute one as a warning to the multitude of ancient clans present, demonstrating the dire consequences of opposing the demon court. While such methods were direct, the rulers of the various ancient clans invited were visibly shaken, including the unfamiliar quasi-saints. As leaders of their respective clans, they could not help but ponder whether they should join the demon court. However, they had not previously allied with the celestial court, and now, at their core, they were reluctant to join, wishing only to safeguard their own territories and pursue their cultivation in peace. Having concluded the first matter, Emperor Jun called out, now, for the second matter, please step forward, esteemed friends. In an instant, 3 figures materialized in the Lingxiao Palace, bowing deeply before Emperor Dijun and proclaiming, the guilty minister Zhuangjizi, the guilty minister Xinghe, the guilty minister Zikin, pay homage to the heavenly emperor. The newcomers were indeed the 3 revered ones of the celestial court, leaving Qing Xian quite astonished at their capture by the demon court. Observing their submission, it was evident that they had yielded to Emperor Dijun, adopting such a humble demeanor devoid of spirit. One could not help but recall Hong Yun's defiance, who, when faced with defeat, chose self-detonation, thus ushering in the era of cataclysmic self-sacrifice. Emperor Dijun spoke, you 3, please rise. From this day forth, I hereby confer upon Taoist Xinghe and Taoist Zikin the titles of the Lords of the 365 stars, as the left star sovereign and right star sovereign of the demon court, while Taoist Zhongjizi shall be honored as the heavenly mechanism star sovereign. The position of star sovereign ranks just below myself, the Eastern sovereign, and the demon master. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor. Zhuangjizi and the others replied in unison, bowing in gratitude. The mighty beings of the primordial realm and representatives of various races present in the Lingxiao Palace were rendered speechless by the actions of these three from the celestial court. Was it truly so easy to betray the Eastern sovereign? It was well known that the Eastern sovereign had not yet met his demise. Did they not fear his desperate retaliation? However, in the blink of an eye, the assembly understood that refusal could mean immediate death. To join willingly would not only spare their lives, but also grant them high positions, the fortune of the demon court, and its protection. What could the Eastern sovereign do in such a situation? Subsequently, Emperor Dijuan and Tai approached the three purities, stating, "Dear friends, I have ordered the construction of the Taiqing Palace, Yuqing Palace, and Shangqing Palace in the 33 heavens. You may proceed there shortly." The three purities nodded in agreement. Moments later, Emperor Dijuan turned to Nuwa, inquiring, "Might you have the inclination to establish a sanctuary in the 33 heavens, to comprehend the heavenly Tao and ponder the primordial purple energy?" Nuwa declined, wishing to remain uninvolved with the demon court, particularly as she sought to attain enlightenment through the laws. Moreover, Qingyao seemed to harbor animosity towards the demon court, deeming it wise to avoid entanglement. Emperor Dijuan then glanced at Qing Xian and Fuxi. Qing Xian outright refused, while Fuxi hesitated slightly, only to be met with a stern glare from Nuwa, which swiftly dispelled his doubts. This observation did not escape Emperor Dijuan, who was already formulating his own strategies. The three purities rose to take their leave, presumably heading towards the three purities palace in the 33 heavens to seek understanding of the primordial purple energy. Qingyao remarked, "Father, we shall take our leave as well. There is little amusement in this, merely the addition of three mid-stage quasi-saints." "Very well, let us depart," Qing Xian replied, affectionately ruffling her little head. Soon after, Qing Xian and Nuwa led Qingyao and the others away, while Emperor Dijuan watched Fuxi's retreating figure, contemplating his schemes. Yet, regardless of his machinations, with Nuwa and Qing Xian obstructing him, failure was inevitable. At Mount Buzhou, among the witch clan, upon returning to her kin, Qingyao immediately summoned the various divisions of the witch clan to prepare for a grand conference on the doctrines of the witches, alongside assessing the combat prowess of each tribe. The witch clan comprised 15 major tribes, each currently boasting at least 3 formidable great witches, all having transcended the shackles of their bloodlines to achieve such status. The effective breakthroughs in bloodline constraints may be attributed to the witch clan's recent avoidance of bloodshed, as well as their cultivation of spiritual rice, vegetables, and other sustenance. The emergence of spiritual rice resonated with the heavens, granting the witch clan merit, thereby diminishing the malevolent aura they had previously accumulated. The members of the witch clan were eager to engage in battle, having gained insights into the strengths of their opponents through frequent sparring. Thus, in the final moments leading up to the confrontation, the tribes fervently honed their physical prowess upon the sacred grounds of Mount Buzhou. Gazing into the distance, one could see a dark mass enveloping the mountain, resembling a cloak of ebony. This phenomenon piqued the curiosity of many primordial beings passing by, wondering about the witch clan's intentions. The witch clan, with exclusive access to the unparalleled training grounds of Mount Buzhou, exhibited their domineering nature by not permitting outsiders to enter. They were diligently preparing for the forthcoming discourse, while the demon court was equally occupied, hunting down the remnants of the celestial court, including the likes of Dong Wang Gong, and welcoming various ancient tribes into their fold. Tai, accompanied by the Zikin Taoist who had joined the celestial court, relentlessly pursued the remaining remnants of the celestial court. Meanwhile, Dijuan, alongside Zhuangjizi and Bei's, organized numerous affairs concerning the demon race. As for the demon masters, their sole focus lay in cultivation and combat. In this period of profound silence across the primordial realm, Qing Xian secluded himself in contemplation, striving to perfect the mystical realm. His comprehension of the laws had significantly progressed, yet he had not yet inscribed them within the mystical realm. If understanding the laws signifies the ability to wield them, then inscribing the laws within the mystical realm, allowing for their evolution and development, represents a higher state of elucidation. One pertains to learning, while the other pertains to teaching, marking a qualitative leap. Thus, inscribing the laws within the mystical realm became Qing Xuan's unique method of cultivation. Nuwa had previously attempted to create a world within herself but achieved little, as her limitations were too great, leading her to abandon the endeavor. After all, not everyone possesses a chaos gourd, which harbors boundless chaotic energy, making it ideal for world creation. In the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun had been in seclusion, dedicating himself to cultivation in an effort to elevate his own prowess before the likes of the three pure ones attained sainthood. Upon emerging, he noticed the shifts in the primordial landscape. However, these changes appeared inconsequential. He had not anticipated Nuwa's resolute commitment to the path of the laws. Despite the alterations, the overarching momentum remained unchanged. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon Mount Buzhou, the stronghold of the witch clan, and he was taken aback to observe a slight reduction in the malevolent aura surrounding their territory, which seemed almost unbelievable. He then recalled that the witch clan had yet to proclaim their existence to the heavens and had not indiscriminately slaughtered members of the demon race. Thus, there were currently no entanglements between the witch and demon clans. Hong Jun directly delved into the celestial mechanics, perceiving that future changes were imminent, albeit vague. But he could ascertain that the source of these changes stemmed from the witch clan. Alas, it appeared necessary to advise Nuwa to create beings favored by the heavens at the earliest opportunity. Only then could the likes of the three pure ones attain sainthood, and he could begin preparations for the path of unity with the Tao, which would be the route to transcending the primordial Tai Chi golden immortal. Chapter 44. The Witch Clan's Discourse on Ultimate Power Amidst the Blood Sea. A hearty laughter resonated, startling the meditating mosquito Taoist. She had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, on the verge of ascending to the status of a primordial golden immortal. Yet, when compared to the river of Hades, she felt a vast chasm of disparity. She had been concealed within the blood sea, primarily due to the river of Hades' recent bouts of madness. Had it not been for the unparalleled advantage of cultivating the laws of devouring in this place, she might have sought refuge elsewhere. Finally, this old ancestor has succeeded. Ha ha ha, with the sage's absence, my river of Hades is invincible. The voice of the ancestor of the river of Hades echoed across the blood sea, audible only to the mosquito Taoist. Madman, once I break through, I must swiftly depart the blood sea to avoid being tainted by him, she murmured to herself. The river of Hades observed the mastery of his blood divination technique, having reached a state where the blood sea would never dry, nor would the river of Hades perish. The witch clan in the blink of an eye. 10 millennia had passed. At the heart of the 15 tribes of the witch clan stood a colossal square platform, spanning millions of miles. This was the venue for the witch clan's discourse assembly, fortified with powerful formations to prevent the leakage of fluctuations. The grand competition of the witch clan commenced. Each tribe dispatched 2 representatives. Thus, 30 individuals from the 15 tribes were present. The great witches of the 15 tribes were divided into combat groups, with the previous champion tribe exempted from the first round. First, the victor would emerge from the 14 tribes, who would then face the champion tribe in pairs, determining the ultimate champion. The order of combat had long been determined by lot, and now awaited the formal commencement of battle. Among the attendees of this grand witch clan gathering were Shi He and Chang Shi, along with Qing Xian and Nuwa. Even Jin Yuan, Zi, and Hong Yun, rarely seen in public, had come to partake in the festivities. Qing Yao gazed upon the gathered clansmen beside the discourse platform and declared solemnly, I hereby announce the official commencement of this discourse assembly. The opening contest featured the Zhu Rong tribe against the Gong Gong tribe. Qing Xin sighed quietly, sensing an underlying scheme. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had always been at odds, Had it not been for the restraint of Qing Yao and others, they might have already clashed fiercely. Zhu Rong coldly remarked, Huang, should you fall to Xiang Lu upon your return, I shall not be lenient. Gong Gong, equally defiant, proclaimed loudly, Xiang Lu, be sure to defeat Huang for me. Should you prevail, I shall personally guide you through a primordial gathering. Zhu Rong was about to retort when Qing Yao interjected sternly, Elders, please refrain from squabbling. Do not disturb those in the arena. Instantly, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong fell silent, exchanging glances, each exhibiting an unwillingness to concede. Qing Yao sighed in exasperation, finding it truly bothersome that they could quarrel even in such a setting. Qing Yao's adorable demeanor drew a suppressed laugh from Shihi, who was tempted to reach out and gently pat her head. However, Qing Yao deftly dodged and whispered, Mother Shihi, please be mindful. This is a formal occasion, and I am a clan leader. Upon hearing Qing Yao's words, even Qing Xian couldn't help but chuckle, while Shihi responded with a smile, Very well, very well. The ethereal Chang, she also allowed a slight smile to grace her lips, prompting Qing Xian to glance at her a few more times. Noticing this, Changshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her gaze elsewhere. Qing Xian touched his nose, seemingly vexed with himself for his circumstances. Meanwhile, Nuo stood beside him. Perceiving everything with her keen eyes, her small hand involuntarily reached toward Qing Xian's waist and pinched him with force. Caught off guard, Qing Xian gasped, drawing the attention of those nearby. He could only force a smile and say, Let's watch the match. Qing Yao, reveling in his predicament, murmured, Let us see how anxious the mother goddess Nuo becomes. Father God is rather dull-witted. Despite the passage of time, he has made little progress with mother goddess Nuo, being solely engrossed in his cultivation. He truly disappoints both me and Uncle Fushi. On the Dao platform, the fire clans Huang and Huayan stood at the pinnacle and late stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, respectively, while the Khan's clan Xiang Lu and Songming occupied similar positions. The two factions were evenly matched in strength. In truth, this was a tacit rule among the Witch clan. Each side must possess one at the peak and one in the later stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Huang spoke solemnly. Huiyin, the task against Songming falls to you. Do not tarnish our clan's name, otherwise you shall find it difficult to explain to Lord Zhu Rong upon your return. A similar scene unfolded with Xiang Lu and Songming. These two clans could suffer defeat at the hands of others, but they must never fall to each other. The battles among the Witch clan were traditionally one-on-one, refraining from combined assaults. Hence, it was Huang against Xiang Lu and Huiyin against Songming. Both combatants launched their attacks simultaneously. Huang was engulfed in endless fire energy, charging towards Xiang Lu, who was enveloped in boundless divine water. Their fists collided with ferocity, a brutal contest of physical strength. Fortunately, a formation had been laid out in advance. Otherwise, the destructive potential of these two would have been incalculable. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged thousands of blows, with neither gaining a clear advantage. Huang suddenly laughed. Ah, Xiang Lu, your strength has indeed improved. Behold my fire power. Instantly, Huang was enveloped in flames, a wave of fiery laws emanating from him, as the ground beneath was consumed, transforming into endless scorched earth. Hong Yun gasped in astonishment. That is a manifestation of 1/10 of the fire's law. Why not directly break through to the primordial golden immortal? Jin Yuanzi smiled and replied, The path of the Witch clan follows the laws, akin to our friend Qing Xian. However, they are constrained by their bloodline. Without overcoming this limitation, their ascension may remain elusive. Hutu maintained a calm demeanor and remarked, as Zhen Yuanzi has said, if this child belonged to another clan, he would have long since entered the ranks of the primordial golden immortal. Hong Yun observed, given the circumstances, it appears Huang is poised to prevail, as the power of the laws is indeed challenging to master, especially at the level of 1/10. Moments later, Hong Yun fell silent. For Xiang Lu had also comprehended the water's laws, achieving a remarkable understanding at the level of 1/10 too, slightly surpassing Huang. Huang's face turned pale in disbelief, exclaiming, Xiang Lu, have you sought guidance from Ancestor Gong Gong in private? Xiang Lu, with a look of disdain, retorted, "Are you unaware of seeking guidance from the ancestor? According to our clan leader, you are quite foolish." Huang, unable to contain his anger, soon the clash of fire and water erupted anew. With Huang's understanding of fire continually ascending, the elements of water and fire, which were once oppositional, had now mysteriously blended into a harmonious whole. Zhurong and Gonggong, both aflame with excitement, exclaimed, "We never anticipated that the fusion technique we have been tirelessly researching would inadvertently be realized by these two young ones." Zhurong and Gonggong engaged in ceaseless battles, and Qingyao once advised them that water and fire are irreconcilable. If they could discover a point of balance and reach the realm of water and fire merging, the power unleashed would be beyond measure. Thus, the two pondered day and night on how to attain this state. The fiery essence of Zhurong transformed into a colossal fire dragon, while Gonggong's manifested as a water dragon. At that moment, the two dragons astonishingly fused into one, becoming a water-fire dragon, leaving both in utter disbelief. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation surged within them, followed by a thunderous roar, as the entire debate platform violently shook. The water-fire dragon, which had only just merged, erupted explosively, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed the entire platform. The battling Huyan and Tsangming were also caught in the devastation, collapsing heavily to the ground. Zhurong and Gonggong were similarly struck by the opposing forces, both grievously wounded and unable to rise. Gonggong, slightly better in breath, found his laws to be somewhat superior to Zhurong's. Qingyao appeared on the debate platform, her delicate hand waving as she radiated a sacred aura. For beams of purifying light enveloped the four fallen individuals, and after a brief incense's time, they were restored, albeit fatigued and in need of respite. In unison, the four clasped their hands and addressed her, "Tribe leader." Qingyao declared, "The Gonggong tribe prevails." Upon hearing this, Zhurong remained silent, acknowledging that, had it not been for the sudden merging of water and fire, he would indeed have struggled against Gonggong. Hong Yun, eyes wide in disbelief, exclaimed, "Could it be that I am mistaken? Qingxian, my friend, this young Qingyao's purifying laws are astonishingly powerful." Qingxian smiled gently. "Indeed, it is true. Although the shaman tribe possesses great strength, they are both empowered and constrained by their bloodline. Qingyao has reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm for some time now, yet she is still not broken through. Even as the most unique existence within the shaman tribe, endowed with a primordial spirit, she remains bound by her lineage. And even I have no strategies to offer at this moment. Fortunately, Qingyao's strength grows daily. Surely she will reach a point where even the shackles of her bloodline cannot hinder her path. In the primordial chaos, while one's roots are undoubtedly significant, the strength of one's resolve is paramount. Without a steadfast heart that adheres to its own path, the path to invincibility may be elusive, regardless of one's origins. This aspect does not concern Qingxian. After all, he had perused numerous invincible tales in his past life, and he believed this young lady must have gleaned considerable insights from her bloodline's powers. The next encounter promised to be quite intriguing, being the battle between the Dijiang tribe and the Zijian tribe, yet another contest of time and space. Qingxian cast a dubious glance at Qingyao and quietly inquired, "Yaoer, are you certain you have not engaged in any underhanded maneuvering?" Qingyao gestured for silence, and Qingxian instantly comprehended. This young lady undoubtedly had her own schemes. Chapter 45. The Contest of Time and Space. The Path of Wind and Fire. The second confrontation at the Dao platform involved the tribe of the spatial ancestor. Emperor Jiang, with the esteemed great sorcerers Kong Jin and Kong Ji, and the tribe of the temporal ancestor, Zhu Jiuyin, featuring the distinguished great sorcerers Yu Shi and Yu Ming. The crux of this battle lay in the clash between the two eminent great sorcerers, representing the pinnacle of their respective tribes. Both Kong Jin and Yu Shi had grasped the corresponding laws of space and time, yet neither had reached a consummate understanding. The forces of space and time are notoriously enigmatic, rendering progress far more sluggish compared to the singular elemental laws of water and fire. As the foremost principles, The intricacies of space and time are self-evidently challenging to comprehend. Kong Jin and Yu Shi's methods of attack were equally unpredictable. After all, those who manipulate time and space are rarely benign. Notably, after Qing Yao took command of the Sorcerer clan, they too began to devise strategies. As soon as Kong Jin made his entrance, he directly employed the laws of space, causing his form to vanish from sight in an instant. Yu Shi, not daring to be complacent, gravely harnessed the power of time to decelerate the speed around him, lest he inadvertently fall into Kong Jin's trap. Suddenly, Kong Jin reappeared behind Yu Shi, launching a powerful punch. The sorcerers primarily cultivated their physical forms, with laws serving as a supplement. Should Yu Shi fail to respond in time, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injury. However, as Kong Jin approached, his speed abruptly diminished, becoming palpable. In that fleeting moment, Yu Shi seized the opportunity, turning to meet Kong Jin's blow with a fist of his own. The two then engaged in close combat, one slowing the opponent while the other flickered through space, creating a dazzling display. Yawa, could such techniques as those demonstrated by Kong Jin and Yu Shi possibly originate from your hand? Qing Xian inquired, his gaze fixed upon Qing Yao, his voice grave. Given his own capabilities, it was difficult for him to fathom how, with their understanding of the laws of time and space still incomplete, these two could wield them with such finesse. Qing Yao's face lit up with pride, as if reveling in her own prowess. Observing her demeanor, Qing Xian remarked, "Indeed, you are my daughter, exhibiting your father's spirit." The situation on the field was evidently poised in a stalemate, with neither party gaining the upper hand. Momentarily, Kong Jin shifted his strategy. The power of space expanded, enveloping Yu Shi in a multitude of Kong Jin's apparitions. Of course, only one was the true body. Yet should Yu Shi misjudge, he risked finding himself at a disadvantage. This was a manifestation of Kong Jin's ability to swiftly leap through space, creating the illusion of countless duplicates, with all but the true body being mere phantoms. However, the subtleties of spatial leaps were nearly imperceptible, giving the impression of numerous genuine doppelgangers, each exuding an authentic aura. Yu Shi furrowed his brow, genuinely troubled by this tactic. Kong Jin's attacks came in relentless succession, from behind, in front, to the left and right. In that moment, Yu Shi found himself hard-pressed to cope. The overall rhythm had fallen entirely under Kong Jin's dominion. If Yu Shi could not decipher this predicament, defeat seemed inevitable. After another exchange, Yu Shi suddenly smiled. Kong Jin's fist had already approached his back. Yet Yu Shi activated a more potent force of time, directly reversing the flow of time behind him and launching an assault toward the position Kong Jin had previously occupied. As Kong Jin was drawn back in time to his original spot, Yu Shi's fist had already arrived. In the face of insurmountable odds, Kong Jin skillfully utilized the laws of space to their utmost, transporting himself to an alternate realm of his own creation to evade the impending strike. Yu Shi, caught off guard by such an unexpected tactic, found that he could pass directly through Kong Jin, who was no longer present in this dimension, rendering the blow ineffective. However, this divine ability, even for Kong Jin, could only be sustained for a fleeting moment. A slight miscalculation would render him vulnerable. In the next instant, as Kong Jin returned, his momentum noticeably waned, for this technique was, after all, vital for survival. What a remarkable ability Kong Jin possesses. He must have learned a great deal from the clan leader, Yu Shi remarked with a tone of grudging admiration. Kong Jin retorted, "Do not place the blame solely on me. You two have your own secrets. Recall that in our previous encounter, you were not yet equipped with such powers." They both urged each other to continue. With a swift motion, Kong Jin conjured a blade of pure space to strike at Yu Shi. The latter's eyes widened in shock. The clan leader had indeed imparted numerous techniques. Yu Shi harnessed the power of time to slow the blade's assault, yet the spatial weapon vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him, landing a solid hit that sent Yu Shi flying. Moments later, his face contorted in pain. It was evident that he had sustained significant injuries. "Ah, you cunning Kong Jin. No wonder I have not seen you recently. You have been secretly honing your skills." Yu Shi seethed with indignation. It seemed that while they were initially evenly matched, He had taken a rest while Kong Jin had toiled away in the shadows, refining his abilities. Kong Jin, grinning, declared, "You sure? It appears that this time victory is mine." To which Yu Sure replied, filled with indignation, "If my final strike does not severely wound you, I shall concede defeat. Be wary." Yu Sure unleashed his power, pushing the limits of time itself, which rendered Kong Jin's movement sluggish. Instantly, Kong Jin enveloped himself in spatial energy to counteract the temporal encroachment. In response, Yu Sure accelerated his own temporal flow, his speed surging dramatically. While he could not achieve the same spatial leaps as Kong Jin, he could certainly contend with the slowed pace of his opponent. Ultimately, however, Kong Jin maintained a slight edge. Yu Sure's final blow could only match Kong Jin's speed, and having already suffered a prior strike, he was no match for Kong Jin, ultimately succumbing to defeat. It was primarily the novelty of Kong Jin's tactics that caught Yu Sure off guard. Otherwise, he might have had a chance. My friend, though these two young practitioners of the Wu clan may not possess profound insights into the laws, their techniques are indeed quite exquisite. Hong Yun exclaimed with admiration. Among the myriad powerful beings of the primordial era, the prevailing pursuit was to break through myriad laws with sheer force, leaving the application of techniques largely unexplored. Excellent, Jin Yuanzi declared as he flicked his dust. In a contest of equal strength, should one party possess such techniques, they can easily triumph over the other. I too have gained invaluable insights. Upon my return, I shall strive to conceive a technique that aligns with the law of wind. Hong Yin added, "Count me in. My master practices the law of fire, and surely I should also develop a fire-based technique, thereby enhancing our combat prowess." Observing the celestial courts of the past, both the immortal court and the heavenly court wielded the power of formations to transcend their own realms, evoking envy in us all. Upon hearing the words of the two, Qin Xian remarked, "What you say is indeed profound. If the source of power lies in magical prowess or the laws of nature, then divine abilities serve as the means to manifest this power, and the efficacy of these means ultimately determines the strength of the power itself. I have heard it said, art approaches the Tao." Not only did Hong Yun and Jin Yuanzi ponder this, but also Niu Hua, Fuxi, Hutu, and Xianming, who were present, could not help but reflect. If this is so, it warrants exploration. Qin Xian continued, "One of you masters the laws of earth and wind, while the other masters the laws of fire. If you could collaborate in your understanding, you might attain the realm of fire borrowing the might of the wind assisting the potency of the fire, which would surely be of great benefit to you both." Meanwhile, Zhurong and Tianwu attentively listened, for wind and fire were indeed speaking of them. Qin Xian turned solemnly to Zhurong and Tianwu, stating, "You two, I am certain, could greatly benefit from the fusion of the utmost powers of water and fire. The synergy is harmonious, unlike the opposition between water and fire." Zhurong smiled slightly and said, "Fourth brother, I shall first explore the realm of fire borrowing the might of the wind assisting the potency of the fire with ninth brother." Gong Gong huffed discontentedly, thinking to himself, "Indeed, one forgets their old love upon finding a new affection." Gong Gong then asked, "Qin Xian, do you know with which laws my water laws might merge?" Qin Xian stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment before turning to Qin Yao, saying, "Yaoer, please enlighten us." With confidence, Qin Yao addressed Gong Gong, "Fourth uncle, if your water laws could merge with the laws of poison, it would become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. Imagine a deluge of toxic waters surging forth, capable of overwhelming the demon court without a second thought, truly a lethal force in combat. Furthermore, the rain laws of the mother goddess, Xianming, also belong to the water domain. Their combination would undoubtedly amplify the power." Upon hearing this, Gong Gong's eyes brightened at the prospect of two options, and he immediately approached Shebi Shi to discuss implementation. Xianming widened her eyes in surprise, pondering why no one consulted her. If Gong Gong were to hear this, he would undoubtedly remark, "Your temper is too fiery. It's best to keep your distance." Xianming, the ice-cold beauty, is not easily provoked, while the gentle and graceful Hutu elicits more affection. Among the 12 ancestral witches, if Hutu is the one adored like the moon among the stars, Then Xianming is the figure who instills fear in all the ancestral witches. Today, I take a leave. May everyone enjoy their May Day holiday. Chapter 46. The Eastern King seeks the shaman. The demon conspires with purple chi in the depths of the Eastern Sea, several figures, appearing somewhat disheveled, gathered together. This was the quartet from the celestial court, led by the Eastern King. Xianqin spoke in a grave tone. My friends, now that 3 among the stars have defected, and we have lost the great array of the Big Dipper, the balance has shifted. I fear we are no longer a match for the celestial court. The Eastern King replied, I have tasked you with monitoring the situation. Do you have any new information? Xianqin responded, why should we pay attention to the shaman clan? They only made an appearance during the initial discourse at the Zhixiao Palace, and since then, they seem to have had little success in battle. The Eastern King shook his head. Do you know why the celestial court is so formidable? It is precisely because we are forbidden from venturing near the region of the Unzao Mountain. This is due to the shaman clan. When they first emerged, I believed them to be a group of tyrannical warriors. Yet after the celestial court grew stronger, I once ventured to investigate the shaman clan and barely returned. The faces of Xianqun and the others were filled with disbelief. Was it truly so exaggerated? The Eastern King continued his recollection. Fortunately, I concealed my presence at that time and did not reveal my identity. Otherwise, the celestial court might have faced utter destruction. Upon hearing the Eastern King's words, Xianqun and the others grew increasingly curious and immediately inquired, could it be that the shaman clan possesses several quasi-saints? The Eastern King nodded, causing Xianqun and the others to fall into a momentary stupor. The Eastern King elaborated, the shaman clan has 12 ancestral shamans, and I encountered only 2 of them, each possessing the strength of a quasi-saint, and both in the later stages, which speaks volumes about the shaman clan's might. I desire to form an alliance with them. The demon court is powerful, and we shall inevitably confront the shaman clan in the future. An enemy of my enemy may become an ally. Xianqun concurred. This strategy is feasible. We shall journey together. The Eastern King shook his head. It is inadvisable for too many to accompany us, lest we provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. Only you, my friend Xianqun, shall accompany me. Xianqun replied, very well. Xianfengzi and Yun Shuzi also agreed. Very well. We shall await your favorable news here. Demon Court Emperor Jun spoke in a low voice. Bai Zhe, what is the current status of the various clans in the primordial lands joining us? Bai Zhe replied respectfully, Your Majesty. Aside from those within our clan who possess great power, the majority of other clans are willing to join the Demon Court, though they are still in the process of acceptance, given the multitude of clans seeking to join. What are those clans with quasi-saints? Emperor Jun pondered. Bai Zhe responded, Your Majesty, those few are unwilling to join, yet they express a desire to submit. Tai Yi, not fully grasping the implication, asked, What does it mean to submit to the demon court yet not join? Bai Zhe explained, in simple terms, it means that they nominally belong to the jurisdiction of the demon court, yet engage in no actual interaction. Your Majesty, I have also discreetly inquired, and these clans are non-confrontational. They have repeatedly declined invitations from the celestial court. I believe it would be prudent to acquiesce to their stance. Tai Yi remarked, What constitutes submission? Brother, should I not take a party to visit them? Bai Zhe cautioned, Eastern Sovereign, that would not be wise. Although our demon court is currently powerful, if we attempt to coerce other clans with the might of the celestial court, we might find ourselves following in their footsteps. Many newly joined clans have yet to be fully assimilated. We should not be overly aggressive. We must first consolidate our control over these clans before plotting our next course of action. After a prolonged contemplation, Emperor Jun declared, Let us proceed as Bai Zhe suggests. Once we have fully integrated the rapidly expanding forces, we shall consider our next steps. Seeing that his elder brother had spoken, Tai Yi ceased further argument. At this moment, the starry Taoist spoke. Your Majesty, I recall a rather peculiar matter. In the past, the Eastern Prince specifically instructed that the celestial forces must not encroach upon the vicinity of Mount Buzhou, extending for 100,000 miles. The reason for this remains unknown. Hearing this, Bai Zhe remarked, It is likely due to the presence of Niuhua. Although she has declined to accept the Tao ancestor as her master, she possesses the foundation for sanctification, and the Tao ancestor evidently holds her in high regard. Therefore, if the Eastern Prince wishes to avoid the annihilation of the celestial court, he would not provoke Nuwa. Emperor Jun nodded, saying, Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the Western figures of Jane and Junti are all to be approached with caution. They may achieve sanctification one day, and we must not act recklessly unless we can obtain the primordial purple chi from Huang. At this point, the previously silent Kunpeng became animated, declaring, Taoist friend Emperor Jun, I hold a grudge against Huang for obstructing my path. I shall seek revenge. When the time comes, let us seize the primordial purple chi together, relying on our respective strengths. Regardless of who ultimately attains sanctification, it shall be a boon for the demon court. Emperor Jun and Tai exchanged glances, both affirming, excellent. Bai Zhe, observing this, pondered for a moment and said, according to the intelligence gathered by the demon court, Huang frequently resides in Wuzhuang Temple, never straying far from Zenyuanzi. Zenyuanzi can use the Earth Book to establish a grand formation of the Earth veins, making him vulnerable to attack just as one would assault the primal Earth veins. Therefore, I suggest we wait for Huang to be alone before concealing our intentions and capturing him. Emperor Jun smiled. Bai Zhe's wisdom is indeed a fortune for our demon court. Bai Zhe replied with a smile. Thank you for your kind praise, Your Majesty. If we target Huang, Jane and Junti may take an interest. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun contemplated for a moment and understood. Jane and Junti, in his impression, could act without repercussions, addressing the source of the issue directly. However, Tai had yet to grasp the implications. Emperor Jun, with a hint of exasperation, explained, Tai, Huang has a karmic connection with Jane and Junti that could lead to a relinquishment of his position. This is a karmic consequence of the saintly realm. Even if they attain sanctification, the cost would be substantial. However, if Huang were to fall, there would be no need for concern. Kunpeng remarked, this strategy is indeed astute. With the assistance of these two, victory would be virtually assured. Though Kunpeng expressed such sentiments, he harbored significant resentment towards Jane and Junti, rivaling that held against Huang. After all, Huang was ultimately under the influence of Jane and Junti. Despite his folly, they were the true culprits. Should the demon court acquire the primordial purple chi and achieve sanctification, they would naturally seek retribution against Jane and Junti for their karmic transgressions. Yet for now, patience is paramount, as both Emperor Jun and Tai would not risk offending potential future saints on his behalf. At this time, the shaman clan was still engaged in a conference on Tao, blissfully unaware of the impending arrival of the Eastern Prince. Previously, the spatial and temporal techniques of Kong Jin and Yushi had dazzled the spectators, leaving Huijing and Shangliu feeling rather embarrassed. All of us cultivate our physical forms, yet you present such elaborate displays, making us appear rather dull-witted, they lamented. Yushi, Kong Jin, what is the meaning of this? Progressing in secret without involving your brothers. Huijing and Shangliu glowered at the two returning to their seats at the Great Witch's table, their displeasure evident. Initially, they believed they had set a commendable example for the other tribes, only to find the opposite was true. Yushi and Kong Jin exchanged glances with the two, but chose silence, knowing that engaging with Huijing would likely lead to an entire day of unrest. Huijing was the most talkative among the shaman clan, a master at provoking and inciting enemies on the battlefield. The next confrontation among the shamanic clans will witness the Qiyu tribe facing off against the Jumong tribe. The formidable shamans leading each side are Qiyu and Qizhan from the Qiyu tribe, while the Jumong tribe is represented by the esteemed shamans Qingwu and Qingming. Although Qiyu is not a direct descendant of the ancestral shaman, his prowess ranks among the top 5, having independently comprehended the principles of devouring, which attests to his extraordinary talent. The direct descendants of the ancestral shamans, inheriting their bloodline, find it easier to grasp the power of ancestral laws. Exceptions like Qiyu, as well as Xingtian and Quafu, have each discovered principles most suited to their nature, thus enabling them to contend with these direct descendants. Among the trio, Xingtian stands as the most powerful. He was the victor of the inaugural Tao Discussion Conference. However, the dynamics of this second conference have drastically shifted, as these direct descendants and Xing Tian have all ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, each having comprehended their own principles, making them markedly more formidable than before. Chapter 47. Devouring Heaven and Earth, Endless Life in the Realm of the Wu Clan on the Dao discussion platform. Qi Yu wielded a blood-red giant axe, known as the Blood Slaughter Axe, while opposite him stood Qing Wu, brandishing a verdant staff named the Everlasting Green Staff. Both the Blood Slaughter Axe and the Everlasting Green Staff were unique weapons of the Wu Clan, collectively referred to as Wu artifacts. The Wu Clan, inherently devoid of a primordial spirit, could only cultivate their physical forms, thus struggling to harness the powers of spiritual treasures. Nevertheless, they devised a special kind of treasure, the Wu artifact. Wu artifacts require nourishment from the wielder's own vital blood, establishing a profound connection that must be nurtured over time until it becomes harmoniously attuned to its master. As these artifacts are sustained by the essence of their owners, they become akin to companions, sharing both glory and hardship. Wu artifacts evolve alongside their masters, yet their continuous nurturing inevitably influences the pace of one's cultivation. Once a Wu artifact births a spirit, known as an artifact spirit, it begins to absorb the ethereal energies of the universe to enhance itself, thereby reducing its dependence on its master and allowing for self-cultivation. Presently, some members of the Wu clan have discovered suitable materials and successfully forged their own companions, the Wu artifacts. The 12 ancestors of the Wu have also selected their respective artifacts and commenced their nurturing, though they currently remain fragile and are reluctant to engage in battle. Should a Wu artifact sustain damage, its master is bound to suffer a backlash. Before elevating their own artifacts to a matching realm, Qing Yao often cautions her kin against their use, lest they incur damage or destruction, resulting in a backlash upon themselves. In the arena, as Qi Yu's formidable axe struck the ground, the entire Dao discussion platform trembled, a testament to its weight. Qi Yu, a seeker of the ultimate power to shatter the myriad laws with his axe, intoned gravely, "Qing Wu, you would do well to surrender outright. You were no match for me last time." Qing Wu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. Had he not lost only once? Who gave Qi Yu the audacity to remind him of it? Did he not realize the circumstances of that defeat? Nearby, an extraordinary creature resembling a panda from a later era stood within Qi Yu's tribe, declaring, "Little Qing, quickly concede. How dare you challenge our lord? Do not act foolishly. Have you forgotten when you sought our lord for a sparring match, only to be pinned down by me?" The creature continued to prattle incessantly. Qing Wu's forehead throbbed with veins. Clearly unable to contain his fury, he bellowed, "You vile beast, be silent." Qi Yu, feeling awkward, interjected, Qing Wu, this creature is not affiliated with me." Qing Wu glared at Qi Yu, retorting, "Not affiliated? Am I to believe this beast is not your mount, the Iron Beast? Iron Slaughter? Although I was defeated by you in the past, it is intolerable for this beast to provoke me." Qi Yu grew increasingly flustered. Indeed, the prior incident was due to the Iron Beast's incessant chatter during their spar, which had unsettled Qing Wu's focus, allowing Qi Yu to easily best him. Now, emboldened by Qing Wu's injury, the Iron Beast dared to challenge him again. And how could Qing Wu permit such insolence? Would he not be able to reprimand this mere mount, regardless of its master? Thus, Qing Wu valiantly engaged in battle with Taisha, only to discover that Qi Yu, at that time merely a late-stage Deluo Jingxian, possessed a mid-stage Deluo Jingxian steed that swiftly left Qing Wu bewildered. After all, Qing Wu had just recuperated from severe injuries. His strength considerably diminished, allowing him to wield only the capabilities of an early-stage Deluo Jingxian, which naturally rendered him defeated by the iron-eating beast. Once Qing Wu healed, he sought vengeance, primarily desiring to teach Taisha a lesson. However, to his dismay, Taisha repeatedly proclaimed, "A defeated general is unworthy to battle with this beast. First, defeat that young Qi Yu." Ultimately, he refused to engage, and Qi Yu, in collusion with the iron-eating beast, showed it great affection, leaving Qing Wu unable to avenge his grievance to this day. Qiyu thundered at the iron-eating beast below. Taisha, cease your incessant prattling, or after the discourse concludes, Qingwu shall seek you out for trouble. Do not presume upon my protection. Instantly, Taisha gestured with his mouth, signaling his silence, while Qiyu chuckled, saying, Ah, Qingwu, why must you bicker with a mere steed? We are all brothers. There is no need for such animosity. Qingwu's lips twitched slightly as he replied, Very well. This matter shall be resolved after our discussion concludes. Let's commence the competition now. We must not keep the clan leader waiting. Qiyu responded, Good brother, upon our return. I shall no longer shield that rascal Taisha. You may deal with him as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Taisha's eyes darted nervously as he cursed Qiyu in his heart countless times, pondering how he might evade the conflict, for he knew he was no match for Qingwu. Qiyu urged, Qingwu, come forth. Fight, Qingwu declared loudly. In an instant, Qiyu's blood-slaughter axe transformed into a colossal crimson axe that blotted out the sky, descending upon the diminutive Qingwu with tremendous force. Qingwu coldly snorted, Endless life. He promptly raised the Wanjie Qingzhong, and in that moment, the flora within a vast radius surged forth, transforming into towering trees, their countless vines swiftly entwining the blood-red giant axe. Qiyu was taken aback, not expecting Qingwu's Wanjie Qingzhong to possess such formidable power, already reaching the realm of a great shamanic artifact. Moreover, this endless life was likely a divine ability derived from the laws of wood, showcasing considerable might. Qingwu coldly declared, Qiyu, my cultivation is rooted in the laws of wood, with exceptional healing and restorative powers, allowing for a rapid enhancement of artifact rank within a short time. Surrender. Qiyu's blood-slaughter axe had yet to attain the level of a great shamanic artifact, remaining at the stage of a minor shamanic artifact. And having nurtured the axe for only a brief period, it could not rival Qingwu's artifact, rendering it inherently restrained. Seeing this, Qiyu's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, You possess some skill, but you should retract this endless life ability, or soon you'll find no joy. Qingwu, perplexed, continued to bolster the Wanjie Qingzhong with the laws of wood, ensnaring not just the blood-slaughter axe, but even Qiyu himself became bound by the intertwining vines of the colossal tree upon the discussion platform. Qiyu unleashed powerful blows, his devouring laws incessantly consuming the life essence of the giant tree to replenish his own losses. Countless vines cascaded down, yet all were shattered by the formidable iron fists of Qiyu. After all, the corporeal form of a supreme shaman is indeed the most fearsome of treasures. However, Qingwu concealed himself amidst the vines and, taking Qiyu by surprise, delivered a sudden and powerful blow. Qiyu was instantly propelled backward, baring his teeth in pain. Although both possessed the physique of a great Luo golden immortal, the disparity in their prowess was not insignificant. Gradually rising, Qiyu coughed up a mouthful of blood and gazed at Qingwu, exclaiming, Not bad. You've made considerable progress since our last encounter. Truly worthy of being my esteemed brother. Upon our return, you must ensure I recover well. The law of wood, brimming with vitality, positioned Qingwu in a nurturing role among the shamans. Whenever the great shaman sustained injuries during their sparring, they would seek his healing, as Qingyao was hardly inclined to concern himself with such trivial matters. Qingwu replied, No worries. Let me have a go at you first. Qiyu responded, In that case, I shall no longer conceal my strength. Allow me to demonstrate my divine ability. Devour heaven and earth. In an instant, Qiyu unleashed Devour heaven and earth, enveloping himself in a black hole. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming force of absorption erupted, leaving Qingwu astonished. The towering trees and plants born from his endless life were swiftly transformed into nourishment, directly consumed by Qiyu to restore his strength and enhance his power. What an astonishing divine ability! Not only did it nullify endless life, but also utilized the robust essence of life from it to repair and fortify himself. Qingwu was compelled to interrupt endless life, lest he inadvertently strengthen Qiyu. With his own techniques countered, he had no choice but to confront Qiyu head-on. Thus, he engaged in a physical clash, and the outcome was evident. The rejuvenated and even more powerful Qiyu emerged victorious. Qingwu sighed in resignation. I have indeed been defeated. Qiyu wrapped an arm around Qingwu's shoulders, grinning broadly. Hey, we are brothers, so there is no need for formality. Upon our return, I shall treat you to the spirit wine I pilfered from the clan leader. Rumor has it, it was brewed by the goddess Enwa herself. Upon hearing this, Qingwu's eyes sparkled with excitement, exclaiming, "You better not be pulling my leg." Qiyu laughed heartily, patting Qingwu's shoulder. "Rest assured, do you doubt my integrity? Which artifact levels? Minor witch artifact, major witch artifact, ancestral witch artifact, characterized by their exceptional hardness and weight." Chapter 48. A Convergence of Heaven and Earth. An unexpected visitor, the members of the witch clan witnessed the fierce confrontation between Qingwu and Qiyu. Filled with curiosity, Huang inquired, "Taoist Hutu, what treasures do the two young friends of the witch clan wield? If my memory serves me right, the witch clan lacks a primordial spirit, which would render them incapable of wielding the powers of spiritual treasures." Zenyuanzizi also cast a glance in their direction. Hutu replied, "Although our clan does not possess a primordial spirit, Qingyao has illuminated a new path for us. This is a witch artifact." Hutu then briefly elucidated the nature of witch artifacts, noting that this method was exclusive to the witch clan, as others would find it more suitable to employ spiritual treasures. There is no need for mental exertion. However, a witch artifact is cultivated from within, akin to one's own child, thus it will never change allegiance. Even if a witch artifact falls into the hands of another clan, it cannot be wielded effectively. Having successfully entered the top 8, the contenders include Xing Tian, Xiang Lu, Kong Jin, and Qiyu, with 4 matches remaining to determine the ultimate 8. The next match features the direct descendant of the Hutu tribe, the Great Witch Daji, also known as Hui, alongside another female Great Witch, Hochi. Their opponents are the direct descendants of the ancestral Witch Shizi tribe, the Great Witch Luais and the Great Witch Dianshur. Daji ranks among the top 5 in combat prowess, having previously been defeated by the 9 Phoenixes, who themselves narrowly lost to Xing Tian. As a direct descendant of the Hutu tribe, Daji naturally comprehends the laws of earth, wielding the power of the land, a gift of bloodline inheritance. Moreover, he has also grasped the principles of archery, displaying extraordinary insight. Compared to the laws of earth, he harbors a deeper affection for the art of archery. Consequently, he primarily cultivates the laws of archery for offense, while utilizing the laws of earth as a defensive complement. This duality of attack and defense renders him exceptionally formidable. As a master archer, he also focuses on enhancing his physical prowess, further augmented by the laws of earth, making his combat strength truly unimaginable. Daji fixed his gaze upon Luais and declared solemnly, "Let us resolve this swiftly." Luais replied, "Let us see whether your arrows are swifter, or if my speed prevails." Without hesitation, Daji produced his meticulously nurtured Ishur bow and the 9 arrows of Ishur: the ice arrow, the flame arrow, the earth arrow, and the blood arrow. Though only 4 have been cultivated thus far, Daji aspires to achieve at least 9, hence their designation as the 9 arrows. As Luais witnessed Daji summoning the divine arrows, he immediately transformed into a bolt of lightning, dashing towards Daji in an attempt to thwart the release of the arrows, lest he face tremendous peril. The power of thunder signifies devastating destruction, while electricity embodies unparalleled speed. His comprehension of the laws runs deep, rivaling the perfected technique of the golden crow, transforming into a rainbow, with one aspect being the speed granted by the laws and the other the power of divine abilities, the latter being far more taxing. Daji loosed an arrow, the earth arrow, infused with the potent essence of both the laws of earth and archery. As the arrow flew forth, countless sacred mountains abruptly materialized before Daji. With no other recourse, Luais resorted to shattering the endless mountains that rose from the earth with his bare hands. Daji then knocked the ice and flame arrows upon his bow, releasing them in unison. Ice and fire intertwined beautifully, merging seamlessly. Luai's countenance shifted dramatically as he struggled to break through the myriad of sacred mountains. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly, transforming into a flash of white light, compelling the onlookers to instinctively shut their eyes. their consciousness only perceiving an expanse of blinding whiteness. Daji, too, wore a grave expression, for he could not discern Luai's location, making it exceedingly difficult to aim accurately. The battlefield is a realm of ever-changing circumstances. Without hesitation, he decisively encompassed the entire platform for discourse within his range of attack. However, at that moment, the ice and flames posed no threat to Lei Zhe. Concealing his form, Lei Zhe transformed into a streak of lightning, stealthily approaching De. Yet, De remained as still as a statue, seemingly lost in thought. On the viewing platform, Qing Xian wore a grave expression and remarked, "How peculiar. Why has the Eastern King not arrived at this Unzao mountain?" He then turned to Qing Yao and Ho Tu, saying, "The Eastern King of the Celestial Court is making his way towards the Wu clan. I wonder what his intentions are." Qing Yao responded, "Uncle, you should go investigate and ascertain the true purpose of the Eastern King." Upon hearing this, Di Jiang declared, "I shall go at once." With that, he took a step forward, and a portal formed before him, composed of spatial energy. Di Jiang entered in an instant. He vanished from sight. Beside him, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun could not help but exclaim, "What a profound manifestation of spatial laws." Di Jiang's mastery of these laws has certainly reached at least 60%. It is truly astonishing. At the border of Unzao Mountain, the Eastern King and Xianshan were racing forward when suddenly, a spatial portal materialized not far ahead of them, causing them to feel a surge of alarm. They could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of spatial laws emanating from the portal, indicating that the approaching individual possessed strength, at least at the late stage of quasi-saint, if not higher. In a moment, Di Jiang's figure emerged, inquiring, "What brings you both to Unzao Mountain?" The Eastern King replied, "Di Jiang, my dear friend, we have come to seek an alliance with the Wu clan. We wish to know your thoughts on this matter." Di Jiang furrowed his brow, pondering that Qing Yao's disposition did not seem inclined towards dominion over the Huang, and he had grown accustomed to his current way of life. After a brief contemplation, he said, "This matter requires consultation with our clan leader. Please step inside." The spatial portal reappeared, and the Eastern King and Xianshan entered, subsequently materializing directly upon the platform for observation. Qing Xian, Nu Hua, Zhen Yuanzi, Hong Yun, as well as the sisters Shihi and Changxi, along with Ho Tu and the other ancestral witches, all turned their gazes towards the Eastern King and Xianshan. The two were momentarily taken aback. What was this? A congregation of formidable beings? And all of them were the highest caliber. The term top-tier beings refers to those in the current Hongwang realm who possess the highest cultivation level, second only to the saints. Di Jiang addressed Qing Yao, seated at the main position, saying, "Clan leader, these are the Eastern King of the Celestial Court and his companion Xianshan, who have come seeking an alliance with the Wu clan." Qing Yao nodded slightly and replied, "Please take your seats. We shall discuss your matters once our clan assembly has concluded." The Eastern King and Xianshan exchanged glances of surprise, observing that this leader appeared merely as a great witch, without any discernible extraordinary traits. Yet, it was perplexing that the 12 ancestral witches entrusted such authority to this great witch. The reasons behind this were difficult to fathom. Although the Eastern King and Xianshan were unaware of the underlying significance, they sensed that there must be profound implications. They then took their seats beside Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, as they were not familiar with the other ancestral witches, only recognizing Qing Xian and Nu Hua, beside whom there were no available seats. The Eastern King thus turned to Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun to inquire about the ongoing matters of the Wu clan. Hong Yun proceeded to elaborate on the discourse assembly being held by the Wu clan. Upon hearing this, Dong Wanggong was profoundly shaken, realizing that the witch clan possessed such formidable power. Should they aspire to dominate the primordial world, it would be as effortless as turning one's hand. Alas, Dong Wanggong's confidence in this journey waned, for the witch clan was overwhelming, so powerful that they required no assistance from the remnants of the celestial court. Thus, he could only suppress the sorrow swelling within his heart and gaze intently at the individuals competing on the discussion platform below. Lu eyes transformed into a flash of lightning. Swiftly approaching Dei, who once again drew an arrow, named the Blood Fiend Divine Arrow. This arrow was meticulously nurtured through the amalgamation of his own essence and the unique malevolence of the witch clan, serving as Dai's ultimate killing shot. He then closed his eyes, focusing intently on sensing the movement of Lu Ai's. Chapter 49. The Great Shaman Jiufeng. The Law of Power with an Expressionless Visage. Dai softly murmured, "I found it." In an instant, the blood-red divine arrow surged forth like a bolt of lightning, so swift that even a great Luo golden immortal would struggle to perceive its trajectory. Lei Zhe, gazing intently at the approaching sanguine arrow, felt a tremor in his heart. Truly, he was remarkable to discern such a detail. Yet, do not forget, my speed surpasses yours. Lei Zhe propelled the laws of electricity to their utmost limit, rendering even the late-stage great Luo golden immortals void silence, incapable of discerning its direction. However, Dai merely smiled. In that fleeting moment, the icy coldness and searing flames on the debate platform surged towards Lei Zhe like a tidal wave, catching him completely off guard. With no defenses in place, Lei Zhe's speed plummeted. The bloodthirsty, divine arrow materialized before him, and with no other recourse, he braced himself to receive it. Yet, just as the bloodthirsty arrow was about to strike Lei Zhe, it suddenly halted. Dai declared solemnly, "Lei Zhe, you have lost." Following this proclamation, the bloodthirsty arrow dissipated, and the remaining 3 arrows were summoned back by Dai. Without hesitation, Lei Zhe conceded, "Dai, I acknowledge my defeat. In our previous sparring, you wielded merely 2 arrows. I never anticipated you would now possess 4. Truly impressive. Next time, I shall strive to catch up." Dai replied with a smile. "Lei Zhe, your recent maneuver was quite formidable as well. It must be a newly comprehended divine ability, I presume." "Indeed," Lei Zhe responded. "This is the unity of heaven and earth that I have recently grasped, allowing one to lose sight and even consciousness in an instant. However, your integration of ice and flame into your own power, saturating the debate platform, while simultaneously sensing your opponent through your own strength, is indeed a masterful tactic." After exchanging compliments, the two descended the debate platform alongside Ho Chi and Dian Shi, while Qing Yao announced aloud that he had emerged victorious in this contest. On the observation platform, Dong Wang Gong and Xian Shun were engaged in continuous telepathic communication. Dong Wang Gong spoke gravely. "Xian Shun, did you observe? This mere great shaman of the witch clan wields more than one law of power. The arrow law wielded by this individual, named he has already surpassed 1/10 mastery, and his application of it surpasses that of many formidable beings." Xian Shun nodded, "Indeed. Yet, why has he not ascended to the realm of the primordial golden immortal? It is truly perplexing." Dong Wang Gong elaborated. "As previously understood, while the witch clan is blessed with exceptional physical talents, they are bound by their bloodlines and must elevate their lineage to transcend. Even without a breakthrough, individuals of the witch clan remain invincible within their realm, capable of battling multiple opponents of the same level with overwhelming strength." A bitter expression crossed Xian Chen's face. Those present at the witch clan assembly possess, at the very least, profound connections to the clan, especially Niuhua and Qing Xian. These two are comparable to the 3 pure ones. With such might, our chances of forming an alliance with them seem exceedingly slim. Dong Wang Gong sighed, "Indeed. Since we are here, let's make peace with it. Once the assembly concludes, we shall see what the witch clan's leader has in mind." Xian Shin remarked, "Speaking of the leader of the witch clan, have you noticed? This individual appears to be one of the little girls from the 3 Immortals Island back in the day. Look, isn't the one beside her named Qing Yi?" The chieftain of the witch clan reverently referred to Qing Xian as the Father God, while he himself held the title of Grand Witch. Could it be that Qing Xian has formed a Taoist partnership with the ancestor witch Hutu or Xianming? Dong Wang Gong reminisced about his past experiences on the 3 Immortal Island and remarked, "It seems that Qing Xian shares a profound connection with this witch clan, perhaps as you surmise. Furthermore, concerning Shihe and Changxi, it has come to light that Emperor Jun and Tai harbor intentions towards them. Perhaps we need not intervene, as the witch clan might engage in conflict with the demon clan." Xianxin remarked, "If that is the case, it would not be unfavorable. In the forthcoming contest, the ancestor witch of the Qiangli tribe, alongside her sister, the Grand Witch Jiufeng, will face off against the direct descendants of ancestor witch Rushu, namely Grand Witches Xuang and Xuanji. Jiufeng, as a Grand Witch, possesses a bloodline purity surpassed only by the ancestor witches. In the previous competition, she narrowly lost to Xing Tian, who had already comprehended the laws of battle, while Jiufeng had not. Nevertheless, Jiufeng was still able to contend with Xing Tian, showcasing her formidable prowess. Jiufeng gazed intently at Xuang and declared, "Let one strike determine the victor." Xuang, displaying a hint of defiance, retorted, "Humph. Jiufeng, you are rather presumptuous. Do you underestimate me?" Jiufeng replied with a faint smile, "Xuang, I merely wish to avoid wasting time. After one strike, the outcome will be clear, and I still need to return to contemplate the laws." Xuang, seemingly vexed, agreed, "Very well. Let one strike determine the victor." Jiufeng elegantly waved her hand and stated, "I shall grant you time to prepare your most formidable attack." Xuang felt a twinge of displeasure. Jiufeng was exceptionally beautiful, yet had adopted the undesirable traits of ancestor witch Xianming. It turned out that ancestor witch Xianming was Jiufeng's mentor, which indeed explained the similarities between them. As Xuang pondered this, he did not delay his actions. An endless stream of golden energy converged upon him, manifesting in the form of the witch artifact, the Xuang sword, within which the essence of slaughter coalesced. Xuang had comprehended the laws of gold, the embodiment of destruction within the five elements. As the essence of Gingjin continued to accumulate, the power of the Xuang sword grew ever more formidable. Even the other grand witches and tribal leaders, merely spectating, could sense the terrifying might of Xuang's impending strike. Yet, Jiufeng remained unfazed, quietly observing, leaving others to wonder about her confidence. Even Qing Xian and Yuhua were filled with curiosity regarding Jiufeng's hidden capabilities. Qing Xian fixed his gaze upon Qing Yao, beside him, and spoke solemnly, "Yaoer, do you know what reliance Jiufeng possesses to dare allow Xuang to gather such power? Could it be that she has comprehended the laws of?" Qing Yao nodded in acknowledgement, causing Qing Xian to draw a sharp breath. If this were indeed the case, the debate on the witch clan supremacy would require no further discussion. Simply based on the law that Jiufeng has grasped, victory would be assured. Hearing the conversation between father and daughter, Yuhua and Hutu felt a surge of dissatisfaction, questioning why their discourse had to be so cryptic. Xianming smiled gently and said, "Sister, Daoist friend Yuhua, let's observe Jiufeng's performance. A great surprise is surely in store." Observing his expression, it was evident that Xianming was privy to the underlying truths, yet seeing the curious faces of the other ancestral witches, Qing Xian comprehended that, apart from Qing Yao, Qing Qi, and Xianming, none were aware of the matter at hand. Even Qing Xian himself found it challenging to transcend that threshold, unable to gain entry. Prepared for the confrontation, Xian Gao proclaimed with a commanding voice, "Jiufeng, you must not underestimate this situation, lest others accuse me of exploiting the weak." Jiufeng, with an air of calmness, replied, "Since you are fully prepared, I shall now take action." As Jiufeng unleashed a punch, the audience of formidable beings rose in astonishment. Huang stammered, "Is it possible that my eyes deceive me? Could this be the law of strength of the great Pangu?" Clearly, Huang struggled to believe his own perception, for this was indeed the law of strength belonging to the great Pangu. This power was incomparable to the mere might of ordinary techniques. It encompassed the forces of creation, destruction, and the preservation of all things. Xuan Gao's pupils contracted sharply, his face a canvas of shock. No wonder Jiufeng displayed such audacity. With a single punch, Xian Gao found himself utterly defenseless, succumbing to defeat. This exemplified the might of the law of strength. Even a rudimentary understanding of it was beyond the feeble resistance of the law of gold. It is evident that Jiufeng's interpretation of the law of strength differs from that of the great Pangu, who established the law of strength as his primary tenet, integrating the other 3,000 laws as supporting principles to forge a unique path in the law of strength, approaching a metamorphosis into his own grand avenue of power. While Jiufeng merely grasped the most fundamental aspects of the law of strength, he nonetheless rightfully held the title of the foremost law. Chapter 50. feelings of the heart. The blood sea of mosquitoes, the members of the witch clan, including Emperor Jiang, were utterly astounded, never anticipating that the once unsuccessful Nine Phoenix, who failed to ascend to the ancestral witch bloodline, would bring such immense surprise. In an instant, Nine Phoenix became the focal point of the entire witch clan. Even Zhun Yuanzi and others were incredulous. Could it be that Nine Phoenix is the true daughter of the Panga deity? That is the embodiment of the law of strength, the foremost among the 3,000 laws. Dong Wang Gong could not help but exclaim, "The witch clan has been secretly developing and has now grown so powerful. Yet their achievements in the vast wilderness are few and far between. It is truly lamentable." Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, Taoist Patriarch Hong Jun displayed a rare expression of astonishment. In this vast wilderness, it is indeed uncommon for something to leave him so flustered. Beside him, Hao Ian and Yao Qi inquired curiously, "Master, what has transpired?" Hong Jun's expression turned grave as he responded, "The law of strength has resurfaced in the world, originating from that Nine Phoenix of the witch clan, who was too powerful to attain the status of an ancestral witch. She was destined to become the 13th ancestral witch, yet for reasons unknown. She possesses only the bloodline of a great witch. Perhaps the law of strength was too formidable for her to bear. Nevertheless, she has a closer affinity with the law of strength." Hao Ian and Yao Qi were taken aback. That is the principal law of the Panga deity, the very apex of the laws of the wilderness. Hao Ian remarked, "Master, if this is the case, does it not imply that Nine Phoenix may one day stand shoulder to shoulder with the Panga deity?" Hong Jun shook his head and said, "Although the law of strength is powerful, it is not invincible. The true invincibility belongs to the law of strength as wielded by Pangu. The paths of the laws are ever-changing. Each individual's understanding and enlightenment are unique, resulting in distinct laws, especially since Pangu integrated other laws into the law of strength. It earned the title of the foremost law." Yao Qi interjected, "Master, are you implying that while the law of strength is formidable, it is on par with the laws of time, space, and fate, all of which belong to the first tier of laws? Even if powerful, it has its limitations. The Panga deity did not dominate the chaos solely because of the law of strength, but rather, the law of strength gained its supremacy because of the Panga deity." Hong Jun smiled faintly and replied, "Precisely so." Within the demon court, Emperor Jun and Tai were filled with unease, yet they could not discern the reason. Emperor Jun employed the river diagram and the Luo book to divine the heavenly secrets, yet the revelations were chaotic and unclear, making comprehension elusive. Tai, too, sought out Emperor Jun, sharing his growing disquiet. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun immediately summoned Xuanji Zi and others to convene and expressed the feelings of unease shared by the two. Bai Zhe, with a contemplative demeanor, stated, "Your Majesty, I have two conjectures. First, the remnants of the celestial court may stir, posing a significant threat to the demon court. Second, the heavenly Tao is issuing a warning that a formidable enemy may soon descend upon us, much like when Dong Wang Gong sensed a great enemy for the celestial court in the past." Xuanji Zi concurred. "What the strategist says is quite accurate. I too lean towards the second point. After all, the four great powers, including Dong Wang Gong and the remnants of the celestial court, are unlikely to shake the foundations of our current demon court." After considering their opinions, Emperor Jun nodded. "Indeed, you speak wisely. Tai, continue to pursue the whereabouts of Dong Wang Gong alongside the stars and Zikin. I shall enter seclusion with my friend Xuanji Zi to contemplate a grand formation that merges the power of the celestial bodies." Furthermore, he addressed Bai Zhe, "I entrust all matters of the demon court to you. If there is a matter that requires our intervention, swiftly relay the message for Tai's return." Bai's nodded in compliance. "I shall obey." Emperor Jun seemed to recall something and inquired, "Where is my friend Kunpeng? Is he still in seclusion?" Starry Sky replied, "Your Majesty, Kunpeng has journeyed to Wuzhuang Temple for surveillance, awaiting the moment when Hong Yun is alone." Emperor Jun nodded. "In that case, let the Demon Master focus on monitoring. The primordial purple energy is crucial to whether our demon court can truly unify the vast wilderness." Now, with Jean and Junti still in the 33 Heavens bays, accompany me to meet these two individuals. Bays nodded and departed with Emperor Jun, while Tai took Starry Sky and Zikan Daoist out of the southern heavenly gate. Within Huang Temple, Kunpeng had lingered for several days. However, he did not recklessly investigate, for if discovered, both Xinyuanzi and Han Yun would be on guard. Today, Xinyuanzi's two disciples, Qing Feng and Ming Wei, ventured out of Huang Temple to frolic on Wanshou Mountain. Qing Feng remarked, Ming Wei, the master has gone to Mount Buzhou, and it is uncertain when he will return. It truly makes one anxious. I too wish to join the fun. Ming Wei scolded, Qing Feng, how dare you speak ill of the master behind his back? If he learns of this, you shall surely face punishment. Yet she shifted her tone, recalling the master's words about the Wu tribe's grand event that occurs once every 100 yuan meetings. I too long to witness it. Unexpectedly, their conversation was overheard by Kunpeng, who mused the Wu tribe. Could it be the same clan as the 12 ancestral witches of yore from Zhixiao Palace? At that moment, Kunpeng remembered that the Wu tribe had been so low profile that he had forgotten the ancestral witches who once shared his realm. The deeper he pondered, the more ominous it felt. He had already advanced to the late stage of quasi-saint, a top-tier powerhouse. If the ancestral witches had also made such progress, would the Wu tribe not crush the demon court if they became adversaries? Suddenly, Kunpeng recalled the previous discussions regarding Dong Wanggong's intention to avoid Mount Buzhou. Possibly not due to Nuwa, but because of the Wu tribe. This cannot be. I must investigate further. If this is indeed the case, the demon court may face a formidable foe. If so, would I not be walking into a trap? Perhaps I should invite my friend Emperor Jun to accompany me. In case of any unforeseen events, it would be wise to be prepared. Having sorted through these matters, Kunpeng headed straight for the 33 Heavens. Coincidentally, Dong Wanggong was currently among the Wu tribe. Should the demon court advance further, one could only wonder what sparks might ignite. Deep within the boundless sea of blood, a surge of pressure from a Hunyuan golden immortal suddenly erupted, causing the entire sea to tremble. At that moment, Mingyi, who was in seclusion within his cave, was naturally disturbed. Observing the aura, it was evident that another being from the Blood Sea had broken through to the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. This being dared to tread the path of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, displaying extraordinary audacity. I wonder if you can still remain hidden this time. Mingyi chuckled. In truth, he harbored no malicious intent. The Blood Sea had long been scorned by the beings of the vast wilderness, seen as a place of filth, and no one dared to venture there. He had been the sole inhabitant for ages. Upon realizing that other beings existed within the Blood Sea, he could not help but feel elated. Yet for some unknown reason, this being consistently evaded him, leaving him utterly helpless. Mingyi made his way to the place where the mosquito Taoist was in seclusion, only to find that she had already departed upon his arrival. Mingyi shook his head in resignation, pondering the true intentions of his companion. As beings born from the Blood Sea, did she truly fear that he might inflict harm upon her? The mosquito Taoist, sensing the aura of Mingyi, had chosen to retreat, for she harbored the impression that Mingyi was somewhat unhinged, now that he had transcended to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. It was indeed time for him to embark on an extensive journey through the vast realms of chaos. In simpler terms, the world is so expansive that I must venture forth to explore it. Countless years later, when Mingyi and the mosquito Taoist first crossed paths, both were struck with a sudden realization of their respective reasons, leading to an exceedingly awkward moment. Meanwhile, on another front, the members of the witch clan, including Emperor Jiang, surrounded the 9 phoenixes, eagerly bombarding her with questions. Upon witnessing this, Qing Yao could only sigh in exasperation. Once the discourse concludes, you shall have ample time to inquire and understand. The laws of power are indeed challenging for you to grasp. Chapter 51, Storm and Poisonous Speed. Top 8 list on Mount Buzhou. Atop the platform of the Witch Clan, a new round of competition commences. The contenders are the great Witch Quafu from the Quafu tribe, facing Shuying. Qing Xian is quite familiar with Quafu, having comprehended the law of strength and the law of swift motion. Although the law of strength and the law of power differ by merely a word, they are worlds apart, the law of strength, along with the elemental laws of gold, wood, water, and fire, belongs to the third tier of laws, serving as fundamental principles that constitute higher-tier laws, thus rendering it incomparable to the law of power. However, the law of swift motion is indeed a second-tier law, which piques Qing Xuan's curiosity. Having mastered the law of swift motion, how is it that Quafu cannot catch the golden crow? Could this merely be a myth from a past life? Presently, Qing Xian does not believe Quafu will be worn down by the little golden crows. On the opposing side stands the direct descendant of the poison ancestor witch, Shixin, who has mastered the law of poison, along with the great witch Shitian. Compared to previous contests, this match lacks some highlights, primarily because Quafu relies on the amplification of speed and strength, combined with the formidable physique of a great witch. Even if Shixin's poison is exceptionally potent, it is unlikely to directly defeat Quafu. Rather, he would be overwhelmed by Quafu's strength. This is not a reflection of Shixin's weakness, but rather an encounter with a relatively counteracting adversary. His powerful poisonous techniques lack speed, making them easily avoidable by Quafu. Even when he fills the surrounding space with poison, Quafu manages to counter it. Yet ultimately, he too is eroded by the potency of the law of poison. Were this a life-and-death battle, the outcome would likely be mutual destruction. Shixin would be slain by Quafu, while Quafu would succumb to the corrosive effects of the law of poison. Those who wield poison are formidable weapons on the battlefield. Even the lethal strength of Xing Tian and Jiufeng may not surpass theirs. After the match concludes, Shixin promptly assists Quafu in dispelling the poison. For this is merely a philosophical duel. 7 of the top 8 have been determined, with only the Tianwu and Xianming tribes remaining, one representing wind and the other rain, potentially igniting a different kind of spark. The direct descendant great witches of the Tianwu tribe are Fengbo and Fengzhe. The Xianming tribe features the direct descendant great witch Yushi and Yuqing. The strengths of both sides are indeed closely matched, as they both stand at the pinnacle of Daluo. With comparable physical prowess, the victor will ultimately depend on whose law is more formidable. Qing Xian muses, Fengbo and Yushi. These two may be able to master my calling the wind and summoning the rain divine ability. Qing Yao turns to him and inquires, Father God, calling the wind and summoning the rain? Enhua takes the conversation forward, elucidating the wonders of this ability. Upon hearing this, Qing Yao's eyes light up. Father God, this divine ability should be imparted to Mother Xianming and Uncle Tianwu. It is most fitting. Qing Xian nods. No matter when the time comes, I shall grant you all 3 divine abilities for your discretion. Qing Yao, in a playful tone, responds, Father God is the best to me. In the arena, Fengbo and Yushi have commenced their battle. The combat methods of the Witch Clan are the most direct, with each blow landing with force, as the fighters themselves serve as the mightiest treasures. This remains true in the absence of witch artifacts. Yet with their enhancement, their combat capabilities are significantly amplified. However, the artifacts of both are still in their infancy and cannot yet be utilized against one another. The two exchange blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. Fengbo remarked, Rainmaster, since neither of our physical cultivations can determine a victor, let us see who possesses a deeper understanding of the laws. Upon hearing this, the Rainmaster replied, Very well, let me observe the extent of your comprehension of the law of wind. Fengbo responded, You shall not be disappointed. Be cautious. With that, Fengbo waved his sleeve, and the discussion platform was instantly enveloped by a myriad of tornadoes, surging from all directions towards the Rainmaster. Imbued with a nearly perfected essence of the law of wind, where the tornadoes passed, vitality was snuffed from all that existed. Come forth. The Rainmaster chuckled. Though his visage remained stoic, his heart felt as heavy as lead, and he dared not underestimate the situation. The Rainmaster's law of rain enveloped the entire platform like a grand canopy, and soon the heavens opened, initially releasing a fine mist akin to cow hair, which quickly transformed into a torrential downpour. The once omnipresent wind began to dissipate under the onslaught of the rain. One by one, Fengbo's tornadoes were extinguished by the chilling rain, and he wore a grave expression, utterly unprepared for the rain's formidable power, which had reached a level capable of dissolving his wind. It seemed that the Rainmaster's comprehension of the law of rain had indeed surpassed his own understanding of wind. In a fleeting moment, Feng Bo dispelled the tornadoes and closed his eyes, as if he were contemplating the essence of heaven and earth, seeking to grasp the nature of wind itself. Wind ought to be omnipresent. How could it be obstructed by rain? This was simply unfathomable. Enlightenment struck Feng Bo. In that instant, he stepped into a perfected understanding of the law of wind, experiencing the most primal essence of wind in existence. Opening his eyes, Feng Bo solemnly addressed the Rainmaster. "Thank you. Were it not for you, I might have spent an eternity grasping this level of understanding." The Rainmaster quietly observed Feng Bo, awaiting his breakthrough, for they were brothers, and in such moments, the pursuit of enlightenment held greater significance. The Rainmaster said, "Come, let me witness your progress." Feng Bo smiled slightly. "Very well. Behold the wind of this world." With that, Feng Bo invoked the law of wind. Yet it appeared as though he had done nothing at all. The Rainmaster felt an increasing sense of vigilance, acutely aware that this was no simple matter. Although he could not discern Feng Bo's intentions, he dared not let his guard down. The torrential rain transformed into a tempest. Suddenly, an unexpected shift occurred, and within the blink of an eye, the Rainmaster found himself ensnared by the wind, a natural phenomenon, not a manifestation of the law of wind, thus eluding his awareness and countering him directly. The Rainmaster smiled, acknowledging Feng Bo's newfound strength. He decisively conceded, demonstrating his forthrightness. With the Rainmaster's defeat, the first round of the Witch Clan's Discourse Conference concluded, leading into the second round, which would feature the confrontation of the tribe's mightiest champions, Xing Tian, Jiu Feng, Qiyu, Kong Jin, De Yi Kuafu, Xiang Lu, and Feng Bo. These 8 were not the strongest fighters, but rather the victors of their respective groups. For instance, Yu Shi, who comprehended the law of time, could have ranked among the top 5 were it not for his encounter with Kong Jin. Indeed, fortune is a facet of strength beyond dispute. The duel among the 8 participants promises to be exceptionally thrilling. They have drawn lots, resulting in the following matchups: Xing Tian versus Kuafu, Jiufeng versus Fenghua, Qiyu versus Shangliu, and Kong Jin versus Dei. This outcome has left Dei struggling to maintain his composure, as he, a formidable archer, must confront an adversary with spatial abilities, significantly diminishing his strength by at least 30%. Nevertheless, this also presents an invaluable opportunity to address his shortcomings. Dei has resolved to regard this contest as a chance for self-discovery. The confrontation among the 8 will commence in 10,000 days. Within the Panga Temple, Qing Yao and others have gathered with the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Qing Xian, Niuhua, Shihe, and Changxi. Naturally, Zenyuzi and Hong Yun are absent, as they remain outsiders to the Witch Clan, merely occupying the position of friends. Dong Wanggong and Xuanxing gazed upon the 16 top-tier talents within the hall, both feeling incredulous. While it is understandable for Qing Xian and Niuhua to be present, it raises questions as to when the 2 lunar goddesses became so intertwined with the Witch Clan. Qing Yao spoke solemnly. "All present here are our clan's most trusted allies. Dong Wanggong, you may speak your purpose candidly. We shall consider it with due diligence." Chapter 52. Refusal of Alliance. The visit of Emperor Jun within the Panga Temple. The Eastern King gazed solemnly at the members of the Witch Clan, his expression heavy with gravity. He slowly articulated his aspirations, hoping to forge an alliance with the Witch Clan to collectively confront the Demon Court. However, witnessing the current strength of the Witch Clan, it became evident that opposing the Demon Court was no longer a mere challenge. They possessed the capability to annihilate it entirely. Qing Yao pondered deeply, reflecting that the Witch Clan had no desire to interfere with the development of other tribes in the primordial chaos, nor did they harbor ambitions for dominion over heaven and earth. She understood that the rightful heir to the world was destined to be the human race, and despite the ongoing conflicts, the future would necessitate yielding to humanity. Failure to do so could spell disaster for the Witch Clan. Though the Witch Clan was formidable at present, they still faced the existence of saints and the heavenly Tao within the vast expanse of the primordial chaos. The prevailing trend of the heavenly Tao dictated that the Witch Clan must withdraw from the realm, even if Hoodoo were to achieve sainthood in the future. The outcome might remain unchanged. Otherwise, they risked facing the dire fate that lingered in Qin Xian's memories. At this moment, Qin Yao was reluctant to expend the witch clan's strength on such matters, nor did she wish to lead them into the depths of calamity, which could result in retribution from the primordial chaos. She had been guiding Hutu, hoping she would soon comprehend the laws of reincarnation, allowing the witch clan to directly enter the underworld while leaving the demon court to contend with the teachings of the saints alone. Upon hearing these words, the Eastern King was not taken aback. When he learned of the witch clan's formidable might, he and Xianshun had tempered their expectations for this venture. The Eastern King proposed, "What if we were to join the witch clan and acknowledge them as our sovereign?" The assembly was struck with astonishment, unprepared for the leader of the celestial court to utter such a statement. Xianshun was equally astonished, for he understood the Eastern King's ambitions and knew he would not readily submit to another's authority. Even under duress, he would not acquiesce. Qin Xian gazed curiously at Qin Yao, wondering what choice she would make. Qin Yao resolutely declined, stating, "You are burdened with too much bloodshed. The witch clan cannot accept you at this time. However, I can offer you a piece of advice. Instead of pursuing power, focus on strengthening yourselves. When you attain strength, power will naturally follow, just as it has for the three pure ones. Observe how they have refrained from involvement." The Eastern King self-deprecatingly remarked, "The three pure ones are disciples of saints. Endowed with primordial purple energy, they are destined to become saints and have no need to strive as we do." Qin Yao understood this well, for aside from those who had acquired primordial purple energy, the rest faced nearly insurmountable odds in achieving sainthood, especially with the current dominance of the heavenly Tao limiting access to such ranks, unless one were to attain the status of a Han Yuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Suddenly, Qin Xian interjected, "Eastern King, perhaps it would serve you well to reflect upon your past actions. Even if you were to defeat the demon court, what then? You have yet to eliminate your three corpses, and you remain far from achieving sainthood. Should you manage to break through to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, you would indeed possess the means to contend with the demon court." The Eastern King nodded, fully aware of this truth. However, the third corpse, representing his self, had become an obsession with annihilating the demon court. How could he bring himself to sever it? Qin Xian shook his head and suggested, "Friend, why not traverse the primordial chaos and reflect on the consequences of the celestial court's past actions? By doing so, you may come to understand how the demon court has managed to supplant the celestial court." Upon hearing this, the Eastern King fell into contemplation. Though his previous actions had been somewhat tyrannical, they were intended to unify the tribes of the primordial chaos, thus facilitating the establishment of order and reducing the strife among the various factions. Initially, the Eastern King truly harbored the sincere desire to accomplish something for the primal wilderness. However, as the celestial court grew increasingly dominant, complacency inevitably set in. Even if the Eastern King himself felt untainted by guilt, what of the various tribes under his command? The law of the jungle, where the weak are prey to the strong, remains the fundamental principle of the primal wilderness. Qin Xian gazed into the distance, his expression turning serious as he spoke softly. "Eastern King, it is time for you to depart." With a wave of his arm, a portal of space suddenly materialized. The Eastern King displayed a look of confusion, but after a moment, he comprehended the situation. He sensed the aura of Emperor Jun racing towards the Wu tribe. They indeed needed to leave, for the moment was not yet ripe. The Eastern King remarked, "My apologies, Qin Xian and esteemed friends. Until we meet again." Thus, he and Xianshun stepped through the spatial portal, and in an instant, they vanished from the territory of the Wu tribe, reappearing millions of miles away at Mount Buzhou. Xianshun was taken aback and solemnly said, "Brother, Qin Xian's power is indeed formidable. I did not expect him to command the laws of space as well." The Eastern King's expression grew grave as he responded, "I fear Qin Xian may have transcended the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. This individual is not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should have pursued the path of the primordial golden immortal ourselves. Yet, it is too late to speak of such matters now." He continued, "Xianshun, you should return to rejoin the other two friends and concentrate on your cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough into the later stage of quasi-saint. I wish to wander the primal wilderness in search of the opportunity to sever my 3 corpses. Qianchen replied, Understood. I wish you success in severing your 3 corpses and attaining the pinnacle of quasi-saint, aiming straight for the primordial. As Emperor Jun and Kunpeng reached the territory of the Wu tribe, their aura, characteristic of the later stage of quasi-saint, was unabashedly displayed, as if proclaiming, I, the Emperor, have arrived. Do the Wu tribe dare not come forth to greet me? Qin Yao's complexion darkened at Emperor Jun's audacity, and she immediately declared, Let us go and show this arrogant fool what true power is. He merely defeated the celestial court. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, upon hearing this, promptly readied themselves, their faces alight with excitement, as if they had long awaited this day. Shiha and Changshi added, Little Qin Yao, we shall join as well. Perfectly poised to schätze Imperium ist Illusions. At Mount Buzhou, the territory of the Wu tribe, Emperor Jun and Kunpeng were caught off guard. Their unchecked aura was perceived as a provocation by the Wu tribe. Perhaps it was the Wu tribe's innate nature that was truly domineering. Similarly, Qin Yao's preconceived notions led her to interpret Emperor Jun's actions as a challenge to the Wu tribe, and without hesitation, she chose to confront them directly. Qin Xian observed Qin Yao with some surprise, having not previously realized that this girl had inherited the Wu tribe's impulsive tendency to resort to conflict at the slightest provocation. Immediately, the group appeared around Emperor Jun and Kunpeng, encircling them completely. Unless the two could offer a reasonable explanation, it appeared their visit might lead to dire consequences. Moreover, the true combat strength of the demon court, Tai, was absent. Feeling the weight of the situation, Emperor Jun clasped his hands in greeting and spoke gravely, Esteemed friends, my companion Kunpeng and I have come to pay a visit to the Wu tribe, with no ulterior motives. Kunpeng hastily concurred. I too happened upon news of the witch clan holding a discourse conference. Out of curiosity, I, along with my esteemed friend Emperor Jun, took the liberty of attending. I hope my fellow Taoists will not hold this against us. They acknowledged their timidity, for both Emperor Jun and Kunpeng were quick to admit their apprehension, especially in the presence of the 12 ancestral witches, whose overwhelming aura of late-stage, primordial golden immortal was palpable, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Yao was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether she had misjudged the situation. She inquired, What brings you to our witch clan, and why do you release a quasi-saint pressure? Do you consider my clan to be easily trifled with? Emperor Jun was rendered speechless. If he did not emit his aura, would it not imply stealth? Were the members of the witch clan truly so straightforward? He promptly provided an explanation. Qin Yao then slapped her forehead, reflecting internally on how she had been influenced by her 3rd and 4th uncles. With a wave of her hand, she exclaimed, Now I understand. Chapter 53. The Art of War. Emperor Jun recognized his challenges after Emperor Jun and Kunpeng expressed their intentions. Qin Yao did not impose any undue difficulties upon them. Instead, she invited them to witness the forthcoming quarterfinals. As everyone took their seats, the first match commenced, featuring Xing Tian against Quafu. Xing Tian, having achieved ultimate victory in the previous tournament, advanced directly to the 2nd round, and this battle marked his first engagement. His witch artifact, nurtured to the level of a grand witch tool, was named Ganqi, which could be divided into the Xing Tian axe and the Xing Tian shield, allowing for both offensive and defensive capabilities. In this contest, Xing Tian refrained from wielding Ganqi, recognizing that Quafu's witch artifact had yet to reach the level of a grand witch tool, and thus he would not take advantage of the situation. After all, apart from the 9 phoenixes, who had comprehended the laws of perception and could potentially surpass him, he remained steadfast in his belief of invincibility against the others. Despite their formidable strengths, Quafu, too, did not consider Xing Tian's restraint as a slight against him. He understood that Xing Tian's true power did not solely stem from Ganqi, which was merely an enhancement. In a deep voice, Quafu declared, Xing Tian, allow me to witness the extent of the prowess attained by the foremost of our witch ancestors. Xing Tian responded with a smile, Very well. Quafu, it has been a long while since I last fought. Let's engage. Instantly, Xing Tian's battle spirit surged. embodying the essence of the laws of war at the pinnacle of the Grand Witch realm. It is noteworthy that a mastery of these laws had already reached the threshold for ascending to the status of a mixed elemental golden immortal, while a mastery of 2/5 indicated a mid-stage mixed elemental golden immortal. In comparison to the path of quasi-saints, the power of 1/9 of the laws had indeed surpassed the majority of early-stage quasi-saints. Quafu exclaimed, "Impressive, truly worthy of Xingtian." Subsequently, Quafu also embraced the laws, augmenting his strength and speed to reach an apex state in an instant. The two roared simultaneously battle. In that fleeting moment, they collided hundreds of times, unleashing terrifying power upon the debate platform, causing it to tremble violently as if the very earth were quaking. Qing Yao observed Xingtian's actions with a nod of approval, recognizing him as the foremost among the grand witches of their clan, though she humbly excluded herself from this ranking. Her own mastery as a great Luo golden immortal and her command over the laws surpassed that of Xingtian. Had he possessed a primordial spirit, he too might have attained the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Her gaze then turned to Emperor Jun, and she inquired solemnly, "Friend Emperor Jun, how do you assess the strength of my two kin?" Emperor Jun, with a grave expression, replied, "Among great Luo golden immortals, they are indeed unparalleled." Internally, Emperor Jun marveled at the might of the Witch clan, realizing that this visit had been truly worthwhile. The strength of the Witch clan was formidable, boasting numerous top-tier powers. And even at the level of great Luo golden immortals, they exhibited an invincibility that could easily overpower his 10 most formidable demon leaders. Qing Yao maintained her composed demeanor and spoke softly. "Since you have arrived, it is evident that my Witch clan harbors no ambitions for supremacy over the wilderness. Otherwise, given our strength, annihilating the demon court would pose no challenge, would it?" Emperor Jun was taken aback by the directness of the Witch clan leader. Yet he refrained from rebuttal, recognizing the truth in her words. Qing Yao continued, "I must remind you, the demon court should not repeat the mistakes of the celestial court. If you can govern the wilderness properly, our Witch clan, as descendants of the primordial god Pangu and Ho-I, will naturally refrain from intervening. However, should the demon court lead to the devastation of the wilderness and the suffering of its inhabitants, we will uphold the legacy of our father god." Dijun immediately responded, "Indeed, we in the demon court are driven to desperation by the celestial court and would never follow in their footsteps. Each clan must focus on recuperation and collectively seek enlightenment of the great Tao." Qing Yao subtly nodded, "Excellent." Regardless of whether Dijun spoke sincerely, Qing Yao was indifferent. Such confidence stemmed from their formidable strength. Even if Dijun felt displeased, he had no choice but to accept it. Dijun turned to Shi He and Chang Shi, his voice solemn. "Esteemed friends, have you also come at the invitation of the Witch clan to observe the ceremony?" A trace of disdain flickered in Shi He's eyes as she coldly replied, "Dijun, my sister and I have long joined the Witch clan. We have come to celebrate the gathering of our clan." Upon hearing this, Dijun's expression darkened, for Shi He was his chosen empress. Xian Shizi had once predicted that if they were to unite in a heavenly marriage, it could aid him in breaking through to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. However, the empress must be a being of great power, and there were few formidable women in the wilderness. The two from the Witch clan were undoubtedly exceptional. Nuwa had deep ties with Qing Xian. The only suitable candidates in the wilderness were the two from the Moon Star and the Queen Mother of the West. Yet, the Queen Mother of the West remained reclusive and resided with the 3 pure ones on Kunlun Mountain, making Shi He and Chang Shi the most fitting choices. Qing Yao, overhearing their dialogue, spoke to dissuade Dijun's thoughts. "Oh, Mother Shi He, did Dijun invite you both to join the demon court?" Shi He, understanding that Qing Yao intended to remind Dijun of their significance to the Witch clan, responded with a smile. "Indeed, however, having joined the Witch clan, it will be difficult to disappoint the kind intentions of Dijun, realizing that Shi He and Chang Shi were not to be trifled with. Dijun began to contemplate alternative candidates for empress. Whether the Queen Mother of the West had any interest remained uncertain. However, having previously rejected the celestial court, which was at the height of its power, she likely would not grant him any favor. With this thought, Di Jun felt a twinge of irritation. Suddenly, he looked towards Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, asking, "Have you two also joined the witch clan?" Hong Yun candidly replied, "Not at all. My friend Jin Yuanzi and I are merely here on a casual visit." Hong Yun's honesty relieved both Di Jun and Kuanping. Kuanping promptly resumed his focus on the battle unfolding before them, for his primary pursuit was the law of speed. It was unexpected that a great witch could comprehend such a principle. Initially, they had believed that the witch clan, lacking primordial spirits, would be oblivious to the laws and thus incapable of understanding them, which was the cause of their astonishment. If they were to learn of the power that the 9 phoenixes had grasped, they could only wonder at their reaction. Unbeknownst to them, Xingtian and Quafu had already clashed over 5,000 times, with Quafu now exhausted, while Xingtian proved to be no weakling, and victory seemed imminent. Such an intense battle was difficult for even Quafu to sustain. Moreover, Xingtian's strength surpassed his own, making it truly absurd. Was this not the essence of the law of battle? It was overwhelmingly powerful. In the void, Qi Yu and the others wore solemn expressions, realizing that they could not easily triumph over Quafu, and that Xingtian must be holding back. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the battle to continue until Quafu was worn out. Only the 9 Phoenix displayed a look of surprise, as she perceived the astonishment in her opponent. The other great sorcerers, despite having attained a mere 10% mastery of the laws, were disregarded by the 9 Phoenix. However, Xingtian was different. Her understanding of the laws approached 20%, making her a formidable adversary for the 9 Phoenix to hone her own strength against. Sensing the battle intent of the 9 Phoenix, Xingtian glanced over, nodding in acknowledgement, as if to convey, "I await your challenge." As Kong Jin and the others observed this interaction, they could not help but feel overlooked, as if they were mere spectators to the unfolding drama. This seemed rather excessive. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Kuanping deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer, promptly announcing their departure. They were likely to reassess the strategic layout of the demon court, particularly concerning the selection of the empress, which required careful deliberation. Emperor Jun thought of the West Queen Mother, but was unaware that Beis hailed from the West Palace. Thus, he would not disturb the tranquility of that sacred place. Chapter 54. The 4 champions emerge. The protection of Bai Zhe after Di Jun and Kuanping departed. Zhen Yuanzi solemnly remarked, "My friend, you must exercise caution, for Di Jun and Kuanping may have already targeted you." Hong Yun responded with a grave expression, "I have sensed this as well. Despite their subtlety, a hint of greed is difficult to conceal." Qing Yao interjected, "If both of you were to join the Wu clan, then the demon court would surely think twice before acting recklessly." Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, but ultimately shook their heads, gently declining her suggestion. Hong Yun sighed, "Alas, this karmic matter must reach a resolution, and I truly do not wish to disturb the tranquility of the Wu clan." Zhen Yuanzi concurred, "You speak wisely. Should the Wu clan intervene, it would undoubtedly ignite a great war with the demon court, and the primordial purple aura of the demon court would not relent easily." Qing Xian suggested, "If that is the case, as long as friend Hong Yun and friend Zhen Yuanzi travel together, all shall be well. Friend Zhen Yuanzi can harness the power of the primordial earth veins. Even the demon court must consider whether they can withstand the backlash of the earth veins." Hong Yun smiled and replied, "Very well. I shall rely on you then." On the Dao debate platform, Jiufeng and Fengbo were still locked in fierce combat. Fengbo exerted all his strength, yet he appeared feeble against the might of Jiufeng's principles of power. The outcome was already clear. Fengbo was defeated. In the second round's third match, Qiyu clashed with Xiang Lu, a confrontation between the principles of devouring and water. Both combatants exerted their utmost strength. Qiyu's overwhelming force devoured the water dragon transformed by Xiang Lu in an instant, showcasing the grandeur of his might. This was the might of the devouring principle, capable of disassembling all things into the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thus replenishing its own losses. Therefore, those who comprehend the devouring principle possess enduring combat strength. Water, the softest substance in the world, is often underestimated by the strong. Though it appears weak, it can penetrate stone and split mountains. Xiang Lu, no longer relying solely on brute force, sought to leverage the characteristics of water to break through Qi Yu's devouring might. At this moment, Xiang Lu made a breakthrough in his understanding of the water principle. A single drop of water pierced through the devouring vortex before Qi Yu, striking his true form. Qi Yu was sent flying. Though he sustained only a minor injury, Xiang Lu had managed to wound him. Qi Yu remarked, "You, young one, possess some skill. Well done." Xiang Lu admitted defeat, having expended considerable energy and found himself unable to continue employing that technique. Qi Yu felt a twinge of regret, but accepted his victory. Xiang Lu remained silent, thinking to himself that next time, Qi Yu would not achieve victory so easily. However, his recent insights still needed refinement, prompting him to return and meditate on his understanding. In the final match of the second round, Kong Jin of the Dijiang tribe faced off against Yi of the Ho Tu tribe, a clash of spatial principles and archery principles. Clearly, Kong Jin was unafraid of Yi's swordsmanship, for he had grasped the essence of spatial law. The Yi declared in a deep voice, "Kong Jin, come and fight." Kong Jin smiled slightly, aware that his principles indeed made it difficult for Ho Yi to unleash the full power of his archery. In an instant, Kong Jin vanished from his original position, reappearing behind Yi. In response, Yi decisively enhanced his physical defenses through the earth principle, engaging in a fierce battle with Kong Jin using his physical prowess. Despite the formidable challenge posed by the art of archery, the might of Yi remains undeniably impressive. Kong Jin, astonished, remarked, "Yi, despite your inability to wield your archery skills, you have managed to engage me in such a fierce battle. Truly remarkable." Yi offered no reply, maintaining the rhythm of his assault as they exchanged blows. Kong Jin's spatial blades were easily thwarted by Yi's Earth God Mountain, and even his attempts at spatial leaps were effortlessly discerned by Yi, showcasing the terrifying perceptiveness of a divine archer. Kong Jin felt a sense of bewilderment. This was not as it should be. How could Yi, unable to utilize his archery, still contend evenly with him? As their confrontation continued, Yi began to sense that Kong Jin's spatial laws were not entirely insurmountable. In the moments between their skirmishes, he pondered how to employ his archery to counter Kong Jin's spatial jumps. After hundreds of rounds of intense combat, he found himself expending more energy than Kong Jin. If this continued, he risked being overwhelmed. Archery should not merely be about a clear target. It should flow with the heart, aiming where the heart desires, thus ensuring a steadfast lock on the enemy for true accuracy. The boundless Earth God Mountain surged forth, continually pushing Kong Jin back, yet Yi was also significantly drained. At this moment, the Yi Divine Bow manifested, unleashing 4 arrows: the Ice God Arrow, the Flame God Arrow, the Earth God Arrow, and the Blood Fiend Arrow. Upon witnessing this, Kong Jin laughed. "Yi, this is futile. Your arrow speed cannot possibly surpass my spatial jumps." The Yi, closing his eyes, replied, "Oh, why not give a try?" With that, the 4 arrows were released. Although their speed was not particularly swift, Kong Jin deliberately waited until they were close before executing his spatial leap. As anticipated, he successfully evaded them. However, before he could relax, Yi's 4 arrows followed closely behind. Kong Jin was forced to continue utilizing his spatial leaps, but still found no escape. In this moment, Yi discerned the pattern of Kong Jin's spatial jumps. It was not merely a discovery of a pattern, but rather an intentional guiding of Kong Jin to a specific location. As Yi maneuvered to that spot, Kong Jin reappeared, and Yi unleashed his full power, striking Kong Jin directly. The 4 arrows struck as well, severely injuring him and rendering him unable to continue fighting. Kong Jin, in disbelief, could hardly comprehend his defeat. Qing Yao, witnessing the scene, covered her face, exclaiming, "You, who toy with space, have been outmatched by an archer." The pure light of Qing Yao emerged, aiding both combatants in their recovery, and she coldly addressed Kong Jin. "To engage in battle with such carelessness is foolish. Now, let the ancestral shaman Zhu Rong accompany you for a lengthy lesson." Kong Jin immediately felt despondent. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong of the Shaman clan were known for their extreme brutality. A lengthy lesson would surely see him treated like a punching bag. The other great shamans watched with glee, relishing in Kong Jin's hubris, which had led to his downfall at the hands of the Yi. Qing Yao hoped for Kong Jin's improvement. Although he would serve as a punching bag, there was still substantial benefit to be gained from the spatial laws. After all, if he could endure under Zhu Rong's blows, it would indicate significant advancement in his understanding of spatial laws. Otherwise, he might as well resign himself to being a mere punching bag, for he would not perish. With the strong contenders established, Xing Tian, Jiufeng, Qi Yu, and Yi were prominently listed. The next phase would feature duels between pairs, with the victors vying for the title of champion. The draw resulted in Xing Tian facing Yi and Jiufeng battling Qi Yu. The multitude has been granted the rare opportunity for respite, especially as the valiant great Yi and Kong Jin engaged in a fierce battle, nearly reaching the limits of their strength. Even with Qing Yao's assistance, time was still required. At this moment, within the majestic Lingxiao Hall of the 33 Heavens, the returned Di Jun and Kuan Peng bore expressions of profound gloom. For their journey to the Wu clan had imparted a stark realization of who truly reigns as the foremost clan in the primordial world. Tai Yi and the others cast puzzled glances at the two, prompting Kuan Peng to recount the sights and revelations he had encountered within the Wu clan. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi fell into contemplative silence, recognizing that despite possessing innate treasures, the only option before him, when faced with numerous top-tier powers, was to flee. Dijun spoke his lodi, stating that the leader of the Wu clan had expressed no desire to contest for supremacy over the primordial realm, but had also warned them not to aspire to become the next celestial court, lest they face utter annihilation. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhe remarked, "Your Majesty, aside from the 12 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, we must also be wary of Qing Xian, for he may have reached the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal." In an instant, Di Jun and Tai Yi turned their gazes towards him, fully aware of the formidable challenge of breaking through the peak of Quasi-Saint. Bai Zhe then revealed that he had witnessed Qing Xian defeat Dong Wangong with a single punch on Kunlun Mountain and had established a close relationship with Shi Wang Mu. Di Jun and the others harbored no doubts, as Bai Zhe had previously mentioned his origins from Kunlun Mountain, albeit concealing his connection to the West Queen Palace. With a sigh, Di Jun lamented, with Shi He and Chang, she having joined the Wu clan. I had initially intended for Shi Wang Mu to be a candidate for empress, yet now appears that this is no longer feasible. Chapter 55. Consulting Hong Jun, the embodiment of battle intent in the 33 heavens. Within the three Pure Ones palace, Tai Ching, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian had emerged from their meditative states. Once again, they endeavored to comprehend the primordial violet energy, yet their efforts yielded no results, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Subsequently, the trio turned away, and though Dijuan and his companions sensed their departure, they chose silence, recognizing this as merely a transaction. The exit of the three Pure Ones did not go unnoticed by Jin and Zhuanzi, who, too, felt the inclination to depart, for the West was indeed their foundation. However, they had previously forged an agreement with the Demon Court. Should Hong Yun become isolated, they would collaborate to obscure the heavenly secrets, thus aiding Dijuan and his cohorts, allowing both parties to fulfill their desires. Jane and Zhuanzi promptly caught up with the three Pure Ones, with Jane respectfully greetings, esteemed friends. The three Pure Ones nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jane continued, "It is likely that you, too, have found no insight into the primordial violet energy in the 33 heavens. I propose we journey to the Purple Cloud Palace to seek guidance from our master. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Tong Tian's eyes brightened. After all, it had been several hundred eons since they had pursued the primordial violet energy without success, which was indeed a source of anxiety. The three Pure Ones exchanged glances, their mutual understanding evident, and thus Tai Ching declared, "Excellent. If that is the case, let us proceed together." The five then made their way towards the outer heavens, soaring towards the chaotic realm of the Purple Cloud Palace, as it was only natural for them, being disciples of Hong Jun, to seek counsel. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the Taoist ancestor Hong Jun, since the arrival of the three Pure Ones, Jin and Zhuanzi, and thus sent Hao Yin and Yao Qi to greet them at the entrance. Esteemed brothers, the master has instructed me to escort you inside, Hao Yin and Yao Qi announced. The three pure ones were elated by this news, believing their master was aware of their intentions and that perhaps here they might uncover answers and the path to sanctification. Upon entering the purple cloud, they beheld Hong Jun atop a cloud bed, and they all bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." Hong Jun spoke in a deep tone. "I am aware of your purpose. I can only advise you not to confine yourselves to one place. Venture forth, explore, observe, and whatever comes to mind, pursue it. Everything has its destined course." Upon concluding his words, Hong Jun gestured for the five to leave. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. Had he spoken or not? It seemed as though he had imparted nothing, yet suggested they embark on a journey through the primordial chaos. Soon after, the three pure ones, Jane and Zhuanzi, parted ways. Tan Tian remarked, "The master's intent seems to suggest we should traverse the primordial realm. Perhaps our fortunes lie hidden in some corner." Yuan Shi and Tai Qin concurred, and thus the three separated, each seeking their own opportunities. Perhaps after countless eons, the three pure ones would discover that many beings in the primordial realm still lacked access to superior cultivation methods, which would subsequently inspire the establishment of teachings and the dissemination of knowledge. In the Western Royal Palace, the Western Queen Mother received a message from Bays, revealing Dijuan's intentions and suggesting she visit the Wu clan. Although Dijuan had largely abandoned the notion of making the Western Queen Mother his empress, he found no suitable candidates within the primordial realm. Thus, he instructed Bays to send forth the demon gods to monitor the Western Queen Mother in Xikanlan, to ascertain any connections she might have with the Wu clan or Qingxian. Upon receiving the news, the Western Queen Mother could only feel exasperated, with one Eastern king departing. Another Dijuan appeared. Was her allure truly so profound? Immediately, accompanied by the celestial goddess Jutianzuan, they departed from Kunlun Mountain, heading towards the Wu clan. The demon gods trailing behind, including the Queen Mother of the West, had already sensed their movement, confirming by Zay's earlier predictions. After several millennia, the semi-finals of the Wu clan were about to commence, and the Queen Mother of the West, along with Jutianzuan, had arrived at the Wu clan. Upon witnessing the Queen Mother entering Mount Buzhou, the demon gods of the demon court promptly reported this to Emperor Jun, dispelling any lingering hopes he may have harbored. Bai Zai suggested, "Your Majesty, in light of these circumstances, why not select exceptionally gifted young women from various demon clans? Even if their cultivation is modest, it matters not, for the resources of the demon court will nurture them. Once they achieve greatness, a celestial marriage can be established with your Majesty." Emperor Jun nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a viable approach. Thus, he entrusted Bai Zai with this task, for it was well known that Bai Zai possessed a sharp intellect, relieving Emperor Jun of countless burdens. On the discussion platform, Xing Tian stood in confrontation with the Yi. Xing Tian spoke solemnly to Yi. "It has been a long time since we last sparred, and your archery has progressed remarkably." Da Yi replied earnestly, "Your methods of combat are truly profound, nearing two-tenths mastery. Were it not for the limitations of your bloodline, you would likely have already stepped into the realm of the ancestor Wu." Their mutual admiration left Qin Yao in a state of astonishment, pondering the origins of such eloquence. Qing Qi softly remarked, "Little Qing Yao, could it be that they learned from you?" Qing Yao was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting, "Dear aunt, which side are you truly on?" With a resigned roll of her eyes, Qing Yao found herself bemused, while Qing Qi concealed a light laugh. As Qing Yao contemplated, "You are formidable, and your status is elevated. Let the battle commence." Xing Tian and Yi appear to have exhausted all forms of praise. Dai sivifli unaset hisaros. The frost divine arrow and the flame divine arrow. The earth was instantly encased in ice, while the sky ignited in flames. Xing Tian, wielding the Xing Tian shield in his left hand and the Xing Tian axe in his right, maintained a calm demeanor as the two arrows sped towards him. Effortlessly, he deflected them with the shield, countering with a fierce arc of axe light aimed directly at Dari. In response, the Yi released the Earth Divine arrow. summoning myriad divine mountains that collided thunderously with the axe light. However, the axe light easily shattered the divine mountains, sending the earth divine arrow flying. He was clearly at a disadvantage in this exchange. Xingtian's offensive grew increasingly ferocious, his battle intent surging. The laws of combat allowed him to transcend realms, drawing strength from his will, becoming ever more formidable with each confrontation. Aware that mere skill would not suffice to overcome Xingtian, unleashed the blood fiend divine arrow. This arrow, fueled by his essence blood, exponentially amplified its power, presenting a significant threat even to Xingtian. With all his might, Xingtian swung his axe, cleaving through the air to generate dozens of arcs of axe light. The blood fiend divine arrow soared forth, annihilating 9 arcs of light before ultimately dissipating alongside the last remaining arc. Xingtian declared, "If this is all you possess, it may prove insufficient to defeat me." With a solemn expression, responded, "I have one more move, which I have yet to fully master and therefore hesitated to employ. However, in the face of you, Xingtian, I shall hold nothing back." Upon the utterance of these words, the spectators, particularly the formidable sorcerers who had previously fought to the death against especially Kong Jin, who had fallen victim to Yi's counterstrike, were rendered utterly astonished. What did this mean? Was he implying that he feared he could not withstand the onslaught? Very well. Once this is concluded, I shall ensure you witness whether I can endure or not. Kong Jin gritted his teeth in determination. Oh, if that is the case, unleash it. Xingtian expressed his intrigue, eagerly anticipating the surprises he might unveil. Positioned 4 arrows upon the divine bow of proclaiming, "This is the divine archery technique I have comprehended, known as Shanjiu. The 4 arrows were released simultaneously, merging flawlessly into a single arrow, a stark contrast to the previous amalgamation of ice and flame. At this moment, they had become a singular entity, their power magnified several-fold. Coupled with the enhancement of the primordial blood from the great sorcerer, this strike was exponentially more potent than the final confrontation with Kong Jin. Kong Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Should he truly be unable to withstand this strike, the assault would engulf the entire debate platform, and constrained by its confines, evasion was utterly impossible. Xingtian's countenance also grew grave, his martial spirit ablaze, the principles of combat laid bare before him. Behind him materialized a towering, blood-red figure, forged from his war intent. The axe of Xingtian transformed into a colossal weapon, and the embodiment of his battle spirit seized the axe, wielding it with all his might, causing the entire debate platform to fracture asunder. Chapter 56. The Power of All Things, the Force of Heaven and Earth. The divine ability of the known as Shanjiu, enables him to exponentially amplify the might of his arrows. Presently, he has perfected the fusion of 4 arrows. Should he attain the realm of 9, he may indeed contend with those of quasi-saint status. On the other hand, Xingtian, through the fusion of his battle intent with the laws of the universe, manifests an unparalleled embodiment of combat will, a remarkable divine technique that allows him to unleash the utmost potential of his own laws. Their earth-shattering clash astonished the newly arrived Zhuangmu and Jiutian Xiannu, leaving Jiutian Xiannu exclaiming, "Is such combat prowess truly within the capabilities of a great Luo golden immortal?" As the Yi's Shanjiu, she collided with Xingtian's axe. The debating platform was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere dust and fragments. Had it not been for the protective barrier, the disturbance would have surely attracted the attention of other formidable beings in the wilderness, underscoring the terrifying nature of their confrontation. Xingtian lamented, "Alas, he wields but 4 arrows. Thus, the outcome remains difficult to predict." Xingtian is indeed the unparalleled choice for the laws of battle. In the arena, he knelt on one knee, blood gushing forth, while Xingtian merely bore a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, rendering the victor unmistakable. He clasped his hands in defeat, saying, "I have lost." Xingtian replied with a smile, "Your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. I had thought to best you without resorting to the battle intent embodiment. Yet even with its use, I remain injured. Qing Yao gazed at the debating platform, now reduced to ruins by their clash, and helplessly gestured for Zhu Jioyin to employ the laws of time to restore it to its former state. The laws of time proved exceptionally useful, especially for reversing time and repairing damaged structures, accomplished with ease. However, when it comes to living beings or spiritual treasures, the process is far from straightforward. Subsequently, Qing Yao promptly declared Xing Tian the victor of this battle. Zhuangmu observed Zhu Jioyin's application of the laws of time. Her mind deep in thought. As she too practiced the laws of time, she inquired, Qing Xian, after this debate concludes, may I engage in a discussion of the laws of time with you and Zhu Jioyin? Qing Xian, having gained insights into the laws of time during a previous discourse at the West Queen Palace, was more than willing to oblige. Zhu Jioyin had already arranged to discuss the laws of time with Qing Xian, as he had previously lacked the understanding of time laws while crafting the fragments of the creation jade plate, and was keen to seize the opportunity to exchange ideas with either Qing Xian or Zhuangmu. Upon seeing both agree, Zhuangmu could not help but reveal a radiant smile, which was truly beautiful. Continuing, Qing Yao announced the commencement of the next match, where Jiu Feng and Qiyu took the stage. Faced with Jiu Feng, Qiyu dared not underestimate her and immediately drew forth his witch tool, the Blood Fiend Axe. Qiyu called out loudly, Sister Jiu Feng, prepare to face my attack. Jiu Feng's forehead pulsed with veins, for Qiyu's audacity was truly infuriating. He was known for speaking to her in such a manner, despite her being the elder. Naturally, she would not let his provocation go unanswered. Empowered by the laws of strength, Jiu Feng's arms glimmered with faint golden runes, adding an air of mystique to her presence. Qiyu, not a fool, unleashed dozens of blood-red axe lights with his Blood Fiend Axe, aiming to seize the initiative. Observing this, Jiu Feng's expression grew serious, as she solemnly declared, Be cautious. Behold my power of all things. With a single punch, pure power shattered the light of the Qiyu axe, the residual shockwaves demolishing the recently repaired Taoist platform, leaving behind a massive crater. Under the influence of the law of strength, her movements appeared languid, yet were imbued with boundless might, distorting even the fabric of space itself. Qiyu was not surprised. After all, this was the law of strength, the foremost among 3,000 laws. Qiyu unleashed the devouring of heaven and earth, directly decomposing all energy-infused materials within 100,000 miles of the Taoist platform into the most primordial essence of spiritual energy, consuming it entirely, and gradually elevating his own realm, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the shackles of the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, the space around Jiu Feng trembled violently, the gravitational field warped to extremes, as if the very realm of the Taoist platform had become an extension of her formidable fist strikes. Clearly, this maneuver was a masterful application of the law of strength by Jiu Feng, exhibiting extraordinary power. Whether it was Qing Yao, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, or Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun, all were wholly absorbed in observing Jiu Feng's execution of the law of strength, hoping to glean insights from it. Particularly, Qing Xian exerted all efforts to harness the cosmic forces of the Xian realm to augment his own capabilities, attempting to decipher the law of strength, yet ultimately to no avail, showcasing its profound complexity. One could only wonder if the creation jade disc possessed by Hong Jun contained insights into the law of strength. Should it, how formidable would Hong Jun become? Qiyu unleashed the absorbed power in a fierce burst, striking fiercely at Jiu Feng, who met his onslaught with her fists. Initially, Qiyu's Blood Fiend Axe matched her strength, but soon enough, he found himself completely overwhelmed by her prowess. In a desperate attempt, Qiyu forced Jiu Feng back, his face a mask of confusion. Why does your strength continue to grow? This is monstrous. Were it not for his possession of the devouring law, which constantly siphoned spiritual energy to restore his power, and the ability of devouring heaven and earth to effectively counteract his opponent's assaults, he would have been utterly helpless against Jiu Feng's law of strength. Jiu Feng replied, This is merely an application of the law of strength. capable of condensing the omnipresent power between heaven and earth. Strength resides within all things in the world, and I shall name this technique Fist of the Earthly Force. Qiyu felt a twinge of regret. In the past, when Jiufeng had yet to comprehend the law of strength, he had been able to jest, but in the future, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Jiufeng spoke solemnly. Qiyu, if there are no other options, I shall resolve this with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Chiyu's expression darkened, while the iron-eating beast, Taisha, on the sidelines, mocked. Master's little brother, Master's little brother. Qiyu was on the verge of exploding with anger. When Jiufeng added, Qiyu, this beast is rather amusing. It is an iron-eating beast. If it were smaller, it would indeed be quite adorable. Upon hearing this, Taisha's eyes twinkled mischievously, instantly transforming into a petite and charming form, evoking sympathy. This was its innate divine ability. It then proclaimed loudly, Sister Jiufeng, from now on, Little Iron will be with you. Little brother Qiyu, until we meet again. Finally, Qiyu could endure no longer and conceded defeat. Sensing the shift, Taisha hastily nestled into Jiufeng's embrace, seeking refuge, while tauntingly beckoning Qiyu, as if to say, Come here. Witnessing Qiyu in such a disheveled state, Jiufeng refrained from adding insult to injury and addressed him. Qiyu, this little fellow shall remain with me for a time, and I shall return him to you later. However, regarding his name, Little Iron, might you consider adopting a different one? Jiufeng glanced towards Taisha. Shake his head, Taisha replied. There is no need. I find it quite agreeable. Jiufeng, upon hearing this, ceased her insistence, for she was merely jesting with Qiyu, intending to return the little creature in a few days. Yet, it seemed this little one was destined to face some trials. Subsequently, Qiyu departed in a huff, casting a fierce glare at Taisha as he left, his threatening intent unmistakable. Taisha nestled closer into Jiufeng's embrace. How could Qiyu remain oblivious to the fact that this beast was also a creature of desire? Time would tell if he would not be reprimanded by Jiufeng. Should that not occur, I shall not bear the name Qiyu. Chapter 57. The Selection of the Empress and the Enigma of the Dark Path in the remote northern domain of the primordial wilderness beside the vast, unfathomable depths of the sea. An island suddenly emerged, shrouded in swirling black mist, concealing unknown terrors. Creatures drawn by curiosity ventured near this isle, yet none who set foot upon it ever returned. Swiftly, word of this mystery spread throughout the North Sea, prompting the Dragon Clan to report the matter to the Dragon King of the East Sea, Huang, who immediately sought the counsel of the Zhurong Dragon. The encroaching black mist filled Zhurong with trepidation. Could it be that? He declared, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Relay my command. None of our dragonkin are to approach that island. Should any choose to disregard this warning, let them not blame me for their fate. Huang was taken aback, pondering whether the elder was aware of what lay within. Yet, he refrained from pressing further, dutifully conveying the edict. In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun suddenly paused, murmuring to himself, what could be transpiring in the extreme north to warrant such a warning from the heavenly Tao? Moments latte. He attempted to discern the heavenly secrets, but the results were shrouded in obscurity, defying clarity. Alarmed, he realized that, despite the absence of calamity in the world, he could not foresee the future trajectory of the primordial realm. Was there a new variable at play? From the blood sea emerged the mosquito Taoist, traversing the expanse of the primordial wilderness, fully aware of the current state of the world. Undaunted, despite being merely at the nascent stage of a primal golden immortal, he possessed the dual powers of devouring and concealment, granting him a measure of self-preservation. He mused, among the powerful female immortals of the primordial realm, there are indeed few. I must pay my respects to those few, for after all these years, I have only encountered that madwoman as a true powerhouse. It is time to seek out fellow practitioners for some sparring. Serendipitously, the Mosquito Taoist destination was the Unzu Mountain, having received word that Niuhua, Xianming, and Hutu resided there, and it was the closest point to him. He aimed to pay them a visit and forge connections. Although he and the River of Darkness practiced the laws of blood, he harbored no frenzied thoughts of slaughtering heaven, earth, or sentient beings. His sole aspiration was to seek the great Tao, believing himself to be a being of kindness. If one does not provoke me, I shall not take life without cause. Within the demon court, Bai Zhe had spent numerous gatherings in search of a suitable candidate for the Empress for Emperor Jun. Ultimately, 3 contenders emerged: the leader of the Fox clan, the nine-tailed fox, Changmei, who had previously participated in the Grand Assembly of the Demon Court, but had explicitly declined, as her clan was merely nominally associated with it. The other 2 were from the Moon Rabbit clan, located 100,000 miles from the Moon Star, a race born to harness the power of the moon. Their leader, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, was the most compatible of the trio. The final candidate was the leader of the Scorpion Serpent clan, also a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, but ultimately a choice made out of necessity. Bai Zhe reported only on the Moon Rabbit and Scorpion Serpent clans, as the nine-tailed fox was unwilling, and Bai Zhe did not wish to be seen as a villain. After all, the Queen Mother of the West had once acted similarly. In the end, Emperor Jun chose the leader of the Moon Rabbit clan, Yuli, for although the leader of the Scorpion Serpent clan was not lacking in appearance, his very essence was steeped in cunning, which naturally did not endear him to Emperor Jun. In contrast, the Lunar Jade Rabbit, infused with the essence of the moon, possesses the attributes of a celestial being and the potential of an empress. Though her current cultivation is somewhat lacking, the support from the Demon Court suggests that transcending to a quasi-saint level may not pose a significant challenge. Meanwhile, Yuli, merely a Great Luo Golden Immortal, is overjoyed at the prospect of becoming an empress, leading a substantial part of the Jade Rabbit clan to migrate directly to the 33 heavens. However, some clan members are reluctant to leave their long-established home. Thus, the Lunar Jade Rabbit clan divides into 2 factions. One aligns with the Demon Court, while the other continues to reside near the Lunar Star. The Witch Clan and the Mosquito Taoist have journeyed for countless years to finally reach Mount Buzhou. His release of the pressure of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal naturally attracts the attention of powerful beings from the Witch Clan. Qing Xian, intrigued, wonders why such a multitude gathers for the Witch Clan's discussion forum, arriving in waves. Di Jiang makes another round trip, introducing the Mosquito Taoist to the Witch Clan. The Mosquito Taoist is pleasantly surprised to find numerous companions present and promptly joins a few women by their side. Remarkably, the camaraderie among women is wondrous. As they quickly bond, the attendees soon learn of his origins, recognizing him as the second being born from the Blood Sea. The mention of the river of the underworld paints an image in the Mosquito Taoist's mind reminiscent of madness, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Qing Xian is equally astonished. This Mosquito Taoist starkly contrasts the ruthless figure from his previous life as mythology, who had mercilessly devoured the turtle spirit matriarch, leaving her no chance for reincarnation, and had forcibly diminished the Western 12th-grade merit golden lotus to the 9th grade. Originally, Qing Xian had contemplated recruiting or eliminating this Mosquito Taoist at his earliest convenience, as he urgently needed the 12th-grade merit golden lotus to prevent any potential sabotage. However, witnessing the Mosquito Taoist's demeanor now dispels any thoughts of extermination. He appears rather easy to deceive. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Sea, Zhu Long ventures to the far north to confirm his suspicions. Outside a mysterious island, Zhu Long gazes intently and indeed confirms its existence. The demonic aura indicates the resurgence of the ancient demon race. Zhu Long detects at least one formidable demon presence on this island, causing him to furrow his brow. Since the Tao ancestor Huang Jun defeated the demon Luo Hua, countless years have passed. From where has this demon race emerged? It seems that the primordial realm may soon be engulfed in bloodshed once more. Zhu Long refrains from recklessly entering, as he lacks the confidence to gain an advantage over the demon race. Hence, he retraces his steps to disseminate this news. With the presence of the 3 purities, Niuhua, and others in the primordial realm, it should be a trivial matter to deal with a remnant of the demon race. Shortly after Zhu Long's departure, the figure of Huang Jun gradually materializes. His brow is furrowed as he gazes at the demon island, perplexed. He manifests directly within the island. Observing a figure surrounded by swirling demonic energy, and speaks in a deep voice. The ancient demon race of the primordial realm has been eradicated. From whence do you come? The individual across from him smiles gently, despite being enveloped in demonic energy. Bowing respectfully, he replies, Tao ancestor, I merely practice the laws of the demonic path. Although the former demon ancestor was defeated, he nonetheless perfected the laws of the demonic path in the primordial realm. Though our paths may differ, we ultimately reach the same destination, do we not? Huang smiled faintly and said, an intriguing individual indeed. I never anticipated that the primordial chaos would give rise to another figure whom even I cannot decipher. I am Xianyi, and I thank you for your kind words. Tao ancestor. Xianyi replied with a respectful bow and a smile. However, Huang continued, Xianyi, a splendid name. I am curious to see what will transpire when you encounter that other young fellow. Intrigued, Xianyi inquired, who might the individual you speak of be, Tao ancestor? Huang shook his head and stated, in due course, you shall come to know. I sincerely hope you do not tread the same path as Luo Hu. Your words hold truth. The demonic path is indeed one of the myriad avenues of existence, recognized by the heavens and the earth. However, should you seek to achieve your own path through the slaughter of countless beings, you will undoubtedly be reviled by the cosmos. I implore you to avoid straying onto such a perilous path. Xianyi once again bowed respectfully and replied, thank you for your wise counsel, Tao ancestor. Chapter 58. The Northern Demon Realm. God of War Xingtian in the primordial universe. The demonic path re-emerges. Having just concluded the turmoil of the primordial era, one wonders where she'll head next. As the Tao ancestor departs, Xianyi gazes down at the beings of the primordial world, tainted by demonic energy, his expression devoid of emotion. You have chosen your path. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Among these individuals are many great Luo golden immortals, all having fallen into the demonic path, venerating Xianyi as their leader. Subsequently, Xianyi leads his followers to establish a demonic domain in the farthest north of the primordial realm, with much of the northern sea engulfed by demonic energy. Upon witnessing this, Long immediately commands the dragon clan to withdraw from the northern sea, as Xianyi audaciously occupies half of the northern sea. Word of this incident spreads throughout the primordial realm. Even Xian, far away in Buzhou Mountain, receives a message from Long. Although curiosity stirs within him, he does not take the matter to heart, dismissing it as merely the emergence of someone who has comprehended the demonic path. The demonic path is, after all, an integral part of the 3,000 laws. As the primordial realm evolves and perfects itself, the demonic path is equally indispensable. What piques his curiosity is the origin of this suddenly appearing powerful figure of the demonic path. In his memories from a previous life, there seemed to be no such person during the Wu and Yao era. In the Yao court, Baizhe promptly reports this news to Di Jun and Kuan Peng. After all, the Northern Sea is the ancestral home of Kuan Peng, and now half of it has been seized. Who could endure such a loss? Di Jun's expression is grave. Those who cultivate the demonic path are surely not of virtuous nature. Yao Shi, when Tai Yi returns, you shall accompany him to investigate, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Kuan Peng scoffs. There is no need for the Eastern Emperor to intervene. I can deal with this person myself. Baizhe interjects. In the past, the demon ancestor Luo, who could contend with the Tao ancestor? Given the uncertainty of the enemy's strength, we must not act rashly. It is wiser to gather intelligence before seizing the opportunity. Ultimately, Kuan Peng concedes, and thankfully so, for had he ventured forth alone, it might have led to his demise. Meanwhile, the Wu clan remains oblivious to the outside world, proceeding with their affairs as if indifferent to the emergence of the demonic realm. At this moment, the Tao discussion conference reaches its climactic confrontation. Xingtian, who has grasped the laws of battle, faces off against Jiu Feng, who has comprehended the laws of strength. Even Xian and others find it difficult to predict the outcome of this fierce duel. One thrives in the face of strength, while the other is bold and unyielding. It is indeed a captivating spectacle. Both remain silent, their expressions solemn, and as they engage, they unleash their full might. Xing Tian hurls his axe relentlessly, clashing with Jiu Feng's dual fists, producing a resonant clang of metal. Xing Tian, as a master of defense, withstands the formidable blows of Jiu Feng's heaven and earth force fist. However, Jiu Feng's relentless barrage of fists grows increasingly fierce, their power mounting alarmingly, while Xing Tian's axe creates significant disruption for Jiu Feng. After receiving one of Jiu Feng's punches, Xing Tian retaliates with a powerful axe swing, sending Jiu Feng staggering back, blood seeping from her lips, clearly indicating that her heaven and earth force fist has been shattered by Xing Tian. With the momentum broken, the potency of her attacks diminishes significantly. Jiu Feng's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. She had not anticipated that her power would be so easily dismantled by Xing Tian, especially before he had even unleashed his battle intent incarnation. Jiu Feng speaks solemnly. "You truly are Xing Tian, effortlessly dispelling my force. Since ordinary tactics cannot determine the victor, allow me to witness your battle intent incarnation." Xing Tian replies gravely, "Very well, but do be cautious. While the laws of strength are formidable, your understanding of them is still recent." Jiu Feng spoke with calm confidence, declaring, "Feel free to unleash your attacks. My understanding of the laws of strength has certainly advanced through these battles. Moreover, I have comprehended a new technique named 10,000 forces returning to the void. Do not underestimate me." Upon hearing this, Xing Tian nodded solemnly, his expression increasingly grave. For Jiu Feng still held back something, and her deepening insight into the laws, along with the intricacies of her newfound divine ability, was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, Xing Tian pondered privately, hoping that he would not need to resort to that technique, as he had yet to fully master it. The manifestation of Xing Tian's battle intent emerged, and his axe soared into the air, landing in his avatar's grasp, preparing for a powerful strike. Meanwhile, Jiu Feng unleashed a punch, gathering the might of the heavens into a single point. The platform of debate had been obliterated, and the collision between Xing Tian's axe and Jiu Feng's fist, adorned with golden patterns, resulted in a thunderous impact. In that instant, the world fell silent, and a blinding white light erupted from the point of contact, leaving onlookers awestruck and unable to gaze directly at it. When the spectators regained their senses, both combatants were battered and bruised, the blood of the great which spilling profusely. Xing Tian, filled with doubt, inquired, "Is it truly from these battles that you have enhanced nearly 10% of the laws of strength, Jiu Feng?" To be precise, it was indeed a 9% increase. Jiu Feng possessed an innate affinity for the laws of strength, as if she were a fish returning to water. She smiled lightly. "Exactly. Perhaps it is the favor of the Father God." Xing Tian was at a loss for words, contemplating why he had not received such divine favor himself, and then declared, "This strike is evenly matched, yet it is not over. I still have one more strike, though I wonder if you can withstand it." Jiu Feng's eyes widened in shock. She had been ready to celebrate her victory, but Xing Tian's words instantly darkened her expression. Xing Tian turned to Qing Yao and said earnestly, "Chief, I have not fully grasped this move. I fear I may not hold back when I strike, so I implore you to protect Jiu Feng when the time comes." Jiu Feng felt a surge of irritation, thinking that Xing Tian was just as infuriating as Qi Yu. Seeing Xing Tian's serious demeanor, Qing Yao nodded in agreement. "Proceed with your strike." With a calm focus, Xing Tian adjusted his state, his battle intent manifesting gradually. However, this time, he leapt into his battle intent avatar, instantly merging with it. The once ethereal manifestation transformed into the very embodiment of Xing Tian himself, resembling the convergence of heaven and earth. This was the purest fusion of battle intent, far surpassing the previous manifestation. Xing Tian bellowed, "This is the true body of the great witch." In that moment, Xing Tian's laws of battle surged, breaking through the 2% threshold, yet he did not relent. After all, this was a rare opportunity, and with the ancestral witches present, there was no need to fear for Jiu Feng's safety. Jiu Feng was utterly astonished. Xing Tian's momentum had transcended the limits of the Great Witch, temporarily ascending to the realm of ancestral witches. Determined not to be outdone, Jiufeng summoned the full force of her laws of strength. For this was the mightiest law bestowed by the Father God. She could not concede. Just then, at that pivotal moment, her laws of strength successfully broke through the 1% threshold. Although it was merely a single percent, it represented a qualitative leap. Jiufeng stood up resolutely, having even comprehended a new divine ability, one force, catastrophe of life, which, as the name implies, signifies that with a single punch, great calamity arises, and life and death are without regret. Qing Yao, who had been ready to intervene, now found herself at ease. Jiufeng was indeed impressive, fully capable of withstanding Xing Tian's impending strike. Under the full force of their strikes, the power unleashed was comparable to a clash between two early-stage primordial golden immortals, causing even the barrier set by Hutu and others to tremble, revealing its significance. The two combatants, in their fervent pursuit of their inner paths, had forgotten life and death. As their fists and axes collided, although this encounter did not stir great waves, both were sent flying, blood splattering until they crashed against the barrier, finally halting their momentum. Jiufeng promptly lost consciousness, while Xing Tian, fueled by an indomitable fighting spirit, managed to remain standing, albeit precariously. Observing this, Qing Yao immediately declared Xing Tian the victor. However, in the next moment, he collapsed. With no other options, Qing Yao first tended to their injuries before arranging for their respective tribes to take them back for recuperation. Thus, the Witch Clan's conference concluded, with Xing Tian reclaiming the first position, while Jiufeng once again settled for second place. It is certain that upon awakening, she will be filled with indignation. The progress in comprehending the laws had shown remarkable changes, as Xing Tian had grasped 20% of the laws of battle. Firmly situated in the first tier, had Xing Tian not achieved this breakthrough, Jiufeng would have emerged victorious. Nevertheless, Jiufeng also experienced a timely breakthrough in the laws of strength, promising an even more thrilling competition in the next assembly. Chapter 59. Boundary Breakthrough Evolution of the Mystic Realm. The Witch Clan's Conference of Great Sorcerers has concluded, and many of the esteemed sorcerers have entered seclusion, fully aware that their strength will undoubtedly enhance significantly upon its conclusion. Qing Yao has also retreated for cultivation, seeking to transcend the shackles of her bloodline. Her accumulation has reached a sufficient level, and she has comprehended several laws, particularly excelling in the laws of purification, creation, rain, life, and earth. In addition, she has also grasped the other elemental laws of metal, wood, water, and fire. Among these, her understanding of the laws of purification, rain, and earth is particularly profound, reaching a remarkable state of 2/10. Distinct from the other great sorcerers, Qing Yao is devoid of malevolent aura and possesses a primordial spirit. She has long been entrenched in the pinnacle realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. And should she harness the power of this extreme state to break free from her bloodline constraints, her chances of success are notably high. Qing Yi, following closely in Qing Yao's footsteps, has also attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, her combat prowess is slightly inferior to that of Xing Tian and Jiufeng. Yet, when equipped with the glazed immortal sword, glazed immortal garment, and glazed immortal hairpin, her combat effectiveness draws near to that of the two. In their daily practice, Qing Yi and Qing Yao often spar with the great sorcerers, thus accumulating considerable battle experience. Shi He and Chang Shi, upon returning to the Moonstar, observed the formidable strength of the second generation of the Witch Clan and felt compelled to enhance their own cultivation. The laws of the moon, which they specialize in, are also ranked among the foremost laws, wielding immense power. Their progress has been remarkable, yet they seldom engage in combat within the vast wilderness, resulting in a lack of notable achievements. Among the sisters, Shi pursues the path of the true sage, while Chang Shi follows the path of the primordial golden immortal. Due to their innate supreme spiritual treasures only forming a single set, one sister has opted for the path of the primordial golden immortal. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yin also returned to the Five Zhuan view, However, upon witnessing Shi He and Chang, Shi directly utilizing the teleportation array, they were greatly impressed. The two sought permission from Qing Xian and Di Jiang to establish a teleportation array at the 5-Zhuan view for future convenience. Di Jiang, without hesitation, agreed and promptly set up the teleportation array leading to the 5-Zhuan view, subsequently accompanying the two to make the arrangements. The Taoist, a mosquito, and several other women, having forged bonds of friendship with Nuwa, did not linger long within the witch clan, but resolved to continue their journey through the wilderness. After all, since the emergence of the Taoist of mosquito, she had resided in the Sea of Blood and had yet to experience the vastness of the wilderness, a notion that the other women wholeheartedly supported. They pledged to explore the wilderness together, embarking on an impromptu adventure. Upon witnessing this, Fushi's eyes sparkled with delight, for his younger sister had finally stepped out of her reclusive life. "This is splendid. I, Fushi, can finally make my mark," he exclaimed. Alas, as Nuwa, Hutu, Xinming, and the Taoist of mosquito prepared to depart, they specifically instructed Qing Xian to keep an eye on Fushi and to prevent him from venturing out, lest he fall into the calamities as warned by Yuan Feng. Once Nuwa had departed, Fushi turned to Qing Xian and said, "My dear friend, now that my sister has left, may I also step outside for a while?" Qing Xian, displaying a look of exasperation, replied, "Very well then. If you swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, vowing never to enter the demon court in this lifetime, I shall impose no further restrictions upon you and will certainly not disclose this matter to Nuwa." How does that sound? Fushi was engulfed in confusion, pondering the reason behind his entanglement with the demon court. Yet, as long as he could escape, he was resolute. Thus he unwaveringly swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. Observing this, Qing Xian chose to disregard him. In that moment, everyone engaged in secluded cultivation, and Qing Xian returned directly to the Three Immortals Island, preparing to comprehend the laws, refine the mystic realm, and concurrently assess the recovery of Yuan Feng. On the Three Immortals Island, within the spiritual sea, the phoenix stone continuously absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, its aura growing increasingly potent. It was believed that upon successfully undergoing its rebirth, it would venture even further. Qing Xian, seated cross-legged above the spiritual sea, contemplated his future path. At present, among his powers of law, the understanding of the purity law was the most advanced, nearing the threshold of 70%. He intended to dedicate himself fully to comprehending the purity law, striving to break through to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Subsequently, he would enhance his other powers of law while simultaneously evolving the mystic realm. The epochs of the primordial era were long, with countless Yuan Huan having passed. Qing Xian's comprehension of the purity law finally surpassed 70%, and he ascended to the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, achieving the mightiest position beneath the saints. Rather than emerging from seclusion, Qing Xian continued to delve deeper, his consciousness immersed within the mystic realm. At this moment, the mystic realm had expanded to 100 times the size of the Three Immortals Island, yet remained desolate, lacking meticulous refinement. Within the mystic realm, Qing Xian wielded the law of earth, erecting boundless divine mountains. He channeled the true essence of water, giving rise to serpentine rivers, both interwoven across the land of the mystic realm. Surrounding the continent, vast oceans encircled it, resembling the primordial seas, guarding the mystic realm. Qing Xian mused aloud. This realm requires flora. His voice resonated throughout the mystic realm, and in an instant blossoms, grasses, and trees sprouted across the land, adorning the world. This was the work of the law of life and the law of creation, which Qing Xian had recently grasped, with Nuwa excelling in these domains. He had previously exchanged insights with her regarding these two laws, yet progress had been slow until this retreat, allowing him to reach a nascent understanding. Accompanied by the law of manipulation, he could cultivate flowers, grasses, and trees. However, the creation of weaker life forms, such as birds and fish, remained beyond his capability. Even if he forced their creation, they would be mere shells devoid of spirit, necessitating further exploration of the laws. This realm also required wind. Gentle breezes could carry the fragrance of flowers throughout the mystic realm, while fierce gales could cleanse the impurities of the world. This realm necessitated rain to nourish the flora and fauna, fostering their vigorous growth. Torrential downpours could enhance their trials. Furthermore, it required the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth to establish the fundamental laws of the cosmos, alongside wind, rain, thunder, and lightning to complete the natural order. Additionally, the realm required time, delineating the 4 seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, establishing the 12 hours. The power of space was also indispensable, as the world itself epitomized space. As Qin Xian continued to inscribe the latest insights of his laws onto the mystic realm, in the blink of an eye, the mystic realm transformed from its desolation, the breath of life gradually intensifying. Though currently only flora and fauna existed, devoid of awakened intelligence, with ongoing refinement, future advancements were inevitable. However, the present reliance on a fiery sphere for illumination was not a sustainable solution. He needed to comprehend the solar law and the lunar law to create the celestial bodies of the sun and moon, thereby allowing the mystic realm to take on a more substantial form. In the vast expanse of primordial times, countless epochs have passed. Qin Xian has secluded himself on the 3 immortal island for over 200 epochs, yielding bountiful gains and attaining a near-peak realm. Now, he merely needs to persistently accumulate wisdom, comprehend the principles, and refine the mystical realm. In due course, achieving the status of a Huang Duo Golden Immortal shall be a natural consequence. As Qin Xian opened his eyes, he was suddenly captivated by the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman clad in fiery red. Turning his gaze to the place where the phoenix stone once resided, he found it absent. He inquired, "Yuan Feng, have you successfully undergone your rebirth?" Yuan Feng replied, "Indeed, but who are you, a being of Nuwa? I had entrusted my fate to Fuxi, asking him to hand me over to Nuwa. What am I doing here?" Qin Xian patiently elucidated each of Yuan Feng's queries, leading her to a moment of enlightenment. Gratefully, she expressed, "Thank you, my friend. Without the spiritual energy of this 3 immortal island, I would still be unaware of how long my rebirth would take." Chapter 60. The Renaming of Yuan Wang. The demon sovereign Xian upon the sacred grounds of the 3 immortal islands. Qin Xian emerged triumphantly from his cultivation trials, while Yuan Feng had successfully undergone her rebirth. However, upon observing her cultivation level, it was evident she had only attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Intrigued, Qin Xian inquired, "Why has your cultivation reached merely the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal?" With a wistful sigh, Yuan Feng replied, "This rebirth is unlike any other. It was a transformation through the Tao before my resurrection. I had to relinquish all that I was, for otherwise, the oaths I once took under the celestial path would bind me for eternity. Only by severing ties with my past can I truly be reborn. In the eyes of the celestial path, Yuan Feng has perished, and I am now a newly born member of the Phoenix lineage." Qin Xian pondered silently, recognizing the extraordinary nature of Yuan Feng's actions, akin to a masterful deception. To the celestial path, she was no more. She had been reborn as a new phoenix. Curiosity sparked once more. Qin Xian asked, "Isn't the phoenix lineage defined by the male being the Feng and the female the Huang? You appear to be a woman. Why then are you called Yuan Feng and not Yuan Wang? Forgive my ignorance, but I am eager to learn." Yuan Feng, exasperated, thought, "What is this fellow babbling about? Am I not evidently a woman? Is my unparalleled beauty not enough to discern my gender?" Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "I am indeed a woman. While it is true that in the phoenix lineage the male is Feng and the female is Huang, I am the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, and I retain the title Feng to signify my supreme status. Do you comprehend?" "Understood, understood." Qin Xian hastily gestured, perplexed by Yuan Feng's sudden ire. He cautiously suggested, "Since you are reborn and the ties of fate between us have dissolved, might I bestow upon you a new name?" Yuan Feng regarded him with suspicion, unsure of his intentions, and replied, "Continuing to be called Yuan Feng is also acceptable. The celestial path would not target me for sharing a name. Pray, do share your proposed name. I am curious to hear what you can conjure." After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qing Xian solemnly proposed. You could be called Qing Feng or Qing Wang. Instantly, Yuan Feng's expression darkened. Her thoughts racing. Does he wish for me to adopt his surname? I shall remember this, and, once my powers are restored, I will teach him the lesson of words being the harbingers of misfortune. Under the piercing gaze of Yuan Feng, which seemed to threaten harm, Qing Xian scratched his head and chuckled nervously. Haha, Yuan Feng sounds far more melodious, though those unfamiliar with the name might mistakenly believe you to be male. In a fit of anger, Yuan Feng declared, from this day forth, I shall be known as Yuan Huang, lest some fail to recognize my femininity. The phoenix lineage has become a thing of the past. Let the name Yuan Feng fade into oblivion. With a thoughtful smile gracing his face, Qing Xian replied, Excellent, excellent. In this way, one shall know at once that you are a woman. Thus, the name Yuan Feng was no more supplanted by Yuan Wang. Qing Xian then inquired, What are your plans for the future? Yuan Wang responded, The spiritual essence of this locale is extraordinarily rich. Even the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix clan lacked such vitality. I must once again enter seclusion to restore my cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian remarked, Very well. However, I wish to embark on a journey. Here is the token of the 3 immortal islands, granting you command over the central array. Additionally, there lies a teleportation array that can take you to the Wu clan. I trust you are aware of this. Yuan Huang nodded, realizing that his existence on the immortal Fire Mountain was not one of isolation from the world. Rather, he had not anticipated the profound camaraderie between Qing Xian and the Witch clan, which had led to the establishment of a teleportation array. Yuan Huang felt a sense of astonishment at Qing Xian's profound mastery of spatial arts. After Qing Xian conveyed his message, he departed not directly towards the Witch clan, but instead desired to wander through the vast wilderness, having previously heard of a formidable being from the demon path emerging in the extreme northern lands. Curious about the current circumstances, stepping off the 3 Immortals Island, Qing Xian made his way directly to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan not only ruled the 4 seas, but also had descendants scattered across the mountains and rivers of the vast wilderness, making them well-informed. Upon learning of Qing Xian's visit, A.O. Guang hastily summoned Zhu Long and then inquired about the significant recent events in the wilderness. Although Qing Xian could deduce results, it was also a matter that even mighty beings could not ascertain the specific details. Most crucial was the news from the extreme North Demon Domain. 200 yuan meetings prior, a powerful figure from the demon path named Xian Yi, self-styled as the Demon Sovereign, swiftly gathered nearly 30 great Luo golden immortals within the demon domain. Subsequently, this demon sovereign proclaimed the establishment of the extreme North Demon Domain, seizing the entire Northern Sea, which has since completely succumbed to demonic influence, rendering it a perilous realm where weaker beings, upon entering, are immediately eroded by the demonic aura and fall into the path of darkness. Thus, the extreme North Demon Domain has become a forbidden zone in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Qing Xian felt a surge of curiosity and inquired, The Northern Sea is the domain of the Kunpeng of the Monster Court. Has there been no response? At that moment, Zhu Long arrived and, after greeting Qing Xian, listened attentively to A.O. Guang's account. The Kunpeng was indeed furious, and together with the Eastern Emperor of the Monster Court, attempted to confront the demon sovereign Xian Yi in the Northern Sea. However, they ultimately returned in defeat. Zhu Long interjected, That battle was nothing short of shocking to the wilderness. Even Tai Yi, who possessed the innate treasure of the Chaos Bell, was not spared and suffered severe injuries. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Emperor Jun and others from the Monster Court, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the Kunpeng to escape. Such overwhelming power, Qing Xian was taken aback. If he were to engage in battle with Tai Yi and the Kunpeng with his late-stage Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, achieving victory would not be a daunting task. However, annihilating them would likely prove to be an insurmountable challenge. Zhu Long solemnly remarked, Xian Yi has attained the peak of Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, while Tai Yi and the others are merely at the late stage of quasi-saint, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. Furthermore, Xian Yi wields the god-slaying spear of the demon clan's Rao, making him fearless of the Chaos Bell. Understanding now, Qin Xian acknowledged that it was indeed reasonable for the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, coupled with the god-slaying spear, to be such a formidable force. Otherwise, it would be too extraordinary. He expressed that he too was momentarily stunned, for even if he were to harness the power of the Xian realm, achieving such results would be challenging. However, with his current cultivation at the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he could indeed accomplish such feats, provided that Tai Yi remained at the late stage of quasi-saint. All being mighty beings, unless there is a gap in realms or a coordinated assault by many, it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate opponents of the same realm. After all, those who reach such heights are invariably individuals of profound lineage and extraordinary talent. The absence of fierce battles between the immortal court and the monster court, resulting in the fall of any mighty beings, underscored that not everyone possesses the reckless nature of Hong Yun, who would self-destruct at the slightest provocation. Qin Xian harbored a modicum of interest towards this demon lord. 200 years prior, this individual had surpassed the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal before himself, undoubtedly rendering him a formidable adversary. Zhulong, my friend, might I inquire about the forthcoming actions of Xian Yi? Will he commence to wreak havoc upon the primordial realm? Qin Xian asked solemnly, for one cannot underestimate the ambitions of those who tread the demonic path. Zhulong slowly shook his head, responding, not at all. Ever since he vanquished Tai Yi and Kunpeng, the myriad races of the primordial realm have naturally refrained from provoking him. Moreover, Xian Yi has proclaimed that the demon domain will halt its expansion at the northern sea. He continued, from my observations, although Xian Yi cultivates the demonic path, he does not exhibit the traits of a slaughterer of sentient beings. Oh, a practitioner of such untainted demonic cultivation? While Qin Xian was not well versed in the past of the ancient demon ancestor Luo, he personally believed that both the demonic and celestial paths are manifestations of the great Tao, leading to the same destination. One can ascend to immortality or descend into demonhood. Both realms lie within one's grasp. The demonic path is merely a means of cultivation, a method of self-enhancement, and one must not be swayed by it. If Xian Yi is indeed, as Zhulong describes, then he is undoubtedly a foe to be reckoned with. Zhulong, my friend, I must take my leave. Should the opportunity arise in the future, do visit me at the Three Immortals Island for a discourse. Qin Xian clasped his hands in farewell, preparing to meet the demon Lord Xian Yi. Chapter 61. Understanding the Demonic Path. Confrontation with Xian Yi in the extreme northern region of the demonic domain. Qin Xian gazed upon the North Sea, now transformed into a sea of demons, and was taken aback by the potent forces of demonic power contained within. However, he did not succumb to impatience. Rather, he chose to contemplate the essence of the demonic path amidst the swirling demonic energy, seeking to uncover the true nature of this formidable power. If the demonic path is indeed a manifestation of dark forces, then Qin Xian's path of purity stands in stark contrast, capable of countering the demonic essence. Both paths represent paramount laws of existence. It is conceivable that one might traverse from the realm of demonhood to that of immortality through mere thought. Immersed in the annihilating Black Lotus, Qin Xian had already grasped the laws of destruction and found a peculiar affinity with the forces of the demonic path. The demonic energy enveloped him, enhancing his vitality and presence. The laws of the demonic path encompass destruction, slaughter, and myriad other lethal principles, rendering them immensely powerful and comparable to the laws of immortality. In bygone days, Hong Jun embodied the immortal path, while Luo, who represented the demonic path, their divergent paths inevitably led to rivalry and opposition. The myriad laws each possess their unique merits. There exists no inherent distinction between good and evil within the laws themselves. Yet the human heart is capable of discerning such differences. Qin Xian was not in haste to confront Xian Yi. Instead, he allowed the aura of destruction to permeate his being, delving once more into the comprehension of demonic and destructive laws. The ages of the primordial world stretched endlessly, and numerous epochs had passed. Through the might of the law of destruction, Qin Xian finally grasped a mere one of the demonic laws. a feat attributed to his integration with the annihilating Black Lotus. Without this, understanding the demonic laws would have proven exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, his mastery of the law of destruction had reached 50%. Rising to his feet, Qing Xian emanated a formidable demonic aura. As he traversed the land, none dared to impede his progress, for his presence was overwhelmingly potent, and the swirling demonic energy surrounding him clearly indicated that he was not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, Xian Yi, in a secluded meditation, received reports from his subordinates regarding the arrival of a powerful being in the North Sea, exuding an aura of destruction that was truly terrifying. This naturally piqued Xian Yi's interest. Upon emerging from his retreat, Xian Yi stepped gracefully into the void, making his way toward Qing Xian's location. As Qing Xian observed the distant figure, he pondered to himself, "This is indeed a formidable adversary." The two met at the heart of the North Sea, scrutinizing one another. Xian Yi had perused the records of many mighty beings from the primordial era, yet the individual before him did not appear to be among them. Xian Yi spoke, "I am the demonic sovereign Xian Yi. May I inquire your esteemed name and purpose for venturing into this demonic domain?" Qing Xian's countenance was stern as he replied, "I am the Azure Emperor. Having heard of your esteemed reputation as a formidable entity of the demonic path, I have come today to seek your guidance." As the embodiment of the demonic Azure Emperor, Qing Xian radiated an intense aura of demonic energy, filled with the essence of destruction. Qing Xian was reluctant to allow his comprehension of the demonic path to become widely known, uncertain of his ancestors' stance on such matters. He himself was a variable. Should the issue of the demonic path become a spark for controversy, he feared he might face annihilation at the hands of his ancestor. The celestial mechanism had long been obscured by Qing Xian. Indeed, it could be said that he himself served as a veil to the heavenly mysteries. Wherever he tread, the celestial mechanisms became shrouded in chaos. Xian Yi smiled faintly, sensing the challenge posed by Qing Xian, and felt a surge of delight within. His previous encounter with Tai Yi of the Beast Court had been rather unsatisfactory, as that opponent had yet to transcend the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, a disparity in levels. However, the individual before him was undoubtedly a peer and a practitioner of the demonic path through the lens of destruction, possessing formidable destructive capabilities. Huang, through the principles of slaughter, comprehended the laws of the demonic path. Although he also sensed the law of destruction, it paled in comparison to his understanding of the slaughter law. Xian Yi proclaimed, "Excellent. I have long awaited this moment. Since the establishment of the extreme North demonic domain, I have yet to encounter a worthy adversary. Regardless of the outcome today, I shall count you as a friend." Qing Xian replied with a smile, "Very well. Allow me to witness your mastery of the demonic path and the slaughter law." With a mere gesture, Xian Yi summoned the power of the demonic path, launching a fist towards Qing Xian. Qing Xian, understanding that Xian Yi was merely testing his strength, erupted with sheer physical force, sending Xian Yi staggering backward. Xian Yi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Your physical form is at the pinnacle of the mixed element golden immortal. Are you perhaps of the Witch clan?" However, he quickly shook his head, adding, "No, your primordial spirit is formidable, certainly not of the Witch clan. Yet this physical body is truly incredible." Qing Xian responded, "I have merely encountered some opportunities. Your physical body is not to be underestimated. At the late stage of the mixed element golden immortal, I have only encountered such a robust physique in the presence of the ancestral witch of the unturned mountain in Yuhua." Upon hearing this, Xian Yi remarked, "In the realm of physical prowess, you must surely be among the strongest beneath the great saints of the primordial era." Qing Xian recalled the legendary black sea Xian turtle, whose physical might surpass his own, though its current whereabouts remained a mystery, concealed by the heavenly Tao. Qing Xian urged, "Friend, unleash your true abilities. I have recently comprehended the laws of the demonic path and require your validation. I believe my law of destruction will also prove beneficial to you." "Very well. Be cautious." Huang repeated solemnly. Surrounded by swirling demonic energy, Xian Yi's eyes glimmered with an abyss-like intensity, embodying endless forces of slaughter and destruction. infused with the purest essence of the demonic path. Once he had gathered his strength, he proclaimed, "Beware! This is a divine technique born from the fusion of three laws, known as blood slaughter divine light. I humbly seek your guidance." Qing Xian's expression turned grave. Fully aware of Xian Yi's understanding of the laws, 70% in the slaughter law, 50% in the demonic path, and 30% in the destruction law. It was indeed terrifying. Qing Xian did not dare to underestimate him, conjuring a chaotic black hole in his palm, filled with devouring power. Xian Yi's blood slaughter divine light erupted from his eyes, seemingly traversing space to appear directly before Qing Xian. The chaotic black hole countered it, continuously absorbing its power. As a result, Xian Yi's attack was gradually consumed by the black hole, a technique inspired by Qi Yu's method of devouring the heavens and the earth. However, it contained three laws: chaos law, devouring law, and destruction law. At this stage, only the first two were revealed. Sensing the opportune moment, Qing Xian's chaotic black hole suddenly expanded exponentially, as if to engulf the very heavens. In that instant, the most pristine law of destruction permeated the air. Xian Yi was taken aback. Qing Xian's move not only shattered his divine technique, but also absorbed its power, transforming it into destructive force, which then turned upon him. This strike equated to a combined effort from both Qing Xian and himself. Xian Yi, refusing to show any sign of complacency, instantaneously transformed into a towering demonic form, adorned with 3,000 demonic eyes, each reflecting scenes of slaughter and destruction, exhaling chaotic demonic flames, and turning the ground beneath him into the 9 nether demonic soil. The collision between the true body of the demonic path and the oblivion black hole sent tremors through the North Sea, an event so profound that even the great powers of the primordial era sensed the fierce battle unfolding. Instantly, numerous formidable beings took action to deduce the identities of the combatants, yet their efforts yielded no results. Following the clash, the black hole vanished, and the true body of the demonic path dissipated as well. Xian Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and solemnly declared, "Excellent. Your strength is indeed remarkable." Qing Xian replied, "Let us cease this confrontation for now. The aftermath is too potent. It may draw the attention of many great powers from the primordial era towards the North Sea." Xian Yi, perplexed, felt a sense of confusion. After all, Qing Xian was unaware that Hong Jun had already encountered Xian Yi and had refrained from intervening. Furthermore, Qing Xian could not ascertain how Hong Jun might perceive his understanding of the demonic path through his mutable form. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. Subsequently, Xian Yi directly invited Qing Xian to the main hall of the demonic realm, Hall of the Demon Lord, for a discussion, to which Qing Xian readily acquiesced. Recognizing the immense benefit of engaging with Xian Yi regarding the principles of the demonic path, blood fiend slaughtering divine light, within the depths of his eyes lies a vast ocean of demonic energy, brimming with boundless forces of slaughter and destruction, infused with the purest principles of the demonic path, causing all life within sight to extinguish. Chapter 62. The Breakthrough of the Three Pure Ones and the Creation by Nuwa at the summit of Kunlun Mountain, within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. Tong Tian has traversed the vast expanse of the primordial world for countless epochs, ultimately taking that pivotal step. He successfully severed his third corpse, the self-corpse, entrusting it to the absolute immortal sword as a spiritual treasure. With this, all three corpses were obliterated, and Tong Tian ascended to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. The three corpses were respectively embodied in the slaying immortal sword, the trapping immortal sword, and the absolute immortal sword, granting him unparalleled strength. Upon comprehending the path of the unity of the three corpses, he would wield the slaying immortal sword, forming a formation with humanity, the slaying immortal sword array, enabling him to contend with 4 beings of the same realm even after attaining sainthood. Meanwhile, Taiji Laojun and Yuanshi had yet to return. The 3 disciples adhered to the teachings of the Tao ancestor, individually journeying through the primordial world in search of opportunities for sainthood. During this expedition, Tong Tian amassed numerous disciples, albeit all from the outer sect. Currently, among Tong Tian's disciples, There are 8 direct disciples: Duo Bao, Jinling, Wudong, Gailing, Zhao Gongming, Yunxiao, Xiongxiao, and Bixiao. Additionally, there are 7 attendants: Weiyun, Jingguang, Qiushou, Lingya, Pilu, Jinggu, and Chang'er Dingguang. The Tongtian lineage is now teeming with talent. Duo Bao and the others are making commendable progress in their cultivation, and it is anticipated that they shall soon ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. At the moment of Tongtian's breakthrough, he sensed a profound understanding, feeling that he was not far from realizing the Tao and attaining sainthood. However, there seemed to be a lingering lack of opportunity in the depths of his being. Despite his insights, he found it challenging to comprehend fully. In the southern expanse of the primordial continent, Taiji Laojun journeyed forth, witnessing countless beings toiling for their kin. In recent years, although the demon court has maintained order, significant turmoil has been avoided, yet disputes among various races remain unavoidable. After all, the primordial world is inherently a realm where the strong dominate and the weak perish. And the demon court prioritizes the interests of powerful races, being itself a conglomerate of great clans, naturally placing its own kin's welfare above all. With a heavy sigh and a shake of his head, Taiji resolved to return to Kunlun. Despite having traversed for countless epochs and severed his 3 corpses, achieving the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he too, like Tongtian, failed to discover the opportunity for sainthood. Taiji's 3 corpses were embodied in the exquisite mystical yellow tower of heaven and earth, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga dragon staff. With 2 treasures of supreme quality and one being an innate top-tier spiritual treasure, their power immeasurable. The 3 corpses must possess innate spiritual treasures as their embodiment. Although the exquisite mystical yellow tower is a postnatal artifact, it is a treasure of postnatal merit, thus suitable for the task. Above the eastern sea, Yuanshi Tianzuan emerged, his aura having reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, his cultivation unfathomable, enveloped in the formidable laws of swordsmanship and slaughter, which astonished all who beheld him. It turned out that Yuanshi Tianzuan encountered a great opportunity in the eastern sea, comprehending the intent of Panga the Great in the creation of the world. Harnessing the slaying aura of the Panga banner, he not only grasped the path of assault but also the laws of slaughter. It is worth noting that the Panga banner is transformed from the blade of the axe wielded by Panga the Great, which had slain over 2,000 chaotic demons, containing an exceptionally rich essence of the laws of slaughter. Previously, Yuanshi Tianzuan had not paid it much heed. However, influenced by the intent of creation, the slaying energy within the Panga banner was indeed released, allowing Yuanshi Tianzuan to comprehend the laws of slaughter to a terrifying degree. Moreover, he possesses a profound understanding of the principles of swordsmanship, and when these 2 aspects converge, they may very well rival the formidable power of the heavenly decision, which harmonizes with the fusion of the extermination sword array. The primordial supreme being has also taken several disciples, all of whom are individuals of substantial foundation and abundant fortune. The primordial supreme being proclaimed, "Accompany me back to Kunlun Mountain to pay respects to your esteemed uncles and aunts." "Yes, master," replied Nanji Xianweng and the others, bowing respectfully. In the extreme north demon domain, within the Demon Lord's Hall, Qing Xian and Demon Lord Xian sat across from each other, raising their cups in camaraderie. During their discourse, both were well aware of the techniques previously employed by one another. Qing Xuan's divine ability is known as all things return to ruins, while Xian ultimately manifested the true body of the demon path, a power only attainable by those who comprehend the laws of the demon realm. Each individual's true body of the demon path is unique, a remarkable manifestation of power. The philosophical exchange between Qing Xian and Xian spanned numerous eras, and the title of the Demon Emperor of the Demon Path resonated throughout the vast wilderness, becoming a topic of discussion among various races. This was due to the frequent sparring between Qing Xian and Xian Yi, and although the beings of the extreme North Demon Domain were steeped in demonic energy, Xian Yi did not transform them into puppets of the demon path. Unlike in the past, their inherent powers merely shifted to demon path energies. And since the extreme North Demon Domain did not disturb the vast wilderness, its inhabitants could traverse freely within it. While they were not particularly well received, they were not subjected to collective attacks. Hence, the moniker Qing Emperor for Qing Xian began to circulate. Rumor has it that this demon emperor of the demon path, akin to demon lord Xian Yi, has grasped the laws of the demon path, his power rivaling that of the demon lord himself. This naturally irked Tai of the monster court, as he had suffered defeat at the hands of demon lord Xian Yi. In his own realm with Emperor Jun remained stagnated in the late quasi-saint stage, with no progress made. Several eras had passed, and Xian Yi's mastery of the laws of destruction had advanced significantly, now reaching the realm of 50%, while other laws had also seen improvement, albeit to a lesser extent. Meanwhile, Qing Xuan's greatest enhancement lay within the laws of the demon path, which he had managed to comprehend to 30%, a feat greatly aided by his prolonged engagement with Xian Yi, benefiting both immensely. Qing Xian remarked, "My friend, I must take my leave. Friend, should you find leisure another day, do come to the Demon Lord's Hall for a discussion. I shall await your arrival here." Xian Yi replied with a smile. "Very well." Qing Xian responded with a grin. On Fengqi Mountain, Qing Yao gazed at the repeatedly unsuccessful Nuwa, pondering, "Mother Nuwa, you have failed once more. Creating living beings is indeed a challenging endeavor." Nuwa's laws of creation had surpassed 70%, and her laws of life had also reached 60%. Yet, despite her attempts to create life, she encountered repeated failures, and was at a loss as to the source of her troubles, which was truly vexing. Recalling her past conversations with Qing Xian, she believed that a significant advancement in the laws would enable her to create life. However, after enduring numerous setbacks, she found herself deep in contemplation over the underlying issue. At that moment, Qing Xuan's figure materialized, speaking softly. "Could it be the materials you are using? I observe that the materials at your disposal are merely ordinary innate substances. In the past, when the gourd vine descended to the world, was not the 9 heavens' breadth of soil in your possession?" Nuwa's eyes brightened, realizing her oversight, only to suddenly recall another matter and inquired tentatively, "Did you foresee the current circumstances back then?" Qing Yao's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing the ancient memories inherited from her bloodline, encompassing only the conflict between the witch and the demon and various subsequent events. However, she remained oblivious to the matters concerning the saints like Nuwa and others. Qing Xian jested, "So, in the heart of my friend Nuwa, I am perceived as such a formidable being." Nuwa cast a sidelong glance at him, then promptly retrieved the 9 heavens restoring soil, intending to mold the form of living beings. Qing Xian also produced the divine water of the 3 lights and handed it to Nuwa, which would greatly benefit her. Upon witnessing Nuwa's progress, Qing Xian felt a jolt of astonishment. The era of the saints seemed to be on the brink of arrival. Nuwa's desire to create living beings was not a sudden whim. It stemmed from a previous agreement with Qing Xian, guidance from the heavenly Tao, and the subtle influence of Tao ancestor Huang, who had fostered connections with Nuwa and others during his travels through the primordial chaos, inadvertently steering her towards the creation of new life. Thus unfolded this scene, of which Qing Xian remained unaware. The law of all things returning to the void, devouring law, chaos, law, destruction, law, a swirling vortex of chaos manifests in one palm, consuming all matter and divine powers into nothingness, akin to a miniature black hole of cataclysm. It absorbs the strength of adversaries, transforming it into annihilative power to launch an assault against them. True body of the demon path, towering to great heights, adorned with 3,000 demonic eyes, each reflecting a unique scene of destruction, exhaling chaotic demonic flames, and treading upon ground that morphs into the 9 hells demonic soil. Strength exponentially amplified, terrifyingly so. Chapter 63. Hongjuan's Warning. The enchanting melody on the ethereal peak of Fengqi Mountain. Nuwa immersed herself in the profound endeavor of creating living beings, while Qing Yi and Qing Yao attentively observed. Under the guidance of Qing Xian, Nuwa experienced a moment of enlightenment, recognizing the primordial essence she employed. Subsequently, with newfound understanding, she turned her focus inward, disregarding Qing Xian and the others. Qing Xian began to assess the progress of Qing Yi and Qing Yao in their cultivation. Qing Yao proudly proclaimed, "Father God, I have transcended the shackles of my bloodline and ascended to the status of an ancestral shaman." Qing Xian discerned that Qing Yao had indeed entered the early stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, her mastery of the laws advancing smoothly. Were it not for insufficient accumulation, she could have easily progressed to the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. Qing Yi chimed in, "Elder brother, I too have attained the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level." Qing Xian praised both of them, and they felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Qing Yao had comprehended numerous laws, including the laws of purity, creation, life, rain, and the 5 elements, each with unique insights, particularly excelling in the law of purity, which she had reached 30% mastery. Meanwhile, Qing Yi, in addition to understanding the 5-element law through the attainment of the 5-element Dao fruit, had also grasped 2 additional laws. As a 9-tiered pure white lotus, her comprehension of the law of purity was indeed a celestial boon. Furthermore, her grasp of the sword law reflected her profound love for the sword. Both laws had reached 20% mastery, yet they, like Qing Yao, lacked sufficient magical power accumulation. Curious about Qing Xuan's activities over the past 20 Yuan meetings, Qing Yao and Qing Yi recalled their return to the 3 Immortals Island, where they encountered only Yuan Huang. To their astonishment, nearly 20 Yuan meetings had rapidly elapsed. Upon hearing their inquiries, Qing Xian recounted his adventures in the extreme northern demonic realm and his confrontations with Xian Yi under the guise of the Qing Emperor. "Ah, elder brother, you are the notorious Qing Emperor of the demonic path, recently the talk of the wilderness." Qing Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Qing Yao shared her surprise, clearly taken aback by this revelation. Qing Xian cautioned, "You must not disclose this to anyone." Qing Yi questioned, "Are you worried others will learn about your cultivation of the demonic path?" Qing Yao interjected, "Silly. It's merely practical to have multiple identities while traversing the outside world." Qing Yi huffed, "Little Qing Yao, I am your aunt." Regardless of Qing Yao's retorts, Qing Yi merely replied, "I am your aunt." This frustrated the young girl, who felt the weight of their familial hierarchy pressing down on her after all these years. Qing Yao tugged at Qing Xian, saying, "Father God, you should have recognized my little aunt as your daughter from the beginning. Then I would have had another sister." Qing Xian felt a sense of helplessness, for when he first arrived in the wilderness, Qing Yi, as the 9-tiered pure white lotus, had already manifested, prompting him to regard her as a sister. Little did he anticipate that his journey to the witch clan would result in yet another daughter. Observing the playful banter between the 2 young ones, Qing Xian paid little heed, knowing their bond was strong and their antics merely innocent play. Suddenly, he sensed that Nuwa was on the brink of success and hastily signaled to the 2. They immediately composed themselves, their attention fixated on the 2 beings formed from the essence of the 9 heavens that stood before Nuwa. One of the figures resembles a creature with a human face and a serpent's body, while the other is a serpentine being adorned with wings on its back, presenting an unusual appearance. Between Nuwa's hands, the essence of the laws of creation and life permeates the atmosphere, as her immense powers orchestrate the act of creation. In an instant, the 2 beings sculpted from the essence of the 9 heavens are imbued with life. Nuwa exclaims with delight, "Qing Xian, I have succeeded." Qing Xian nods, observing that the creature with the human face and serpent body possesses a body as pure as jade, its scales shimmering with a crystalline radiance. It speaks directly. The creature Bai expresses gratitude to Lady Nuwa for the gift of creation. The other creature also bows respectfully. The creature tongue, she thanks Lady Nuwa for the gift of creation. Qing Xian strokes his chin, revealing a curious expression. Judging by their voices, they appear to be female. He recalls a tale from a past life, depicting the reincarnation of Bai Yi and Teng Shi in the mortal realm. Nuwa states, "Since you have been created by me, you shall accompany me henceforth." Bai Yi and Teng Shi bow once more. "We shall faithfully obey the edicts of Lady Nuwa." Qing Xian inquires, "Lady Nuwa, are they indeed female?" Nuwa shoots him a glare, prompting Qing Xian to hastily explain, "I merely thought of 2 names that would suit them perfectly. Bai Yi shall be called Xian Lu, and Teng Shi shall be named Mo Yin." Upon hearing this, Niwa finds the names quite fitting and proclaims, from this day forth, you shall be known as Xian Lu and Moin. You shall serve as the guardians of Fengqi Mountain. The two respond respectfully, thank you, Lady Niwa, for bestowing upon us names. Niwa advises, as you are newly born, your cultivation is still shallow. Focus on your training and strive to achieve transformation as soon as possible. Qing Xian scratches his nose, inwardly grumbling that the names were originally his, yet they only express gratitude to Niwa. Meanwhile, in the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun gazes at the beings successfully created by Niwa, murmuring, the era of the saints is approaching, and I too shall align with the Tao. Below, Hao Ian and Yao Qi are perplexed, sensing that it seems quite significant. Qing Xian contemplates briefly and guides, Lady Niwa, since you have reached the stage of creating beings, why not attempt to create forms for those beings after they have achieved transformation? The Great Pangu, as well as our current forms, are all innate Tao bodies, thus making it easier to comprehend the Great Tao. Would it not be splendid if a lineage were born with innate Tao bodies? Niwa's eyes brighten indeed. Since I have the power of creation, why not directly create beings with innate Tao bodies, soaring to greatness without undergoing the transformation process? Qing Xian nods precisely. If we can create this lineage, it may lead to. Before Qing Xian can finish his thought, a divine thunderbolt suddenly appears in the sky above Fengqi Mountain, striking down towards him. Qing Xuan's expression turns serious as he immediately conjures a barrier to protect Fengqi Mountain, revealing himself in the sky. His power surges, and the laws of purification envelop him, clashing against the divine thunder. Ultimately, the divine thunder dissipates, leaving Qing Xian puzzled by its apparent weakness. Momentarily, he surmises that this was a warning, a caution from the Tao ancestor. Had he continued speaking, he might have faced obliteration. From then on, he resolves to act with caution, for he has yet to attain the status of a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, and both the Tao ancestor Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao possess the capability to erase him from existence. Qing Xian immediately returned to Fengqi Mountain, his expression grave as Niwa, with a worried countenance, inquired, why has the thunderous punishment been unleashed? Qing Xian merely shook his head and replied in a low voice, it is not the will of heaven, but rather that of the Tao ancestor. Perhaps my words have angered him. Do not be alarmed. The Tao ancestor merely offers a warning. He then turned to Qing Yao, conveying through thought, Yaoer, in the days to come. You must exercise caution in your words and actions to prevent calamity from your tongue. Qing Yao blinked in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. Although Niwa did not grasp the profound implications of their exchange, she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she seized the moment to commence her research on the creation of a new lineage, using the innate Tao body as her foundation. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, Niwa, along with Qing Xian and others, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Realizing this was her grand opportunity. The primordial purple energy surged with unprecedented vigor, and Niwa understood that the race she was about to create was intrinsically linked to her own path to sanctification. Enlightenment dawned upon her. No wonder Qing Xian had been struck by lightning previously. It was a revelation of celestial secrets. Her heart softened towards him. Thus, at the shores of the Eastern Sea, she embarked on the journey of creating a new race, while Qing Xian and the others stood as her guardians to shield her from any disturbances. Chapter 64, The Birth of Humanity, the manifestation of the Great Tao by the shores of the Eastern Sea. Niwa had resided for several 100,000 years, surrounded by 3,000 primal beings crafted from the essence of the 9 heavens and the earth. Niwa gazed upon her creations with great satisfaction, each clay figure remarkably lifelike, merely awaiting the breath of life to be bestowed upon them. Thus, she commenced the invocation of the creation of life, and the aura of creation and vitality enveloped the 3,000 clay beings. In an instant, they awakened, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings. However, Niwa's brow furrowed, for she sensed that the number of 3,000 was woefully insufficient to fulfill her vision. A memory surfaced in her mind of the gourd vine and the 9 heavens essence, which Qing Xian had urged her to accept. With renewed determination, she retrieved the gourd vine. Contemplating the unique soil formed by the mingling of the nine heavens' essence and the three luminaries' divine water. With a spark of inspiration, she waved the gourd vine to sprinkle this special soil upon the earth, invoking the creation of life once more. Instantly, a multitude of primal beings emerged along the eastern sea, and upon counting, she found precisely 129,600, an auspicious number resonating with the unity of all. In that moment, Nuwa understood her next course of action. Qingxuan's voice resonated within her mind. You may turn to the great Tao. You may also seek the heavens and the earth. Complete the three talents. His words reached Nuwa's ears, yet remained shrouded in ambiguity, constrained by the natural laws of the primordial world. Nevertheless, Nuwa comprehended that this was a reminder from Qing Xian, prompting her to ponder the essence of his message. After a substantial interval, Nuwa nodded in acknowledgement to Qing Xian and then proclaimed to the cosmos, "The great Tao is supreme. I am Nuwa. Observing the primordial world, I see its deficiencies. The myriad beings engage in relentless conflict. Today, I shall use the essence of the nine heavens as flesh, the divine water of the three luminaries as blood, and the primordial purple energy as spirit, to forge a new race of primal beings, to be called humans. This human race shall inherit the legacy of the great Pangu, serve as a bridge between heaven and earth, establish the order of civilization, and remedy the deficiencies of the three talents. May the great Tao witness this." As Nuwa's earnest plea resonated throughout the vastness of the primordial world, the once retired great Tao responded. From a celestial dome above, a cold and indifferent giant eye gradually opened, reflecting the chaotic void of creation. The myriad paths trembled in its gaze. Even the heavenly Tao quivered in silence. In a moment, a voice of authority and resonance echoed throughout the primordial realm. Approved. This was the great Tao's acknowledgement of the humans created by Nuwa, as well as a confirmation of her efforts. In the next instant, the great Tao bestowed upon her the chaotic virtues of creation, distinct from the golden merits of the heavenly Tao, as if imbued with the primordial power of Genesis. The virtues were divided into several portions. 1/10 settled upon the 129,600 humans. Half was granted to the gourd vine, the nine heavens' essence, and the celestial melodies and demonic sounds of the Phoenix Nest Mountain. Another 10th was bestowed upon Qing Xian, for it was he who had provided Nuwa with the nine heavens' essence, the three luminaries' divine water, and the gourd vine, guiding her in the creation of humanity. The remaining 70% of the great Tao's merit converged towards Nuwa. However, she did not achieve sainthood through this merit, for the great Tao's merit is still merit in its essence. Contemplating this, she directly refined the great Tao's merit into a protective golden wheel that would safeguard her, impervious to calamity and eternal in existence. Amidst the vast primordial cosmos, a mysterious will quietly awakened, difficult to describe and scarcely perceived by others. Yet, Nuwa, with her keen sensitivity, discerned it, and the words human path unconsciously surfaced in her mind. Nuwa's proclamation resonated throughout the primordial realms, prompting a response from the great Tao. The beings of the wilderness curiously gazed towards the shores of the eastern sea, eager to discover what this so-called human truly was. The three pure ones of Kunlun, the western figures of Jin and Junyi, even the crimson clouds of Wuzhuangwen, all experienced a shared understanding, realizing that Nuwa had discovered her own path. Instantly, they felt a profound shock, as the primordial purple energy could be utilized in such a manner. Over the Blood Sea, the river of oblivion also fell into contemplation. The creation of a race could yield such immense merit, especially that of the great Tao. If Nuwa sought to achieve sainthood, would it not be a matter of mere moments? Jane exclaimed in astonishment. The human race created by Nuwa can indeed manifest the great Tao. How is this possible? Zhuanti pondered deeply. Brother, during our time in the Hongshao Palace, the Tao ancestor once mentioned that Nuwa would accomplish a great deed of merit. And now it seems to be the creation of humanity. Yet I wonder why this race could cause the reemergence of a reclusive Tao. In the Hongshao Palace, the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's expression subtly shifted. It It was hard to believe that Nuwa could invoke the great Tao. Even when she achieved sainthood in the past, it was merely recognized by the heavens, not by the great Tao itself. Gazing at the golden wheel of merit behind Nuwa, even the eternally unchanging Hong Jun revealed a hint of envy. He could sense that the will of the human path in the wilderness was awakening, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse, as the heavenly Tao reigned supreme, naturally benefiting him the most as the foremost saint of the heavenly Tao. Qing Xian also appeared astonished, as he initially intended for Nuwa to attempt calling upon the great Tao. Should that fail, he would seek validation from the heavens. However, if it were the latter, it would be no different from seeking approval from the heavenly Tao, given that the heavenly Tao currently dominated the primordial realm. Unexpectedly, the great Tao responded favorably, manifesting indeed. The act of directly calling upon the great Tao, bypassing the heavenly Tao, carried significant risks if the great Tao ignored her. The heavenly Tao would surely impose punishment, as such an act would provoke its wrath. Fortunately, Nuwa succeeded, directly merging the primordial purple energy into the innate essence of the human race while sharing the merit of the great Tao. It is foreseeable that this batch of humans holds boundless potential for the future, deserving the title of the great Tao's humanity. Even if the heavenly Tao sought to scheme against them, it would need to tread carefully, for these innate beings were protected by the merit of the great Tao. The gourd vine, enlightened by the merit of the great Tao, had already transformed into a supreme treasure of innate merit, a result of its fortunate circumstances. The nine heavens, Xiangru, also underwent a similar transformation. As for the celestial music and demonic sound, they directly took form, having contributed to the creation of humanity as Nuwa attempted to forge the spirit of the human race. Qing Xian, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Nuwa, how did you conceive the idea of merging the primordial purple energy into the essence of humanity? I find this difficult to fathom." Nuwa smiled and replied, "I too do not know. It was merely a sudden thought. After all, the primordial purple energy is of no use to me, and at that moment, it seemed to desire merging with my essence. Thus, I had this notion." Qing Xian was left speechless. Could it be that the primordial purple energy truly harbors issues? Why such an urgent demeanor? Yet, even if there are problems, the human race is shielded by the great virtue of the Tao, and thus, any potential hazards shall surely be eradicated. As the human race harmonizes with the primordial purple energy and the great virtue, they swiftly gain insight into the heavenly mechanisms, comprehending the beginnings and ends of their own existence. They collectively bow in gratitude to Nuwa, exclaiming, "Thank you, Holy Mother, for your benevolent creation." Nuwa gently waved her sleeve, raising the crowd, and solemnly declared, "Upon your initial birth, I shall establish a barrier to protect you, safeguarding you for 100 epochs and imparting the methods of cultivation. I hope you shall diligently practice. The human race, recognized by the Tao, ought to strive ceaselessly for self-improvement." In a moment, Nuwa once again proclaimed to the primordial wilderness, vowing to protect the human race for 100 epochs, declaring that all beings of the primordial wilderness must not harm the humans. Otherwise, retribution shall be exacted upon them one by one. Chapter 65 Responses from all parties. Gathering at Buzhou on the shores of the East Sea, the human race was born. Nuwa established a barrier and proclaimed to the wilderness, safeguarding humanity for 100 epochs while imparting methods of cultivation. Upon observing, Qing Xian noted that this cultivation method was conceived by Nuwa in a fleeting moment, capable of assisting humanity in attaining the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Qing Xian remarked, "Dear Nuwa, as the Holy Mother of humanity, why not accept a few disciples and enlighten our kind? Would it not be a splendid endeavor?" Nuwa smiled and replied, "I, too, have pondered this thought. Initially, I intended to retreat and cultivate in seclusion to create a supreme cultivation method for humanity, and then to take on disciples." Qing Xian was quite astonished. Could it truly be so? This was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Perhaps Nuwa, having received the blessings of the great Tao, had already grasped the heavenly mysteries of fortunate reality. Moreover, it would not impact Tai Ching, who lacked no merits. Their understanding of the merits of creation was substantial. Nuwa gazed down at humanity and declared, "You must diligently cultivate. After 10 epochs, I shall return to take disciples. At that time, you must demonstrate your utmost potential." "Thank you, Holy Mother. We shall strive to cultivate and persevere," the people of the human race responded resolutely. Meanwhile, in the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Candle Dragon had already arrived, being the closest to this location. The Candle Dragon said, "Congratulations, dear Nuwa, on your great fortune." Nuwa nodded in acknowledgement. Qing Xian inquired, "Candle Dragon, what brings you here?" The Candle Dragon responded, "This place is not far from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Your actions have stirred the entire wilderness. Naturally, I came to witness what makes the human race, created by you, so extraordinary." The Candle Dragon also scrutinized humanity, recognizing them as beings of innate Tao bodies, free from the agony of transformation, with remarkably favorable foundations, and he too wished to take disciples. However, he refrained from speaking, as Nuwa had yet to accept disciples, and it would be inappropriate for him to intrude. After a brief conversation, the Candle Dragon departed, contemplating his plans for 100 epochs hence. Knowing well that patience was paramount, having already discerned the extraordinary nature of humanity, the innate human beings were born with cultivation capabilities, reaching the realms of heavenly immortal and true immortal. The earliest 3,000 of them had already attained the true immortal realm. Though their cultivation did not match the prowess of the innate divine beings during their transformation, they had accumulated countless eons of experience before their transformation. The human race possessed the merits of the great Tao and the primordial purple energy, establishing an unparalleled foundation for their path, ensuring their journey as the protagonists of the wilderness would be increasingly smooth. In the extreme northern demon realm, within the demon sovereign hall, Xian Yi observed all of this with a calm demeanor, though his heart was far from tranquil. He understood the exceptional nature of humanity and their potential to become the rulers of the wilderness. The demon sovereign, Xian Yi, had a mysterious background, seemingly connected to the ancient demon ancestor, Luo, who, in the past, who had been defeated by the Tao ancestor. Yet he had contributed to the perfection of the demonic path in the wilderness. Such secrets were likely known only to the Tao ancestor. Though Qing Xian was deeply curious about Xian Yi's origins, it was a matter that belonged to others, and thus he refrained from probing. Nuwa's creation of humanity had a profound impact on the wilderness. One could see that the Blood Sea and the Underworld River were already contemplating the creation of a race to acquire merits. On Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones exchanged glances, and Taiching said, "Let us proceed to Fengqi Mountain." Yuan Shi and Tong Tian responded in unison, "Excellent." In the realm of the demon court, within the Lingshao Palace, Emperor Jun wore a solemn expression as he gazed upon bays below. "Bays, swiftly prepare an extravagant gift. I shall personally deliver it to Buzhou Mountain to congratulate our esteemed friend Enhua on her monumental achievement." Tai interjected, "Brother, is this truly necessary? Enhua has not yet attained the status of a saint." Bays replied with gravity, "Eastern Emperor, this only underscores Enhua's profound capabilities. Otherwise, she would not refrain from using her merits to achieve sainthood. I fear she may, like in the past when she rejected the Tao ancestor, seek to substantiate her path through sheer strength." Tai was taken aback by these words, not anticipating Enhua to possess such resolve, resisting the temptation of merit to become a saint and instead choosing to affirm her path through power. Meanwhile, on the moon, Shiha and Changxi, the sisters, had already traversed the teleportation array to the Witch Clan. As close friends of Enhua, they were obliged to extend their congratulations. The Witch Clans Hutu and Xianin, among others, were also making preparations, for this was a joyous occasion that warranted a gathering. At Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi and Hongyun could hardly contain their excitement, and with the teleportation array to the Witch Clan already established, they proceeded directly to the Witch Clan. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, both Jiejing and Zhuanti found it difficult to remain still. Zhuanti remarked, "Senior brother, I wish to visit Buzhou Mountain to pay my respects to our friend Enhua, as she alone has comprehended the primordial purple qi." Jiejing responded, "Excellent. It is a perfect opportunity to meet with our friend Qing Xian. Junti smiled upon hearing this, indeed. The two harbored lingering hopes regarding Qing Xian, believing him to be an understanding companion and wishing to draw him into their fold. Over the eastern sea, Dong Wang Gong and Xian Chun, along with two others, convened. Xian Chun spoke, "Dao brother, Enhua possesses such remarkable fortune. Should we not go to congratulate her?" Both Xian Fengzi and Yun Shuzi shared this sentiment, for it was well known that although Enhua had not chosen the path of sainthood through merits, the golden wheel of great Tao she had amassed was unparalleled in the primordial realm. However, Dong Wang Gong shook his head. "What we can conceive, Emperor Jun and others will assuredly not overlook. They will certainly attend. If we go at this moment, we may encounter them." Xian Chun countered, "Yet, if we do not go, it seems inappropriate." Dong Wang Gong replied, "There is no impropriety. Those who go now, apart from being on good terms with Enhua, are merely those few endowed with the primordial purple qi. The demon court's attendance is merely an attempt to forge alliances, and the majority of other formidable beings from the primordial realm will likely refrain from attending." Xian Fengzi and Yun Shuzi nodded in agreement with Dong Wang Gong's words. He continued, "This presents a perfect opportunity for us to exact our revenge." The other three brightened at this revelation. Emperor Jun and Tai would undoubtedly attend, leaving the demon court vulnerable, which might allow them to inflict significant damage. In no time, Buzhou Mountain was abuzz with activity as numerous formidable beings from the primordial realm arrived. The Queen Mother of the West, the Nine Heavens mystical maiden, the wandering Taoist mosquito, and Huang from the Three Immortals Island all sought to visit Buzhou Mountain. Enhua's nomadic brother, Fushi, was still unaware of his whereabouts in the vast expanse of the primordial realm. Should he fail to return for such a significant event, he would likely face repercussions in the future. At Fengqi Mountain, as Enhua, Qing Xian, and others returned, the celestial music and demonic melodies hastily offered their respectful greetings. "We pay our respects to your highness." Observing the two who had successfully taken form, Enhua smiled and remarked, "You have both garnered a share of merit in this endeavor. Your foundations are now more profound. You must diligently cultivate in the days to come." The celestial music and the demonic tones responded affirmatively. Qing Xian remarked, "Let us proceed to the witch clan. Qing Yao has received a message from the Earth Mother, and several fellow Taoists have already arrived." Niwa replied, "Very well." The witch clan, along with Shihe, Changshi, Zenyuan Zai, Ongyun, and Yuan Wang, had indeed already arrived. Thanks to the presence of the teleportation array, which facilitated swift travel, even faster than Yuhua and her companion's return. The assembly congratulated Yuhua, while Qing Xian introduced Yuan Wang to the others, deliberately omitting her identity as the Phoenix, for the ties of causality had dissipated, rendering such mention unnecessary. However, Qing Xian remained intrigued by the whereabouts of Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng, a curiosity that Yuan Huang found somewhat exasperating. She then stated, "They are indeed the progeny of my Phoenix bloodline. As for their current whereabouts, I am equally in the dark. I have been confined within the immortal volcano for these years, yet I believe there is no cause for concern. Otherwise, I would have sensed something amiss." Chapter 66. Invading the Demon Court. The situation is dire at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The Wu clan gathered to celebrate Nuwa's extraordinary fortune. Qing Yao had arranged a lavish feast for all to savor. During this occasion, the three pure ones, the Queen Mother of the West, and Taoist Huang arrived to join the festivities. Meanwhile, Fushi was still unaccounted for. In the extreme north, Fushi had made his way to this place when he suddenly heard Nuwa's voice, causing him to be taken aback. Upon discovering that his younger sister had received such a fortuitous opportunity, he promptly returned to Mount Buzhou. After several rounds of wine and a hearty meal, Tong Tian directly inquired, "Taoist Nuwa, I have observed that you are now capable of harnessing the primordial purple energy. What mysteries lie within it?" At that moment, the presence of the Western figures, Jane and Junti, was also sensed by the assembly. Qing Xian smiled and said, "Let's wait for our two friends from the West to arrive, and then Taoist Nuwa can elucidate the matter all at once." Qing Xian invoked the laws of space, parting the fabric of reality before Jane and Junti, announcing, "Esteemed friends, please step through this portal." Without hesitation, Jane and Junti entered the spatial gateway, soon materializing among the Wu clan. After exchanging greetings, everyone turned their attention to Nuwa. She promptly stated, "I truly do not comprehend the process of understanding it. The primordial purple energy only began to stir after I created living beings, particularly when I conceived the notion of crafting the human race. I became aware that this was the moment to comprehend the primordial purple energy." The three pure ones, along with Jane and Junti, fell into silence, as they were not well versed in the art of creation, and it was impossible for them to manifest a race while gaining the recognition of the Tao. Lacking an understanding of the laws of creation and life, directly creating living beings was no simple task. It was distinct from merely enlightening them. Yuan Shi remarked, "As Taoist Nuwa has articulated, to comprehend the primordial purple energy requires a fortuitous opportunity, and your creation of the human race represents such an opportunity. However, this path is not one we can tread. The insight into the primordial purple energy indeed necessitates personal realization." Jane pondered deeply. What Yuan Shi has said is profoundly true, yet I lament that I have never been able to grasp the essence of this opportunity. Tan Tian also furrowed his brow, appearing contemplative. After a brief moment, the three pure ones and their companions departed, arriving with high hopes, but leaving in disappointment, having failed to glean the secrets of the primordial purple energy from Nuwa. Subsequently, Nuwa and Qing Xian entered seclusion to devise cultivation techniques for humanity. Meanwhile, in the Wu clan, Emperor Jun arrived with Tai and Bays, yet lamentably, Nuwa was already in seclusion. The three remained silent, having arrived a moment too late. Outside the southern heavenly gate, Dong Wang Gong proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, the time has come. I suspect that Emperor Jun and his companions have now reached the Wu clan. We must seize this opportunity. Let us act swiftly and decisively to strike at the heart of the demon court's treasury." Not only were Emperor Jun and Tai absent, but both Xinghe Daoist and Zikan Daoist were also away, diligently following Emperor Jun's orders to lead numerous demon gods in practicing a mysterious formation amidst the primordial starry expanse. At this moment, the demon court was only guarded by the sequestered demon master Kunpeng and the formidable Xuanjizi. This situation was keenly perceived by Dong Wanggong, who clearly sought to avenge the destruction of the celestial court. Dong Wanggong, Xian Shun, Xian Feng Zi, and Yun Su Zi, for powerful beings, acted decisively, charging straight into the southern heavenly gate. The guarding demon clan had not yet reacted before they were mercilessly annihilated. However, the emergence of the quasi-saints could not be concealed from Kunpeng and Xuanjizi, who immediately broke their seclusion to confront the intruders. With a cold laugh, Dong Wanggong declared, "Kunpeng, with merely the two of you, you shall not hope to obstruct us." Having spoken, he wielded his dragon-headed crutch, summoning an infinite expanse of divine wood that ensnared Kunpeng within its grasp. Dong Wanggong then ignited the divine wood with the principles of pure yang and fire, unleashing a torrential wave of divine flames that surged towards Kunpeng. Kunpeng's expression shifted as the principles of water surged forth, conjuring a tumultuous river in a desperate attempt to extinguish Dong Wanggong's blinding yang flames. However, its effect was minimal. Dong Wanggong pressed on, the yang flames scorching Kunpeng's primordial spirit directly as he engaged in close combat with his dragon-headed crutch, denying Kunpeng any chance to retaliate, resulting in a fierce confrontation. Although Kunpeng possessed the principle of swiftness, he had yet to grasp the higher realms of spatial laws. Otherwise, Dong Wanggong's methods would have proven inadequate to restrain him. Kunpeng's countenance darkened, for while the flames summoned by Dong Wanggong were formidable, he was still able to endure, albeit unable to escape. Meanwhile, Xuanjizi attempted to send a message, but the space had been sealed by the joint efforts of Dong Wanggong and others, rendering communication impossible. He found himself entangled by Xianshun, while the other two hastened deeper into the annihilating any that dared obstruct them, as if they possessed an intimate knowledge of the location of this treasury. After delivering their gifts, the Wu clan and Emperor Jun set off to return. as Niwa had already entered seclusion. This unforeseen circumstance caught Dong Huang Gong off guard, leading to an unimaginable price to be paid. Before this treasury, Xianfeng Zi and Yunshu Zi exchanged glances and simultaneously launched an assault on the treasury's barrier. However, it proved extraordinarily resilient, and they struggled to breach it. At this moment, Emperor Jun, already on his way back, suddenly paled and spoke gravely. Someone is attacking the treasury. Tai, use the chaos bell and return at once. Upon hearing this, Tai wasted no time, summoning the chaos bell, harnessing its spatial power to traverse the boundless void towards the Xianfeng Zi and his companion did not hesitate. One mastering the principles of wind and the other those of fire. Their synergy reached the realm of fire, borrowing the might of wind, wind aiding the power of fire. The intertwined forces of wind and fire erupted with the prowess of a late-stage quasi-saint. The barrier of this treasury shattered in response, and without a moment's pause, they plunged inside, frantically scavenging, whether it be spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, or rare refining materials. They swept through like a horde of locusts. After a considerable while, Tai's furious voice reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Dong Huang Gong, today you shall meet your demise. Dong Huang Gong, locked in fierce battle with Kunpeng, felt a chill run through him as he realized how swiftly Tai and Emperor Jun had returned. An ominous premonition surged within him. Meanwhile, Xianfeng Zi and Yunshu Zi, raiding this second treasury, were equally startled by the speed of Emperor Jun and Tai's approach. They had not anticipated that the barriers of this treasury contained the source power of Emperor Jun. Otherwise, their combined efforts to obscure the heavenly secrets would have rendered even ordinary magical powers undetectable. Who could have foreseen that Emperor Jun had left behind the source power of the Golden Crow upon the treasury's barrier? The two made a swift decision, abandoning the remaining treasures and hastening to exit this treasury to reunite with Dong Huang Gong. At this moment, the Celestial Court was represented by 4 individuals. While the Demon Court comprised Emperor Jun, Tai, Kunpeng, and Xuanzi, 3 formidable beings at the late stage of quasi-sainthood. How could the East King contend with such power? The East King, his voice solemn, conveyed through sound transmission. 3 fellow Taoists, when the opportunity arises, we must flee swiftly. I fear that I may not escape today. Tai had already prepared to seal the spatial realm with the chaos bell, but the East King abruptly interrupted him with a sudden strike. Tai had no choice but to wield the chaos bell in defense, and thus, a fierce battle erupted in an instant. Meanwhile, a trace of sorrow flickered in the hearts of Xianshun and his companions. Without the assistance of the Big Dipper, their chances of survival seemed grim. Yet, the East King had presented them with a glimmer of hope. He resolutely chose to burn his essence of pure yang, standing alone against the forces of the Demon Court. Xianshun and his companions swiftly made their decision. Remaining in this place would only lead to their demise, especially considering the 3 late-stage quasi-saints and Tai, who wielded the chaos bell. The East King felt a slight easing in his heart. For hundreds of yuan hui, his obsession had remained unyielding. The Demon Court had become his fixation. With a flawed Tao heart, he resolved to take a bold gamble, even if it meant his demise. He would ensure the Demon Court paid a price. Qingmu, burning heaven, utilizing the laws of wood to cultivate endless green wood, and then igniting it with the laws of fire, creating an everlasting fire of destruction. Pure Yang, burning God, by layering the ultimate laws of pure Yang with the laws of fire to form the most formidable Tao fire, scorching the enemy's primordial spirit. Chapter 67. The Pinnacle of Ascendancy. The final battle in the face of the unfolding situation, the Eastern King resolutely ignited the essence of pure sunlight, propelling his combat prowess to the zenith of quasi-saint level. He promptly summoned both the benevolent and malevolent corpses to fight alongside him. The benevolent corpse wielded the pure Yang pearl, while the malevolent corpse grasped the pure Yang sword, with all 3 unleashing the essence of pure sunlight in unison. If he could annihilate the 3 corpses, they could potentially return without requiring the sustenance of their original form. Regrettably, he had yet to vanquish the 3 corpses. Thus, he poured forth all his might to contest against the demonic horde. Although the three corpses possessed independent thought, they were ultimately severed from the original, and without extraordinary fortuity. Their combat strength paled in comparison to that of their progenitor, for they were but mere manifestations of his intent. Nonetheless, the Eastern King's ignition of the essence of pure sunlight rendered the powers of both the benevolent and malevolent corpses formidable. The original directly targeted Tai. The benevolent corpse restrained Emperor Jun with the pure Yang pearl. The malevolent corpse engaged in fierce combat with Kunpeng, employing the original divine ability, the pure Yang sword, with its swordsmanship reaching an impressive 50% mastery. This demonstrated that the Eastern King truly deserved the esteemed title of the sovereign of the celestial court. Seeing this situation, Emperor Jun and his companions remained composed. After all, once the Eastern King's essence was exhausted, his survival would be impossible. Their current task was to guard against any desperate struggles from the Eastern King, as he still retained the combat strength of a quasi-saint, albeit somewhat weakened. The dragon-headed crutch was wielded by the Eastern King as a sword, frequently clashing with the chaos bell, the resonating sounds echoing throughout the vast wilderness. The 6 principles of pure sunlight, swordsmanship, wood, and fire all exhibited a remarkable 5/10 proficiency in the hands of the Eastern King, blending the verdant essence of wood, the flames of fire, and swordsmanship, forcing Tai to retreat repeatedly. Tai had yet to break through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, and for a moment, he found himself being driven back by the Eastern King, who had ignited his essence. Emperor Jun communicated telepathically, suggesting, Tai, let us join forces to deploy the Hanyuan He Luo Grand Formation and eliminate him thoroughly. To which Tai replied, Brother, there is no need for such measures. It is an opportune moment to hone my combat skills. Moreover, the Star River and Taoist Zikin will soon return, and you only need to deal with the benevolent and malevolent corpses of the Eastern King. Emperor Jun wore a helpless expression, fully aware of Tai's disposition, which is why he initially refrained from employing the Grand Formation. However, Tai's words rang true. They were already assured of victory, and the Eastern King was destined to perish in this battle. Tai's desire to refine his combat prowess was not without merit. Yet, Emperor Jun could not help but recall Tai's past, when he had burned the essence of the Golden Crow and had yet to recover, illustrating the arduous nature of restoring damaged essence. This battle saw the Eastern King wreak havoc from the 33 heavens to the southern heavenly gate, leaving the demonic court in disarray. Such disregard for consumption meant that even the Eastern King would find it challenging to endure, particularly as the powers of his benevolent and malevolent corpses had already diminished, being thoroughly suppressed by Emperor Jun and Kunpeng. This conflict naturally drew the attention of various factions within the vast wilderness. Even the reclusive Qin Xian and Yuhua took note, though both chose to remain indifferent. Meanwhile, the witch clan's Qin Yao fell into deep contemplation, murmuring to herself, in the end, the Eastern King has failed to conquer his own obsessions. Otherwise, how could he have faced such a fate? In the frigid realm of the extreme north, the demon Lord Xian gazed intently at the battle scene manifested within the demon sovereign hall and could not help but lament, alas, had the Eastern Prince not met his demise today, he would undoubtedly have breached the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. It is a pity that his essence has been completely exhausted. Meanwhile, the 3 who had escaped, Xian Chun and his companions, perceived the tumultuous waves of conflict emanating from the demon court, their faces etched with sorrow, for the Eastern Prince had always treated them with kindness. And now Xian Fengzi spoke. My esteemed friends, can we truly abandon this fight? Let us return to the demon court and engage in battle. Xian Chun shook his head, replying, even if we were to fight to the death together, we could not save our friend, the Eastern Prince. It is wiser to preserve our lives for the future, for we must ensure that the demon court pays dearly for this. This was also the Eastern Prince's final counsel to me. Xian Fengzi and Yu Xuanqu were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his words. Xian Chun produced a wisp of primordial spirit, which belonged to the Eastern Prince, and declared, Friends, you need not concern yourselves with me. This battle is a means for me to perfect my Tao heart. Even if I perish, I shall return one day. Remember, cultivate diligently and await my return. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, a millennium has passed. In the 33 heavens, within the Lingxiao Palace, the battle approached its climax. At this juncture, the Eastern Prince's essence was nearly depleted, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Both his virtuous and malevolent incarnations had been vanquished by Dijuan and Kuanpeng, their destruction profoundly affecting his true self, and he had lost the opportunity to attain the Tao of Hongming, as he was now incomplete. The Eastern Prince fixed his gaze upon Dijuan, Tai Yi Kuanpeng, the Star River, Zi Chun, and Xianji Zi, suddenly throwing back his head and laughing maniacally. How lamentable! How lamentable! Dijuan, Tai Yi, though I perish today, it is not by your hands that I shall fall. With that, before they could react, the Eastern Prince resolutely chose to self-destruct. Dijuan and the others' expressions shifted drastically. Though the Eastern Prince's essence was nearly exhausted, he still resided within the late quasi-saint realm, and the magnitude of his self-detonation was unfathomable. They could only hastily defend themselves with their spiritual treasures as a thunderous explosion resounded above the Lingxiao Palace, startling all beings in the primordial world. The impact of the self-detonation affected Dijuan and the others, yet they were fortunate that, with the passage of time, they would recover. However, gazing upon the once magnificent 33 heavens, now reduced to ruins, they felt no sorrow compared to the substantial treasures taken by Xian Shun and his companions. This was but a trifling loss. Tai Yi spoke. Brother, this battle has yielded profound insights for me. I firmly believe that the severance of my self-corpse is not far off. When I emerge from seclusion, I shall surely attain the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Dijuan rejoiced. Excellent. This previous battle was not in vain. I await your good news. Thus, Dijuan commanded by Zhe to lead the demons in restoring the shattered demon court, while he and the others entered seclusion to heal their wounds. Though the demon court lay in ruins and the Eastern Prince had fallen, the others felt a sense of relief, for a formidable adversary remained hidden in the shadows, which was not conducive to the development of the demon court. The tale of the Eastern Prince's valiant assault on the demon court, standing alone against Dijuan, Tai Yi, and Kuanpeng, spread throughout the primordial realm. Though he had perished, his actions garnered the attention of all. In the days when the celestial court flourished, aside from his encounters with Tai Yi and others, he had not achieved any remarkable victories. His battles against Dijuan and Tai Yi largely relied on the power of formations, preventing the full display of his own combat prowess. This time, however, by exhausting his essence and striving valiantly against three formidable adversaries of equal standing, he left an indelible mark of astonishment. Upon their return to the secret sanctuary established by the Eastern Sovereign, Xian Shun and his companions were astonished to discover that the pure Yang sword and pure Yang pearl had autonomously returned. The trio discerned the lingering remnants of souls entwined with these two innate treasures of the Eastern Sovereign, filling them with uncontainable joy. Xian Shun, wielding profound mystical powers, merged these remnants with a wisp of his own primordial spirit, preserving the fading souls from oblivion. He then extracted the profound resources acquired from the demon court to nourish the remnants of the Eastern Sovereign's soul, harboring the hope that one day he might return. Perhaps, after the passage of countless years and the unfolding of reincarnation, the Eastern Sovereign may indeed re-emerge. The future remains uncertain. Pure Yang sword, the original divine ability of the Eastern Sovereign. It requires the consumption of pure Yang primal energy, allowing each strike to unleash tenfold strength beyond its own. Yet it exacts a significant toll on the source, warranting cautious use. Chapter 68. The Preacher Tribe, the Human Tao Scripture in the Primordial Era. Marked by the passing of Ten Yuan Hui, the East King's fierce battle against the demon court sent tremors through all the clans of the primordial world. This incident heralded the first notable fall of a supreme being in the open since the Tao ancestor achieved sanctification, and he was the foremost male celestial, bestowed with titles by the Tao ancestor himself. The one most profoundly affected by this event was undoubtedly the West Queen Mother. Had she not chosen to seclude herself in the West Kunlun, avoiding the tumult of the primordial conflicts, she too might have faced dire consequences. The 9 heavens Xian knew could not help but draw in a sharp breath, relieved that she had thwarted the East King's ambitions. Otherwise, the entire West Queen Palace would have been embroiled in chaos. Furthermore, her previous conversations with the West Queen Mother now resonated with a deeper understanding, illuminating the latter's heartfelt concerns. As the years of the 10 Yuan Hui unfolded, anxiety permeated many smaller tribes who feared that the demon court, now devoid of adversaries, might ascend to become the next celestial court. Their sole desire was but to survive. During this period, Qing Xian and Nuwa immersed themselves in comprehending the human cultivation techniques. Nuwa concentrated on the paths of primordial spirit and magical power, which are now fully developed, rivaling the foremost cultivation methods of the primordial realm. The technique she devised, named the Nuwa Sovereign Scripture, encompasses the cultivation of primordial spirit, magical power, and physical body. With Qing Xian's insights and participation, Nuwa acknowledged that the newly birthed human race would not possess celestial cultivation from their inception, unlike the innate beings. Thus, the Nuwa Sovereign Scripture includes cultivation methods suitable for those below the human celestial realm, divided into 4 stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void into unity, above which lie the human celestial and earth celestial realms. Before the advent of the human race, no beings among the primordial clans had attained the human celestial realm. It is the emergence of humanity that marks this threshold, signifying their true entry into the celestial path. The name Nuwa Sovereign Scripture bears its own significance. Although Nuwa did not join the demon court, the name of her technique came forth instinctively, perhaps indicating a predestined connection. Meanwhile, Qing Xian discerned a corporeal method remarkably attuned to the human race, known as the Hunyuan Meridian's Tao Scripture. This method is founded upon the 365 primary acupoints, 650 auxiliary acupoints, and the 12 meridians, along with the 8 extraordinary vessels of the human body. Practicing this method necessitates the unblocking of all primary and auxiliary acupoints, illuminating the body akin to stars, thereby awakening the latent powers within. Each acupoint that is unblocked enhances the physical form. Once all 365 primary acupoints and 650 auxiliary acupoints are unblocked, the physical body will attain a strength comparable to that of a miner, which, the Tai Golden Immortal. The subsequent step involves unblocking the 12 meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. Upon completion, the physical form ascends to that of a great witch, the Luo Golden Immortal. At this juncture, the practitioner acquires a unique ability termed Primordial True Body, enabling them to enter a battle mode, transforming into an immense form of fundamental stature, akin to celestial manifestations. However, one is a divine ability, while the other is a true embodiment, representing the manifestation of the body's Tao treasury. Finally, there remains one last step. The human body harbors 3 pivotal acupoints of heaven, earth, and humanity, which serve as the crucial threshold for advancing to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level of physicality. Once these 3 acupoints are unblocked, the practitioner will directly ascend to the ancestral witch body, the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Quasi-Saint. Achieving this realm is indeed extraordinary. Upon entering this realm, one must refine the quality of the microscopic particles, cells, that constitute the physical body, thereby facilitating a comprehensive elevation of the corporeal form. This is the trend of continual enhancement within the mixed origin of the golden immortal state. Moreover, it involves the relentless unlocking of the potential inherent within the physical vessel. The number of acupoints is purely fictional, so there is no need to take it too seriously. Whether it be the Huang Sutra or the Mixed Origin Meridian Tao Scripture, both were meticulously crafted through countless simulations and discussions between Qing Xian and Nuwa, resulting in a profound resonance with humanity. Furthermore, the two also integrated various disciplines such as formation techniques, artifact refinement, and alchemy into the Humanity Tao Scripture to facilitate the cultivation of a human race. The passage of 10 Yuan meetings was fleeting, and the two emerged from their seclusion just as the appointed time with humanity arrived. They directly traversed to Sanxian Island through the teleportation array and subsequently journeyed from the Eastern Sea to the realm of humanity. Upon the Eastern Sea shore, after a decade of development through the 10 Yuan meetings, many among the human race had already surpassed their previous limitations, ascending to higher levels of mastery. Qing Xian and Yuhua gazed upon three individuals whose cultivation stood out remarkably among the human populace, having reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal stage. Upon witnessing Yuhua's descent, the trio hastily paid their respects and quickly summoned the people of humanity to come forth and honor Yuhua. Qing Xian also examined the current state of the human race, noting that they had established simple dwellings, donned clothing, and learned rudimentary cooking techniques, as was to be expected. It was evident that these three individuals were Suiren, Yaoqi, and Ziyi, the primordial ancestors of humanity. Curiosity sparked within Yuhua, and she inquired, "What accounts for your remarkable cultivation? Why do you stand so apart from the others of the human race?" "Your Holiness, I'm Suiren. Having discovered fire, I bestowed the flame upon humanity, and thus divine merit has rapidly enhanced my cultivation," replied Suiren. Following this, Yaoqi and Zi shared their own experiences, revealing that they provided shelter from the elements and garments for modesty. Through the evolution over the 10 Yuan meetings, the human tribes had begun to take shape into small towns. The rest of humanity felt deep gratitude for the contributions of these three, venerating them as the three ancestors of the human race, hence the titles Suiren, Yaoqi, and Zi emerged. Yuan nodded in approval, expressing her admiration for the trio, and proposed, "Qing Xian, how about I take these three as my disciples?" Qing Xian agreed. "That would be perfectly fine. Yet I am somewhat curious if you all have elevated your cultivation through divine merit." Qing Xian wondered, for if cultivation were indeed achieved through merit, the golden immortal realm would seem rather inadequate. Suiren shook his head, stating, "I sought to emulate your holiness in condensing the golden wheel of merit. Yet my merit remains insufficient. Thus, I have opted to preserve it for future opportunities to coalesce." Qing Xian could not help but smile, recognizing their potential. Was it perhaps an influence of Yuhua? While elevating one's cultivation through merit is indeed advantageous, it cannot compare to the purity achieved through personal cultivation. If one wishes to progress further, the drawbacks of relying on merit for cultivation are not to be underestimated. Although merit is a universal remedy, it is not deemed suitable for enhancing one's cultivation. Its application in other areas, however, is quite beneficial. The human race has witnessed significant growth in population following the passage of 10 Yuan meetings, when the illustrious Suiren gathered all the members of the human race. The divine Enhua solemnly proclaimed the acceptance of Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi as her disciples, announcing her intention to impart a lecture on the principles of the Yuan Hui to humanity. The esteemed Qing Xian then respectfully declared, "I too shall deliver a lecture on the Yuan Hui, focusing on the profound methods of physical cultivation, and I hope you all will engage earnestly in contemplation." The three disciples of Suiren bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing, "We are immensely thankful for the assistance bestowed upon humanity by our revered master." Enhua, with a graceful gesture, erected a lectern in the heart of the human tribe, inscribing the Enhua Huang Jing upon a pre-prepared primordial stone tablet, where each postnatal divine pattern shimmered resplendently, albeit incomprehensible to the human race. The primordial divine patterns are beyond human understanding. Thus, Enhua delineates the postnatal divine patterns here, which those of profound insight may observe with their primordial spirit to grasp their meaning. Fully aware of this limitation, Enhua commenced her discourse on the Enhua Huang Jing, revealing the true fire hidden within the mud and the spirit light gestating within the mortal flesh. She urged all to seek not externally, but to delve into the heart. Her teachings reverberated across the shores of the Eastern Sea, immersing all of humanity in enlightenment as they continuously absorbed the wisdom Enhua imparted. At that time, written language had yet to emerge among the human race. An understanding was achieved solely through the art of lecturing, leading to an entranced state as the masses fervently studied the Enhua Huang Jing. The atmosphere was charged with the palpable energy of breakthroughs as individuals from the audience occasionally transcended their previous boundaries. Before long, a Yuan Hui had passed. Hua concluded her lecture, yet the human race remained enraptured in contemplation, particularly the innate humans, whose exceptional insight enabled them to grasp the cultivation methods of the Huang Jing, while the postnatal humans struggled to fully comprehend. However, this posed no significant concern, as arrangements could later be made for the innate humans to periodically deliver lectures. Upon the completion of Hua's teachings, as the multitude of humanity gradually awakened from their state of enlightenment, the most accomplished among them had transcended to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, namely the three progenitors of humanity. A considerable number of Golden Immortals also emerged, evidencing the efficacy of the teachings, which were indeed the initial fruits of studying the Huang Jing. The three progenitors of humanity, leading the assembly, bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed Master, Holy Mother." Chapter 69. The Founder's Teaching of Humanitarian Virtue by the Shores of the Eastern Sea. As Hua concluded her teachings, Qing Xian ascended the platform to speak, proclaiming, "Today I shall expound upon the Tao of Mixed Yuan Meridian, a method pertaining to the physical body." In an instant, Qing Xian intricately delineated the postnatal divine patterns, inscribing them upon the stone tablet. The postnatal divine script must be directly perceived through the primordial spirit to grasp its profound meaning. Yet the human race, constrained by their realm, finds it challenging to fully comprehend. Hence, the necessity of this discourse. It is not sufficient to merely impart the essentials of cultivation. One must also elucidate the underlying significance. Qing Xian sat cross-legged. Commencing the lecture, I shall first elucidate the distribution of the body's acupoints and the 12 meridians along with the 8 extraordinary vessels. The assembled members of the human race listened intently, while Yuan nodded approvingly at their future, which promised to transcend the mundane. As the vast primordial ages unfolded, a primordial epoch had passed. Qing Xian meticulously explained the Tao of Mixed Yuan Meridian to the human race, many of whom successfully opened their first acupoint, embarking on the initial step toward unlocking the treasures of their physical bodies. Subsequently, Hua and Qing Xian devoted another primordial epoch to imparting the principles of artifact forging, alchemy, and formations to the human race. Unbeknownst to them, they had collectively engaged in teaching for 3 primordial epochs. Qing Xian remarked, "Hua, my friend, it is sufficient." Hua nodded in agreement, and together they ascended into the sky. Hua spoke softly, "I am Hua. Today, I establish the human teaching, and I shall serve as the leader, transmitting the Huang scripture to the human race, rectifying the deficiencies in their cultivation methods, enabling them to stand strong and self-reliant. I appoint Qing Xian as the vice leader of the human teaching, using the map of mountains, rivers, and nation to stabilize the fortunes of the human teaching. May heaven and earth bear witness." Hua's proclamation resonated throughout the primordial realms, drawing the attention of the 3 pure ones and other great beings, who turned their gazes toward the Eastern Sea, eager to discern the purpose behind Hua's actions in transmitting to humanity. Was it necessary to announce it to heaven and earth? What else could it be if not the human teaching? Taiji felt an inexplicable tremor within, sensing a loss that was difficult to articulate. "I am Qing Xian, transmitting the Tao of Mixed Yuan Meridian to the human race, supplementing the deficiencies in their physical cultivation methods, and co-authoring the Tao scripture of humanity with the leader Hua, serving as the vice leader of the human teaching. May heaven and earth bear witness." Qing Xuan's voice, solemn and dignified, resonated throughout the cosmos. The 3 pure ones and others, already numbed, pondered among themselves, was this primordial realm merely the private domain of the 2? Did a mere proclamation to heaven and earth ensure recognition by the celestial forces? As the audience contemplated the intentions behind the actions of Hua and Qing Xian, the 3 pure ones, along with Jane and Junyi, began to understand the essence of their own paths. Establishing a teaching and transmitting the law throughout the primordial realms represented a pivotal opportunity for their sanctification. The group felt immense joy, Yet in that moment, they were uncertain about which teaching to establish, each lost in deep thought. After all, any established sect must attain the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, necessitating careful deliberation. With wisdom gained, the group settled their minds, contemplating their respective paths. As Qing Xian and Yuhua proclaimed to heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao bestowed boundless virtue, enveloping the entire firmament in golden merit. This was not merely the merit of transmission. It also encompassed the virtue of establishing the human teaching, receiving recognition from the heavenly Tao. However, this was not the end. Intermingled with the golden merit was a crimson hue, signifying humanitarian virtue. This was beyond the expectations of Yuhua and Qing Xian, who observed that the revival of humanitarian virtue was progressing remarkably well, with consciousness gradually awakening. If it is said that the celestial way governs the rules and order, then the human way is fraught with infinite variables, teeming with uncertainties. It can be regarded as a loophole in the celestial system. However, constrained by the principles of the great Tao of 50 and the heavenly transformation of 49 and the equal ranks of the three paths, it can only suppress the human way. Among these, 1/5 of the merits fall to the human race, half to the engraved human race Tao canon on the stone tablet, which has transformed into a treasure of human fate, bearing the legacy of human cultivation. 30% of the merits belong to Qing Xian and 50% to Yuhua, who directly seizes the merits, as does Qing Xian. The human race legacy tablet, a treasure of human fate. It is neither an innate treasure nor an acquired treasure, but it holds immense significance for humanity, akin to the Kongtong seal. The Kongtong seal has yet to emerge, requiring the human race to develop and attain a certain level of fortune before it can come into being. As the grand feast of merits concluded, the primordial world could no longer regain its tranquility. The human race undoubtedly possesses its unique qualities. Otherwise, how could Yuhua and Qing Xian have garnered such enormous merits through the transmission of the human race? The three pure ones and other supreme beings are well aware that these merits are sufficient to create a saint of merit. Yet, they fail to perceive that among the bestowed merits lies an unprecedented recognition of human merit, signifying humanity's acknowledgement of human teachings. The human race pays tribute to the Mother of Saints and the Holy Teacher for their teachings. The three ancestors of the human race once again express their gratitude to the two for their contributions to humanity. All humans by the Eastern Sea bow deeply in unison, exclaiming, "We thank the Mother of Saints and the Holy Teacher for their teachings." Yuhua lightly waved her sleeve, assisting the crowd in rising, and gently spoke, "Today, the Holy Teacher and I have completed the transmission of teachings for the human race. The merits are fulfilled. In the future, the human race must diligently cultivate and strive for self-improvement. We humbly comply with the decree of the Mother of Saints." The three ancestors of the human race and all present bowed in response. Yuhua gazed upon Suiren, Wu Chao, and Zi, inquiring, "Do you wish to return with me to Mount Buzhou or remain among the human race?" The three exchanged glances, and after a moment, they spoke in unison, "Master, we wish to remain with our kin, guiding our people along the supreme path, ensuring the prosperity and flourishing of the human race, so as not to disappoint your teachings." Qing Xian smiled faintly. "Excellent. The human race indeed requires your guidance to illuminate the path ahead. May we meet again in the future, when you have achieved the status of great, Luo, golden, immortal, and unlocked the primordial true form." The three affirmed with unwavering gazes, "We shall not fail the expectations of the Holy Teacher." Seeing this, Yuhua also smiled, nodding in satisfaction. The determination of the three ancestors of the human race truly signifies great talent. Qing Xian waved his wide sleeves, and three spiritual treasures appeared before the trio, namely the Heavenly Flame Sword, the Nine-Peak Suppression Tower, and the Great Void Whirlwind Fan. These three treasures are all innate high-grade spiritual treasures, acquired by Qing Xian on the island of the Three Immortals. Suiren received the Heavenly Flame Sword. Wu Chao obtained the Nine-Peak Suppression Tower, and Zi acquired the Great Void Whirlwind Fan. Overwhelmed with joy, they exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, holy teacher." Qingxian smiled slightly and said, "As disciples of the human teaching, you are naturally also my disciples. Since I am the deputy leader, I shall bestow upon you these treasures." Nuwa cast him a sidelong glance, then retrieved the creation whip, transformed from the gourd vine, imbued with the merits of the great Tao, and bestowed it upon the three ancestors of the human race. This whip ranks among the preeminent treasures of innate virtue, unmatched in power, and embodies the profound essence of humanity. The three figures of Swearin gladly accepted such a rare artifact, for it is indeed a remarkable find. Once all matters were settled, Qingxian and Nuwa promptly departed. Humanity must tread its own path. They too must let go, for only then can they assume the role of the protagonist within the realm of heaven and earth. Flame of the Celestial Cataclysm Sword, an innate superior spiritual treasure. Its blade glows a fiery crimson like molten lava, summoning the cataclysmic fire of the heavens with each swing, incinerating all in its path, embodying the duality of destruction and rebirth inherent in fire. Nine Peaks World-Settling Tower, an innate superior spiritual treasure. The tower's body intricately etched with the true forms of primordial mountains. When summoned, it can manifest the illusory presence of 9 ancient divine mountains, stabilizing the tumult of the cosmos, symbolizing the Earth's enduring strength and permanence. Void Whispering Wind Fan, an innate superior spiritual treasure. Its fan face adorned with azure divine patterns. A gentle wave can conjure the fierce winds of the heavens, tearing through the fabric of space, resonating with the ephemeral and swift nature of the wind. Chapter 70. The Quest for the Golden Lotus and the Pursuit of Enlightenment on the Shores of the Eastern Sea. After departing, Qingxian did not return to the Three Immortals Island or Mount Buzhou alongside Nuwa. Instead, he resolved to journey westward, with Nuwa establishing the teachings for humanity, garnering immeasurable virtues, and the Three Pure Ones along with the Western guides and Junti presumably gaining insights. Yet still remaining inactive, it was evident that they had not fully comprehended the truth. This moment presented an opportune time to seek the golden lotus of virtue. Although Qingxian desired to attain the golden lotus, he was reluctant to engage in conflict with the two, as their interactions had been relatively harmonious. With his objective set, Qingxian, leveraging his formidable physical prowess, traversed through the spatial fissures of the primordial world, executing continuous spatial leaps until he swiftly arrived at Mount Shumi. Upon sensing Qingxuan's presence, the guides and Junti promptly detected his aura and came forth to greet him. "Qingxian, my friend, please enter and converse with us," the guide smiled warmly. Qingxian followed the two into Mount Shumi, arriving at the place where they had attained enlightenment. Junti quickly inquired, "Qingxian, you and Nuwa are truly remarkable, repeatedly acquiring virtues. Might you offer us some guidance?" Qingxian responded with a smile. "Dear friends, through this matter, you ought to have gleaned some understanding. Yet if doubts linger in your hearts, I have come to affirm your judgments." The guide interjected, "Are you implying?" Qingxian replied, "It is not to be spoken of, not to be spoken of." Both the guide and Junti nodded, fully aware that this was a limitation of the heavenly principles, and they confirmed their thoughts. The guide remarked, "Junior brother, we must prepare early and seize this opportunity." Junti added,